Chapter 911. It's important to master a foreign language. To say who among Leo's men has the best research on water magic, it is none other than Sindragosa. The appearance of the Blue Dragon Queen stopped Kael'thas, who was about to take action again. Since Leo had sent someone out, he must be fully confident. Kael'thas was happy to sit back and watch to see how Sindra responded. It is not difficult for Sindra to deal with such an attack. She waved her hands, and the temperature of the entire Galadar suddenly dropped by 30 to 40 degrees. The sudden change in weather made many people tremble. Ramath hurriedly saw this. He led the magisters to apply cold-resistant spells to his soldiers, which allowed the soldiers to get rid of the influence of the ice. The sound of crackling was endless, and the incoming lake water was turning into ice cubes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The turbulent lake water turned into ice before it washed onto the city wall, and it stayed in place quietly and stopped moving. Kael'thas' expression moved slightly. There was a lot of divine power in the lake. It was clearly controlled by the elemental gods behind it. Sindra could actually freeze it. This alone made him inferior to the other party. If Kael'thas could freeze the lake that contained divine power, he would not have used a wall of ice to block it before, but would have directly frozen it like Sindra. The incoming lake water was forcibly frozen, and the orcs, who expected the lake water to cause serious damage to the opponent, were disappointed. Could it be that not even the protection of the gods could save Galadar from disaster? With the disappointment in their hearts and the coldness in their bodies, the resistance of the orcs slowly weakened. Humans and blood elves rushed into Galadar, and the war burned into the orcs' homeland. Carlos was angry and anxious when he saw it, but Scarlet's offensive was coming at him like a tide. He was unable to break it, and couldn't get rid of it, so he could only worry on the sidelines. Damn humans. I won't let you go. Carlos issued a weak threat to Scarlet. It was said to be weak because it had no lethality. The female paladin remained calm, and her men attacked harder. In his eagerness, the little hellscream forgot one very important thing. That is, Scarlet may not be able to understand what he said. Orc language and common language are different. Maybe Carlos thought about it, but he didn't have the opportunity to learn the common language used by humans. Even if he wanted to use the common language to threaten Scarlet, he couldn't do it. On the contrary, Scarlet could probably understand the language of the orcs. So, it is really necessary to master a foreign language. Sooner or later, if you don't understand a foreign language, you will suffer. Are you so impatient at this level? When you wild beasts entered our world, invaded my home, and even destroyed Stormwind City, did you ever think that we would be here today? You didn't participate in that war, but your parents definitely did. We are going to get some interest back from you today. Scarlet, who hit Carlos in a panic, couldn't help but sneer. It was obvious that the human female paladin understood Carlos' words. Unfortunately, Carlos didn't know that. After yelling at Scarlet, he found that the other party didn't answer and finally discovered the problem. Humans don't understand the language of the orcs at all. What should we do? Should we give up Galadar? No! Galadar is our home. This is the city we built with our own hands. How can we give up these damn humans and elves? Brave orc warriors will fight them off. Carlos did not give up hope. Firstly, Galadar still had a trump card. And secondly, the elemental gods were still caring for the orcs. He believed that with these two factors, the orcs would not fail. And they would never fail. Shortly after the army commanded by Donnas entered Galadar, an orc army came out from the inner city. The Arathur soldiers and blood elf warriors, who were the vanguard, were defeated by each other in a single battle. Seeing this scene, the orc warriors were greatly boosted in morale and followed the team to fight back, quickly forcing back the humans and blood elves who had entered the city. Is this the Blood Guards force? Donnas frowned. He didn't know much about the blood elf warriors, but Arathur's soldiers were all elites who had experienced several battles. After being tempered by the evil orcs and demon armies in Hellfire Peninsula, they were defeated in one blow. This Blood Guard unit of the orcs is really powerful. It's just... Donnas smiled mockingly. Under his command, more troops pressed forward, facing 10 times, 20 times or even more enemies. No matter how powerful the Blood Guards were, the speed of their advance would also change. It was getting slower and slower, and eventually they were blocked and could only fight a war of attrition with the attacking coalition soldiers on the spot. Only then did Donnas say the second half of his sentence. Your numbers are too small. The Blood Guards are indeed elite, and their combat power is comparable to the Alliance's A's 7th Legion. However, the 7th Legion is a full army, while Galadar's Blood Guards only number less than 200. Facing an army of tens of thousands, they were crushed. And with a commander like Donna's, who was proficient in battle formations, they had no chance of making a comeback. At most, they would just cause Donna's a little trouble. The appearance of the Blood Guards did not bring victory to the orcs. On the contrary, the combat power they displayed that was comparable to that of the 7th Legion made Leo and Kael'thas murderous. Such an army cannot be retained. Galadar can only train about 100 Blood Guards. That is because resources are limited, and there are not many excellent orc warriors. But once this army falls into Thrall's hands, with Thrall's resources and Sauru's with Thal's ability to train the army, the number of Blood Guards would not be so shabby. They would inevitably become a powerful force, and even allow the orcs to have an ace army that could influence the direction of the war. Blood Guard. Right. Very good. You are indeed powerful enough. The more powerful you are, the less I can keep you. Leo would not let such a powerful army survive today. If these Blood Guards were let go, the orcs could use them as the backbone in the future to form an army with ace combat power in just 1 year, or even less. Army. The rapid formation of such an army will have a great impact on the orcs' strength and the situation in the local world. Leo and Kael'thas will not allow the orcs to have that kind of power before their country rises. So these 100 or so Blood Guards must die today. Without them, even if the orcs master the training methods of the Blood Guards, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to form an army with enough combat power to influence the direction of the war. This period of time will be enough for Arathor and Quel'Thalas to increase their strength to the level of fearlessness. At the height of the Blood Guard, the orcs of Garadar played their trump card, but failed to reverse the unfavorable situation of the battle. And Sindragosa was not calm. He made 2 consecutive attempts but failed to achieve any success. How dare he give up with the pride of a god? The lake water that had been frozen into ice by Sindra exploded. Under the concussion of the divine power of the elemental gods, countless broken ice cubes hit Sindra like SHLs from a barrel, threatening to kill Sindra in one fell swoop. Faced with the attack from the elemental gods on her, Sindra did not panic at all. She only held a weak hand at the broken ice that shot up, and the freezing air formed a miniature vortex with a diameter of less than an inch in her palm, which was tyrannical. The invisible suction force pulls the broken ice that is shot, absorbing and swallowing it all. A surprising scene appeared. The broken ice in the sky could not fill the small vortex in Sindra's palm, and it was swallowed up without any waves. Facing the attack from the elemental god, Sindra not only took it, but was also unscathed. Kael'thas looked at the figure with fluttering blue hair in the air with a somewhat dazed look. He clearly sensed a strange divine power from Sindra. Divine power? That's right. It's divine power. Kael'thas could swear that his feeling was not wrong. Although the divine power in Sindra was weak, its quality was definitely not inferior to that of the elemental gods, hiding behind the scenes to launch attacks. Some of Leo's men have mastered divine power. In other words, it won't be long before Leo will have a god. Kael'thas was moved by this. It was difficult for him to imagine that a demigod could possess a godlike scene. Although Leo's clone had combat power comparable to that of a god, his body was still a demigod. No wonder Leo was full of confidence. He knew that attacking Galadar would lead to interference from the elemental gods, and still wanted to fight this battle. It turned out to be full of confidence. If the elemental god of Draenor doesn't stand directly at the front desk, what ability can he have to stop me? Garadar is doomed. What Leo said was a domineering sideshow. If other people said this, it would definitely make people feel arrogant. But it didn't happen to him at all. Who gave this kid the ability to kill gods? Seemingly realizing that his opponent was not easy to mess with, and seeming to have discovered the fluctuation of divine power in Sindra's body, the elemental gods fell silent, and the churning lake gradually became calm. If you think that the elemental gods have given up on Galadar, you are totally wrong. The moment of silence is just for a better explosion, and the brief retreat is just for a more ferocious attack. The moment the lake returned to calm, the ground began to shake, and the scope of the shaking was miraculously limited to the walls of Galadar. Donna's expression changed. Although the orc city wall was made of stone, it was relatively strong. But how long could it last under such a shock? Once the city wall collapses, not only will the troops standing on the wall be lost, but the soldiers who entered the city will also be cut off from backup. And the entire war situation will be worrying. If floods don't cause earthquakes, who can be harmed by such gentle spells? Leo curled his lips in disdain, leaving Khadgar speechless. With the strength of Leo's demigod warlock, earthquakes certainly couldn't hurt him. But that was not the case for the soldiers in front. The strong ones were in the minority after all. Although this young man is strong and talented, he has a slightly arrogant temperament. Khadgar straightened his messy beard. This was a common problem among young people who were successful. He felt that he had to find an opportunity to persuade Leo to avoid suffering from this in the future. As if feeling something, Leo glanced sideways at Khadgar. To be precise, Leo glanced at Khadgar's messy beard. TSK. Khadgar's beard is the name of a kind of herbal medicine. I didn't notice it before, but now I look closely at it. It's really very appropriate. This beard is really weird. At this moment, Leo is still in the mood to pay attention to Khadgar's beard, which can only mean that he has a solution to the earthquake. Just when Donas was worried that the city wall would collapse, and the earthquake disappeared as it came. A kobold holding a scepter climbed up to the city wall at some point. General Donas, please feel free to command the army. I, Flintag, can handle minor earthquakes. Chapter 9:12 Fighting Fire with Fire. Another subordinate with divine power fluctuations. Kael'thas had the urge to doubt his own perception. The power Flintag used to stop the earthquake was of the same level as Syndra. Both divine powers. Could it be said that Leo will soon have two gods? Kael'thas knew for the first time that a person's strength could be hidden so deeply. He didn't have high expectations for this battle. In his opinion, attacking Galadar would teach the orcs a certain lesson. It was absolutely impossible to capture this city and destroy this important piece of the elemental god. It's different now. Kael'thas feels that even if the elemental gods really stand up and fight them face to face in this battle, the outcome will be between 50 and 50. The blue-haired Syndra, the kobold hero professional fortune teller Flintag, plus Leo and his two clones. The elemental gods no longer dare to underestimate him. Not to mention Leo is much more than that. If he, Khadgar and others help, he may not be able to defeat the gods on the throne of elements. The orcs' heart grew cold again. When they saw the city wall shaking violently, they thought that the opponent would definitely suffer a big loss this time. Once the city wall collapsed, the situation of the battle would change. Unexpectedly, the city wall had not collapsed yet. The earthquake stopped first, and the orcs regretted it for the first time. I regret that I shouldn't have built the walls of Galadar so strongly. If the city wall hadn't been too strong, it would have collapsed long ago, and the situation of the war would have changed accordingly. It's a pity that all the medicines in the world are available, but there is no regret medicine. So they can only regret that the opportunity that could change the situation of the war was ruined in their own hands. It really makes people cry without tears. Leo didn't know what the orcs were thinking. And even if he knew, he would just laugh. Why did these orcs come together with what he said to tease Kael'thas before? What is this called? Is it really called a book without coincidence? The water element and the earth element have already taken action, but they are helpless against the human and blood elf armies attacking Galadar. Leo is thinking that it is time for the fire and wind elements to take action. What happened next also proved Leo's guess. He saw Leo sending Sindragosa to deal with the water element, and Flintag was watching the ground to prevent the earth element from taking advantage of it. The elemental gods of the second series of fire and wind took action. The sky in Galadar was dyed red, and large swaths of fire rain fell from the sky. At the same time, strong winds were blowing between the sky and the earth, and the direction of the wind was also very strange. They would only blow in the faces of humans and blood elf warriors. The strong wind blowing in the face was mixed with sand and gravel, and the coalition soldiers attacking against the wind did not pay attention. You will be blinded by the sand. On the battlefield where he was fighting to the death with the enemy, his eyes were suddenly blurred by the sand, and his vision suddenly became blurred. This was extremely dangerous. Many human and elf warriors died one after another, making Donas tremble with anger. Damn elemental gods. These guys don't want to show up and help the orcs, so they choose such despicable methods. Their shamelessness is really infuriating. It is really sad that those human and blood elf soldiers did not die in the head-on fight with the orcs, but died in such insidious methods. Kael'thas frowned as he saw this. He didn't have much to do in the face of this situation. His strength was not enough to stop the oncoming strong wind. He could only weaken its wind speed and reduce the amount of gravel carried by the wind. Gwa. This time it's Storm Crow's turn. Being good at controlling wind spells, they cooperated with Kael'thas to weaken the strong wind blowing towards the coalition soldiers. However, the Storm Crow's limited strength still could not completely block it. Many coalition soldiers still died from the elemental gods. In a trick. What should we do? Leo frowned when he saw it. He didn't care about the rain of fire falling from the sky because he could block it, but the strong wind hitting his face made him scratch his head. His eyes lit up as he thought. Blocking the attack of the wind elemental god did not necessarily completely stop the strong wind. An obvious example was the windbreak. At this time, fireballs the size of millstones rained down from the sky in Galadar. The flames were so intense that the entire sky was about to melt, even if you were standing on the ground, surrounded by a large lake with countless ice cubes floating around you. Looking at the sky above your head, in the sky, everyone still felt as if they were exposed to the direct rays of the midsummer sun. It was in such a scene that a human woman with long black hair flew into the sky against the falling fire rain. With long black hair and black eyes, this human woman is very similar to Leo in terms of characteristics. She is the strongest person under Leo. Shina Saraya, the Black Dragon Queen. Zina Saraya, looking at the fireball falling from above her head. A touch of red appeared in Shina Saraya's hands. She was actually condensing the fire element. Could it be that she wanted to use fire magic to fight with the fire element god hiding in the dark? Fighting fire with fire. It's a shame Shina Saraya can figure out. Is she confident or arrogant? Using fire magic to deal with the fire elemental gods. Outsiders have no way of knowing what Shina Saraya is thinking. How crazy is it to defeat a god in the area where he is best at, is most proud of, and is also the most powerful? A distorted face vaguely appeared in the dyed sky. The reason why this face was distorted was not because it looked like that, but because of anger. Leo curled his lips. What Shina Saraya did really angered the fire elemental god, who was hiding in the dark. The fire elemental god was obviously overwhelmed by the anger, and he actually stuck his head out without even bothering to hide his whereabouts. How do you describe it with words? Sex like fire? Hot temper? Or a powder keg? Okay, Leo admitted. There are too many words like this. Anyone who has a bad temper and is easily angered is reckless. Such a person cannot escape the word fire. Even a gun has to be careful of misfire. Let alone a fire elemental god, who was trained from the fire element to become a god. Sending Shina Saraya to deal with the fire elemental god Leo was premeditated. It was to let the Black Dragon Queen fight fire with fire, and deliberately provoke the fire elemental god to make this guy show up. As the saying goes, if you don't do one, you won't stop doing the other. Now that he is offended, since he has become a hostile relationship with the elemental gods in the world of Draenor, Leo will seize any opportunity to step on the opponent. Even if there is no chance, he will create an opportunity, and he will not step on these few mice hiding like mice. Leo, the guy who makes secret calculations in the dark corners, will never give up. The word sympathy exists in Leo's dictionary, but it will not be used for enemies, because he understands that only dead enemies are the best enemies. There is only one way to deal with a strong enemy, and that is to kill him. Let him lie in the coffin instead of stirring up trouble and making things more difficult for himself. Leo was laughing. He laughed at the fire elemental god, who really couldn't hold back his temper. When he saw Shina Saraya trying to challenge him with fire magic, he jumped out angrily and became a target in the open. Among the four elemental gods of water, fire, wind and earth, the fire elemental god is indeed the easiest to plot. With just a little provocation, he can't wait to be tricked. Of course, just letting the fire elemental god show his face is not enough. He can still retreat at any time without letting him be completely exposed. Next, it depends on Shina Saraya's ability. Leo was extremely assured of the Black Dragon Queen's abilities. He obtained the Red Nightmare, the Soul Stone, and inherited the power of Diavolo, the Lord of Fear among the three demon gods of hell. Even though Shina Saraya could not fully exert it at this time, Diavolo's power, as long as he exerts 30 to 40% of the demon god's ability, is enough to deal with the fire elemental god. Facing the incoming fireball and looking at the face of the fire elemental god hidden behind the clouds, Shina Saraya used the killing move she had prepared to deal with the fire elemental god. Flame of Destruction. The flames of destruction that consume everything. The fire of the H.L. demon that destroys everything. Even the bodies of gods can be burned to death. How can Shina Saraya, who can control such flames with the help of the power of the Red Nightmare, be afraid of the fire elemental gods? The flame of destruction, which looks just like ordinary flames, rushes all the way. Wherever it passes, even the space is burned and melted. The cracked gaps in the space emit terrifying space-cutting power, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Awe-inspiring. The fireballs that hit the ground were no match for the flames of destruction, and they were all eliminated under the destruction. When the flames of destruction shot up into the sky and jumped into the red clouds, a look of pain appeared on the vaguely visible face of the fire elemental god. He was injured by the flames of destruction. The Black Dragon Queen Shina Saraya is indeed Leo's strongest subordinate. Even the gods were injured by the flames of destruction. And she is also a fire elemental god. The fire element spirit was injured with the power of fire. Zenitsurea's performance made everyone on the ground take a breath. The strength of this black-haired woman, who seemed to be a member of Leo's family, was shocking. She can hurt the fire element spirit with the power of flames. Could it be that this black-haired woman has become a god? In the understanding of most people, only gods can hurt gods. As for those perverted characters, who are powerful enough to kill gods as demigods, they are also gods in the eyes of the world. Because these people want to become gods. It's not difficult. But they have great ambitions. And ordinary little gods can't satisfy their appetite. Even if they want to become gods, they have to become powerful gods like Aoshi Tongji. Another god? Kaledats didn't know whether he should be happy or smile bitterly. To say he was pleased, it was because Leo's strength far exceeded his expectations. With such strength, even if the 4 major elemental gods in the world of Draenor attacked together, they might not be defeated. However, Leo was so strong, and how could he catch up? So Kaledats could only smile bitterly. Leo, a man with a weak soul, could master such strength silently, which really left people speechless. Kaledats was angry. How could such a monster be born in the world? And what was even worse was that this guy allowed himself to meet him. The Blood Elf Prince had the leisure to pay attention to the battle situation in the sky. Needless to say, the strong wind mixed with gravel already had a solution. Leo's poisonous flower vine and Lotheb made great contributions to this matter. Chapter 913. Gods also have selfish motives. A strange scene occurred in Garadar. 2 armies were fighting in the city. It happened that a strong wind blew at this time, making it difficult for the attacking side to move forward. The gravel in the sky added a bit of desolation to the city. It is in such a scene that a towering tree rises from the ground. This big tree appeared suddenly, when the orcs who resisted the combined forces of humans and blood elves discovered it. It had already planted countless roots underground in the city, forming a huge root system. The part of the tree trunk that emerged from the ground had grown to several meters high. Some quick-reacting orcs thought the tree was a scourge and wanted to destroy it. But was it so easy to destroy a tree trunk with thigh-thick roots that could be hugged by 10 people? Before the orcs could chop it down, the tree had grown to a height of 100 meters. If that's the case, it's okay. What shocked the orcs was that green plants bloomed on the top of this miserable tree. From a distance, it looked like a huge crown, and its lush branches and leaves covered the entire Galadar. The orcs were extremely uneasy about this, because this big tree was not made by them, and no one would be at ease if a mysterious thing beyond their control appeared in their home. The mysterious towering trees covered Galadar, blocking most of the strong winds. Coupled with the spells of Kaledats and Storm Crow, the wind and sand that troubled the coalition soldiers stopped a lot. The big tree was not satisfied with this step. The vines hung down from the tree crown and went deep into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Galadar was transformed into a small forest-like existence. The remaining wind force passed through these thigh-thick trees. With the existence of rows of protective forests built by vines, its wind power was again weakened by half. After this continuous weakening, the wind finally could not carry the gravel. When it blew on the coalition soldiers, it had no lethality, and could only give people the feeling of a breeze blowing on their faces. Everything that happened in Galadar seemed complicated, but in fact it only took a minute or two. The towering tree shocked the soldiers who participated in the battle. The morale of the attacking human and blood elf forces was greatly boosted, and they defended Galadar. Dar's orcs looked panic-stricken. From time to time, the situation on the battlefield became more and more obvious. The coalition soldiers were advancing step by step, while the orcs were retreating steadily. The situation on the battlefield became clearer, and Donna's relaxed a little. He knew that as long as he made no mistakes, the battle would be won. However, the real winner of this Garadar offensive and defensive battle is not the fighting troops in the city, but strong men like Leo and others. If Leo and others cannot block the attack of the elemental gods, even if the coalition soldiers beat the orcs no matter how hard they are, it doesn't help that it's miserable. This is the power of the strong. They are enough to determine the outcome of the war. Kaledats was shocked when the towering tree appeared. He didn't know where Leo got this monster, but after careful inspection, he found that it was just 2 plant-type creatures. After the entangled combination, I felt relieved again. The tangled roots that go deep into the ground and the surface of the tree trunk are one entity, and the center of the trunk and the vines that create the crown and thousands of hanging tendrils are another entity. Leo very cleverly made the tendrils and vines intertwine with each other. And finally a giant tree covering the entire Galadar appeared. Glancing at Leo, Kaledats' eyes revealed a message that I was unhappy with. The Blood Elf Prince was really shocked before. He thought it was really a tree. With Leo's level of evil, if there really is such a plant-type subordinate, there is no guarantee that he will not cultivate it into. Stop. This it is absolutely impossible. That thing can be cultivated without even trying to cultivate it. If it were that simple, the Blood Elves would have it long ago. The conditions for that thing to appear are too harsh, which involves world rules. In the current situation, it cannot be copied. Of course, there is no way to make that thing. But does a world completely controlled by Leo exist? Kaeldats felt funny at his own thoughts. This was simply impossible. Why did he think about it? The Blood Elf Prince was distracted. But the battle would not stop for a moment. The gods of the four elements of water, fire, wind, and earth took action one after another. Among them, the two elements of water and earth failed completely. Only the wind element caused certain casualties to the coalition soldiers. The worst, the fire element, not only failed to succeed, but even the fire element god himself was killed by Xena, injured by Soraya's flame of destruction. Judging from the current situation, the elemental spirit failed extremely. Since its birth, after countless thousands of years, the fire elemental spirit has never suffered such a big loss. Although they had encountered the Burning Legion before, the elemental gods, who knew that they were no match for them, had retreated early and had not faced off against the powerful demons of the Burning Legion. Therefore, this was the one who really suffered a big loss. First time. If Zinasaraya's previous behavior only made the fire elemental god angry, then the Black Dragon Queen has now successfully aroused his murderous intention, using fire magic to defeat himself as a fire god. Doesn't this prove that Zinasaraya's attainments in the laws of fire are more sophisticated than him as a god? If we don't kill the opponent while she's still weak and nip this threat in the bud, will we still have to wait for Zinasaraya to become more powerful and bring bad luck to us? The fire elemental gods are not that stupid yet. The angry face in the sky became clearer and clearer. And more than that, a huge figure was gradually revealed. The fiery red in the sky of Galadar gradually spread with the appearance of this figure, and it was likely to dye the entire sky red. Leo put his hands on his chest. The appearance of the fire elemental god did not make him feel solemn at all. With his current strength, it would not be a problem to deal with an elemental god. Strength is a guarantee of confidence and a guarantee of life safety. Leo will only challenge the elemental gods if he has enough strength. With his current strength, those guys who want to destroy the elemental throne may not be able to do it. But if they are unwilling to expose their full strength, let them eat something. A small loss is not a difficult thing. The fire elemental spirit is so easily excited that he jumps out. Among the four elemental spirits, this guy is truly a worthy cannon fodder. Leo commented on the figure that appeared in the sky. Don't underestimate the perception of the gods. Although Leo's words were just a normal tone, and he was an unknown distance away from the sky, how could he not hear Leo's evaluation of him with the power of the gods? Damn humans. How dare you say that to me? I will burn you all to ashes. The fire elemental gods were furious, and Leo's words were clearly adding fuel to the fire, which made the fire elemental gods even more motivated to kill them all. However, there must be something unusual about being able to become a god. Although the fire element god can easily get angry due to his attributes, this does not mean that he does not have wisdom in his mind. After being angry, the fire elemental spirit quickly calmed down. Leo's words reminded him that if he ran out in such a hurry, did he really have to fight with him alone? No god is a fool. Or even a fool cannot become a god. The fire element god was just impulsive before, and was not willing to suffer a loss. After being awakened by Leo's seemingly casual words, he hesitated because he found that the real figure was revealed. He is alone. In other words, none of the three elemental gods of foam, water, and earth showed up. Supporting the orcs is beneficial to the four elemental gods of the Throne of Elements. Since it can benefit everyone, why should I go out and fight hard alone? You must know that there are already two guys who can use divine power just by appearing underground. Plus Leo, the human who destroyed the blood god hacker in Zul'Gurub. The fire elemental god would not dare to say anything about himself no matter how confident he is. If you can easily get rid of the opponent, what is this if not a tough fight? One person works hard, but the benefits are shared by everyone. Why? Do you really think I'm a fool? The fire elemental god is not happy. We all support the orcs together, gain benefits together, and improve our strength together. We should face the enemy together. Why do you want to go up and fight while you are watching me? This makes no sense. Just after such a hesitation, the red patch in the sky stopped expanding, and the clarity of the fire elemental god's figure stopped increasing. Leo's eyes flashed with joy. This effect was exactly what he wanted. What he said before was not in vain. Leo just wanted to awaken the fire elemental god. He did not believe that a god was a brainless fool. These elemental gods in the world of Draenor can not only hide behind and secretly plot against the humans in the home world, but also choose to give in when the Burning Legion invades Draenor. This shows that they are not the kind of people with only one mind. Guy. The so-called tyrannical ones are afraid of those who are frightened. And those who are frightened are afraid of their lives. The elemental gods are tyrannical enough. Of course, ordinary people are afraid of them. But in front of Leo, who pretends to be a fool, they are not completely united and have no choice but to give in. After all, no one wants to themselves. The benefits of putting in the effort are shared by everyone. Even gods who stay in one place year-round have selfish motives. Leo is not just guessing. Think about the local world on the other side of the dark portal. Even the 4 elemental lords, who work for the ancient gods, will fight among themselves. And elemental wars will break out that sweep the entire world. Della, how could the elemental gods of New World be so intimate? The guys on the throne of elements are only interested in cooperation. After all, conflicts between the 4 elements are bound to exist. Unwilling to fight the powerful enemy alone, the fire elemental spirit chose to retreat after a moment's hesitation. His figure gradually became blurred, and the red color in the sky slowly disappeared. Just retreat like that? Kael'thas was surprised. A god left like this after suffering a loss. Wasn't that guy still aggressive before? Could it be that the elemental gods in the world of Draenor are just fake? They just look scary but don't dare to actually do anything. Not only the Blood Elf Prince couldn't understand it, but even Khadgar and others were very surprised. There are also conflicts among the elemental gods. If the 3 elemental gods of earth, Feng Shui and water do not take action, and the fire elemental god alone fights with us, even if he can win, his combat power will be greatly damaged. If the other 3 elements of the gods take action at that time. My thoughts? There was unconcealable pride on Leo's face. The 4 elemental gods were wary of each other, and were unwilling to bite him. Can the orcs protect Galadar? Chapter 9:14. This is simple. The orcs of Galadar are an extremely important piece in the overall plan designed by the elemental gods of the Throne of Elements. Even if Leo's strength makes them afraid, they will not give up. Just when the figure of the fire elemental god completely disappeared, the ground in Galadar suddenly cracked. With Flintage in charge, it is not easy for the earth elemental gods to harm the human and blood elf soldiers. But what is surprising is that this time the ground rupture did not occur in the place occupied by the coalition soldiers, but was in progress, standing at the feet of the resisting orcs. Flintag didn't expect that the earth elemental god would actually attack the orcs. He couldn't help but be stunned, and his reaction was a step slower. Just like this, all the orcs who collapsed on the ground below his feet fell into the deep place, in the pit at the bottom, waiting for Flintag to take action. It was already too late. Leo was helpless. He had indeed calculated that the elemental gods would help the orcs escape when things couldn't be done. But what he didn't expect was that these elemental gods in the world of Draenor would be so decisive. Once they discovered that he was a difficult person, the gnawing bone reacted immediately. Don't think that the orcs will die if they fall into the bottomless pit. Since the earth elemental gods are saving them, they will certainly not let the orcs fall to death. Leo can guarantee that the orcs who fall into the pit will not only die. If something happens, maybe it will be a blessing in disguise. It can be seen from this attack on Galadar that there are no shamans among the orcs who stayed in the world of Draenor. The reason for this is not that there are no orcs in the world of Draenor who are suitable to become shamans, but that the elemental gods have not responded to them at all for their future plans. Without a response from the elemental gods, and the inheritance of shamanic culture was cut off during the previous invasion of the Burning Legion, it would be extremely difficult for the orcs to have shamans appear. However, after this ordeal, the elemental gods have been exposed. According to the knowledge of the orcs in Galadar, these gods have not given up on them and are still protecting the orcs. At this time, the elemental gods can logically let the orcs find Sasha, full of culture. Shamans who can use elemental power also appear among the orcs in the world of Draenor. With a shaman, the orcs' combat power is not only enhanced, although Galadar has been lost. The world of Draenor is so big. How can it not rebuild its homeland if it has the strength? What's more advantageous is that after this battle, the elemental gods have exposed themselves. They no longer have to hide if they want to help the orcs. Many things that were inconvenient to do before can now be done openly. Holding his chin, Leo found that he seemed to have suffered a small loss this time. However, destroying the orc Galadar made the Blood Elves and Carlos Hellscream become enemies. sowing the seeds of future tribal discord. It's quite a harvest. In fact, the biggest gain is not the above. But Leo confirmed his previous guess that the elemental gods in the world of Draenor are similar to the native world where humans live. The four elements of earth, water, wind and fire are also contradictory. They are not of the same mind. As long as those guys on the throne of elements are not close to each other, it will be easy to deal with. The method is thought up by people. As long as you are willing to use your brain, you can always think of a way to deal with them. With Leo's current strength, it is not possible to fight against four. But it is not impossible to win against one or two. Shaking his head, Leo realized that now was not the time to think about this. Because Scarlet was walking over with an unhappy look on his face. Carlos Hellscream ran away. Master Ho, who fought with Scarlet, fell into the hole. If Scarlet hadn't had the Flame Dragon Eagle and released the flying mount at the moment the ground collapsed, Her Majesty the Queen of Arathor would have fallen with the orcs. Pit. According to Scarlet's temper, she originally wanted the Flame Dragon Eagle to carry her to continue chasing Carlos. But the Flame Dragon Eagle did not obey her orders for her safety, which made Scarlet very unhappy. As her mount, the Flame Dragon Eagle did something contrary to her order, which made Scarlet very unhappy. As a knight but unable to control his own horse, anyone who had the same experience as Scarlet would not feel comfortable, since the Flame Dragon Eagle was given to her by Leo. And besides obeying her orders, she only obeyed Leo's instructions. Scarlet's anger naturally went to Leo's head. Therefore, Leo, who was still thinking about how to provoke the elemental gods of Draenor, came to his senses and found that he was facing a menacing silly girl. Leo had a headache. The large pit in Galadar's underground was the work of the earth elemental god. The orcs would be fine if they fell into it, but it would be extremely dangerous for Scarlet to enter it. From Leo's point of view, he would never allow Scarlet to take such a risk. It's just that Scarlet is angry now, and this silly girl has a very stubborn temper. It's probably impossible to reason with her at this moment. What should be done easily? Scarlet walked up to her angrily. The female paladin's eyes widened, and she was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Leo spoke first. Garadar is too close to the throne of elements. Without the orcs, the elemental gods have a lot less to worry about. We can't stay in this place anymore. Tell Donnas to quickly command the army to retreat. Although she knew that Leo was deliberately changing the subject, Scarlet still stopped what she was about to say. She immediately issued an order for the Donnas organization, who commanded the army to retreat. If your mount disobeys your orders, this is a private matter. It is a business matter to direct the troops away from danger. As the head of a country, Scarlet naturally has to put public affairs first before private affairs. The so-called momentum is as powerful as a tiger, and momentum is just that. After such an interruption, Scarlet's momentum to find Leo to blame was much weaker. But this was not enough. Seeing that the female paladin looked at him again after giving orders to the messengers, Leo spoke before her again. Nagrand is the only unpolluted land in the world of Draenor. The land here is fertile. Even if it only grows food, it can become a large granary. We cannot give up. To control this place, we must grow on this land. Build a city. Scarlet admitted that what Leo said made sense. It would be impossible to control Nagrand without establishing a stronghold here. Of course, if you want to control this land in your own hands, building a city is safer than a stronghold. Building a city is not a trivial matter. There are many things involved in it, not to mention issues such as population migration and determining the function of the city. However, choosing a site is an extremely troublesome matter. In fact, the Garadar chosen by the orcs is a good place. There is no shortage of water here, and there is a natural barrier formed by the river. It is an excellent place to build a city. It is not unreasonable for the leader led by Carlos to make this his new home. However, the Garadar orcs cannot choose humans and blood elves, because it is too close to the throne of the elements. It's not that Scarlet's ambition is to destroy her own prestige, but the gap in strength is there. There is no denying that the four elemental gods occupying the throne of elements are indeed stronger than them. And they are more than a step stronger. Unless Leo has always been stationed at Galadar. Otherwise the other party could cause huge damage here with just a thought. Since Garadar had no choice but to choose a new city location, this matter was related to the control of Nagrand. And it was still a business matter that could not be delayed. Scarlet's mind was immediately occupied with the issue of the location of the new city. Occupying it. I forgot to settle the score with Leo for a while. Kaeldats watched all this with great interest. As a sober bystander, how could he not see through Leo's trick of changing the subject? It's a pity that Scarlet, Such an upright paladin. Met a rogue like Leo who was full of scheming. I really don't know how many people's glasses were broken. When it comes to where to build a city, I have a suggestion here. Kaldats did not discredit Leo. When it came to business, he never joked. There are not many places in Nagrand that are suitable for building a city. Dar is definitely not possible here. Kilthoro Fortress is an option. But to capture it we must first cut off the Shadow Council and the Burning Blade clan entrenched there. If we want to capture it, a battle is unavoidable. And we must attack for a well-defended fortress. Even if we take action, the losses will not be too small. I personally disagree. Kaldats used magic power to draw a rough topographic map of Nagrand as he spoke. Kilthoro Fortress, located in the southeastern corner of Nagrand, has been excluded. There are several camps established by the demons of the Burning Legion in the west. The air is filled with evil energy, and no one can live in it even if it costs a lot of money to capture it. Naturally, there are a large number of ogres in the northwest and north of Nagrand, which will not be easy to capture. And what's worse is even worse. The environment there is more complicated. There are too many mountain roads, and it is easy to be attacked by people when building a city there. So I don't agree with it either. After ruling out several places in succession, Kaldats turned his attention to the middle, to the south of Nagrand. The south of Nagrand is a plain. Building a city here means there is no danger to defend it. What's worse is that there is no water source enough to support a city. Needless to say, places without water sources are definitely excluded. So it can only be the middle part. At this time, Leo spoke. The central Nagrand he was referring to was not an ordinary place. There was a high isolated island tens of thousands of feet high. Surrounding the isolated island was an unclimbable cliff, and the bottom of the cliff was covered with water. The island is large enough to build a city. The only thing to worry about is how to get in and out. You can't just rely on the teleportation array for everything. This is a nice place, but it's not easy to build a city here. First we have to build a passage on the cliff to connect with the outside world. This is simple, Leo said, summoning Flintag to his side. Just let him do it. Chapter 915, Go Your Own Way. An extremely rare scene appeared in the Nagrand Prairie. A large dark cloud was moving quickly. Since the world of Draenor was shattered, the only land that has not been seriously polluted has been cloudless and sunny most of the time, even when it rains. But now it has dark clouds covering dozens of miles. How can it not be surprising? If you look closely, you will find that the dark clouds that appear in the sky are not really dark clouds, but giant dragons that reflect metallic luster all over their bodies. Yes, they are the Dragon Lich Legion under Leo. Leo came to Nagrand not just to deal with the orcs in Garadar, nor just to build a city on this prairie to control Nagrand. He also had another important thing to do during his trip, and he had to do something with some people. Talk business. Kaldats and the others may not know it, or they may know it but don't know much about it. In their eyes, the guys Leo is looking for are just the same existence as the goblins. For this kind of race that is willing to do anything for money, they despise it from the bottom of their hearts. In the world where humans live, the race that runs for money and spreads business all over the world is goblins. In the universe, there is a race that also does business everywhere and spreads their footprints all over the world. This race is the Cosmic Goblins. Ling, a race whose whole body is wrapped in bandages to make it look like a mummy, whose body is ghost-like and has no entity. Leo's last and most important purpose in coming to Nagrand was to contact the Astral Consortium of Ethereal. The Astral Consortium is doing business all over the universe and has been to countless worlds. However, they have not been to the world where Kaldats and others exist. Otherwise, how could the Blood Elf Prince, Khadgar and others ignore them? Leo believes that the Astral Consortium has done so much business, and the resources they can mobilize must be amazing. The Astral Consortium will possess many materials that Kaldats and others think are extremely precious or even unobtainable. And the price won't be too high, and it will be of great benefit to him to contact people from the Star Boundary Consortium. Victor, do you have any news about Polition and the others? A big sword was suspended in front of Leo. The sword exuded an aura of destruction that made people feel suffocated. Leo, who was sitting on Nefarian's head, stroked the sword gently. He half closed his eyes. He seems to enjoy the feeling of his palm grazing the sword. If you observe carefully, you will find that countless rays of light are flashing in Leo's eyes, as if huge messages are passing quickly in front of his eyes. With such a deadly thing like Sinros, the destroyer of all worlds, hanging over his head, Nefarian was still frightened even though he knew it would not harm him. When he heard Leo's question, he quickly answered, "Master, no news has come yet." Leo nodded and stopped talking. But the twinkling light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. If his eyes were not half closed, these lights would have been unable to be hidden. When his palm touched Sinro's sword for the 50th time, Leo stopped the movement of his hand. At the same time, his eyes were completely closed, covering the countless flickering lights so that no one could peek inside. Little change. Knuckles, you have been following me for a long time. Do you have any ideas? Leo's question was very strange. And Dragonicus, who was standing behind him, looked confused. Seeing that Twilight Dragon failed to understand what he meant, Leo spoke again. "Look at what you are like now. Will you always be like this? Unable to achieve anything high or low?" Dragonicus understood now. He was originally a trump card in Leo's hand, but with the improvement of Leo's strength, his role is gradually becoming smaller. The emergence of Ronos, Anubarak and others is squeezing him away from Leo's inner circle. It's not that they intentionally squeezed out Dragonakos, but that the Twilight Dragon's strength improved too slowly. Dragonakos has great potential. When Shinosaurea created him, he was aiming to deal with the other 4 Dragon Kings. This first Twilight Dragon is said to be no match for even the Guardian Dragon King after it is fully grown. But it's a claim. But does it count? Leo believes that Dragonakos' identity is not a secret to many people. After all, the Purple Dragon is the Dragon of Twilight. It is impossible for Krasis and others not to know about it. However, Dragon Sleep Temple is not nervous because of this. No action was taken against it. This shows what? It can only show that Dragonakos is not regarded as a threat by Wormer's Temple. And the Devourer of all things does not live up to its name. Why is this happening? Leo didn't understand this at first. But later he learned the whole story from the Black Dragon Queen after Xenosaurea appeared. Dragonakos does have the ability to devour all things. And when he grows up, he can indeed deal with the Guardian Dragon King. But there are conditions for reaching this point. What is the Black Dragon's purpose after Deathwing goes mad? That is the destruction of the world. Black Dragon Queen Xenosaurea created the Twilight Dragon that could deal with the Guardian Dragon King in order to get rid of the other 4 Guardian Dragon Kings and remove the biggest obstacle to the destruction of the world. Since Dragonakos was born for the destruction of the world, he wanted to grow, of course. When you reach your strongest state, you have to do something to destroy the world. In the immortal world, Dragonakos would not be able to grow to the strongest level. In the immortal world, the Devourer of all things would not live up to his name. In fact, it's right to think about it. Dragonakos was created by the Black Dragon to destroy the world. If he could deal with the Dragon King before the world was destroyed, if he betrayed him, wouldn't the Black Dragon shoot himself in the foot? It should be noted that the Black Dragon King Deathwing is also a Dragon King. According to Xenosarea's estimation, Dragonakos will have the power to fight against the Dragon King of the 4 series after devouring more than 4/5 of the creatures in the native world. And he will be able to defeat the Dragon King after devouring 90% of the creatures in the native world. So the question came from the Black Dragon Queen's original position. This was correct. But it was not possible now, because Leo would never carry out such a crazy act of annihilation. You can't act without a bottom line. It's right to increase your strength, but it's totally wrong to kill innocent people just to increase your strength. In this way, Dragonakos was embarrassed. He could not increase his strength by devouring a large number of creatures in the world, although he could become stronger as Leo's strength increased. Such progress was too slow. What Leo said about being too high and too low is exactly what Dragonicus was doing at this time. "Master, I don't want to. I want to become stronger." Dragonakos said this from the bottom of his heart. He has his pride. It's fine that Xenosaurea is better than him. He can accept Sindragosa being stronger than her. But Moronos, I knew he couldn't stand it when Barak, Ilsa, and others were stronger than him. He, Dragonakis, is the devourer of all things. Not a cat or a dog on the roadside. And no one can step on his head. I'm very satisfied that you are so motivated. Leo has always admired Dragonakos. And he has always been optimistic about the potential of this Twilight Dragon. You know why I put Flintag and Syndra? Are they staying in Heron? In addition to guarding against the trouble caused by the rats on the Throne of Elements. My real purpose is to give you a chance to choose. Leo stopped here. The Blue Dragon Queen, the Black Dragon Queen, the Kobold Geomancer, and other powerful subordinates were left in Harlan by Leo to guard the city under construction with Kaeldats and the others. Dragonicus followed Leo. And the meaning was not simple. If the Twilight Dragon has no ambitions and just gets by, Leo won't embarrass him, and just let him take care of the eggs for him. But if the Twilight Dragon has a heart to become stronger, Leo will take action. Look at this sword. Leo stroked the sword of Sinros with his palm. Zinros, the destroyer of all worlds. What do you see in it? Of course, seeing the power to destroy all things. Normally Dragonakos would definitely answer like this. But now he didn't. The Twilight Dragon's eyes gradually brightened. And finally the pair of blue eyes shot out with blazing light. Like a traveler who is about to die of thirst in a desert. Found an oasis. I see hope. Master. Leo smiled. Very satisfied with Dragonakos' answer. Very good. Then, Leo threw Sinros in front of Dragonakos. Eat it. Eat Zinros, the destroyer of all worlds. This idea is extremely crazy. It should be noted that this sword carries the breath of the law of destruction. Isn't Leo afraid that Dragonakos will die? The Twilight Dragon claims to be able to devour all things. But his stomach cannot digest everything. Can Sinros, the destroyer of worlds Dragonakos, be able to digest it? Dragonakos, who already understood Leo's meaning, did not hesitate. He roared. And the Twilight Dragon's true form appeared. The dragon's mouth opened wide. And a vortex-like energy flow was generated in his mouth, rolling up Sinros bit by bit, and moved towards his belly. As the saying goes, wealth is found in danger. And since Dragonakos was unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he had to take risks. Devouring Sinros is extremely dangerous. Anyone who cannot bear it will be beaten to pieces by the destructive power of the sword and completely destroyed. But if it succeeds, Dragonakos' strength will increase by leaps and bounds. And he will once again become a general that Leo relies on. Your choice is very bold. And that little dragon is also very courageous. But courage alone cannot accomplish anything. Goldfinger's voice sounded in Leo's mind. And he was both appreciative and dissatisfied with Leo's actions. Sinros, the destroyer of all worlds, was the one he used for Leo to understand the law of destruction. Now Leo asked Dragonakos to devour Sinlos. This undoubtedly ruined Goldfinger's plan. So Goldfinger was dissatisfied. However, Leo knew Goldfinger's intentions, but still did it without fear of what Goldfinger might do. This is what Goldfinger admired. I'm not your puppet. I know what I should do. Leo replied firmly to Goldfinger. Leo's meaning was very clear. He didn't need anyone else to tell him what he wanted to do, let alone arrange his future path. You have to make your own way. So don't worry about it. Goldfinger was silent for a long time, and finally said nothing more, because he understood that today Leo already has the confidence of a top powerhouse. And Leo's future path will no longer be dominated by him. For Goldfinger, it's both a bad thing and a good thing. As for how it works, it depends on whether what Leo can achieve is stronger than what he arranged. Leo's face remained calm from beginning to end. He broke away from Goldfinger's arrangement and walked his own path. Starting today, the road ahead may be difficult. Chapter 916 Dragonakos, Devourer of All Things. You're giving me a hard time. This was a secret exchange, unknown to anyone except the two parties involved. It has been 2 full hours since Dragonakos began to devour Sinros, the destroyer of all worlds. During these 2 hours, the Twilight Dragon appeared in danger hundreds of times. The power of destruction carried on Sinros every once in a while. There would be a counterattack every few seconds. On several occasions, if Leo had not taken action to infuse Dragonakos with magic power, the Twilight Dragon would have been exploded by the power of destruction. After all the hardships, Dragonakos had consumed most of his strength. But he had only swallowed one tip of the sword, and he didn't know how long it would take to swallow it completely. As Goldfinger said, it is good to have courage, but courage alone is not enough to achieve success. Without strength, it is absolutely impossible to accomplish something. With the strength of Dragonakos, he alone cannot even swallow the tip of Sinros' sword. Even with Leo's help, he cannot completely swallow Sinros. If he fails to swallow Sinros, what awaits him is destruction. He was beaten so hard that his body was destroyed and his soul was scattered. Hearing what Goldfinger said, Leo did not answer immediately, but first replenished magic power to Dragonakos, so that the Twilight Dragon, who looked sluggish but still showed determination in his eyes, had enough magic power to continue to devour Zinros. After completing all this, he responded to Goldfinger. What's there to be embarrassed about? Why don't you just make some changes? You have so little confidence in me? Hearing Leo say this, Goldfinger smiled bitterly. What do you mean by just making changes? This guy thinks about things too simply. If Leo uses Sinlos, the destroyer of all worlds, to understand the law of destruction according to his arrangement. It will be too easy to continue Baal's inheritance with his current ability. If he kills those guys on the throne of elements. The soul sure, Leo can fully master golden memory as soon as it comes out. You put it lightly. But did you ever think that you would completely disrupt my plan by being so messy? Pouring his lips. Leo sneered at Goldfinger's so-called plan. I admit that Baal, who represents destruction among the three demon gods of H.L., is very tempting to me. And your arrangement is indeed very good. But things in the world will take a turn when the word but is used. And it is no exception when used with Leo. Is my achievement limited to being a demon god? Or is my achievement limited to destruction? Ask yourself. Do you not have higher expectations for me in your heart? If so, why do you give me the law of death? Goldfinger was silent. Indeed, if my expectation for Leo is limited to destruction, allowing him to fully master Baal's inheritance and become the demon god of destruction or even the lord of destruction, then why would I give him the law of death? Leo's words touched his heart, revealing the hidden thoughts in his heart and bringing them to the surface. The law of death is not easy to understand. Even I can only help you complete it until it is complete. If you want to perfectly understand this most powerful law, you must rely on yourself. Although he was very reluctant, Goldfinger could only tell the truth that he did not have the ability to complete the supreme law to perfection. There are things this guy can't do. Leo raised his eyebrows. Goldfinger gave Leo the impression of being omnipotent. Now that this impression was broken by him himself, Leo was really surprised. No wonder this guy used to consume energy to complete the law. Either to complete the blood law or to complete the poison law, and turn a blind eye to the law of death, which can increase my strength faster. It turns out that the root cause is here. After understanding the whole story, Leo burst out laughing. It was really hard for him to let Goldfinger expose his shortcomings. There is something that even you can't do. I'm really looking forward to it. Expect? That's right. That's the expectation. Just because Goldfinger can't do it doesn't mean that Leo can't do it either. Just because he can't improve the law of death from complete to perfect doesn't mean that Leo can't do it either. Hearing Leo say this, Goldfinger became angry. It's not like you don't understand the difference between the complete law and the perfect law. Even if you want to become the best among the masters, the power of the law of destruction is completely enough. Leo rolled his eyes. Goldfinger was right. It was indeed strong enough to embark on the road of destruction and become the master. But since there is something better, why not give it a try? A strong life does not need explanation. And a strong life will not be afraid of challenges. I didn't say I would give up the law of destruction. Why are you excited? Leo's words made Goldfinger speechless. The boy clearly didn't take his words to heart. It seemed that he was determined to advance according to the law of death. And his own persuasion was completely ineffective. It doesn't matter. Let him suffer a little loss. Or at worst, spend more effort to quickly improve the law of destruction for him when he hits his head and bleeds. He also said that he has not given up the law of destruction. Wait! Goldfinger was suddenly stunned. What did Leo just say? He didn't give up the law of destruction? You haven't given up on the law of destruction. Why don't I know? Why do you need to know? Leo's rhetorical question stunned Goldfinger. In Leo's mind, he found that he suddenly couldn't sense Leo's thoughts. This was impossible before. I really underestimated you. Okay. It's really good. 2 consecutive good words illustrate Goldfinger's evaluation of Leo. Leo can cut off Goldfinger's connection to his spiritual world at any time. Leo, who has achieved this step, far exceeds Goldfinger's expectations. This shows what? It shows that Leo's potential is far greater than he expected. Maybe this kid can really succeed. He is full of expectations for Leo Goldenfinger. If Leo can really become a master with the law of death, it will help him far beyond imagination. Leo didn't know what Goldfinger wanted to do, but he knew that he needed him as a helper. If he wasn't needed, why would Goldfinger put so much effort into himself? If he blindly followed the route he arranged, Leo would feel like a puppet. In the past, he might not have had much thoughts, and the ability to have too many ideas are different now. In the past, Leo was just a little loser, with neither ambition nor ability. But people change, and people's thoughts will also change with different encounters. After going through so much, Leo now is no longer the Leo he was before. You have time to chat with me. Why don't you give me a hand? The process of Dragonako's devouring Sinros is very slow and dangerous. If you don't pay attention, you will be shattered into pieces. Leo doesn't mind if someone can help him, but it is a pity that Goldfinger will not let him do so. He has no regard for Leo Goldfinger. Respond. Shrugging. Leo didn't care. It was good to have someone to help. It didn't matter if no one helped. He wasn't in a hurry. Besides, it wasn't like he was helpless. He didn't do anything during the few hours it took Dragonakos to devour Sinros. Leo's eyelids were raised slightly. A tiny gap was revealed in his closed eyes. And 2 rays of light burst out, hitting Dragonakos directly. Wherever the light passed, even the space couldn't bear it and began to shatter. Horrifying space cracks appeared. A thin but pure power of destruction emanated from these 2 rays of light. And it interacted with Zinros, the destroyer of all worlds. Echo each other. What Leo said to Goldfinger before that he had not given up the law of destruction was not a joke. You know why he kept stroking the sword of Sinros before sending him to Dragonakos? Leo wanted to experience it for himself. The power of destruction on Sinros, thus imprinting all the laws of destruction carried by this destroyer of worlds into his heart. This is Leo's plan to understand the law of destruction on his own without relying on the gift of Golden Finger. The law of destruction and the law of death are both extremely powerful laws. And they are at the top of many laws. It is said that you cannot have your cake and eat it too. Even with the power of Golden Finger, it is impossible for him to raise both to the top at the same time. There has to be a trade-off. Judging from Goldfinger's approach, this mysterious existence hopes that Leo will use the law of destruction as the main method, and the law of death as a supplement. But from Leo's true heart, he didn't want to do this. The law of death is the most powerful law. Since there is a better one, why use the inferior one? By focusing on the law of death and supplementing by destruction, isn't the achievement achieved even greater? Therefore, Leo did not obey Goldfinger's wishes. This way, he would have greater potential in the future. But he would have to pay more, and the road would be harder. If you want to gain something, you have to give something. And Leo still understands the trade-off. Since he has chosen the road himself, he will go on it firmly. And there is no need for emotions such as regret and annoyance. 2 rays of destruction shot directly into Dragonakos' eyes. The Twilight Dragon's body was shaken, and his eyes were blank. Crack! Crack! A series of explosions were heard from Dragonakos. The purple dragon scale shattered. Cracks appeared in the hard dragon claws. And Dragonakos' strong dragon body was disintegrating. It was obvious that all of this was the work of 2 rays of destruction shot out of Leo's eyes. What is he going to do? Was he going to kill Dragonakos? Of course it's impossible. The pain of body disintegration stimulated Dragonakos. The Twilight Dragon, who was at the critical moment of life and death, burst out with frightening potential. In order to survive and become stronger, Dragonakos had no reservations. At this moment, everything was swallowed up. Every ounce of energy and every ounce of potential in the body is mobilized. The energy vortex that swallowed Zinros suddenly accelerated 1,000 times. The sword that was originally moving into Dragonakos' body bit by bit slid towards the Twilight Dragon's open mouth at a speed visible to the naked eye under the huge suction force, and eventually disappeared into Dragonax's body. Leo injected the light of destruction into Dragonakos, not to kill his own subordinate, but to allow him to explode his potential at the moment of life and death, thereby achieving the purpose of quickly devouring Sinlos. Of course, there are risks in doing so. If Dragonakos has insufficient potential, a quick death awaits him. If Leo had not had great confidence in the Twilight Dragon, he would not have dared to do this. When Sinros was completely devoured, Dragonakos' body stopped disintegrating, and the corners of Leo's mouth turned up slightly, outlining a trace of satisfaction. Knuckles, you really didn't disappoint me. The high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and the purple dragon exuding the aura of destruction soared into the sky. I am Dragonakos, devourer of all. Chapter 917 Ace Pier. The Star Boundary Consortium is a loose business alliance. Its members are all virtual spirits, who are looking for opportunities to make money in the universe. They either trade normally or secretly smuggle. As long as they can make money, they will do anything. So these guys have a very unique the title of Cosmic Goblin. Jia, he is a small and powerful businessman in the Star Boundary Consortium. Although he is a low-level small businessman compared to the leader of the consortium, Node Prince Halamad. In this 3-acre land of Nagrand, Jia, he is the most vocal leader in the consortium. Ace Pier, in the south-central part of the Nagrand Prairie, overlooking the ancient holy mountain of Washu, is the stronghold of the Star Boundary Consortium in Nagrand. And it is also a treasure trove for Jia to make money. There are many crystallized fragments with mysterious power in Washigu. These fragments may be useless in the eyes of others, but they are extremely valuable in the eyes of Jia. just because he has sales channels and can earn more than 100 times the profit paid. Although due to the pressure from the Order faction, the Star Boundary Consortium cannot mine directly. But you have Zhang Liangji, and I have the Wall Ladder. Jia, he still has a way to get the items in Washuguli. The ethereal race is not limited to the Astral Consortium. In addition to Prince Halamad's business alliance, there are also the Order faction, whose mission is to maintain order, and the Revenge Army, which is an enemy of the Astral Consortium. Facts have proved that the existence of a hostile force has its disadvantages, but also its advantages. The reason why Jieha was able to obtain the crystallized fragments from Ashigu was because of the Revenge Army, which was an enemy of the Astral Consortium. The Astral Consortium was unable to excavate the ancient ruins of Washu due to pressure from the Order faction. But the Revenge Army had no such concerns. Jieha deliberately gave the news about Washigu to the Revenge Army, who also needed the crystallized fragments to dig for it, and then sent people to snatch it from the Revenge Army. In this way, he not only obtained the crystallized fragments, but also let Wei Su Pai had nothing to say. He is really a profiteer. A profiteer. And there is no business without profiteers. Of course, in Jieha's opinion, what he did was not a sneaky act. How could he do business without using his brain? Unfortunately, the pleasant days are always short-lived. The strange behavior of Washigu was quickly discovered. Why did the Revenge Army appear? Why did Jieha have crystallized fragments for sale? Everyone is not a fool. Who can hide this? So said from the Order faction came. It doesn't matter if you, the Order faction, don't make money. Why do you still want to stop me from making money? Blocking someone's way of making money is like killing one's parents. Jia, he was extremely angry with the Order faction for blocking him from making money. If he hadn't had the strength, he would have started a war with the Order faction. Strength. After all, doing business also depends on strength. If you don't have strength, even if there are profitable projects, you won't get a share. Regarding said, who came with Mahadown, the Void Hunter in the consortium, Jieha appeared to be submissive on the surface, but in his heart, he really wanted to tear him into pieces. Compared with Node Prince Harand, who leads the Star Realm Financial Group, Jieha is just a small businessman. What he has to consider is not the balance between ethereal spirits, nor how to deal with the revenge of another Node Prince Shafar army, but how to make money, and how to make more money. Now that the Order faction has blocked his way to make money, leaving him guarding a golden mountain, but unable to make any money, how can he not be angry and hateful? The angry Jieha didn't pay attention to the content of the conversation between Sed and Mahadown. For him, Dimensius, the Devourer of Worlds, and Udis, the Mana Furnace, were all too far away. The benefit is money. Thinking of money, Jieha's heart bleeds. If it weren't for the tricks of those hateful Drenii and the meddling of the Order faction, his current wealth would have increased by at least 5 times. I'm just a small businessman. You big guys are trying to balance each other. Why do you want to involve me? Jieha was helpless. He was just a small person. He was incapable of disobeying Halamad's will, let alone fighting against the Order faction. He could only accept the reality. If the crystallized fragments in Ashiga cannot be sold, then there is not much need for the existence of Ace Pier. After all, the profits from legitimate trade here are too thin. Well, Jia, he is actually not a serious businessman. He relies on black business. He is not good at formal trade. Or even if he is good at it, he does not have the strength to do it. Those big businessmen will not allow others to take advantage of it. Other profits. Jieha looked around absent-mindedly. And suddenly, he noticed an unusual group of dark clouds quickly approaching the direction of Ace Pier. What is that? Jia, he was stunned for a moment. Then reacted. Guard. There's a situation. In fact, he didn't need to shout. The other ethereal spirits on the dock also noticed something was wrong. Even a blind man would feel it when such a large dark cloud covering dozens of miles in the sky came over. All the virtual spirits on the Ace Pier are ready for battle. They do not believe that such a large dark cloud is naturally generated. As a member of the Star Boundary Consortium that runs business in various worlds in the universe all year round, every one of them can pick up weapons and become a combatant at any time. Such as Jia He said, and Mahadown stopped talking. The 2 powerful ethereal hunters gathered their strength to prepare for possible changes. The 2 of them were the strongest at Ace Pier, said in Mahadown. If it doesn't come forward, who will? The dark cloud gradually approached, and its true appearance was revealed in front of the void spirits. As they expected, this dark cloud was not naturally generated, nor was it a real dark cloud. but an unknown number of metal puppets. The void spirits had never seen Dracolic before and mistakenly regarded them as metal puppets. However, this did not prevent them from understanding that Dracolic was a large group of powerful combat weapons. The ethereal spirits discovered the Dracolic, and the Dracolic discovered them. The ethereal spirits, who were praying at the Ace Pier that these metal puppets were not coming to trouble them, found that their prayers were in vain, and the other party was coming for them. The Dracolic was pressing forward with great force. Zed and Mahadam were ready for a hard fight. Even though they were the best among the ethereal spirits, they did not dare to underestimate the Dracolic, because the power of the undead dragons filling the sky gave them put a lot of pressure on them. This is true for the two powerful void spirits. Zed and Mahadam. The situation of the other void spirit guards is even worse. The strong ones can barely stand against the power of the undead dragons of the Dracolic army. The weak ones do not even have the strength to stand before the other party could really overwhelm his bodyguard. Nearly half of his guards fell to their knees due to the excessive pressure. Jia, he felt panic in his heart. At this time, he no longer resented Zed and Mahadam. He was even very lucky. If it were not for the presence of these two powerful ethereal men, he would not have been able to fight at Espir. What he can do now, the only people he could rely on were the two same people he had cursed and resented in his heart before. Roar! In Jiehi's frightened eyes, the Dracolic stopped in midair 2 kilometers above Espir. Just when Jiehi was at a loss, the Dracolic roared together. A dragon's roar that shook the world. Many virtual spirits were so frightened that they sat down on the ground. Those who could no longer bear the power of the undead dragon and fell to their knees were even more frightened and lost their last remaining fighting spirit. The situation is not good. If the enemy comes, we won't be able to defend this place at all. Zed and Mahadam quietly leaned together. The two ethereal strong men were even more worried. The other party was too strong. If they met them in the ecological circle where Halamad was sitting, they would not be afraid. But the same cannot be said for Ace Doc, whose defense strength is less than 1/10,000th of the ecological circle. They glared angrily at the panicked Jiehi. The eyes of Zed and Mahadam were clearly blaming this clever businessman. They thought that Jiehi must have done something shady. For that reason a small profit offended a powerful force. And now the other party has made it clear that it wants to retaliate. Seeing the resentful look Zed and Mahadam gave him, Jiehi called out to Chon Tian Chu, 2 adults. This is unfair. I am just a small businessman. How dare I get into trouble casually? You have to believe me. Nothing was really done. We are fools to believe you. Zed and Mahadam didn't believe Jiehi's words. If this guy hadn't been greedy for the crystallized fragments of Washigun, why would they have come here? How could Zed and Mahadam trust him when something like crystallized fragments happened? Seeing that the two of them didn't believe it, Jiehi panicked. These two ethereal warriors were his only life-saving straw now. If he couldn't win their trust, these two people would definitely retreat without hesitation once the war started. At that time, the Ace Pier that you spent all your money to build has not been razed to the ground by those metal puppets in the sky? When he thought that he would go bankrupt after the destruction of Ace Pier, he was immediately frightened to death. For a person like him, there was nothing more terrifying than bankruptcy. Even death was not as scary as losing money. Fear. Sir said, I swear, I really didn't do anything. You must believe me, Lord Mahadam. For the sake of the Star Boundary Consortium, you can't abandon me and help your brothers. Jiehi cried so hard that he had snot and tears. But did the Voidlings have tears and snot? Zed and Mahadam ignored Jiehi at all. In their eyes, this businessman who turned a deaf ear to the resolutions of the two major factions of Ethereal and played tricks for money had no credibility in his words. The two ethereal powerhouses quietly exchanged glances, and both of them were determined to retreat immediately once the metal puppets in the sky launched an attack on Ace Pier. What? You said that Zed is a member of the Order faction who maintains order. Mahadam and Jiehi are both members of the Star Boundary Consortium. How could he do such a desperate thing? The Order faction maintains order. So what does it have to do with the destruction of Ace Pier? Mahadam was indeed a member of the Star Boundary Consortium, but Ace Pier was Jiehi's personal property. It was destroyed, but the Star Boundary Consortium suffered no loss. If that's the case, why risk your life to save it? Just as the virtual spirits on the dock were trembling with fear, a voice came from the sky. Is this how the Star Boundary Consortium treats guests who come to discuss business? The void spirits followed the sound and saw a human man with his eyes closed standing on the largest metal puppet. After he spoke, the power of the undead dragon that nearly suffocated them disappeared. Chapter 918. Is this enough? Talking about business? Jia's body trembled. And then his eyes lit up. He didn't know Leo's identity. But judging from Leo's grand appearance, this human being's identity was anything but ordinary. For Jia, this human being with the ability to easily destroy his peer was someone he could not hope for. And big shots. Will the business of big shot like this have to negotiate be small? Thinking with your toes. You know this is impossible. Before the incident happened, Jia, he only dared to think about his interaction with such a big shot when he was dreaming. Now, the things he could only think about in his dreams have become true. If he didn't know that his mind was clear enough, Jia, he would definitely think he was in a dream. What's this? This is opportunity. This is an opportunity that is enough to change yourself. Jia, he knew that if he could seize this opportunity, his life would be changed. If he let it go, he would always be a small businessman. Thinking that the visit of this big man today could change his life, Jia felt a surge of enthusiasm in his heart. The fear and fear that had filled his heart before were swept away. What was left was only fanaticism. Wanting to seize the opportunity to change his life. A fanaticism. Leo didn't notice Jia. In his eyes, the ethereal spirits on the ground who were covered with bandages and made themselves look like mummies all looked the same. What he is paying attention to now is whether the power he gives is enough to deter these virtual spirits. The virtual spirits of the Astral Consortium are jokingly called cosmic goblins. But these guys are not on the same level as goblins. Goblins are limited to one world, while void spirits' business is spread all over the universe. Comparing the two, if goblins are just a group of hooligans, the Astral Consortium is an organized and large-scale gang. In addition to normal trade, the Star Boundary Consortium also has many black businesses. It is not surprising that they engage in acts such as smuggling and robbery. If you want to negotiate business with such a force, you should wait to be eaten by them if you don't show the strength that makes them afraid. It is precisely because he understands this truth that Leo will put up such a big battle to give them a decisive blow before the virtual spirits of the Star Boundary Consortium come into contact. So that these space goblins understand that Leo is not a soft persimmon who can be manipulated at will and deal with him. It is best to put away their colorful intestines. From the prepared looks of the numerous ethereal spirits on Ace Pier, Leo could see that his goal had been achieved. Under the gaze of many ethereal spirits, Actaz and Valastes flew out. The two powerful Dracolic men used their own spines to form a connected staircase. Leo stepped on this staircase step by step. Walked down one step. Another powerful Dracolic, Pelagian, was waiting on the ground early. As soon as Leo's feet touched the ground, he moved out a reclining chair covered with jewelry and made of gold so that Leo could sit down. Zed and Mahadon secretly sighed at how grand this human being was. At the same time, they raised Leo's weight in their hearts and paid more and more attention to this unidentified human being. The two powerful void spirits are not inexperienced people. They have been to many worlds and know that the more powerful the person is, the more noble the nobles are, the more they pay attention to this. My lord, the astral merchant Jia greets you. I am the steward of Ace Pier, and I am happy to serve you. Jia spoke before Zed and Mahadon. He understood that if he waited for these two powerful ethereal men to come to their senses, nothing would happen to him. Jia could only contact Leo first. Seize this opportunity. Although such behavior will make Zed and Mahadon dissatisfied. In Jia's opinion, it is worth it. Not everyone can encounter an opportunity that can change his life. If you let it slip through your hands, go away. Jia, he will have to regret it to death. Sure enough, after hearing Jia's words, Zed and Mahadon immediately expressed their dissatisfaction with their eyes. Leo is obviously a big shot. And what such a big shot wants to talk about must be something unusual. Who does Jia he dare to speak before him? He doesn't want to mess around anymore? Leo didn't know who he was in contact with, or what his status was in the Star Boundary Consortium. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. From Leo's point of view, as long as he can achieve his goal and get what he wants, it is enough. He doesn't bother to care about the identity of the person who is doing the transaction with him. As for Zed and Mahadon's dissatisfaction with Jia, that is the matter of the virtual spirits themselves. What does it have to do with him? Leo? My name is Leo. After briefly introducing himself, Leo immediately talked about business with Jia. Are you a businessman from the Star Boundary Consortium? That's great. I have a business to discuss with you. It's great to get straight to the point and discuss business directly. Jia, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He was afraid that Leo would talk about other things. If that happened, Said and Mahadown would have the opportunity to step in and squeeze him out. Now that we discuss business directly, there are very few opportunities for others to intervene. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jia, he replied, dear guest, I wonder what kind of business you want to negotiate with me. If Said and Mahadown were just dissatisfied with Jia talking before them. Now they are angry. When Jia, he answered Leo's words. He was talking about me. Not us. What kind of idea does this guy have? They still don't know? What a huge appetite to get away from us and have contact with this human being alone. Does a small businessman really think that he funded the construction of such a dilapidated wharf, and this is his territory? And he can act without any scruples? Jia, he felt two chi forces locked on him. He knew who the masters of these two chi forces were. Normally, he would not dare to provoke either of the two people. But in order to seize this opportunity, he decided to fight. A handful. Ignoring the tension between the ethereal spirits, Leo stated the purpose of his trip. The ecosystem of the Star Boundary Consortium is good. I want this technology. Please give me a price. By ecosystem technology. Jiehe's mind buzzed. Big business. Indeed a big deal. What is the technology that the Star Boundary Consortium can best use? Ecosphere. The ethereal spirits are doing business everywhere in the universe, traveling through tens of millions of worlds. Not every world's environment is suitable for phantom spirits to survive. When they encounter a world that is not suitable for their survival, the phantom spirits want to do business here. It is natural to transform a stronghold suitable for one's own survival. This technology is the ecosystem, navigating in the universe and traveling through multiple worlds. This kind of ability is not unique to the Star World Consortium. It can be said that all strong people with certain abilities and groups with certain strengths have such abilities. However, the ecosystem technology is different. It is a technology unique to the Star Boundary Consortium, because it is not only applicable to a single world, but can be used in all worlds reached by the Star Boundary Consortium. It allows people to create an environment suitable for their own survival in various worlds. This technology is so powerful that even a fool can see it. Its value can only be described as sky high. As a business alliance, the Ecosystem Technology Star Realm Consortium has not never made sales. However, these transactions are operated by the upper echelons of the consortium. And there is no way for a small person like Jiehe to get involved. Leo's business really worried Jiehe. Jiehe is just a small figure in the Star Boundary Consortium. Ecosystem technology is one of the most precious assets of the consortium. How can he get it? Even if he didn't mention this, how could he, Jiehe, know what price the ecosystem could offer? Even if a small person like him knows that the consortium sells ecosystem technology, it is impossible to know how much profit it makes. Of course, Jiehe can also set a random price. Anyway, when talking about business, it's just asking for a high price and paying back the money. But the question is, does he dare? When Jiehe struck up a conversation with Leo, he said that he was an astral businessman. He appeared in front of Leo as a businessman of the Astral Consortium, and he represented the Astral Consortium. The price he offered was naturally that of the Astral Consortium. Price? Does Jiehe, who doesn't understand the value of the ecosystem, dare to speak randomly? Since Leo came to ask for the ecosystem technology, he naturally knew its value. If Jiehe offered too high a price, it would definitely cause his displeasure. But if the offer was too low, would the other party misunderstand him and think that Jiehe was there? What about teasing him? With the strength of the Star Realm Financial Group, they would naturally not care about ordinary people. But what if the other party is unusual? The so-called peace brings wealth. Just to create an enemy for the consortium, Hermad had to skin him and cramp him. Jiehe, he wanted to cry. The business Leo wanted to discuss was as he expected. It was indeed a big deal. If he could make this deal, it would indeed change his fate. However, this deal was not something he could do. It can be done. Jiehe didn't have the technology of the ecosystem, and he didn't know the price of the ecosystem. How could he negotiate with Leo? Mahadown knew that it was time for him to appear on the stage. This little Jiehe, he really didn't know the heights of the world. A small character dared to come to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Wasn't he living impatiently? Just wait. There will be a time when you cry. After giving Jiehe a fierce look, this ethereal hunter with a high status in the Star Realm Financial Group came out. Hello, distinguished guest. I am Mahadown from the Star Boundary Consortium. We can discuss your desire to purchase ecosystem technology. The other party switched to another person to discuss with him. Leo didn't seem to care. He only cared about his own problem, How are you going to sell the ecosystem technology to the Star Boundary Consortium? Please make a price quickly. My time is precious. Ecosystem technology is the most precious wealth of our Star Boundary Consortium. If you want to sell a product at a high price, you must first tout it and show its preciousness, no matter whether it is true or false. It is natural to quote a high price after having these foreshadowing. Mahadaon had exactly this idea. But it was a pity that Leo didn't give him a chance. A hill that refracted colorful light in the sun appeared. It was made up of countless fine crystal particles. Mahadaon was stunned when he saw it. Even he had never seen such a huge fortune. Leo snorted, a bit impatient in his tone. My time is precious, and I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Is this enough? Chapter 919 Material Officer Pastas. You should be grateful to me. As Nefarian sat on the way back to Heron, the voice of Goldfinger sounded in Leo's mind. But Leo ignored him. After turning over a finger-sized crystal particle in his hand, Leo looked over it. Austria just replied lazily, "Thank you for secretly collecting these rags?" Tatters? Goldfinger was angry. What is tatters? Such valuable rags? Let me tell you. This is called life essence. It is of little use to flesh and blood creatures like you. But it is of no use to spiritual beings like void spirits. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars. Otherwise you think they would sell the ecosystem technology to you easily. It turns out this thing is called essence of life. Leo shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. At Ace Pier, when he took out a small mountain of fine crystal particles from his private space, all the virtual spirits were shocked. As one of the top executives of the Astral Consortium, Mahadaon has seen a lot of wealth. But even he has never seen so many life essences stacked together. Faced with such a large amount of wealth, Mahadaon was already thinking about robbing him. If he hadn't still had some clarity in his mind, and knew that he would never be Leo's opponent, he would really do it. Enough? Enough? No. Not enough. What Leo paid was enough to buy the ecosystem technology. Mahadaon wanted to say enough. But his greed for wealth controlled him, and made him say the word not enough. Oh! From the performance of the ethereal hunter, Leo knew that the price he paid was not low. He didn't say anything about Mahadaon's greed. He just waved his hand, and another hill made of piled particles appeared on the Ace Pier. Hiss! This time, not only Mahadaon, but also said of the Order faction could not help but blush. Leo is too rich. Does he know what he spilled? It is the essence of life that can make all void spirits jealous. Theoretically speaking, there is no limit to the lifespan of a virtual spirit. But theories are just theories after all. The reason why we came to the theory that there is no limit to the lifespan of a virtual spirit is based on the situation that the virtual spirit does nothing. However, as a high-level intelligent life, can the virtual spirit endure being motionless, like a brain-dead vegetative person? Obviously, this is not possible. To think and act, the life energy in the virtual spirit's body will be consumed, and the virtual spirit's understanding of eternal existence will be broken. At this time, what can the virtual spirit use to make up for the consumption of life? There is only one answer, and that is the essence of life. Whenever something can increase lifespan, it is priceless. The essence of life may not be of much use to other creatures, and may even be directly disposed of as waste. But in the eyes of Void Spirit, it would not be exchanged for a mountain of gold. Mahadaon hesitated. Leo's wealth was far beyond his imagination. Reason told him to stop immediately. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. But his greed for wealth drove him to ask Leo for more money. Many. This idiot. Does he want more? Not only said, but also Jia had despised Mahadaon. This ethereal hunter was really blinded by wealth. The other party who came to buy the ecosystem technology of the Star Boundary Consortium must have inquired about the price. Mahadaon or Leo would be angered by the other party's behavior. Jia, he was even more worried secretly. Ace Pier was his lifeblood. If Leo raised Ace Pier in anger, who would Jia he cry to? Just when the virtual spirits were hesitant, a strange voice intervened. Dear guest, what you pay is far beyond the pricing of ecosystem technology. Hearing this, Mahadaon's anger suddenly boiled up. Who is talking? Is this guy here to cause trouble? Damn thing! A virtual spirit came forward. Said and Mahadaon did not recognize this virtual spirit, but they recognized it. This was the material officer he recruited. Pastas. He's crazy? In Jia's impression, this material officer was a good and cautious assistant. It was precisely because of Pastas' character that Jia felt comfortable letting him serve as his material officer. But now look at what he said. He actually said that the price given by Leo far exceeded the price set by the Star Boundary Consortium. Didn't this force Mahdown to become enemies with him? Offending Mahdown as past as was simply asking for death. Jia never thought that the material officer he recruited had such a bold, no, crazy side. Jia's strange eyes and Mahdown's angry eyes did not affect Pastez. The virtual spirit walked up to Leo and said respectfully, "Distinguished guest." As Lord Mahdown said, he said that ecosystem technology is the most valuable asset of the Star World Consortium, and its value cannot be measured by money. Leo raised his eyebrows. He heard what Pastez meant. It was not something that could be measured by money. This meant that in addition to paying, he had to agree to some other conditions. Tell me. The answer of just 3 words made Pastez feel relieved. Liuken talking to him meant that his plan could be implemented smoothly. This time Pastez was right. Distinguished guest. A Void Lord named Dimensius came to this world through a rift in the plane. Now he is near the Mana Furnace, UTIs. This Void Lord is known as the Devourer of all worlds. And he is very concerned about the normal behavior of the consortium. Trade has caused a lot of trouble. If you can take action, we can deliver the ecosystem technology immediately. Pastez laid out his conditions. And said, and Mahdown's eyes lit up. This kid has a future. Dimensius, the Devourer of Worlds, is a cunning but powerful Void Lord. This guy is at loggerheads with the Void Spirits. The Order has been hunting him for thousands of years. And the Star Realm Consortium has also been harassed by him for thousands of years. Except for Shafar's revenge army. The other ethereal spirits wanted Dimensius to die immediately. It's just that Dimensius was too cunning. And he escaped many times when the Void Spirits encircled and suppressed him. Now this guy has become a thorn in the eyes of the Order sect and the senior officials of the Star World Consortium. And must be removed. The Devourer of Worlds is like a ghost that lingers, always haunting the ethereal spirits. I don't know how many members of the Order sect and the Astral Consortium have been eaten by him as supplements. This time he finally mastered it, knowing his whereabouts. The Order faction and the Star Boundary Consortium were determined to solve this scourge. According to the original preparations of the Void Spirits, the certainty of killing Dimensius was less than 50%. But with the addition of Leo, a powerful external aid, the success rate would increase by at least 10%. So when Pastez offered this condition, both set of the Order faction and Mahdown of the Astral Consortium were very satisfied. Compared with solving the big scourge of Dimensius, they would make less money. Money is nothing, let alone making less money now. If the conditions proposed by Pastez are successful, the benefits will not stop there. The Order sect came to this world to hunt down Dimensius. Since they have come, they will definitely take up space and resources. And the business of the Star Boundary Consortium will also be affected. After Dimensius is eliminated, the Order sect still has reason to stay. Don't you want to go here? Once the people of the Order faction leave, the Star Boundary Consortium can take over the resources and territory they control, and expand the consortium's business in this world to earn more wealth. It can not only solve the troubles that have plagued the consortium for many years, but also make good friends with the Order faction. It can also allow the consortium to profit from subsequent actions without damaging its current interests. Mahdown and Sed looked at each other, and saw the satisfied look in each other's eyes. This Pastez was much more knowledgeable than Jay. Not only did he not offend them, but he also allowed the Order sect and the Star World Consortium to gain traction. The good thing is that he is a good person, contrary to the good mood of the 2 strong men of the same race. Jia, he now felt so regretful that he wanted to hit the wall. He never thought that the material officer he recruited would stab him at this moment. Compared to Pastez's proposal, wasn't his previous attempt to eat alone more annoying? Pastez, you despicable betrayer. So shameless. Jia, he gnashed his teeth in hatred for his supplies officer. But he couldn't get angry yet. This breath was making him extremely uncomfortable. Pastez just glanced at Jia, his murderous eyes. Pastez had no time to care about his employer's current mood. Just as Jia, he had thought before. This was an opportunity that could change his destiny. Not catching it will make people regret it for life. It's just that Pastez was not as impulsive as Jay. He waited until he figured out the situation, and saw the right time before he stood up. You, Jia, are not the only ones in this world who want to seize the opportunity to change their lives. Why should I, Pastez, have to be a material officer for a small businessman all my life and not be able to develop on a larger stage? It was this idea that prompted Pastez to stand up. And judging from the current situation, he succeeded. Pastez's proposal not only won the appreciation of Sed and Mahdown, but also aroused Leo's interest. Dimensius, Lord of the Void, Devourer of Realms. What a big tone! Leo rubbed his chin, becoming interested in Dimensius. He still lacked a powerful Void Lord. It would be good if Dimensius could conquer him. I agree to your conditions. When will we take action? When he heard that Leo agreed to his conditions, Pastes was trembling with excitement. What does Leo's agreement mean? It shows that Pastes successfully seized this opportunity that was enough to change his destiny. Dimensius is entering this world through the spiritual channel. It is difficult for us to cause harm to him in the spiritual channel. Maybe you need to wait for a while, Pastes said and looked at Mahadon. The ethereal hunter knew what he meant and immediately took out the communicator specially made by the Astral Consortium and handed it to Leo. Just as Leo was recalling the transaction at Ace Pier, Goldfinger interrupted him. The essence of life can buy you a lot of things. You can collect it yourself in the future. In the past, the reason for secretly collecting the fine crystal particles left after the corpses were absorbed was because Leo didn't understand how precious they were. And Goldfinger couldn't contact Leo directly at that time. So he had no choice but to do so. Now knowing that these things called life essence can be exchanged for benefits from Void Spirit, Goldfinger knows that Leo will not let it go and will no longer help. This guy is really lazy as long as he can. Leo curled his lips and was about to speak when Nefarian, his mount, turned around and said, Master, Harlan is here. Chapter 920 Khadgar is looking for trouble. Heron. This place was an isolated place before the arrival of humans and blood elves. It was surrounded by cliffs and had a natural chasm that blocked the entry of outside creatures. However, now this desolate place has changed greatly. Facts have once again proved that the ability of intelligent creatures is powerful. Leo has been out for only one day, but Harlan has changed drastically. The rough outline of the city wall built along the cliff has appeared, and hundreds of temporary buildings for human habitation have been erected. The busy blood elves and humans have turned the originally desolate Heron into a busy construction site. From the air, Harlan already has the prototype of a large city. Leo's return caused a commotion in Heron, and the scene of thousands of dragon liches arriving attracted everyone's attention. Fortunately, the people entering Heron now were all soldiers. The commotion quickly subsided under the scolding of the officers. Heron is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is located right in the center of Nagrand. It is an ideal place to build a city for us who want to control Nagrand. But if we don't have a way to deal with the Throne of Elements, building a city here it would be a disaster. Khadgar has deep worries. It is not easy to offend the gods. You must always be prepared for the gods' counterattack, especially if you are sneaking under his nose. You must be even more careful. Although it was only 3 or 5 days before the Battle of Galadar, Khadgar felt extremely tired of walking on thin ice. In fact, it is not just Khadgar who feels this way, but also Danaeus, Liatron, Ramath, Scarlet and even Kael'dats. Offending the gods, and offending 4 gods at once. No one else would be worried about this. Not everyone can be as neurotic as Leo and act like nothing is wrong. Those guys on the Throne of Elements are indeed our formidable enemies. If we don't deal with them, not only will we have to be on guard in the world of Draenor, but even our own world will not be peaceful. Leo also looked embarrassed. The 4 elemental gods in the world of Draenor are indeed worrying. With our current power, we are still unable to kill them, even if we can deal with the 4 elemental gods at once. Arather and Quel'Sas cannot do it with full force. You know who is going to deal with you. You know where the other person is. And you also know the principle of attacking first to gain strength and then suffering disaster. But you don't have enough ability to deal with the other person. Is there anything more depressing than this? There is a saying that goes, if you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? Both Arather and Quel'Thalas have big businesses, and the power of the 2 kingdoms is widely spread, which makes it difficult for them to defend against the revenge of the elemental gods. Now that everyone gathers in Nagrand, they can fatally attack the throne of the elements. A certain threat will make the elemental gods wary, but they cannot stay in Heron forever. Once the power is dispersed, it is difficult to say what will happen. Those guys on the Throne of Elements can hatch some conspiracies behind the scenes. There's no guarantee that they won't secretly plot tricks. The notion that gods disdain to deal with mortals doesn't work for them. If you take any chances, you'll regret it. It's definitely you. The only solution for now is to quickly increase our own strength. Gather enough power in the shortest possible time. Kill the elemental throne. And deal with those elemental gods. But how easy is it to kill a god? What's more, killing 4 elemental gods at once is countless times more difficult than ascending to heaven. Leo looked around at everyone. Faced with this situation, Kael'thas frowned. Liadrin couldn't think of a good way. Danaus and Scarlet were helpless. Only Khadgar, huh? When his eyes fell on Archmage Khadgar, Leo found that this prematurely aging human mage seemed to have something difficult to resolve, which immediately caught his attention. Could it be that Khadgar has a way? Master Khadgar, do you have any good suggestions? If you have any difficulties, maybe we can help you. He asked the question immediately after discovering it. Leo's words focused everyone's attention on Khadgar, who finally made a decision after some hesitation. I once practiced with my teacher Medivh in Karazhan for a long time. There I came into contact with many things that I still can't understand until now. Maybe we can get a solution to the current dilemma in Karazhan. Karazhan was once the place where the guardian Medivh lived. Before Medivh was controlled by the soul of Sargeras, that place was a holy place worshipped by all human mages, and its status was even higher than that of Dalaran. Although the battle between Grand Duke Lothar and Medivh caused much damage to Karazhan, resulting in the loss of many precious magical documents, there are still many things worth exploring there. If someone hadn't used powerful magic to seal Karazhan later, making it impossible for outsiders to enter, the place would have been evacuated long ago. Now Khadgar mentioned Karazhan, and with the number of years the Archmage had stayed there and his familiarity with it, he really gave everyone hope. When Kael'thas heard that he was going to enter Karazhan, he was not unfamiliar with the Blood Elf princes of the Guardian lineage. Medivh, known as the most powerful mage in human history, has been famous for a long time. If he could enter Medivh having practiced and lived in Karazhan for a long time, he might be able to find something useful to him. Mage Khadgar, do you have a way to enter Karazhan? As a race that integrates magic into the blood of each tribe, the Blood Elves have never had the idea of Karazhan, but they are helpless in the face of the magic that blocks Karazhan. Even Liadrin, Ramath, and Asta's strong men like Luo also returned home defeated. Anyone else would definitely be skeptical if Liadrin wanted to enter Karazhan, but the person who said this was Khadgar, Medivh's former apprentice and a human mage who had practiced in Karazhan for many years. Liadrin. Doubts turned into expectations. While everyone else was digesting the news from Khadgar, Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden words in his hand and fell into deep thought. Karazhan is not an easy place to enter. The magic barrier that isolates it from the world excludes more than 99% of the people in this world. Seeing how no one has successfully broken in for so many years, Leo even doubts this. The magic barrier was created by the magic god Egwene himself. Even if Khadgar can lead everyone into Karazhan, the trip may not be smooth, because Karazhan is not an empty city, and there are many dangers in it. Not all the magic traps and magic guards Medivh had laid in Karazhan were destroyed, because when Archduke Lothar led his men to attack Karazhan, Khadgar was the one leading the way, thus avoiding many passes. And who knows if these passes have been changed now? If there are no changes, that's fine. Once there are changes, if you enter, you will have to face the defenders created by Medivh himself, and the traps laid by the most outstanding mage in human history. Even if you are stronger than Leo, it will be a huge headache. Who is Medivh? The son of the Dharma god Egwene, the most outstanding mage in human history. A monster destined to become a god before he was even born. Who dares to take such a person lightly? What's more, after being possessed by Sargeras' soul, Medivh stayed in Karazhan for a long time. Who knows what Sargeras controlled his body to do in Karazhan? As the big boss of the Burning Legion, it would be painful for Sargeras to just make any noise. Even though Leo could face off against one or even two elemental gods, even the blood god hacker was killed by him. He was really unsure about breaking into Karazhan. Master Khadgar, can you really lead us into Karazhan? Scarlet looked very excited. Compared to everyone present, this girl's energy-raising skills were obviously not enough. She just barely had the word urgent written on her face. One glance shows that Scarlet is overly enthusiastic about entering Karazhan, which makes it clear that there is something she needs in Karazhan. If we are talking about business, this silly girl will definitely be a fat sheep that will be slaughtered. Stop it! Leo shook his head. Why did it involve talking about business? Could it be that after contacting the ethereal merchants of the Star Boundary Consortium, the thoughts in his mind have not changed yet? Khadgar looked at Scarlet, not too surprised by Queen Arathar's unusual behavior, while Donna's gave Khadgar a blocking look. The commander was very dissatisfied with Khadgar mentioning Karazhan in front of Scarlet. It seemed that he knew something. Yes, I do have a way to enter Karazhan, but the number of places to enter is very limited. Khadgar generously admitted that he could bring people into Karazhan, and what he gained was Scarlet's excitement and Donna's gloomy expression. Looking at his face, he then continued, "Scarlet, as a friend of Sir Lothar, I must solemnly remind you not to touch things you cannot touch in pursuit of powerful power. This is too dangerous. How can I protect my country and my people if I don't have enough power?" Scarlet retorted firmly. It was obvious that she didn't listen to Khadgar's persuasion at all. Leo frowned. Although the conversation between Khadgar and Scarlet was unspoken, Leo could still roughly hear it. The reason why Scarlet was so enthusiastic about Karazhan was because it contained a powerful power that could give her. However, there is no pie in the sky. The benefits that appear out of nowhere are accompanied by extreme dangers. From Leo's heart, he didn't want Scarlet to take risks. So Khadgar reminded her that the danger would not be small. Leo wanted to stop Scarlet, but thinking about this silly girl's stubborn temper gave him a headache. "What you said, Khadgar, is true. We are here to discuss ways to deal with the elemental gods, not to let people take risks. Why are you mentioning Karazhan when you have nothing to do?" At this time, Leo surprisingly felt the same hatred as Donna's. Khadgar is really good at looking for trouble. Chapter 921 Warning or Reminder. "What? You are going to Karazhan? You are not allowed to go. I will never allow this to happen. There is a word called Roaring Court. Well, it is not the right word to use now. But making such a noise in the meeting hall of Stromgard Palace is the first time anyone has dared to do so since Scarlet took over Arather. If anyone else had dared to do that, the palace guards from Stromgard would have rushed up to him, aimed a few big slaps at the guy's face, beat him until stars appeared in his eyes, and then dragged him out like a dead dog. However, this time if the Howler was not a human but a dragon, the guards would be helpless. Sanori stood in the center of the meeting hall with an angry look on her face. Her eyes glanced around the people in the hall. After passing over Kael'thas, Kargard, Danaeus, Liadrin and Ramath, she finally stopped at Leo and Scarlet. This bronze dragon came to visit Leo and his party after they returned from the world of Draenor. After learning that Leo was going to Karazhan, she turned against her without warning. Such a change was very unexpected. Kael'thas, Liadrin and others had no idea why the bronze dragon had such a big reaction. Donna's and Khadgar also didn't understand what happened. Everyone in the hall was very puzzled. Could there be any secrets in Karazhan? Or something untouchable there? Otherwise, the bronze dragon named Sanori would not have reacted like this. Kael'thas had some doubts in his eyes, and turned his gaze to Leo. He was observing Leo's reaction. Sanori's yelling made Scarlet's face darken. As the Queen of Arather, she was dissatisfied that someone was making noise in her palace. Compared with her, Leo was much calmer. In Leo's memory, Sanoli, a bronze dragon, did not have such a temperament. Thinking about how she could ignore the bronze dragon's mission of maintaining world order for her own safety, you can know what kind of person she is. Even if Kara, there was really something extraordinary about Zanzhong, and she wouldn't have had such a big reaction. Therefore, Leo made a judgment that Sanori was simply using the topic as an excuse, and her next actions were her real purpose. Ignoring Scarlet's expression that clearly wanted to drive people away, Sanoli continued her riot in the palace. She pointed at Leo and yelled in a scolding tone, "How many more things are you going to cause? Do you know what you have done? If you hadn't intervened, this woman would have died long ago." When Sanoli talked about this woman, she pointed at Scarlet, whose expression became even more ugly. "Is this bronze dragon crazy?" In the palace of Arather, he pointed at the Queen of Arather Kingdom, and said that she should have died long ago. This is provoking the whole of Arather. Khadgar and Donna's looked at Sanori with extremely unfriendly eyes. If the bronze dragon dared to speak rudely again, they would take action to shut her up. Sanoli saw the actions of the two powerful human beings in her eyes. Instead of restraining herself, she intensified her actions. "What? Did I say something wrong?" The bronze dragon stared at Leo, with a confident expression on his face. It seemed that what she said was the truth, and those who opposed her were trying to distort the truth. If you hadn't appeared, she will not go to the trial in the Western Wilderness at all. The Cathedral of the Holy Light will arrange for her to return directly to Stromgard. During the battle when Stromgard fell, Sanoli suddenly stopped when she said this. Not because she didn't want to say it, but because a strong mental pressure locked onto her. And this mental pressure contained a strong warning. Although the bronze dragon didn't finish his words, everyone had already guessed the ending. Without Leo, Scarlet would not have gone to the West Wilds after graduating from the Cathedral of Holy Light. Naturally, she would not have stayed in Stormwind City to thoroughly investigate the case of the Defias thieves. She would have returned directly to Stromgard. And this time, it happened to be the battle that destroyed Stromgard Castle. With the strength of the female paladin at that time and her temperament, the outcome was self-evident. In other words, Leo's appearance just allowed Scarlet to avoid a fatal disaster. The eyes of Khadgar and Donna's flickered one after another. They would not believe these words from others. But Sanori is a bronze dragon who can spy on the future in the endless torrent of time. How could her words be believed? Wrong? The bronze dragon protects the order of the world and prevents what happens in this world from deviating from history. If this is the case, Khadgar and Donna suddenly tightened their hands on the weapons. They thought of a fact that they could not accept. That is, according to the history of the Bronze Dragon Guard, Scarlet should have died long ago. And Grand Duke Lothar's lineage, it will also be cut off. Hateful. From the perspective of the Bronze Dragon, they are not wrong. But from the perspective of humans, it is unacceptable. Donna's and Khadgar looked at Sanori with extremely unfriendly eyes, while Kael'thas lowered his head and pondered. Different positions lead to different ways of thinking about the same thing. The Blood Elf Prince is not angry because Lothar's lineage has been severed. What he is thinking about is that Leo's appearance has caused history to deviate from the trajectory approved by the Bronze Dragon. Then whether everything that happened after that has changed because of this. This change for the Blood Elves and Quel'Thalas. Are there advantages or disadvantages? Scarlet's expression was very strange. Of course she could think of everything Khadgar and Danaeus could think of. Sanori had no need to lie. Which meant that in the so-called correct history of the Bronze Dragon, she would really die. Instead of sitting in the position of Queen Arathor like she does now. What would become of Arathor if he died? Scarlet didn't dare to think about it. Leo took the female paladin's hand, squeezed it gently, and gave her a reassuring smile. Scarlet felt a lot more settled in her heart. As long as this man was by her side, all problems seemed to become easier. After spraying Scarlet and arousing the anger of the strong human being, Sanori seemed to think that she had not caused enough trouble and had not raised enough enemies. She turned her head and pointed directly at Kael'thas. Blood Elf. Sun Chaser. Don't think it's nothing to do with you. If Leo hadn't intervened randomly, you wouldn't even be able to protect yourself now. How could it be so easy for Deathmark and Disam being solved? As for you, Kael'thas, listening to Sanori talking about himself, Kael'thas couldn't help but focus his attention. Not only him, but also the prince he was loyal to and the only heir to the kingdom. How could Liadrin and Ramath neglect him? The eyes of the three strong blood elves in the hall fell on Sanori. If that kid hadn't caused trouble, you would have become Kil'jaeden's puppet. You'll end up dead. Right? Leo interrupted Nosali at this time. Death and destruction. Kael'thas' mental power immediately locked onto Sanori. The weight of these 4 words made it impossible for the Blood Elf Prince to ignore it. He would not let Sanori leave until he made the matter clear. Even if he offended Bronze. The same goes for the Dragon Clan. Okay, Kael'thas. Please don't get excited yet. Sanoli did not refute her words. Leo smiled brightly. He already knew the Bronze Dragon's purpose this time. So he continued. Actually, you just need to think about it. Wouldn't it be clear what would happen if you used Passerian's blood crystal? Kael'thas remained silent. The blood crystal in Passerian's hand was created by Kil'jaeden in order to plot against him. With Kael'thas' trust in Passerian, he really wouldn't have it. He suspected that even with Kael'thas' confidence, Kil'jaeden knew that he would definitely fall into the trap. Liadrin and Ramath's faces turned pale. So in the history of the Bronze Dragon Guard, their prince Kael'thas would die. And the fate of the Blood Elves would not be much better. The giant dragon really doesn't have any good things. The Bronze Dragon knew that misfortune would happen, but did nothing. Are they deliberately trying to laugh at us? It has to be said that Sanalila's ability to hate is indeed powerful. With such a quarrel, both humans and Blood Elves became dissatisfied with the Bronze Dragon. After successfully drawing hatred between the 2 major races, Sanori was still arrogant. She pointed at Leo arrogantly and said, Leo, Queen Solidum and Prince Anaclaus asked me to solemnly warn you. What you have done has seriously damaged the trajectory of the world. And the Bronze Dragon, as the Guardian of Time, will no longer tolerate you. Are you threatening me? There was no change on Leo's face. But the murderous aura pouring out of his body made it known that the Bronze Dragon had made him angry. Threat? You can say that if you want. Sanoli ignored Leo's reaction and continued. Quicksand Scale is not like the Queen and Prince. Even if the great eternal king does not return, he has the right to break the rules for everything. Guys, take action. Have you finished what you want to say? Leo stretched out his hand and made a gesture of expelling guests. I'm looking forward to what kind of surprises the Time Guardian will bring to me. Sanori left angrily, and with Leo's acquiescence, no one made it difficult for her. There was silence in the palace hall of Stromgard. Everyone was digesting the information revealed by Sanori. Except Leo. Actually, the answer is very simple. In the historical trajectory recognized by the Bronze Dragon, both Arothar and Quel'Thalas are unlucky. The bloodline of Grand Duke Lothar was cut off. Arothar declined, and so did Quel'Thalas. Kael'thas became a pawn in Kil'jaeden's hands and died miserably. And the Blood Elves who were loyal to him were not much better. Leo's tone sounded like he was telling a trivial matter. But in the ears of Kael'thas, Scarlet and others, it was like thunder. Okay, don't think so much. Didn't it happen? Leo said with a bit of bitterness on his face. You have escaped the disaster. But I have to bear the wrath of the Bronze Dragon. What a fate for me. It's really hard. Of course the Bronze Dragon can't let you deal with it alone. Kael'thas stood up. In the history recognized by the Bronze Dragon, I am already a dead person. Their behavior will definitely wipe me out. It seems that quiet won't work if Earthalas doesn't join forces with you. I'm curious now. Is this Sanori here to warn you, or is she here to remind you? Chapter 922A Family Portrait. It's one thing to deal with a quicksand scales attack, but it's another to go to Karazhan. Leo would not stop what he was doing just because the Bronze Dragon would come to trouble him. Nor would Scarlet. Nor would Kael'thas. In fact, Sanori really came to remind Leo. If she hadn't made such a fuss, who would have known that Quicksand Scale would have gathered the Time Guardians among the Bronze Dragons to deal with Leo? Regardless of their calculations, these guys would really cause Leo a lot of trouble. More than just a reminder. There was another message in Sonoli's words. The forces in the Bronze Dragon were divided into three. Queen Solidome, Prince Anaklos, and the Quicksand Scale stood on three sides. Now, the two forces of the Quicksand Scale, Solidome and Anachronos, who were about to take action against Leo, stood idly by. Unless the Eternal King appears and gives an order to kill Leo, the Queen and Prince of the Bronze Dragon will not take any action. The meaning of Sonori's big fight in Arothar Palace was more than that. At least from Leo's perspective. What he saw was that the Queen and Prince of the Bronze Dragon intended to help him win over the Blood Elves as allies to fight against the Quicksand Scale. It seems that these two Bronze Dragon Kings are very much looking forward to him making things bigger and making the water of this world as muddy as possible. Preferably to the point where even the Eternal King Nozdormu cannot handle it. The reason for this is probably that they have also seen certain things that will happen in the future, and they are unwilling to do something. But they are limited by their identity or afraid of the Eternal King who has never shown up. So they dare not come forward themselves. So I just want Leo to help them start a fight. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help laughing. He was laughing at the Ridome and Anachronos. The two closest dragons in Nozdormu probably didn't know it yet. And even their Eternal King was in deep confusion. There is a saying that care leads to chaos. In fact, as long as Solidome and Anaklos think carefully, they will discover the mystery. During the War of Deathwing's betrayal, the 5 Guardian Dragon Kings gathered together. As the Eternal King, Nozdormu was the last one to arrive. He arrived much later than the other 4 Dragon Kings. At the time, it seemed that there was no problem. After all, one of the 5 Dragon Kings had to be the last to arrive. But what happened next gave Nozdormu's late arrival this time a special meaning. The 5 Guardian Dragon Kings gathered together. The 4 Dragon Kings Alexstad, Isra, Malygos, and Nozdormu injected their power into what was later called the Demon Soul. It was this thing that created the death. The wings are powerful. Why after that battle, the Guardian Dragon Kings were no longer as close as before and became suspicious of each other? It was probably because the others were suspicious of Nozdormu. Is it possible for Nozdormu, the Eternal King, not to know what will happen next? If you don't know, why are you so late? Since you knew that such a tragedy would happen, why didn't you, Nozdormu, warn you? Noz is definitely confused now. Should he fulfill his duties and watch himself die or make changes and use his knowledge of the future to resolve the crisis? Leo murmured quietly, and then his eyes turned in another direction. Danaeus Trollbane, one of the 7 heroes of the Alliance, a human commander who was favored by Scarlet but was secretly guarded against. At this time, he was standing in a remote place, looking at his palms, wondering what he was thinking. Something. Although Danaeus is strong, it is not difficult to avoid his perception and get close to him with Leo's ability. Marshal Danaeus, is this your relative? Why have you never seen him before? A voice suddenly sounded next to him, startling Donis, who was immersed in some kind of memory. In the hand of Donis is something similar to a piece of paper. It is an image left by magic. On the image are a man and two women. The man is Donis. The woman is a human woman. And the last person is she is a little girl of 3 or 4 years old, with long golden hair that is very dazzling. A family portrait. Leo made a judgment in his mind, and could see that these should be Donna's wife and child. Or maybe his wife and daughter. Leo couldn't tell the gender of the baby. What made him wonder was, if that woman was Donna's wife, why had he never heard of it, or heard anyone mention it? And why does that woman look familiar? It turns out you were Marshal Leo. Although his face was a bit worried, Donna still maintained restraint. Strictly speaking, Leo's behavior was very rude. Approaching Donna's in such a sneaky way was disrespectful to Donna's, and had the intention of prying into people's privacy. Why such a big reaction? Glancing at Donna's hand on the hilt of the sword, Leo shrugged innocently, as if he didn't realize anything. But it was unclear what he was thinking about others. It's my wife and daughter. There was an inconspicuous pause when Donna's mentioned his daughter. Looking at his mouth movements, Leo realized that he wanted to say it was his son. But for some reason, it was his daughter who came out. This guy must be hiding something. Leo was even more confused. Was he a son or a daughter? If it was a son, why did Donna say it was a daughter? If it was a daughter, why did he want to tell me it was a son? What's the inside story? Leo may not be too nosy with other people. He is not that nosy. And he won't bother to inquire about other people's privacy. But who makes Danaeus the person's scarlet suspects? Oh! A surprised expression appeared on Leo's face, as if he was wondering why no one had ever heard of Danaeus' wife and his daughter. Of course, Donna's sophistication would not fail to tell that Leo was interested in this. So he had to give a brief explanation. Marshal Leo should know that I used to be a mercenary. Although I had some skills, I was still in poverty, and my wife suffered a lot with me. In fact, even if Donna's didn't say this, Leo could also see it in the magic image in his hand. The 3 members of Donna's family were really poorly dressed. It didn't matter that the 2 adults were wearing coarse cloth, and even the children, who needed to be taken care of, were the same. You must be aware of the child's skin and squeamishness. If it is really a girl, wearing unexpected clothes will have an impact on the child's skin. No one with a little wealth will let their child wear such shabby clothes. It can be seen that Donna's had a hard time working as a mercenary, and his life was not easy. Although life was very hard at that time, our family was very happy together. Originally, I thought this life would continue forever. My wife and I would watch our daughter grow up day by day, and then she would leave us and marry into a good family. There was a little sweetness on Donna's face. It was obvious that he was caught up in his memories. He may have lived in poverty at that time, but his family must have been very happy. But one day, when we were out, we met a knight who was out for a trial. Knight? Leo's eyes flashed, and he had some guesses about the identity of this paladin. Perhaps you have also thought that that knight is Sir Lothar. Donna's confirmed Leo's guess. There were no paladins at that time, and Sir Lothar was not strong. He was trapped by a group of jackals. I didn't expect that the first meeting between Lothar and Donna's would be like this. In this way, Donna's appearance helped Grand Duke Lothar a lot. No wonder he would gain Lothar's trust in the future. Without the support of Grand Duke Lothar, no matter how talented Danaeus was, he would not be able to get ahead as a mercenary in this society that values birth. At that time, if I saw that Sir Lothar was not dressed like an ordinary noble, I would think of a fight and charge forward with my sword. Donna sighed sadly when he said this, and Leo couldn't figure out why he sighed. If it were him, he would do the same. No one wants to be poor, whether as a husband or as a father. Donna's has the responsibility to create a superior life for his wife and daughter. At that time, a noble knight was in trouble, as long as it was possible to save him to change his own future. Anyone in Donna's position would choose to help Lothar. You know, I still regret it to this day. Why did I rush forward like that? Why didn't I consider their safety? It was because of my negligence that they were killed. Okay, Leo gets it. Donna's fight really changed his life. He saved Lothar, who was not very strong, but he killed his wife and daughter. This was really a tragedy. Perhaps Grand Duke Lothar felt extremely guilty about this, and this was also the reason why he trusted Donna's so much. Leo looked at Donna's apologetically. He really didn't expect that he would ask such an ending, which would bring back other people's sad past. Donna's was very generous about this. He didn't say anything, waved his hand, and left slowly. Leo scratched his face. He was not in the mood to hang around anymore. He had to ask Scarlet about the Trollbane family. Now that Donna's wife is dead, what happened to the Galen brothers? If it was Dana's house filling, then what about this woman? Why didn't this woman appear? Could it be that this woman is dead? If so, Donna's would be too harsh on his wife. Grown-ups. The guard outside Scarlet's room saluted respectfully. Leo made a silent gesture before he announced loudly. According to Scarlet's habit, this silly girl should be resting now. He just came to take a look, and didn't want to bother. Gently pushing the door open. The door did not make any sound under the control of exquisite magic. Leo quietly walked into Scarlet's room. As he expected, Scarlet was resting on the desk. Next to her was a pile of kingdom government information that she needed to review. The sun's rays shone in through the open window, covering the room with a dazzling golden color. Leo walked lightly to Scarlet and reached out to take a strand of Scarlet's purple hair in the palm of his hand. This silly girl is good at everything, but she works too hard. She has so many ministers from the kingdom who can get things done, and yet she still goes into battle herself. I really don't know what to say about her. Leo shook his head helplessly. Scarlet opened her eyes with emotion when she saw Leo's female paladin. She rested her head on the table and smiled sweetly. The sun shone on her face. Making this smile, it added a bit of brilliance and also added a different kind of golden color to the purple hair. Leo felt something, and a picture suddenly flashed through his mind. His mind was shaken, and his expression suddenly became stiff. What's wrong? Scarlet noticed Leo's change, and the latter's smile became a little forced. Nothing. I just met Marshal Donas and had a conversation with him. I have something to say to you. Chapter 923. Goodbye, Sarah. Danas was a smart man. Leo never doubted it. Just like this time, he might have noticed something from Scarlet. So he found an opportunity to deliberately let Leo discover something. Deliberately? That's right. It's intentional. At the time, the conversation with Donas was accidental. Later, when I thought about it more carefully, it was more like Donas was deliberately releasing some kind of information to Leo. Rubbing his brows, Leo felt that it was not just an ordinary headache that he had. Obviously, Scarlet's suspicion of Danas has long been seen through by this sophisticated marshal. She may not have much scruples about Scarlet Danas, but it is different for Leo. Scarlet has received orthodox paladin training since she was a child, growing up in the Cathedral of Holy Light. She has no dark thoughts and her methods are not ruthless enough. This is completely opposite to Leo. He is also extremely suspicious of a person. Donas can guarantee that Scarlet will not take any action without definite evidence. Can he guarantee that Leo will not take action? There is a saying that it is better to kill the wrong person than to let it go. For Scarlet's sake, Leo does not mind using some extraordinary means. This is what Danas is worried about. He might not be afraid before, but after Leo became a demigod and succeeded in killing the blood god hacker, Donas had to think about it. In the Battle of Galadar, he witnessed Leo's Sinestra. After Lintag, Sindra and other subordinates became powerful. Donas was even more frightened. From this, there was the scene of his conversation with Leo, with various thoughts running through his mind. Leo followed Scarlet and others into the Headwind Path, the connection point between the quiet and dark dusk forest and the reedy swamp of sorrows is the Deadwind Pass, which was once the home of Medivh, the last guardian. Karazhan is located at the end of the Deadwind Pass. As the best and greatest mage in the history of the human race, Medivh also had a broad heart of benevolence. The Karazhan he established once made Deadwind Pass a fertile land. However, all this failed when he was possessed by the soul of Sargeras. After the body was destroyed, Sargeras controlled Medivh's body, opened the dark portal, and released the orcs into the world. Under the burning, killing and looting of the orcs, the once rich land turned into ruins, and only the once prosperous towns remained. The ruins, abandoned bones and mournful and weeping ghosts accuse the orcs of atrocities and warn of the evils of war. The once prosperous place now only remains a desolate scene with rocks and rocks. It cannot help but make people sigh. War brings not only hatred, but also endless sadness. There was a battle here, and it couldn't have lasted more than 2 days. We have to be careful. While walking, Donna suddenly reminded him, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Few people come to Deadwind Pass. Who is fighting here? Questions were quickly answered. The Dracolic who was released to investigate the situation sent a message to Leo. Just dozens of miles ahead of him, a group of human soldiers were besieging a group of ogres. If there were no accidents, The battle traces discovered by Donnas should be that's what they left behind. Humans and ogres. It goes without saying which side Leo and the others will support. Let's look at who Leo and his party are. Kaeldats, Liadrin, Ramath, Danaeus, Khadgar, Scarlet and Leo himself. This lineup is so gorgeous that it can dazzle countless people. With the dogged eyes of human demons. It is really not easy to deal with a group of ogres. The battle ended quickly when Leo and the others joined. To be precise, it shouldn't be called joining, but should be said to intervene. Kaeldats and others did not take action, but just watched Leo's 2 dragon liches attack the cannibals. The demon used its absolute strength to crush these ogres into slag. The battle was so short that the human soldiers fighting the ogres ended before they could react. They never expected that such a powerful mechanical puppet would appear in the Headwind Pass. Fortunately, the sergeant leading the team was sharp-eyed and spotted Leo and his party as soon as he woke up. "Ah, you are Lord Leo." Seeing Leo, the sergeant leading the team ran over in surprise, while Leo looked at him with confusion. It wasn't until she took off his helmet that he suddenly realized that this sergeant was none other than the one who had met him in Night Town. Had an encounter with Sarah. Sarah is the daughter of Morgan Lattimore. Speaking of Leo's paladin clone, it is thanks to her father. It turns out to be Miss Sarah. Why did you come to Deadwind Pass? In Leo's memory, Sarah worked as a night watchman in Night Town. He didn't know when she entered the army. And Leo also sensed a thin power of holy light from her. It seems that Sarah has already obtained in response to the holy light. Although the power is weak, it is not difficult to become a true paladin as long as you are willing to practice hard. This Sarah can be regarded as a daughter inheriting her father's legacy. Whether you become a paladin or not, you can have the power to protect yourself in this chaotic world. Sir, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Sarah. Sarah lowered her voice as she spoke. The kingdom has received news that there is something strange going on in the ogre tribe in Deadwind Pass. I was ordered to come and check. Leo knew that there were ogres on the Deadwind Trail. What made him curious was the reason why the ogres, who had settled in this place where birds did not lay eggs for many years, were acting strangely, being able to attract all the troops from Stormwind Kingdom. This move of the ogre is definitely not a small move. Seeing a hint of questioning in Leo's eyes, Sarah did not hesitate, but her voice was lowered. Recently, the ogres in Deadwind Pass have been migrating to the Swamp of Sorrows for some unknown reason. Due to the actions of these ogres, our connection with the Cursed Land has been greatly disrupted. The kingdom suspects that this is the presence of orcs. Manipulation from behind. The Deadwind Pass connects the Swamp of Sorrows to Duskwood, the heart of the kingdom of Stormwind. And you must pass through the Swamp of Sorrows to get to the Blasted Lands. In order to monitor the dark portal in the Cursed Land and prevent the demons from causing trouble in the Cursed Land, the Alliance stationed heavy troops in the Cursed Land and built a huge castle, the Watch Fortress. The strange movements of the ogres in Deadwind Pass will not only cause tension in the Dusk Forest, but will also have an impact on the keep. The Kingdom of Stormwind will not take it lightly. What's more, now is the time when the Alliance is quietly gathering strength, preparing to bypass the Dark Portal and enter the world of Draenor to develop new resources. At this time, the ogres in Deadwind Pass are making strange movements. How can they not make people suspicious? If it were Leo or Varian, they would have suspected that someone had leaked the news. The Horde took action after learning that the Alliance could bypass the Dark Portal and enter Draenor. So that's it. Leo nodded. In fact, he thought so too. Otherwise, the ogres in Deadwind Pass had been staying here for so many years. Why did they start moving at this time when they had not moved at other times? If the tribe really knows about the Alliance's plan, something will happen in the Cursed Land. Once trouble breaks out in the Cursed Land, the Alliance will have no choice but to stay out of it. It should be noted that the Doom Lord Kazak and the Demon Lord Razlek, who guard the Dark Portal, are not ordinary people. If they didn't have two brushes, they would have been pushed aside by the strong men of the Alliance and the Horde. How could he have been living in the Cursed Land for so many years? It seems that the actions in Draenor are about to speed up. The information Sarah gave Leo was important, allowing him to avoid being caught off guard by the tribe. Leo, who is this? Scarlet came over after treating the wounded soldiers. Although the female paladin already knew Sarah's name, she still asked out of politeness. After all, it was rude to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Although Scarlet Carey didn't do it of her own free will. This is Sarah, the daughter of Silverhand Paladin Morgan Lattimore. Leo's words caused a commotion, and the soldiers led by Sarah reacted greatly. It was obvious that they did not know Sarah's identity. The Knights of the Silver Hand have a high reputation in the Alliance. If Sarah revealed her identity, her current official position would definitely be more than Sergeant Chief. But she did not do that. It can be seen from this that this female warrior, who is expected to become a paladin, does not want to rely on the reputation of her father's generation. Leo appreciated this approach very much. The most important thing for a person is to rely on oneself. If you blindly rely on your parents, what is the difference between you and those despised second-generation dudes? What Leo despises the most is the kind of guy who thinks he is proud of himself even though he has no ability, and talks and says my dad is so-and-so when he gets into trouble. To describe it in a certain sentence, what's so great about the second generation? If you are really capable, you can be the second generation's father. Hello. I'm Scarlet. After hearing that Sarah's father was a Knight of the Silver Hand Holy Knights, Scarlet's face became solemn, and she lost her previous casualness. It is difficult for outsiders to understand the respect that human paladins have for the Knights of the Silver Hand. At least, that is the case with Leo. The ogres in Deadwind Pass have made strange movements. They not only threaten Dusk Forest, but also have an impact on Watch Keep. We have to help Sarah check it out. While Leo was speaking, a dragon lich twisted several ogre magicians, who were not dead, to his side. Leo does not understand the language of the ogres, and these ogres will not cooperate with Leo. But this does not prevent him from getting the information he wants from the ogres. As a warlock, Leo has many ways to communicate with the ogres. There are many ways to communicate between humans and demons to get things they think are useful from the ogre. Countless examples have long proven that even if you die in front of a warlock, you can't keep a secret, and these ogres will be no exception. When Leo searched for the information he wanted from the souls of several ogres, he frowned. He was really afraid of what would come. It seemed that the Alliance had a way to bypass the dark portal and enter Draenor. It did leak. Sarah, you can go back and report. There is indeed the shadow of the tribe behind the ogres in the Deadwind Pass. The final destination of these ogres is Stannard in the Swamp of Sorrows. Chapter 924 Karazhan. The Tower of Medivh, also known as Karazhan, is located at the end of the Deadwind Pass. It is the witness of the glorious life of Medivh, the greatest mage in mankind. It is also the place where Medivh and Sargeras fought the most intensely. Don't think that Medivh was completely controlled after being possessed by the soul of Sargeras. This was not the case. From the moment Sargeras' soul invaded his body, Medivh's soul never gave up fighting against him. It was Medivh's unremitting efforts that prevented Sargeras from acting as he pleased, causing his attempt to destroy the world to fail again. Speaking of which, Sargeras, who leads the Burning Legion, is quite tragic. He clearly has unparalleled power, but he fails one after another in this world. First, the War of the Ancients was blown back by the big explosion of the Well of Eternity. And then he went into battle shirtless. He was caught by Egwin when he was at his weakest. In the end, Egwin's son was possessed by his soul, and was harassed by Medivh. He failed again and again. With his disgraced appearance, there was no trace of the dark demon god, who had destroyed countless worlds. Half a shadow? With Khadgar's help, Grand Duke Lothar led a raid on Karazhan. After Medivh's death, an unknown horrific curse contaminated a large area of land centered on Karazhan. The Deadwind Trail was covered with a dark curtain of unknown purpose, and the forest to the west of Karazhan was also affected, turning into the Dusk Forest today. Before Leo and his team came to Karazhan, it was not that no one came here. In fact, since the moment it was abandoned, people come to Karazhan every year with various purposes. Among these people are not only humans, but also dwarves, and there are various races such as elves and orcs. After all, Karazhan is the place where Medivh studied magic. If he can gain something there, it will definitely have a great impact on various forces. Even strong-blood elves such as Liadrin and Ramath have come here in person. It can be seen that how charming is it. It's a pity that although there are many people coming to Karazhan, I have never heard of anyone succeeding. And there are even no people who have entered Karazhan. The layer of magic that sealed Karazhan isolated everything inside, and blocked all those who tried to pry into it. The closer he got to Karazhan, the more strange feeling Leo felt. He always felt that something was going to happen, and this feeling made him wary. With Leo's strength, there are very few things in the world that can threaten him. But Karazhan is one of them. Who knows what Medivh actually did in Karazhan? Who knows what trap Sargeras controlled Medivh to lay in Karazhan? Who knows what the scene is like now in Karazhan? It's not that Leo is suspicious, but that he has to be cautious. Medivh was resurrected by Egwin after his death. At that time, he had got rid of Sargeras' control. It stands to reason that he should come back to take care of Karazhan. But this guy just ignored Karazhan and let it go. This magnificent mage tower that he had devoted countless efforts to is abandoned. Doesn't this clearly indicate that there is something wrong? Is there something sealed inside that even Medivh can't handle? Leo is scratching his head about this. He just hopes that Karazhan is not much different from the situation in Yamaguchi Mountain in his memory. He just expects the real world to be the same as a game. Is this realistic? Since coming to this world, haven't Leo encountered many people and objects that don't match their positioning in the game? Sarah, are you okay? Leo was worried about his trip to Karazhan. But Scarlet was worried about Sarah. After learning that Leo and the others were going to explore Karazhan, Sarah immediately joined in. As for returning to report, she left it to her deputy, who led her soldiers to Night Town. In Sarah's words, as a member of Night Town and a member of the Kingdom of Stormwind, she cannot allow an unknown factor like Karazhan to stand in the heart of the kingdom. From the bottom of his heart, Leo disapproved of Sarah following him to Karazhan. But in reality, he had to do so, because the little girl said that she would follow them even if Leo and the others didn't allow it. In this case, Leo has no choice. He can't imprison Sarah and force her back to Night Town, rather than letting her act alone. It is better to take her with you and provide her with some protection when in danger. If you owe a debt, you have to pay it back. Leo is a clone of the paladin created by Sarah's father, Morgan Lattimore. If there is no Morgan, how can there be Yuzhuor? Regardless of whether others knew it or not. At least in Leo's mind he knew that he had received huge benefits from Morgan. How could he watch Sarah in danger without helping her? Fine. Sarah forced a smile at Scarlet. When she approached Karazhan for the first time, she didn't understand what had happened to her. She felt a little dazed as soon as she approached Karazhan. The golden holy light shone on Sarah. It turned out that Scarlet saw that her face was a little pale, and felt that she should be affected by the invisible curse power emanating from Karazhan. So she protected her with the power of the holy light. It has to be said that the holy light does have an advantage that other powers cannot match in expelling negative forces. The golden holy light shone on Sarah, and her face gradually returned to rosy. It was obvious that Sarah was fine. Sarah, who felt full of energy, smiled at Scarlet, who responded with a kind smile. Leo stopped paying attention when he saw that Sarah was fine, which prevented him from noticing the doubt flashing in Scarlet's eyes. What Leo needs to care about now is how to enter Karazhan, which is obscured by magic and can only see a faint outline. Is it my misunderstanding? Why didn't I feel any negative spell effects in Sarah's body when I cast the spell? Instead, I felt that she was weak because of the lack of strength in her body. Scarlet shook her head gently to eliminate the doubts in her mind, because that feeling only lasted for a moment. And maybe it was her illusion. Even if Sarah's face was pale because of the lack of strength in her body, it should have been caused by consuming too much strength in the previous battle with the ogre. Scarlet had already asked when she was healing the soldiers from the Kingdom of Stormwind. The soldiers led by Sarah had been fighting with the group of ogres for a day. If Sarah hadn't been well organized and personally went into battle to relieve the soldiers from time to time, due to the pressure. The ogres are a group of unorganized and disciplined rabble, and the soldiers of Stormwind Kingdom have long been overwhelmed by the opponent. Archmage Khadgar, do you have any solution to the magic shield that blocks Karazhan? Ramath asked what everyone was thinking. The Blood Elf Archmage failed in front of this magic shield when he first tried to enter Karazhan. Hearing that Khadgar had a way to enter Karazhan, he had long wanted to ask. It's clear. Khadgar did not immediately answer Ramath's question, but looked at Leo and Kael'dats. Kael'dats, a demigod mage, and Leo, a demigod warlock, are both spellcasters who stand at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Ramath and Lydron are very interested in the magic shield that they have no control over. At this time, the person is using all his energy to explore the secret of the magic shield in front of Karazhan. Chaos. This is the result of Leo's exploration, and it is also what puzzles Leo the most. As we all know, magic is rigorous. From fireballs for daily life and cooking to forbidden spells for slaughtering cities and annihilating countries, there will be a complete set of magic operation methods. At the beginning of the investigation, Leo believed that the reason why Lydron and Ramath failed was because they could not sort out the complicated clues. In other words, the method of operating the magic shield that blocked Karazhan was extremely complicated. However, after actual investigation, this idea was overturned, and it was pushed to the point where no scum was left. In Leo's perception, the magic shield in front of him has no rules at all. It is like a child's graffiti. How can there be any beginning or end? It stands to reason that it is impossible to successfully deploy a magic shield with such a chaotic method of operating magic. But the problem is that the shield in front of them exists. And it actually blocks their way, with it lying across Karazhan in addition. Even if he is as strong as Leo, he cannot go beyond the limit. Which is amazing. This magical shield simply subverted common sense. Its appearance completely disrupted Leo's understanding of magic, making him understand that even if he mastered the power of law, there was still a mountain higher than a mountain in the field of magic. His strong person still exists. The person who casts this magic shield is so powerful. I am far inferior to him. Even an arrogant person like Kael'thas had to admit that he had no way to solve this obstacle. But judging from his excited and thoughtful look, Kael'thas had benefited a lot from the appearance of this magic shield. Maybe it opened a new door in the field of magic for Kael'thas. But not necessarily. Seeing that the Blood Elf Prince felt inferior, Khadgar had a look of pride on his face. He just heard him say, "The magic in Karazhan is the masterpiece of Lord Egwin. Outsiders want to rely on breaking this magic to protect them. Unless I can rival Lord Egwin in terms of magical attainments. Fortunately, my teacher Medivh told me a secret passage through which we can enter Karazhan without fighting against Lord Egwin's seal. It turns out to be the masterpiece of the Dharma god Egwin. So it's no wonder there was a bit of fanaticism in Romance's eyes. No wonder countless strong men have been unable to enter Karazhan for so many years. With a magic seal arranged by Egwin, who has the ability. It would be nice if there was a secret passage in and out of Karazhan." Leo breathed a sigh of relief and competed with Egwin in terms of magic skills. Neither he nor Kael'thas had that ability. If they had to break the formation, they had no other choice but to break through violently. "You guys come with me. This is my first time walking that secret passage. Everyone, please be careful." After Khadgar finished speaking, he walked towards a certain corner. With Leo's eyesight, he could vaguely see an object that looked like a small door in a hidden corner in the direction in which he was proceeding. Chapter 925 What Kind of Luck? The small door that Khadgar led everyone to was not really hidden, and anyone with a little bit of care could detect it. In this case, why can no one enter Karazhan? The key is in the mantra. If the place Khadgar led everyone to is compared to a locked passage, then the spell Khadgar masters is the key to unlocking the lock. People without the key will naturally be unable to open the lock. And those who cannot open the lock will naturally it is also impossible to use the channel. The magic arranged by Medivh himself is enough to stump all the mages in the world. Master Khadgar, is there any problem with this secret passage? It's not that Leo is meddlesome, but Khadgar has said before that he has never used this secret passage at all, and the safety is worth worrying about. Khadgar knew what Leo was worried about, and he said confidently, "This secret passage was laid out by teacher Medivh when he established Karazhan. It was many years before he was controlled by Sardras. I guess there won't be any problem with Medivh's magical attainments. No one is worried that this secret passage will fail. Even if it does, it will be thousands of years later. What is really worrying is whether it has been tampered with by Sardras." Judging from Khadgar's confidence, it is obvious that such a thing has not happened. "Pay attention. I will activate the magic circle right now." After Khadgar finished speaking, he recited a spell in a low voice. The magic spell recited at a special frequency combined with the drumming of magic power caused a ray of light to emit from the originally ordinary door, covering everyone. "The secret passage to Karazhan has been activated. Everyone, we just need to wait for the magic circle to teleport us in." Khadgar means just one word, etc. The transmission of this magic circle is very unusual. Kael'thas sounded with a surprised voice, and the Blood Elf Prince noticed that when the magic circle began to teleport, the place where they were was changed. This change was not in position, but in plane. This is astral teleportation. There was a hint of pride on Khadgar's face. After hearing what he said, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Khadgar was so confident in this secret path. He could even cross the magic barrier laid by the god of magic Egwin. It turned out that this was an astral teleportation array. Medivh is quite generous. Isn't it just a secret passage in and out of Karazhan? He actually used astral teleportation. It should be noted that this kind of teleportation array is not an ordinary thing. It is used to connect planes, not to mention the magic knowledge required when setting up the array. The materials used to set up the array alone are enough to be worth a Stormwind city. It is worth a lot of money. It's not an overstatement to describe it. This astral teleportation array has a special feature. In order to prevent someone from using it to sneak into Karazhan, the teacher specially added some other means. If an outsider uses it, Once discovered by the teacher, he will activate another method in Karazhan. A teleportation circle will send these people to the dungeon of Karazhan. Khadgar gave a rare explanation, and everyone did not think there was anything excessive about Mediva's actions. Although Mediva's magical attainments are unparalleled by anyone in the world, one should always be afraid of anything unexpected, and some preventive measures should be taken. Then where does this teleportation array lead to? Leo was a little curious. Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well find out. It leads directly to the teacher's magic laboratory. In fact, you don't have to worry. Not to mention that it is unlikely that there are creatures in Karazhan. Even if there are, it is not scary. Not everyone understands the astral teleportation array, especially when the teacher is still in the law. He added his own insights into the formation. And even a master who is proficient in teleportation magic would have to spend years studying to understand it. It can be seen that Khadgar admires Mediv very much. And the last guardian does have some shortcomings that people cannot disagree with. After all, there are still hidden dangers in this magic circle, but the probability of it happening is extremely small. Leo shrugged. But he didn't say these words. Things would never be such a coincidence. Just when Khadgar activated the teleportation array, something was happening in the mysterious Karazhan. A group of ethereal spirits gathered together, and they were doing something. Void spirit? There have never been ethereal spirits in the world where humans live. Why are there so many of them in Karazhan? Despicable Drenii. I have to settle the score with them after I go back this time. A void spirit who commands other companions is full of resentment. It is obvious that he is the leader of this group of void spirits. But why does he appear in Karazhan, and why does he hate the Drenii so much? What happened in the middle? If Leo knew that a group of ethereal spirits were unhappy with the Drenii, he would definitely be very happy. But if he knew what these ethereal spirits were doing, this happiness would be immediately thrown out of the window. Star teleportation array. This is what the ethereals are activating. Khadgar believed that there would be no one in Karazhan who was proficient in astral teleportation. And even if there were, it would be impossible to activate the magic circle that Mediv added as a personal product. But things in the world just happen to be such coincidences. The Voidlings, a race that travels between different worlds in the universe, use the astral teleportation array as an ordinary teleportation array. Their understanding of the astral teleportation array is as good as Mediva's, if not better than that of Mediv. Khadgar thinks that it is impossible for others. The teleportation array in Karazhan happened to meet the virtual spirit, which makes people feel that things in the world are really such coincidences. Hurry up and don't make any mistakes. Otherwise we will never be able to leave this dangerous place. The leader of the virtual spirit kept reminding his men, fearing that something would happen. Although he has the knowledge of the astral teleportation circle, it is difficult for a clever woman to build a cake without rice. How can you build a magic circle without materials? The current magic circle was snatched from the hands of the devil by sacrificing nearly 1/3 of their kin. It was their only hope of escaping from this place. And there was no room for any mistakes. Everyone spread out. I'll activate the magic circle. When all the preparations were in place, the leader of the virtual spirits began to activate the magic circle. And the magic circle emitted colorful light in the nervous eyes of the virtual spirits. Success? The leader of the virtual spirit was about to let go of his heavy heart, but saw the light of the magic circle suddenly flickering, and his expression suddenly changed. Not good. No. Someone is using the astral teleportation array in Karazhan. When the leader of the void spirit activated the astral teleportation array, Khadgar and others who were teleporting into Karazhan were immediately affected. The originally stable astral channel began to shake, and space cracks appeared one after another. I am really afraid of what will happen. Leo lamented. What kind of luck is this? It's just bad luck. What should we do now? There was a bit of panic on Sarah's face. She had never seen such a scene before. Space cracks were such a terrifying existence. Any appearance of one could kill her more than 100 times. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Not to mention that Sarah didn't believe what Scarlet said. Even she herself didn't believe it. If something happens during the astral teleportation, even if they can survive the collapse of the void, they will fall into the endless void. How long can they last in the endless void with their strength? Leo and Kael'da took action together to temporarily protect everyone. They didn't know much about the Star World, so they could only count on Khadgar at this time. You're stupid. You don't fully understand the teacher's magic circle, and you dare to activate it. Is that guy in Karazhan crazy? Khadgar really wanted to yell. The guy who activated Karazhan's internal teleportation array just wanted to die. Why did he drag them into the water? It was really abominable. Now is not the time to complain and curse. Okay? Leo was very anxious. There were too many cracks in space. Even if he and Kale teamed up, they wouldn't be able to last too long. Every second at this time was extremely precious. Khadgar had time to complain. So he might as well think of a way to see what he could do. Get out of danger. Leo was anxious. So why wasn't Khadgar anxious? This trip to Karazhan was originally initiated by him. The people gathered on this trip also included Leo, Scarlet, Kale and other powerful people. Once an accident occurs, the strength of humans and blood elves will inevitably decline significantly, let alone rise. Even survival will be difficult. Fortunately, Khadgar has also considered how to deal with possible dangers. He is considering the unexpected occurrence of the astral teleportation array. So he will not be at a loss in this critical moment. Just hold on. I have a solution. After Khadgar finished speaking, he took out a made scroll and tore it into pieces with force. After the scroll cracked, a powerful magic wave quickly spread to the surroundings. Under the influence of this magic power, the astral passage gradually stabilized. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the situation improved. But only 1 second passed before the astral passage began to break apart again. Quickly, throw in the materials for me. This time we can't fail. The leader of the virtual spirits yelled at his men. Although the virtual spirits had already taken the fastest action, this obviously did not satisfy him. The virtual spirits trapped in Karazhan were desperate this time. The teleportation array could not be activated this time, and they had no materials for the next activation. Seeing that the light of the teleportation array gradually dimmed, the virtual spirits immediately threw all the prepared materials into it. The person who activated the teleportation array on the other side was obviously prepared. Now we can only take a risk. Seeing that the situation was not right, Khadgar immediately made a decision. Although it was very dangerous, it was better than everyone being buried in the endless void. Not to mention, he was very confident in everyone's strength. As for Sarah, who is not strong enough, Khadgar can only do his best and obey fate, hoping that she will be lucky enough. In any case, having hope is better than having no hope. In this critical moment, this is the only chance. Quickly taking out another scroll, Khadgar tore it open, and a dazzling magical light flashed through the collapsing astral passage. And the figures of everyone in the collapsing astral passage disappeared in an instant. Boom! At the same time, the sound of the explosion echoed in Karazhan, and the violent energy knocked the virtual spirits guarding near the teleportation into pieces, and the leader of the virtual spirits fainted from the impact. It's over. Failed. We want to stay in this damn place forever. The moment the teleportation array exploded, the minds of the void spirits became blank, and their hope of leaving Karazhan was shattered. Chapter 926 Tristan. Places like basements have always been inseparable from being gloomy and depressing, no matter how big or grand the basement is. In the deserted basement, the sound of footsteps sounded regularly, just like the beating of a human heart, which made people's hair stand on end. Traveling alone in an unfamiliar environment, Leo didn't feel the slightest fear in his heart, but only a ray of anxiety. Khadgar falsely claimed to be the Archmage and convinced everyone to come to Karazhan. But something happened before they even entered, causing everyone to scatter. Dispersion? Indeed. When the astral passage collapsed and Khadgar took out the scroll to teleport everyone out, Leo knew that they were scattered. The group of people was teleported out irregularly, and the place of teleportation was Karazhan. That is, he said that they were scattered to various corners of Karazhan, and it would not be easy to reunite them. Karazhan is too mysterious a place. With Leo's current ability, there is nothing he can do. His mental perception is blocked by a mysterious force, and can only extend to a radius of 100 meters. It is not easy to find his lost companions. Do you really want to force me to cause a scene in Karazhan? Scratching his face in frustration, Leo called Immortal out. The two-headed disaster dog is also a dog. Since the dog's nose is very sensitive, Leo decided to ask Immortal to help find the person. That magical power can suppress people's mental perception, so it can't even suppress the sense of smell. Facts have proven that the trick of releasing the dog works wonders in many cases. No, not long after Immortal was released, the two-headed disaster dog discovered the situation. Immortal's low roar replaced the sound of Leo's advancing footsteps. Seeing him baring his teeth in front of him and warning some kind of lurking creature, Leo stopped. There seemed to be an ambush. Someone winked and patted the pet dog as a reward. Leo's mental perception did not detect the ambusher ahead, but Immortal did. This shows that Karazhan suppressed his mental perception and did not suppress the sense of smell. With Immortal by his side, Leo was not afraid of being attacked. No wonder some people say that powerful warlocks always bring dogs. Bringing a dog with you in a strange place is indeed much safer. Someone wants to do harm to his owner. As a good dog, how should you react at this time? Of course he roared and charged in with a vicious bite. Leo didn't muzzle a mortar and fasten the leash. So the two-headed disaster dog turned his heart into action without any hindrance. As the saying goes, impulse is the devil. Immortal didn't know the opponent's strength. So in order to show his loyalty, he rushed forward as soon as his mind was hot. As a result, he went back faster than he left. The moment Immortal pounced, a big claw appeared in the void, slapped Immortal on the head, and knocked the forward two-headed disaster dog back. With Immortal's weight and the momentum of his forward movement, his strength was more than 10,000 kilograms. But the opponent seemed to knock Immortal away with a slap. His strength and power were far beyond the reach of others. The strength is not bad. After easily repelling Immortal, the sneak attacker received such comments from Leo. Before Immortal's body hit the ground, the sneak attacker, who had not yet fully revealed his figure, rushed towards Leo. It seemed that he also knew that killing Immortal would not solve the problem at all. Lei, who was the summoner, must be killed. Only by killing Ao can it be solved once and for all. Being able to easily repel Immortal does not mean that he can deal with Leo. Even getting close to Leo is difficult. In Leo's eyes, the sneak attacker's strength was only good, but he was still far from being able to take action. Facing the strange claw that was slapped at him, Leo didn't even move his eyelids. A huge bear paw shot out from the thorns, just in front of the strange claw. Boom! The sound of Immortal's body falling to the ground, and the sound of monster claws and bear paws clashing sounded at the same moment. There were overlapping echoes in the dead basement, and the bangs and bangs were heard endlessly. The giant bear priest Nalarak stood in front of Leo and stopped the sneak attacker. Ram's horns, lion's paws, cow's hooves, Sart? Leo recalled for a moment. It seemed that there was only one Tristan Evil Hooves in Karazhan who could compete with him. There are many satyrs in Karazhan, but the only one who can knock Immortal flying back with one claw is Tresta Evil Hoof. Of course, this is different from what Leo knows about the situation in Karazhan. Not a big deal. Tresta Evil Hoof? In order to confirm the identity of the other party, Leo made a sound to test. Hearing Leo speak, the satyr opposite him paused slightly. From his expression, Leo already knew the answer. This guy was the leader-level satyr Tristan Evil Hooves, who was hiding in the secret room of Karazhan Library. I actually went directly to the secret room of the library. No wonder the environment here gave me the feeling of entering a basement. The sneak attack failed, and Tristan did not act rashly. He stared closely at Nerlac, who was putting a lot of pressure on him, and carefully took 2 steps back. Just when Nerlac thought he was preparing to charge again, 2 portals appeared next to Tristan. This guy is a warlock. Leo's words cleared up Nerlac's doubts, and the bear priest and the revived Immortal rushed forward to try to stop Tristan. Seeing the enemy rushing up, Tristan raised his hand and cast a banishment spell on Immortal, temporarily banishing the two-headed disaster dog into the endless void. Poor Immortal originally wanted to avenge that claw. Who would have thought it would be another tragedy? After temporarily removing the threat of Immortal, Tristan rushed forward again. Does this guy want to compete with Nararak in strength? If you want to compete with me for strength, I will let you know what it means to overestimate your capabilities. Nerlac snorted coldly. He had felt it in the previous fight. Although Tristan's power was great, he was far from his opponent. It would definitely be Tristan who would suffer in a head-on confrontation. But, could Tristan be so stupid? Just when the two sides were about to collide again, 2 black magic chains tied Nerlac tightly, and even the strength of the giant bear priest could not break free for a moment. Idiot! Tristan cursed in a disdainful tone when he passed by Nerlac, which made Nerlac very angry. The giant bear priest struggled angrily, but the magic chain that locked him was too strong. With his strength, there's no way to get out quickly. First, he banished Immortal, and then unexpectedly imprisoned Nerlac. The 2 subordinates summoned by Leo failed to stop Tristan, and the satyr leader quickly rushed to Leo's side. Human, suffer death. Tristan laughed cruelly at the human in front of him. In his opinion, the human must have been petrified. The 2 pets he summoned were destroyed by him one after another. This scene must have been beyond his expectation. He wanted to break in. This human in Lord Tristan's territory is at a loss. Oh, how pitiful. A hint of joking flashed in Tristan's eyes. In his eyes, Leo was already a dead man. A dead man who was about to be brutally killed by him. The the powerful satyr warlock Tristan would tear the human's body apart and bathe himself in the hot blood that flowed from the human's body. The ideal is very full, but the reality is very skinny. Tristan's wish to bathe in hot human blood would never come true because he met Leo, being able to occupy a place by himself in Karazhan. Tristan is undoubtedly very powerful. This can be proved by the fact that he can knock a mortar away with one claw. However, this kind of strength is not enough in Leo's eyes. Look! As Leo had previously evaluated, Tristan's strength was pretty good, but it was only good and not worth his while. Just as Tristan's sharp claws grabbed Leo, a big sword struck quickly. Someone else is coming to cause trouble. First, his ambush was discovered by a mortar. And then his first attack on Leo was stopped by Narak. Seeing that he was about to be destroyed again this time, Tristan felt very unhappy. Sartre was not a patient monster, and neither was Tristan. A weak human being can let him return without success 2 or 3 times. What does this mean? The sudden irritability in his heart made Tristan make a wrong decision. He still grabbed Leo with his right paw, and stretched his left paw towards the big sword that was coming. The claws are the hardest part of the satyr's body, except for the horns on his head. It is not easy to split Tristan's claws with one blow. Out of confidence in the strength of his body, Tristan decided to resist the sword. In his opinion, even if the sword wielder was not weak, he would only be slightly injured at most. Tristan thought it was worth it to kill Leo with a little trauma. Unfortunately, things went against expectations. The big sword easily cut through Tristan's claws like cutting tofu, and then slashed through his chest and abdomen under the disbelieving gaze of the Sart leader, cutting Tristan into 2 pieces. The particularly fishy blood spurted out several meters high. A little satyr dares to offend the owner of Talagamon. He is really looking for death. Talagamon the Hungry stood behind Leo holding 2 swords. And it was he who killed Tristan with 1 sword. The host killed Tristan Evil Hooves. The item was extracted successfully, and the host obtained enchanting formula Soul Frost. Do you want to extract it? The hint given by Goldfinger was beyond Leo's expectation. He actually gave Leo an enchanting formula for the first time. How could it not surprise people? What does this guy want to do? Maybe he will get some clues after reading the enchanting formula of Soul Frost. With doubts, Leo chose to extract. Kill on command. Talagamon rushed out with 2 swords. It turned out that after Tristan's death, the 2 demon doors were not closed. Groups of demon imps entered Karazhan through these 2 portals, being able to summon foreign objects into Karazhan. The Devil's Gate cast by Tristan was obviously not an ordinary summon, but a special summon that could connect to the Twisting Void. Just when Leo was checking the enchantment formula of Soul Frost, Terra Garmin has started a killing spree among the demon imps. Leo, who was immersed in examining the secrets of the Soul Frost formula, and Talagamon, who was only focused on killing, did not notice that the demon portal leading to the Twisted Void had some abnormal changes. However, Naralak, who discovered the abnormality, was unable to leave at this time. Voice. Danger is creeping in. Chapter 927. You don't understand my low profile. There is very little content recorded in the enchanting formula Soul Frost. It is just a formula, but it deeply attracted Leo. It's not like Leo has never done it before by integrating multiple powers, but he relies on the subtle control of magic power by his spiritual power. When it comes to specific quantitative and calculation methods, he really hasn't sorted it out yet. The things recorded on the Soul Frost just solved Leo's shortcomings in this area. This enchantment formula scroll describes how to fuse frost and shadow energy into one place, and also gives a calculation formula. If anyone else gets the Soul Frost scroll, they will probably keep this formula in their mind, which can be found in Leo. It seems that the information on this is much more than that. On the surface, Leo is currently staring at the scroll of Soul Frost attentively, but in fact, his thoughts have wandered to nowhere. If you look carefully, you can find that rays of light are constantly flashing in Leo's eyes. These flickering lights are none other than the power fusion formula deduced by Leo's brain running at full speed. In other words, the emergence of Soul Frost opened a new door to the magic field for Leo and quantified the invisible magic power. I have to admire. Goldfinger is really cunning. No, he should be smart and wise. After understanding that Leo wanted to reach a higher level, he immediately changed his plan and gave the most appropriate reward at the most appropriate time. The emergence of Soul Frost not only means that the magic power can be quantified and formulated, but also implies the quantification of the power of the invisible law. It is also an invisible force. If magic can do it, why can't the power of law do it? Goldfinger is smart, and Leo is not bad either. With his strength, He quickly deduced the formula for the fusion of various magic powers. But he did not stop and began to calculate the fusion of the power of law, hoping to calculate the fusion formula of the power of law in one go. Unfortunately, the power of laws is too complicated, and Leo doesn't know many laws. Although there is one method that can pass all laws, it is not that easy to achieve it. After all, I am not a god. Manpower is sometimes poor. My current ability to quantify the laws is far from enough. Leo smiled self-deprecatingly and put away the scroll with the Soul Thrust formula written on it. Needless to say, Leo's fusion formula of deducing the power of law failed. Master, be careful of the devil's door. Nerlac finally broke free of Tristan's magic that imprisoned him, and immediately warned Leo. The demon door cast by Tristan has not disappeared until now, and more demon imps are pouring out of the door. If it weren't for Talagamon's killing spree, this basement would probably have gathered 100 devils and little devils. Under normal circumstances, the Devil's Gate would disappear shortly after Tristan's death, because there was not enough magic power to maintain it. Now it is still strong and has a tendency to gradually expand. This is abnormal. And it is not yet. What is generally abnormal is extremely abnormal. Danger seemed to be approaching. Leo scratched his face. He realized that he had made a wrong decision. He should not have read the Soul Thrust scroll first, but should have destroyed the 2 demon portals as soon as Tristan died. Now he wants to destroy these 2 portals. The portal will not work, because in the twisted void connected by the portal, the mental power of a tyrannical existence has locked onto him. Once he attempts to destroy the demon gate, he will be attacked by the other party like a storm. Rubbing his chin, Leo didn't take any action because of the other party's unfriendliness. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but that he didn't want to at all. Being able to survive in the twisting void where energy turbulence exists all the time. Such an opponent must be strong. Leo really wanted to see how much powerful creatures in the twisting void weighed. Weak people are afraid of challenges, while strong people look for challenges everywhere. Leo is now a strong man. If he wants to make progress, he must constantly look for strong men and absorb the other's strengths in the battle with them, to make up for his own shortcomings. There are not many opportunities to fight against the strong men of the twisting nether. Moreover, Leo has a feeling that this guy hidden in the twisting nether has been looking for opportunities to enter this world. Sooner or later, he will face him during his trip to Karazhan. Premonition sounds like a very mysterious thing. But in fact, well, it is actually very mysterious. Leo will not completely believe in such illusory things, but he will not completely disbelieve it. Not to mention that the guy in the twisted void has already used the mental power locked onto him, and the contempt and warning contained in this mental power made him very unhappy. Leo is not a good man. The other party dared to warn him and despised him. If Leo didn't find this guy out and teach him a lesson, he wouldn't be Leo. If I don't beat you up until your face is full of peach blossoms, you won't know why the flowers are so red. As the saying goes, action is worse than a heartbeat. This is what Leo thinks in his heart, and does the same in his actions. Just after the 2 demon gates were connected due to expansion and merged into a new large portal, the figure of an Eridar demon gradually appeared in the portal. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a red octopus. He didn't like Eridar demon Leo at all. If this guy hadn't provoked him first, he wouldn't have bothered to take action. You'll be unlucky if you meet me. Before the opponent could come out of the portal, Leo shot out the demigod's hand. Seeing that Leo ignored his warning and took the initiative to attack, the Eridar demon became angry. A little human dared to provoke the noble Prince Moxar. He was really impatient. Prince Moxar? Yes. This guy whom Leo nicknamed the Red Octopus is Moxar. The situation in Karazhan went awry here. In Leo's memory, Maxwell, who should not have appeared in the secret room of the library, stood in front of him. So he knew him from Maxwell's roar at him. After revealing his identity, a trace of worry crawled onto Leo's cheeks. This worry was not caused by the fact that he had to face Moxar. Although Moxar was very strong, this guy was not good enough in front of Leo. What he was worried about was that the situation in Karazhan was different from what he knew, and whether Scarlet and the others would encounter some unknown danger. Things were beyond his control, and this feeling made Leo very uncomfortable. Well, now is not the time to think about this. At least not until Moxar is dealt with. Withstanding the attack from the hand of the demigod, Moxar relied on his tyrannical strength to rush out of the portal. This scene made Leo frown. The hand of the demigod is becoming less and less powerful now, and has reached the point where it must be enhanced, if Leo is not prepared to eliminate it. But the problem is that it is not easy to strengthen the demigod's hand. After all, this thing is someone else's arm. The best way to strengthen it is to kill the owner of the arm and seize his whole body. However, the whereabouts of the other party are not Leo can control it now. This is not to say that Leo doesn't know where the other person is, but that Leo cannot enter the space where the other person is because the guy's hiding place is the endless void. Do I have to wait until I become a god and then go slowly search for it in the endless void? Leo felt that this method was not advisable. Not only was it easier to find someone in the endless void than finding a needle in a haystack, but it was a big question mark whether Leo could see the other person's body after becoming a god. Well, Leo admitted, he was distracted. It's not that he wants to do this, but that Moxhar's strength really can't put pressure on him. And he can't be nervous at all now. Talagaman, Nararak, and Immortor, who had escaped from Tristan's banishment spell, had already fought against Moxhar. Although Leo's demigod hand failed to prevent Moxhar from rushing out of the portal, the aftermath of his attack destabilized the portal, causing it to collapse. Without the portal, there would naturally be no devils or imps coming out to cause trouble. After all, Moxhar is a prince. Among the Eridar demons, his strength is not as strong as Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, but being called a prince is enough to prove his power. With 3 against 1, Naralak's side was actually at a disadvantage. This guy is indeed not weak. If he hadn't met me, he might have been able to cause trouble in this world for a while. Leo shrugged and summoned Malarak. Not to mention the entire universe. The world where Leo lives alone is full of powerful people. Among the powerful people in the same realm, why can some people be powerful in the world? And why can some people only die in silence? Fortune. This is the answer. When good luck comes, you can soar into the sky. When bad luck comes, you can only remain anonymous. Just like Prince Moxhar standing in front of Leo. With his strength, few people in this world can defeat him. But if he is killed by Leo now, who would know that there is a man named Moxhar the Eridar demon came to this world? The addition of Malarak alleviated the dilemma of Immortor and the others. His healing spells can heal the wounds of Immortor and others in a very short time. His arcane and fire attack magics can also helping your companions to hurt the enemy. The generalist is talking about guys like Malarak. No wonder Leo, the creature in the Blackwing blood circle, only cares about him and Azramandas. It's not without reason. A bunch of lowly creatures. Do you think you can defeat my noble Prince Moxhar in this way? I will let you know how stupid your ridiculous idea is. Moxhar knew what the 4 Malaraks were planning. And it was ridiculous to think that having a companion who was proficient in healing spells could slowly drain him of his strength and kill him. With that said, Moxhar looked at Leo again. As for you weak scum, I will make you deeply realize how humble you are. Think of how to beg for mercy from me. Human being. I have seen people who feel good about themselves. But I have never seen people who feel so good about themselves. Some people in this world behave in a low-key manner, while others are domineering and show off. Leo scratched his face. Moxhar was really confused. Didn't he sense my strength? He really thought I would be like these octopuses. His face fully revealed his aura to show his power? Alas. Leo sighed. You don't understand my low-keyness. Chapter 928. A strongman breaks his wrist. All the worlds are open to me. The deep voice of Prince Moxhar echoed in the secret room of the library. He still had the energy to speak under the joint attack of the 4 Nararaks. This demon prince was indeed not weak. A strange wave of power spread as Moxhar's voice spread in the secret room of the library. And the entire space of the secret room was distorted by this wave of power. Space magic. Leo was a little wary. In his memory, Moxhar did not know how to use space magic. But now this demon prince had distorted space, making him less wary? In fact, Moxhar is not good at space spells. If it were in an open place, he would not be able to cast it. But now that he is in a secret room with limited space, the situation is different. Due to different environments, the strength that the demon prince can display is naturally different. It can be seen that environmental factors have a considerable impact on the battle. Moxhar's space spell has only one function, changing the environment. Leo discovered that under the influence of the demon prince's spell, the environment they were in was no longer a gloomy and depressing library secret room with a limited space, but an empty foreign space as far as the eye could see. Twisting void. As soon as he entered this space, there were several turbulent waves of energy blowing over him. Fortunately, Leo's protective shield was strong enough. Otherwise he would really be injured if he couldn't temper it enough to prevent it. The appearance of these energy turbulences let Leo know where this place was. And Maxwell moved the battlefield to the twisted void he was familiar with, taking advantage of the geographical advantage. Knowing space spells is good for this. It can change the fighting environment, and can move the fight to a familiar place anytime and anywhere. Even if it encounters an ambush by the opponent, it can turn passive into active. The change in the environment had a great impact on the battle. Originally, the four Neroraks did not have the upper hand. But now they were in the twisted void they had never been to before. The situation suddenly became worse, and the energy was blowing everywhere without any rules. The turbulence brought a lot of trouble to Nerlak and the others. No matter who is suddenly fighting in an environment where you will be injured by energy turbulence if you are not careful, you will be extremely uncomfortable. Unless you are strong enough to ignore these energy turbulences, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. A bunch of lowly little reptiles. Let me show you how powerful I, Prince Moxar, am. Just having the upper hand does not satisfy Moxar. If he cannot turn his advantage into victory, everything he is doing now will be in vain. In a life and death battle, the process is not as important as the outcome. If it is true that heroes are not judged by success or failure, then why are there words like those who succeed? Princes and losers? Nerlak, who was fighting with Moxar, saw the demon prince shoot a ray of energy at him. After being hit by this ray of light, Nerlak only felt that his strength dropped suddenly. There was obviously enough power in his body, but he couldn't use it. He could only use 3 points out of 10, which made Nerlak extremely uncomfortable. Not only him. Immortal, Talagaman and Malarak also felt this way. Energy is weak. This is the ray of light emitted by Moxar. Just by looking at the name, you can tell what this thing is used to do is to suppress the energy in the opponent's body, making it difficult for the opponent to do anything. The environment has become unfavorable to them, and the power they can exert is only 30%. How can Nerlak and the others resist Moxar? Bang bang. Moxar clapped his hands continuously, and easily knocked Nerlak and Talagaman away with one blow. Without any hindrance, he rushed towards Marlok and Immortor at high speed. In the twisting nether, it is not difficult for Moxar to defeat the four Neroraks. But if they want a quick victory, they must first get rid of Malarak, the nanny. Without Malarak's healing technique in the twisting void where energy turbulence raged, Talagaman and the others might not have been able to survive even 2 minutes. As for Leo, a human being, Moxar had already ignored him. For a human whose aura only reached the epic level, let alone fighting him, even if Moxar stood and let him hit him, he wouldn't be able to hurt himself at all. Ignore. Complete disregard. This is Moxar's attitude towards Leo. Therefore, sometimes being Loki is not a good thing. It is easy for others to treat you as a pig to be slaughtered. Of course, this is a happy thing for some guys who like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. But Leo is not so happy. Moxar wanted a quick victory. So why didn't Leo want to? The twisting nether is not a good place, and Leo doesn't understand it at all. This means that there are too many variables in the twisting nether, and things can easily be beyond his control. Leo doesn't like this feeling at all. Just when Moxar rushed to be only 5 steps away from Malarak, a barbed bone whip hit his ankle. The demon prince's body was extremely hard. But this body, which could survive the energy turbulence of the twisted void without any damage, could not withstand the blow of the bone whip. The barbs on the whip easily broke through the skin thorns of Moxar. Once inside, a large piece of flesh and blood was brought out as the whip body was pulled away. Ah! Moxar could not hold back the sudden severe pain, and the demon's howl of pain resounded in the twisted void. Plop! The scream was followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Moxar, who was hit on the ankle by the bone whip, lost his balance and fell to the ground in embarrassment. When the pain demon prince looked at his painful right foot, he was shocked to see that the sole of his right foot was broken from the ankle. The worst situation didn't end there. A layer of green liquid wrapped around his calf, making his right foot slowly melt like a lit candle. How many people can bear it when their feet melt like candles? If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would definitely be frightened and faint. After all, Moxar is a demon prince, and his endurance is above the standard. Seeing this scene, it only took him a second to react and immediately action taken. Ignoring Malrak and Immortor's attacks, Moxar slapped his right knee hard. Click! With a crisp sound of bone cracking, the demon prince's right leg was split at knee level. Moxar actually broke his right leg. An expression called pain occupied Moxar's face. The demon prince promptly abandoned his car and reported it to the commander. He lost his right calf, but saved his life. He did not let the poisonous gas invade his body along his right leg. It can't be said that he is not decisive, but it will be painful for him. The knee was broken, And even if the devil's nerves were strong, he would still be in pain. If Malarac and the others hadn't been hit by energy weakness and couldn't exert much strength, they would have been able to kill Maxer when he broke his knee. Get rid of it. Being cruel to others is nothing. Being cruel to yourself is truly cruel. Leo nodded secretly. Moxhar's approach was undoubtedly correct. If he hesitated for a second or two, the toxins attached to Ilsa's bone whip would invade his body. And he would be able to stop it even if he wanted to. It's too late. Just knowing is one thing. But being able to do it is another matter. Cutting off a strong man's wrist can only be said in 4 words. But how many people can be found if he actually wants to do it? I have a sense of appreciation for Maxario. But appreciation is appreciation. He will not be less responsible for the killer. On the contrary, he will be even more powerful because of the ruthlessness and decisiveness shown by this guy. Swish. 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 Hundreds of whipped shadows covered Moxhar, who was groaning in pain. Ilsa twisted her sexy water snake waist and approached the demon prince. The demigod succubus made a sneak attack, and Moxhar was unjustly injured. Despicable succubus. You. When he saw that the attacker was a succubus, Moxhar blurted out contemptuous words, which earned him a shadow whip from Ilsa. Twisting the void, the scream of the middle demon prince spread far away. Ah. Is the Eridar demon very noble? Ilsa winked at the screaming Moxhar. The succubus's heartfelt charm made even the demon prince unable to help being stunned. Come on. Sister. I love you so much. The sound of slapping was more than twice as intensive as before. The more charming Ilsa looked, the faster she swung the whip in her hand, and the more Moxel received. The succubus is indeed a goblin. On the surface, she is flirting with you, letting you experience her natural charm. But secretly, she is ruthless and beats you to death. She really complied with those words and thought she was charming and charming. A beautiful woman. But she turns out to be a poisonous red skeleton that kills people. The devil's vitality is tenacious, which is something to be proud of. But Moxhar discovered that strong vitality is not always a good thing. Now he would rather his vitality is weaker, so that his pain can be shortened. Leo twisted his neck. He was too lazy to pay attention to the battle in Maxel. The moment Ilsa succeeded in the sneak attack, he knew that the battle was over. It is true that Maxel's strength is not weak. Even Leo's demigod hand can resist it. But who told him to meet Ilsa? It was too easy for Ilsa, who had received the inheritance of Enariel from the 4 demon kings of hell, to kill Moxhar intentionally or unintentionally. The power of the poison law in her hands was beyond what Moxhar could do. Confrontation. And Dariel's poison combined with the succubus talent for hiding and confusing people's hearts. Ilsa's frontal attack may not be satisfactory. But how many people can guarantee that they will not be attacked by hiding in the dark and carrying out sneak attacks? Wasn't your kid pretty capable before? Aren't space spells and energy weakening pretty smooth to play? What's wrong? You can't play anymore? Since you don't want to play, it's our turn. Those who have a grievance will take revenge. And those who have a grudge will take revenge. Everyone, beat this kid in. There is a word called adding insult to injury. And another saying is called taking advantage of your illness to kill you. When Moxhar was tortured to death by Ilsa, Nerlac and the others were not idle either. These guys swarmed up and surrounded Moxhar was beaten hard. And poor Moxhar became a sandbag and was beaten to death. The host kills Moxhar, the item is absorbed successfully. And the host obtains Blood Roar. Do you want to absorb it? Chapter 929 The Basement of Karazhan. Gorehowl, the battle axe of Grumhell Scream, has frightened enemies on countless battlefields. Leo found that Goldfinger would give him a lot of problems, so he gave him Bloodhowl anyway. Leo dared to pat his chest and make a 10,000 guarantee. If he went out with Gorehowler, countless orcs would definitely come to him for friendly communication. Trouble. Big trouble. Leo knew very well what the Gorehowl axe meant to the orcs. Its status in the hearts of the orcs was no worse than the doom hammer in Thrall's hand. In the eyes of some orcs, Gorehowl's status was even higher. There are so many. If you don't bring yourself trouble by holding it, what else is it? These orcs refer to the Warsong clan, the main war faction among the orcs that advocates waging war. This soul doesn't want me to live in peace. Leo's evaluation of Goldfinger could only be described as despicable. Even if you gave me the Phoenix Sulfury longbow, why did you just give me the hot potato of Blood Roar? Leo was puzzled. But now was not the time to study Goldfinger's intentions, because he was still in the twisting void. This guy Moxhar is really not kind at all. You said you brought me to the twisting nether. How could you not bring me back? Looking at the empty surroundings, Leo felt depressed as he didn't know which direction to go. I obviously wanted a round-trip ticket. But why did I get a one-way ticket? Why didn't Moxar know how to send me back when he died? He was so unkind. So unkind. No matter whether he is depressed or happy. The fact that Leo is trapped in the twisting void cannot be changed. At this moment, he can only calm down and think about how to escape. Leo is in trouble here. And the situation of others is not much better. Especially Sarah, the human female warrior who is expected to become a paladin. In the gloomy and depressing basement, Sarah is moving forward cautiously. She is separated from her companions, and can only rely on herself at this time. However, with her little strength, can she be able to protect herself in the dangerous Karazhan? I'm afraid just anyone no demon or magical guardian is stronger than her. Fortunately, she didn't encounter any aggressive creatures. To be more precise, Sarah didn't encounter any creatures. Sarah didn't encounter any danger at all in Karazhan, where every step of the way was murderous. Is she really so lucky? If Leo were to be put in Sarah's position, he would immediately find that the problem was not that Sarah was not in danger, but that the danger had already come. But Sarah did not notice it due to her strength. Sarah, who didn't know much about the power of the soul, didn't know that wisps of invisible soul power were quietly invading her body. And the power of these soul powers together was frightening even Leo. 2 souls. Not 1,000 or 2,000 souls, but hundreds of thousands or even millions of souls. What is even more frightening is that the resentment carried by these souls is not an exaggeration to describe it as soaring resentment. Where in Karazhan can there be such a terrifying number of resentful souls? And why do these souls carry such strong resentment? Strange. Why can't I see a single figure? After traveling for a long time but finding nothing, Sarah couldn't help but mutter. She felt very uncomfortable where she was now. Her heart was beating violently and could not calm down, making her always feel that something was going to happen. Isn't Karazhan the mage tower built by Mediv? Why is there an underground secret room that is so empty that you can't see the end at a glance? Sarah was very strange. She continued to walk forward with doubts. The footsteps of her boots on the stone slab stirred up echoes, breaking the dead silence of the basement. It was easy for footsteps to sound in such an environment. Bring panic to people. Ah! Sarah suddenly screamed. What did she see? Why is there a bone mountain made of countless bones in Karazhan? Is it an illusion? Sarah shook her head vigorously, trying to wake herself up through this action. But unfortunately, when she opened her eyes, the scene she saw still did not change at all. The mountain of bones remained, and Sarah's body was trembling. She was not afraid, but angry. She could see that there was nothing else in the pile of bones. They were all human bones. How many people must be killed to pile their bones into a mountain? Not only that, when Sarah discovered the bone mountain, she also discovered another sight that made her angry. It turned out that the floor of the basement where she was not paved with stone slabs, but was forcibly kneaded together by unknown methods. Human bones. How many people must be killed? How many crimes must be committed? And how insane must one be to do such a thing? Sarah was so angry that she was shaking all over. She could clearly see the bones of many children among the human bones. As a warrior who believed in protecting his homeland and took it as his duty to protect his compatriots, how could Sarah not be angry when she saw this scene? Don't let me know who you are, or I will cut you into pieces. Sarah, who was extremely angry, did not realize that when her mood was fluctuating violently, those souls with overwhelming resentment were pouring into her body crazily. If Leo encountered this situation, he would either fight desperately or run away. As a warlock, he would never let these resentful spirits invade his body. Unfortunately, Sarah didn't know anything, so the terrifying thing happened. It happened unconsciously. Don't let me know who you are. I will definitely cut you to the sword. In the name of Sarah Morgan. Sarah, who swore in anger, didn't know what consequences her words would bring. Morgan. 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 The moment Sarah finished her oath, there was an echo in the basement, as if thousands of people were responding to Sarah. As time went by, Morgan's response not only did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. Later, the sound wave is like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Sarah did not hold on for long under this sound wave. The female warrior's mind became dizzy and her body softened. She fell to the ground with a thud, and she completely lost consciousness. At the moment Sarah fell, hundreds of rays of resentment condensed into substance shot out from the bones in the basement. The target was Sarah. The power of resentment, enough to make even the gods tremble, invaded Sarah's body. If Sarah could control this power, It would be no problem for her to kill the god single-handedly. Unfortunately, this powerful resentment is not something Sarah can control. So she only has one ending: being dominated by this terrifying resentment and becoming a power puppet. When the last ray of resentful power entered Sarah's body, the basement returned to its previous dead silence. If it weren't for the presence of Sarah lying on the ground, she would have thought that what happened before was just an illusion. Crack! The crisp sound of broken objects echoed in the dead basement. And a crack about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide opened in the space. And Leo walked out of this crack. Basement. Basement again. Leo was helpless. Why did he become associated with the basement after entering Karazhan? After being teleported to the twisted void by Maxwell, he was thinking about how to escape. A soul wave powerful enough to travel through space shocked him. Leo, who was struggling to determine the coordinates, immediately followed the source of the soul wave and broke through the space, getting rid of the twisting nether. What made him depressed was that after continuing to the library of Karazhan's secret chamber, he entered a basement again. It's just that this basement is very different from the previous secret room in the library. Leo's eyesight is much better than Sarah's. As soon as he entered here, he noticed something was wrong. The ground under his feet was paved with bones. This discovery surprised Leo. There was no such place in Karazhan in his memory. Did I leave Karazhan? Wrong. Leo quickly rejected this idea. Although he was not proficient in space magic, he could still determine his location. He was 200% sure that he had not left Karazhan. From Hunter Atuman to the Opera House, and then to the Shadow of Elam. Leo thought for a long time. But he still didn't expect that there would be such a place in Karazhan. It's really strange. I'm obviously in Karazhan. But why can't I remember that there is such a place? Leo scratched his face depressedly. And suddenly, his movement stopped. Strictly speaking, there is one place in Karazhan that completely matches this place. What people usually refer to as Karazhan is the part above ground. Not underground. But Leo is currently in the basement. Where is the basement located? Of course, it's built underground. Could it be that I have entered the Hanging Abyss? If this is the case, it will be troublesome. The Hanging Abyss is a mysterious place. Leo, who climbed Yamaguchi Mountain, once used a game loophole to come here out of curiosity. However, since the Hanging Abyss in the game has not been fully developed, Leo does not know what is there. If you were playing a game, it wouldn't be a big deal if you didn't know. But the problem was that Leo had traveled through time and ended up in this place. And the situation became very bad. The sound of trampling footsteps came from afar. Leo glanced at Immortal. The two-headed disaster dog did not warn him this time. Could it be that the dog's nose is not working properly here? Leo's doubts were quickly eliminated because he saw clearly the person walking towards him. It turned out to be Sarah. No wonder Immortal didn't warn. Sarah was not an enemy, so Immortal would not warn her. But the dog was too lazy and didn't even react at all when he found out it was one of his own. Leo was about to greet Sarah when a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. With a flick of his finger, purple twilight energy enveloped Sarah. Even my companion Immortal couldn't have reacted at all. The only explanation is that the two-headed disaster dog noticed something but didn't dare to say anything. As the demon lord, Immortal was so frightened that he didn't even have the courage to yell at the opponent and show his teeth. Leo's heart sank when he looked at Sarah, who was enveloped in twilight energy but had no expression on her face. Sarah obviously encountered an accident that turned her into what she is now, which is not what Leo wants to see. Without Leo's summons, Yuzur suddenly appeared beside him, and the golden holy light dispersed the darkness in the basement. There is a force inside Sarah that is powerful enough to destroy you and me. This force controls her. We must save her. Must? Yes. It is a must. The core of Yuzur's soul is the fragment of Leo's split soul, and his body is Morgan, Sarah's father Morgan Lattimore. Now that Sarah is in trouble, how can Yuzur not save her? With a power that is powerful enough to destroy you and me. The Hanging Abyss gave me a big surprise. Chapter 930 The Ghostly Sarah. The entrance to Karazhan's basement is the Morgan Cemetery, and Sarah's full name is Sarah Morgan. Leo didn't know if Sarah's father, Morgan Lattimore, was related to this tomb where countless resentful souls were buried. But he knew that more than 99% of the resentful souls were unconscious. They only responded to the most profound things in their memories. This most profound thing might be a thing, a person, or a person. A name that will react most violently once someone touches their nerves. Leo was proficient in soul spells, and he could see Sarah's current situation at a glance. This female warrior had touched the most sensitive nerve of the resentful souls in the tomb. All these resentful souls had poured into her body, turning her into a puppet that cannot control its own body, commonly known as a ghost. The powerful soul power that Leo felt in the twisted space was the power of fluctuation when the resentful souls in the tomb poured into Sarah's body. Strictly speaking, Leo would have to thank those resentful souls. If it weren't for them, Leo at this time, he was still worried about how to escape in the twisted void. But now that these resentful spirits have taken control of Sarah, Leo can only be an ungrateful person. Resentful souls, as you can tell from their names, are born from resentment. These people must have encountered misfortune before they died. So they suppressed their resentment and allowed their souls to exist in the world that should have been dispersed long ago. Since there is resentment in the heart, the resentful soul naturally hates the world. A single resentful soul may not be able to make any waves, but once they gather to a certain number and possess powerful power, disaster will begin. The resentful spirits controlling Sarah's body obviously have no intelligence, and only revenge is left in their consciousness. Revenge against the world that has brought misfortune to them is their instinct, and the only motivation for their existence. The resentful spirit will destroy any creature that enters its range of perception. As the first life discovered after the resentful spirit controlled Sarah, Leo didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. She cried because the power in Sarah's body was too powerful. Even Isekai said that this resentment was so terrifying that it could destroy him and Leo. Laughing, because for Leo, who is proficient in soul magic, if the resentment possessed by these resentful souls can be absorbed by him, it will greatly increase his strength. The twilight energy only played the role of trapping a person. When he discovered that something was wrong with Sarah's situation, Leo's original intention was to restrain her first and then take a closer look. But what he didn't expect was that the energy contained in Sarah's body was so powerful and violent. As soon as he found out that his hands were bound, the powerful resentful power reacted immediately. The power of the soul is invisible and qualityless. But there are so many resentful souls in Sarah's body that the resentment is too strong, so that the invisible power of the soul condenses into a substantial force visible to the naked eye. This energy rushes out of Sarah's body. Easily then the twilight energy was defeated. After regaining her freedom, Sarah immediately rushed towards Leo, with a ferocious expression like a monster that chooses people to eat. They clearly have weapons, but don't know how to use them. It seems that these resentful souls are just resentful and tyrannical. They have not yet developed their own wisdom, so they are not difficult to deal with. No matter how strong your power is, no matter how fierce your fist is, if you don't know how to use 10% of your strength, you can only use 30% to 50%. Leo immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sarah rushing over with her bare hands. Although Sarah now had the power of resentment in her body that was powerful enough to kill him and Isekai, she didn't know how to use it at all. This was like a reckless man who didn't know any martial arts. Seems to be physically strong and powerful, but in the eyes of the real strong, it is not scary at all. Seeing Sarah attacking their master, Taligaman and Nerlac rushed out without Leo's orders. They didn't have the sensitive dog noses like Immortor, and they didn't see Sarah's depth. His impulse paid the price. Even Leo and Isekai, who has the power of a false god, are wary of the resentment in Sarah. How can Nerlac and Taligaman be their opponents? A skull with condensed resentment rushed out of Sarah's body and collided with Taligaman and Nerlac, who were rushing towards her. With just one collision, the connection between Nerlac and Taligaman and Leo was severed. What does it mean when a pet loses its spiritual connection with its owner after being attacked? It means that Nerlac and Taligaman were instantly killed by the resentful spirit in Sarah's body. Leo felt secretly in his heart. The resentful spirit controlling Sarah's body was much stronger than he expected. If two of his subordinates hadn't tested the waters first, Leo, who misjudged his opponent's strength, might have suffered a small loss. Taligaman and Nerlac could learn from their mistakes. Malarac, who was eager to try, immediately languished, although he had a lot of offensive methods. His strength was only about the same as the first two. And Nerlac and Terlac Leo can still summon Ragomon after he dies. If Malarac dies, he will really die. Malarac did not dare to step forward, and Immortor also hesitated. Leo didn't blame them. The resentment in Sarah's body was too powerful, and had long exceeded the limit they could handle. They would die if they went up. I'll stop her. Isekai held a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other. Standing between Leo and Sarah, the power of light and angels, and the power of resentment possessed by resentful souls are exactly two opposing power systems. If the power of light is positive energy, the power of resentment is negative energy. Looking at Isekai, who exudes light, She was even more displeased than Leo. When Yizhuo blocked her, she also changed the target of her attack. The skull with condensed resentment appeared again, facing Yizhuo, who was obviously stronger than Nerlac and Taligaman. The skull with resentment did not have to be bumped, but the upper and lower jaws were opened, and he had to bite of. Snort. Yizhuo snorted coldly, raised his hand holding the power of Menethil, and a blue light shot from the open mouth of the resentful skull. Boom! The blue anger hit the resentful skull, and an energy wave visible to the naked eye quickly spread to the surroundings. The space where this energy wave passed was shattered, and space cracks with terrifying cutting power appeared. So strong. Run! When Malarac and Immortor saw this, they were startled at first, and then ran away. With their strength, they could not guarantee that they would not be injured by the aftermath of the fight between Izur and Sarah. They retreated to a safe distance. The only thing they can do right now. The two men were retreating, but Leo stood still and did not move. Just from the action of holding the Wrath of Thunder in his hand, you can tell how much he attaches importance to this battle. He resisted Yizhuo's blue fury blow, and the resentful skull twisted twice irregularly. After all, Yizhuo had the strength of a false god, and blue fury was not an ordinary attack move. The skull condensed with resentment almost dispersed. Just because they were almost dispersed does not mean they were truly dispersed. Yizhuo did not expect to scatter the resentful skull with his blue fury. Before the resentful skull could stabilize, two golden fists hit him twice. Fist of Heaven. The impact of being hit by the blue fury has not been eliminated, and he received two more punches from Heaven. The resentful skull was frustrated again, and this time his distortion became much larger. Izur succeeded in two consecutive attacks, causing the resentful skull to be injured one after another, and had to stop the attack. It immediately regained the momentum of Taligaman and Nerlac, who were frustrated by being instantly killed. But Izur did not satisfied with his current achievements. He exerted force with his sword-holding arm, and the Sword of Heaven swept across, not giving the resentful skull any chance to breathe. If this sword strike is real, maybe Izur can directly cut through this resentment. But Sarah will not give him such a chance. Snapped. The Sword of Heaven was slapped away by Sarah before it hit the skull of resentment. The overwhelming resentment that came out of her body made the golden Sword of Heaven dim a few points. Don't look. Help. When he was about to kill the resentful skull, he could even inflict heavy damage on it. But it was destroyed by Sarah. Yizhuo was very angry. Leo is so unkind. As a clone, he is working hard in front while he is watching from behind. Leo secretly thought that it was a pity that the truth was not as Yizhuo saw. Leo had actually taken action. He tried to absorb the resentment skull, hoping to convert the resentment into energy. But he did not succeed. There is no way to absorb the resentment in Sarah's body. He can only control her first, and then slowly think of a way. Leo thought in his mind. And the movements of his hands were not slow. And the blood god clone joined the battle. The resentment in Sarah's body is too strong. You can understand it when you see that Malarac and Immortor can only hide far away and cast spells to play a supporting role. For example, Naro subordinates such as Lark and Taligaman can only be killed instantly when summoned. Only powerful subordinates such as Sindragosa and Sinisaria are qualified to join such a battle. But before coming to Karazhan, Leo had to leave Sindragosa and the others in Draenor in order to give Harlan enough ability to protect himself. As a result, he could only let two clones play. The appearance of the Blood God's clone greatly relieved the pressure on Izur. In order to block Leo, a clone who also had the power of a false god, the resentful soul in Sarah had to separate a resentful skull again. The total number of resentful souls is limited, and the total amount of resentment that enters Sarah's body is also certain. Each time a piece of resentment is separated, Sarah's strength will weaken by 1 point. With Sarah's current ability, she can create up to 4 pieces of resentment skull. That is to say, Leo relied on Izur and the Blood God clone to disperse half of Sarah's combat power. The two false gods combined are only half of Sarah's strength. These resentful souls in the Hanging Abyss are capable of killing gods. But it is a pity that they have no sanity and only know how to act on instinct. This gives Leo's chance of beating them. The more dispersed the power, the easier it is to fail. If Leo was in Sarah's situation, he would rather be surrounded by 3 people than disperse his own power, because doing so would make him lose his most powerful weapon, the absolute power of hatred. Advantage. The Blood God clone was fighting against a resentful skull, while Yizhuo was fighting Sarah and the first resentful skull alone. The latter two were especially attacked by Sarah, who had an absolute advantage in strength. Next, Yizhuer could only keep dodging, feeling very embarrassed, seeing that Sarah didn't pay any attention to what he meant, but instead focused on Yizhuer, who had the power of light. Leo smiled. The mirror of the soul world seemed to sense what the owner was thinking, and seemed to know that he could get an enhanced crystal mirror. A dazzling light was emitted, and the target of this light was Sarah, who was chasing Yizhuer everywhere. Sarah was shocked when she was hit by the light of the mirror of the soul world, with a painful expression on her face. Then she turned around sharply and pounced on Leo. The fury of thunder swept out, and a dazzling array of lightning shot towards Sarah, who was rushing towards her. Leo could not dodge. Let me see what you're capable of. Chapter 931. Let's talk and listen. The bright white electric light dazzled the eyes, and the darkness of the hanging abyss was broken by the electric grid shot out by the fury of thunder. Sarah slapped a palm against the oncoming electric current, and countless ferocious-looking resentful souls crashed into the power grid with their resentment, and the two invisible forces began to clash. The fury of thunder, which can control thunder and lightning, is not even looked down upon by gods under Leo's control. However, Sarah, who is controlled by the resentful soul, ignores this, relying on her own strength. She will use the most arrogant and violent method to break Thunder Fury's grid. Resentment and thunder and lightning are in conflict. Under the constant collision of the two energies, the pore space barrier is once again broken. With a crackling sound, the space crack appears again. Leo finally understood why gods rarely appeared in the mortal world, and even the gods in the mortal world rarely took action. It was not that the gods were not wary, but that the world was too fragile. Fragile? Yes. Its vulnerability. Look at the current hanging abyss. Ever since Yizhuer rushed out, the space cracks have appeared one after another like cabbage on the roadside. Every time the two sides with combat power comparable to gods fight, every energy impact can break the space barrier of this world. Living in such a fragile world is like living in a house made of paper. If you are not careful, you will poke a hole in the house. The feeling of being afraid of using too much force at that moment is extremely uncomfortable. I asked, who are you willing to live in a place like this for a long time? Leo knew very well that he could not defeat Sarah with just the fury of thunder. At the moment when the power grid collided with the power of resentment, the demigod's hand filled with black energy struck Sarah. Ignore it. Such was Sarah's attitude towards the hand of the demigod. Facing the demigod's hand, Sarah didn't even raise her head and blocked it with only the power of body protection. Leo sighed. The strengthening of the demigod's hand has reached the point where it is urgent to delay. Boom! A meteorite was down and hit Sarah with a bang. Leo felt that it was a pity that because the space here was too narrow, the meteorite did not gain any potential energy. It only relied on its own weight to crush the target. Not even Sarah's body protection. The resentment was not broken. It was a pity that Leo's meteorite spell failed. But there was no accident. The purpose of using the meteorite spell had been achieved, and Sarah's attention was distracted, which made her not notice the changes on the ground. A miniature volcano quickly rose, filling the entire space with lava and flames. Before Sarah could take action, Leo stretched out his hand to hold it. The volcano explodes. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy flow exploded one after another, and the entire hanging abyss was like a detonated ammunition depot. When you were in it, you felt that the world was red, and it was like a doomsday scene. The violent energy directly shattered the space. This time it was no longer a crack in space, but a black hole in space with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. Leo's full blow hurt the space barrier. After the space black hole appeared, Leo did not pursue it again. Instead, he stared at the black hole that was devouring energy crazily in an attempt to close itself. No, daze is not the right word. To be precise, it should be thoughtful. The appearance of the black hole in space gave Leo some inspiration and made him think of something. He is now trying to grasp that flash of inspiration. But, is it okay to be distracted during combat? The lethality of black holes in space is terrifying. Even if a god is in the center of a black hole, he will be injured. What will happen to Sarah? As early as the beginning of Leo's volcanic explosion, Sarah's protective resentment was blasted away. And then the violent energy hit her body directly. The raging energy turbulence washed her body and swayed like grass in the strong wind. Before Sarah could stabilize her body, the black hole in space appeared again, and she happened to be in the center of the black hole in space, even though she had infinite resentment that could kill the gods. Sarah was severely hurt. The cutting power of space cracks is not on the same level as that of space black holes. Sarah can ignore the cracks but cannot get away from the space black hole. In order to break free from the space black hole, Sarah has to cast a resentful skull and detonate it to counteract the suction of the black hole. And at the moment when the energy generated by the explosion of the resentful skull cut off the suction of the black hole in space, Sarah rushed out. She possesses the power of killing gods and is far stronger than Leo. But she was forced into such a mess by Leo. The resentful souls in Sarah's body howled one after another. These guys who had long lost their wisdom and acted only on instinct controlled Sarah and grabbed her. Leo. Boom. The dark shield is broken. Boom. The bone armor is shattered. Boom. The evil armor is broken. Boom. The energy shield is broken. Sarah grabbed hold of her with both hands. And Leo's protective shield shattered one after another. These shields, which could prevent demigod attacks, were completely unable to stop Sarah, who was going crazy. At the end, the canter appeared. Snapped. Sarah's hand grabbing Leo was blocked by the leader's mark. Snapped. Sarah's second attack towards Leo was also blocked by the leader's mark. 2 consecutive attacks were ineffective. The resentment in Sarah's body boiled like boiling water. And her third attack arrived. Boom. The leader's mark was knocked aside. And the boiling resentment could not even block the leader's mark. At this time, all the protection on Leo's body had been broken. And no external force could stop Sarah's hands wrapped in boundless resentment. He clawed at Leo's chest, trying to break his heart into pieces. A mere resentful spirit wants to kill me? Leo's train of thought was interrupted. Sarah's attack prevented him from catching the light that flashed in his mind when the black hole appeared in space. Leo was very angry that his good deeds were ruined. Get out of here! Hey! The flashing lightning of Thunder's fury changed color. The bright white turned into deep purple. Purple lightning. The purple lightning of Diavolo. The fear demon god among the 3 demon gods of hell. Ah! Just when Sarah's hands were about to catch Leo, the purple lightning shot out by the fury of thunder struck Sarah. The purple lightning touched her body. And Sarah screamed. No! It shouldn't be said that Sarah was screaming. The scream was actually the resentful spirit controlling Sarah. Purple electricity is one of the abilities of the hell demon god Diavolo. And the medium through which Leo casts purple electricity is Thunder Fury, the divine weapon of the Lord of Thunder. Putting the two together is not as simple as 1 + 1. Let alone Sarah. The resentful souls in the body are not a whole. Even if they are truly integrated into one, they cannot be stopped. Purple electric light was continuously injected into Sarah's body through the fury of thunder. The violent electric shock made the resentful souls in Sarah's body suffer terribly. In the pain, the shortcomings of the resentful souls, not being one body, were fully exposed. Some resentful souls could not bear the incoming purple electricity. Pain wants to escape, while another part of the resentful soul wants to continue attacking. The two sides have different wishes, but they converge in Sarah's body. No matter what they do, they must control Sarah's body. If both parties have the same will, it was nothing. But now they had different opinions, and had to fight for control of Sarah's body. From this, the resentful spirits began to fight. When fighting Leo, he was still having internal strife. Isn't this looking for death? Well, the resentful spirit is actually already dead. Internal strife caused the resentful soul to lose the last possibility of defeating Leo. Just as they were fighting for control of Sarah's body, Leo increased the output of purple electricity. Under the attack of purple electricity, the resentful soul in Sarah's body was either those who advocated continuing the attack or those who wanted to escape were killed in large numbers. The number of resentful souls is decreasing, and the power of resentment is naturally weakening. Before the resentful souls, fighting among themselves, realized that the situation was not good. More than half of the resentful souls had been wiped out by Leo's purple lightning. After the death of these resentful souls, the resentment dissipated in the air, and the rich resentment filled the entire Morgan cemetery, giving people the feeling that the air had become sticky. Resentment is also a type of energy. Previously, Leo could not absorb it because the resentment was controlled by resentful spirits. Now that the resentment has lost its owner, it has become ownerless. He can only absorb it with a thought. Yuzhuer and the blood god clone suddenly gave up their entanglement with the resentful skull, and the two turned into 2 rays of light, one gold and one red, and penetrated into Leo's body. By gathering the power of 2 clones, the strength that Leo can call upon is more than doubled. The purple current became thicker, and the resentful spirit in Sarah's body died faster. Realizing that something was wrong, the resentful spirits joined forces again. However, it was too late for them to stop their internal strife. Most of the resentful spirits that died were unable to stop Zidian. Even if the two separated resentful skulls returned to Sarah's body, it would not be enough. It's just to slow down the speed of their defeat. The resentful soul is too superficial in the use of its power. Previously, it had the advantage of having more resentment power than Leo. Let alone now that the advantage of resentment has disappeared. Amidst the sound of electricity and the deep purple current, thousands of resentful souls died every second, and large groups of resentment flowed into the air. At this time, even in the Morgan Cemetery, Leo's, it was impossible to see objects 3 meters away, because the resentment that was so strong that it became a substance shrouded the entire cemetery like a mist. What a rich energy! Goldfinger spoke at this time, and Leo couldn't help but despise him deeply. Needless to say, this guy must have spoken out to gain benefits. There are so many corpses. Leo ignored Goldfinger, but the guy didn't care at all. He looked around at the situation on his own. After discovering the unknown number of bones in the hanging abyss, he screamed in surprise. Okay. That's great. Even after saying 3 good words, you can imagine Goldfinger's excitement. But Leo still ignored him. You don't show up during the battle, but you run out when you see the benefits. How can it be so cheap? What's even better is that this is actually a sealed independent space. No matter what happens in this independent space, the outside world cannot detect it. In this case, I have a suggestion. Finding that Leo didn't pay any attention to what he meant and didn't take any action to absorb the resentment floating in the air, Goldfinger couldn't help it anymore. If there is no business, there is no killing. And if there is no benefit, Leo will not pay attention to him. Suggestion? Leo raised his eyebrows. Tell me and listen. I knew you would be good at talking to each other. Goldfinger despised Leo, and then gave his so-called suggestion. Do you want to get more inheritance from strong men? Strong man? How strong is he? It would be a lie to say that Leo was unmoved. But if what Goldfinger took out did not satisfy him, he would not mind continuing the stalemate. Anyway, it would still take a long time to disperse all the resentful spirits in Sarah's body. Hee. Goldfinger laughed, and there was unconcealable pride in his laughter. He seemed sure that Leo would take the bait. Leoric, the King of Darkness. Chapter 932 Surrender. What is the most famous spell of the Necromancer? Summon the skeleton. What is the most famous tactic of necromancy? Sea of Skeletons. Only the Necromancer has used the Sea of Skeletons to surround and beat others. There has never been any other profession that used the Sea of Skeletons to surround the Necromancer. However, this would not be the case if the Necromancer met Leoric. Looking at the pale sea of bones, Leo rolled his eyes. Using the Sea of Skeletons to beat the Necromancer is really not that creative. You are mocking Hongguogua. With Leo's character, he would definitely fight back if someone teased him in this way. But the moment he wanted to summon an army of skeletons, he changed his mind. It would be too boring to use the Skeleton Sea to deal with the Skeleton Sea. Although a group of skeletons were extremely skinny, Leo still felt that it would be better to be plump. Falto, riding a nightmare, appeared. This Death Knight had been hidden by Leo for a long time, and he could finally come out for some air. Faltola, I leave these skeletons to you. Leo gave an order and charged forward with his sword. Under the purple lightning, all the skeletons within a radius of 20 meters centered on him were turned into ashes. At your command? Great Master. Faltola was so idle in Leo's private space that his bones were almost rusty. It had been a long time since he had a good fight, and he had a rare opportunity to unleash his desire to kill. Ghouls emerged from the sea of skeletons one after another. Compared with the skeletons with only bones left, the ghouls with more or less bits and pieces on their bodies deserved to be plump. The Death Knight's ghoul army vs the Dark King's Sea of Skeletons. As we all know, skeletons and ghouls, which are at the bottom of the undead creature chain, are not on the same level at all. Even so, skeletons are the most troublesome undead. Once they gather in sufficient numbers, any strong person may be pulled down. The skeletons summoned by Sarah densely filled the entire hanging abyss. There were only about 100 ghouls in Faltola. The absolute advantage in numbers completely filled the gap in strength. So the ghouls were in tragedy. Although the ghouls are very ferocious, each of their attacks can kill a skeleton. But there are too many skeletons. One fell, and 2 more rushed up. The ghouls who killed 2 skeletons found that the skeleton standing in front of them was again. There were 4. And the skeletons were unable to kill them. In just a few breaths, the ghouls were divided into pieces by the swarming skeletons. These skeletons are not simple. Although the battle did not last long, Faltola still discovered something unusual. The skeleton summoned by Sarah is no different from an ordinary skeleton in terms of its own defense. But its attack power is far beyond that of ordinary skeletons. If an ordinary skeleton has the ability of a ghoul, it can last for several minutes even if it is caught in a group fight. For a long time. It will never be completely destroyed in just a few breaths. If that were the case, a regular army of the dead would be of little use. Valtola pondered for a moment before making a decision. One round of the rune sword chopped all the skeletons around him into pieces. Valtola injected power into the sword. And the runes on the sword exuded a dark atmosphere. Come out. Sand Knights from H.L. Following Valtola's low words, monsters emerged from his side. The bodies of these monsters are sandy yellow. And their skinny bodies are nearly 2 meters tall. They have 4 hands and hold 4 weapons. These are the Sand Knights. The Sand Knights are a brutal warrior race in legend. Their special bodies allow them to wield 4 weapons at the same time. Most of their enemies fall under the violent attacks. Not only that, the bodies of the Sand Knights are filled with the power of elements, making their slashing out of the scope of ordinary attacks, and becoming a double strike of both physical strikes and magical damage. These cruel monsters have no mercy in their evil hearts, and will kill all creatures that are their enemies. The Blood Elf, who received Rodament's inheritance, can not only summon ghouls, but also summon Sand Knights, who do not belong to this world. The reason why Leo hid Valtola in the snow was because he did not want his strength to grow prematurely, exposed to outsiders. If Goldfinger had not told Leo that the Hanging Abyss was an independent space, and any disturbances made here would not be detected by the outside world, Leo would not have let Valtola fight. Also numbered 100. The Sand Knight is completely different from the ghoul after he appears. 408 weapons were slashed in a frantic manner, not to mention killing the Sand Knights. The skeletons could not even get close to them. A flash of sword light flashed, and all the skeletons that rushed forward were sliced into pieces. The powerful 4 swords flow. Aranok Sand Knights. Sarah was slightly startled. The appearance of the Sand Knights was beyond her expectation. She did not expect to see soldiers belonging to the same H.L. force here. Sarah dared to be distracted during the battle with Leo, and Sarah quickly paid the price. Clang! The fury of thunder struck Sarah's hand, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. The divine sword that could control thunder and lightning could only see through Sarah's skin, which shocked Leo. Even Zinasaraya and the others are far inferior to such terrifying physical strength. Sarah's hand was slashed by a sword. Without thinking, Sarah kicked her feet hard and retreated sharply, trying to distance herself from Leo. But how could Leo let her run away like that? The so-called advantage is not to be spared, and the right way is to pursue the victory. Sarah retreated and Leo was close, and the distance between the two did not widen. The distance between Leo and Sarah, who had the upper hand, was not more than 3 meters. And this distance was just right, within the attack range of Thunder Fury. Retreating again. Sarah was still unable to escape Leo's attack. But she was not in a hurry. A man named Valtola suddenly appeared in Leo's field of vision, who was constantly pursuing him. Oops. Leo's heart tightened and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" A proud smile appeared on Sarah's face. It was too late. The reason why she gave in repeatedly was just for now. The whistling bone hammer hit her head on like a cannonball, and its speed was so fast that Leo, who was charging forward, had no time to dodge. At the moment when the bone hammer was thrown, Sarah put her left foot on the ground, and her whole body suddenly changed with it as the fulcrum. Siong. The long sword was slashing towards Falto. It turned out that Sarah had already approached Falto while avoiding Leo's pursuit. The attack was fast and sudden, and Valtola quickly raised his sword to block it. Don't underestimate Sarah's sword. Although she was holding an ordinary long sword, it was this sword that cut a long wound in Leo's demigod hand. Whether Tola can block it or not is a big question mark. This sword cannot be intercepted forcefully. Although Sarah's sword had not yet arrived, its momentum was suppressed. Valtola was shocked. But at this time, it was too late for him to make another move. Just when Valtola was in danger, a force emerged from the slanting stab and pulled Valtola off the horse. At the critical moment, Leo captured Valtola with his death grip. The latter narrowly avoided Sarah's sword. But Valtola's mount was not so lucky, and the sword struck down the Nightmare Came, and was killed before it was too late to scream. Having a good thing ruined by Leo, Sarah only had regrets in her eyes, without any resentment. She originally thought that the bone hammer she threw could stop Leo, but she didn't expect that Leo had the ability to teleport, and the bone hammer hit nothing. It turned out that Sarah felt that Valtola, who could summon the Sand Knight, was an obstacle. So she tried to get rid of him. But unfortunately she failed. If you can't kill Faltola this time, it will be 10 times more difficult to kill him later. After taking precautions, Faltola will not give Sarah a chance to get close. And Leo will not let her get her wish again. Sarah, who was confronting Leo, punched to the side, and a big golden fist came out. Its target was Nerlac and Immortor, who were standing together. Fist of heaven. Even the power of light can be used. Leo was shocked. His figure disappeared from the spot, and then appeared from behind Sarah. And the fury of thunder slashed his head down. He knew that Sarah threw the heavenly fist to induce him to take action. But he still moved. It's not that Leo is reckless, but that he is confident enough. The fact that I dared to step on it even though I knew it was a trap is not because I am stupid, but because I have enough power to defeat the trap and defeat you. Sizzling. The moment Leo slashed with his sword, the fury of thunder erupted. The purple electric light exploded and enveloped the entire area of dozens of meters in radius. The sudden burst of power caught Sarah off guard, facing dozens of people who were more tyrannical than before with twice the power. Sarah's previous calculations had no room for execution. Her whole body was wrapped in purple electricity, and the manic electricity could seriously hurt her. Her power was suppressed by the purple voltage, and her body was unable to move. Sarah could only watch helplessly as the fury of thunder struck down on her head. In the face of absolute power, your little tricks are useless. Leo's sword finally stopped less than a centimeter above Sarah's head. The electric light flowing from the sword exploded countless light balls above Sarah's head, and the crackling sound was endless. By draining the power of Izur and the blood god clone in an instant, and applying it to himself, Leo could summon several times more magic power than Sarah. This is why he took action resolutely even though he knew there was a scam. Absolute strength brings absolute confidence. I lost. Sarah was more straightforward. She immediately admitted defeat when she knew she was no match. She was previously unwilling to let a weakling be her master out of pride as a king. Now that Leo defeated her, her pride disappeared. Putting the sword on the ground, Sarah knelt on one knee and lowered her head to Leo. Dear master, your servant salutes you. At the moment Sarah surrendered to Leo and recognized him as her master, the skeleton sea stopped moving, and the battle ended with Leo's victory. Fortunately, I got it done. If I can't conquer her in this way, I'm really at a loss. Leo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sarah, who had been inherited by Leoric, the King of Darkness, was indeed powerful. In addition, Leo was not easy to kill, so it was inevitable that he would feel constrained during the fight. Fortunately, Sarah was just trying to measure his strength, and he didn't really fight hard. Otherwise accidents would inevitably occur if he continued to fight. Get up. Leo stretched out his hand to help Sarah stand up. If I'm not wrong, you should be the perfect inheritance? Yes, master. Having obtained the perfect inheritance from Leoric, the King of Darkness, Sarah is much stronger than Lilis's Icy Crow, and the position of Sinai Saraya's #1 under Leo has been challenged. Chapter 933. One day, the hunter will become the prey. Each corpse turned into fine crystal particles, and the number of corpses stored by Leo increased with the appearance of these crystal particles. After Sarah expressed her surrender to Leo, the skeletons hanging upside down in the abyss were no longer of use to her. Leo would not shamefully waste these skeletons. The sea of skeletons relied on quantity. No necromancer would dislike his own skeletons. Too many. The resentful souls in the abyss had been cleared away long ago, and Golden Finger absorbed the corpses very quickly without encountering any resistance. In just a few words, not even a single bone could be seen in the abyss. At this time, something surprising happened. The crackling sound kept reaching the ears, and space cracks appeared one after another. These cracks continued to expand and formed space black holes. The space where the hanging abyss was located was rapidly collapsing. The collapse of space is a devastating disaster to the people in this space. Even with Leo's ability, he dare not guarantee his own safety. It was the first time he encountered this situation, and he frowned. What the hell is this guy Goldfinger doing? Leo is not good at space spells, and he is helpless in the face of the collapsed space. At this time, Sarah's opportunity to show off comes. The long sword passed through, and a gap was opened in the space. Sarah made a gesture to Leo and stepped in first. The latter did not hesitate and followed her closely. The remaining Faltola and Malarak did not hesitate, dare to delay. He followed Leo and rushed in as fast as possible. Only poor Immortal didn't have time to leave, and was swallowed by the black hole in space after a whimper. Fortunately, after the two-headed disaster dog signed a contract with Leo. It would not really die as long as Leo did not die. Otherwise, immortal would be the real tragedy. Standing at the door of Karazhan, Leo stared blankly at the closed door. He found that the magic barrier covering Karazhan was collapsing. Could it be that the hanging abyss is related to the magical barrier in Karazhan? Leo, who was in a daze, didn't know that less than 10 seconds after he left the hanging abyss, the mental power of a tyrannical existence in the endless void came to the collapsing space. Even after multiple planes, he was still incredibly strong. At least Leo was far from his opponent on a spiritual level. Who destroyed this place? With a mental power descending from anger, he explored every corner of the hanging abyss. Unfortunately, the place was already empty, and he could not find the answer. The hanged abyss was a chess piece he had laid out. Originally, no one in the world could destroy this chess piece with his own abilities. But now, not only has the hanged abyss been destroyed, but what is even more annoying is that he has not even found the culprit. Unexpectedly, the owner of the mental power was very angry. And the consequences were serious. The person who destroyed the hanging abyss could not be found. And the anger contained in his mental power was getting stronger and stronger. If he hadn't been unable to come here now, the world would have been destroyed in his anger. Suddenly, the anger in his mental power disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. Ha ha, light code. In the midst of crazy laughter, the mental power exited the hanging abyss, coming with anger but leaving with joy. I really don't know what this guy was thinking. That little guy really didn't disappoint me. In the Dustwallow Swamp, a human female mage looked in the direction of Karazhan. Her wrinkled face, which rarely showed her inner thoughts, was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. Without the constraints of Morgan Cemetery, I can finally get my power back. As she said that, the female mage touched her wrinkled cheek. I'd better get the crown back first. When the hanging abyss collapsed, the magical barrier placed by Egwene also disappeared. Karazhan opened its door to everyone. You can enter at any time as long as you are not afraid of losing your life inside. Why do I have a bad feeling? Standing at the door of Karazhan, Leo scratched his face depressedly. His intuition told him that once he stepped into this magical tower that was reopened to the world, disaster would befall him. But he had to enter because Scarlet Kaeldats and the others are still inside. Master, shall we go in? Leo nodded after hearing Sarah's words. The former did not move after receiving the affirmative answer, but looked at Faltola and Malarak. The latter two ran forward very wisely, and closed Karazhan for many years. The door opens. In a world where strength is respected, the one with the biggest fist is the truth. Herod. As soon as he stepped into Karazhan, the noisy neighing of horses reached Leo's ears. A group of ghost horses rushed out from nowhere, and Leo happened to be standing on their path. Malarak hurriedly cast an arcane storm, while Faltola summoned a group of sand knights. Purple and white arcane light exploded among the ghost horses, immediately beating most of the ghost horses to pieces. The remaining ghost horses barely withstood the arcane storm, but before they had a chance to breathe, the sand knight's sword belt the wind struck them with a swishing sound. Ordinary physical attacks were useless against the ghost war horses, but the sand knight's attacks had magical properties. The ghost war horses all fell to the sword as the war horses screamed. I knew that one day the hunter would become the hunted. Low sighs echoed in Karazhan, and Leo got the hint. Kill a Tumen, succeed in absorbing the item, and the host obtains the reins of the fiery war horse. Do you want to absorb it? Wow, what luck! Leo whistled. And he got a good thing as soon as he entered Karazhan. It was a good start. Herod. Another fierce horse neighed. Faltola and Nerlac were carefully guarding against possible attacks when they saw Adonis running out panting. Behind him, a war horse with evil flames on its feet was pressing closely, reluctant to chase. It turns out that Adonis killed a Tumen. Leo secretly thought. That's it. When Adonis found him standing at the gate of Karazhan, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over. To be able to kill a Tumen under the attack of Midnight and a Tumen, Adonis had already tried his best, so that he was unable to kill Midnight. When Leo entered Karazhan, Danaeus was implementing delaying tactics against Midnight, so that he could recover his combat power before killing him. Faltola. Leo threw the reins of the fiery war horse over, and Faltola immediately understood that this was Leo asking him to use this magic rein to subdue the war horse that was stepping on the evil flames. Midnight is not an ordinary nightmare. This is a leader-level nightmare horse. Its strength cannot be underestimated. If Faltola can have a mount like Midnight, his strength will definitely increase. As a knight, surrendering a mount is a basic skill that must be possessed. Faltola took advantage of Midnight's attention on Donna's and quietly approached it. Then he saw the opportunity and rushed out, jumping up Midnight's back, sensing something strange on its back. Midnight stood up and tried to lift the person off its back, but its reaction had been anticipated by Faltola. Midnight's lift not only failed to throw Faltola off, but instead, the opponent seized the opportunity and put the reins of the fiery war horse on its head. Midnight is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. The moment the reins were pulled over its head, it knew Faltola's intention. Midnight gave up the pursuit of Donna's and shook its head vigorously. Faltola's actions were hindered by his resistance. Marshal Donna's. Leo nodded to Donna's, but his eyes did not leave Faltola and Midnight. He would take action once Faltola could not conquer Midnight on his own. Donna's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He looked at the open door of Karazhan and asked Leo, "Has the magic shield laid down by Egwene disappeared?" "Right. Did you do it?" Leo answered casually, while Donna's looked very excited. Leo could hear the anger about to explode in his words. "Right." Leo's answer was still so short, and Donna's tone was bad. Leo's ability to answer him already gave him a lot of face. Leo's attitude towards him would not change easily until a certain guess was confirmed. Hearing Leo's answer, Donna's yelled at him, "Do you know what you did? Watch your words." Sarah stood up, her hand resting on the hilt of the sword, and her two sharp gazes made Donna's feel fearful in his heart. What's going on with this woman? But why did she make me feel so terrible after half a day? Donna's was greatly confused. In his memory, Sarah was not very strong. He could easily defeat her with just 3 points of strength. But now that she was targeted by Sarah, he realized that he was no match for her. How could Donna's not be surprised by the feeling? "You forget it. Find Her Majesty the Queen quickly. We have to leave here immediately. I hope Scarlet will not be like the Grand Duke." Donna seemed extremely anxious. After muttering something in a low voice, he immediately asked Karazhan, running deep into the depths, "Hope is still not too late." The Grand Duke in Donna's mouth was of course Grand Duke Lothar. Leo didn't know what Donna's was talking about, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. Thinking of himself standing in front of the gate of Karazhan, he felt uncomfortable. A wonderful premonition made his heart twitch. Malarak, stay. Sarah, come with me. After Leo finished speaking, he headed inside Karazhan first. He left Malarak behind to help Faltola tame Midnight. I believe that with him and the group of Sand Knights, there won't be any accidents here in Faltola. It will take longer. Midnight is really nothing compared to Scarlet's safety. Get away. Donna's voice came from inside Karazhan. Leo rushed forward and saw a group of ghosts entangled with him. Donna's, who was eager to find Scarlet, was very anxious and angry with these entangled guys. As a warrior, he is inherently at a disadvantage when dealing with ghosts. Leo stretched out his hand a little, and a cloud of poisonous mist exploded among the ghosts. All ghosts touched by the poisonous mist would die without even being able to scream. Although there are many ghosts, they can't make any waves in front of Leo. These guys can only tangle with pure warriors like Donna's. Leo, who had joined Donna's, nodded to him and motioned for the two of them to move forward together. With the continuous use of the poison explosion technique, all the ghosts blocking the road were killed, and the road ahead became much smoother. A ray of golden light faintly came from the front. Its appearance made the two of them feel happy. It was holy light. Could it be that Scarlet is just ahead? Chapter 934, The Destroyed Opera House. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When Leo and Donna's rushed over, they discovered that the golden light was indeed the holy light. And the one who used the holy light was not Scarlet, but Liadrin. The Blood Elf Countess spread 2 wings of light on her back and was fighting an undead thief. There were several corpses lying near the battlefield where the two fought. These were obviously killed by Liadrin. Liadrin's luck was really bad. Donna's was attacked by Midnight and Atumen. But when she arrived, she met Moros with a group of followers, including warriors, priests, and paladins, equivalent to the configuration of a small team, single-handedly fighting a small team. And none of the team members are weak enough to be dealt with in a few hits. No wonder even Liadrin's ability cannot end the battle quickly. Butler Moros? I don't have the trouble of cleaning up his subordinates. It seems that I am lucky, Leo said and winked at Sarah, gesturing for her to help Liadrin resolve the battle. After all, Liadrin is also their companion. Even if they are eager to find Scarlet, they can't see their companions fighting the enemy without helping. Even Donna's rushed up, and Leo naturally wouldn't watch from the sidelines. The addition of Danaeus did not immediately change the situation. Moros took the time to cast a blinding shot during Lydron's fight, leaving Danaus blinded. The inability to see had a great impact on Danaus. He quickly stopped and waited attentively, in case Moros took this opportunity to make a sneak attack. After all, Danaus is a strong man who has experienced battles for a long time. Moros could not find any flaws in him. Even if there was any, it was Danaus who deliberately exposed it to lure him into the bait. In addition, with the threat Lydron gave him, Moros could not find any flaws in him. Not daring to act rashly, he had to give up his intention to attack Danaus. According to Sarah's original intention, she didn't bother to join forces with others to besiege, especially a weak person like Moros. Compared to Sarah, Moros' strength was indeed not enough. But she didn't dare to disobey Leo's order. She grabbed a bone hammer that was as tall as a person from the void. Then Sarah's arm shook, and the bone hammer was thrown out with a sharp whistling sound that ripped the air. As soon as Moros took a step back to avoid Lydron's command seal, unexpectedly, a bone hammer hit him. The person who threw the bone hammer had excellent timing and constantly predicted his actions in advance. The choice was made at the moment when he couldn't dodge. Moros only had time to cross the dagger in his hand before he was hit. Click! Moros flew out, and his arm had been shattered by the bone hammer. The force of the hammer thrown by Sarah was far beyond the limit that Moros could withstand. Drink! Danaus had just escaped from the blindness, and his eyesight had not yet fully recovered when a blurry black figure bumped into him. He shouted and slashed with his sword. The blade of the sword hit Moros' skull. If the skull had not been hard enough, Moros would have been split in half. Even if he blocked Danaus' sword with his skull, Moros' soul fire would not be immune to the impact. It's a lot bleaker. Leo pointed out his finger at this moment, and the corpse exploded. Boom! Moros' body exploded. His cloned bones were broken into pieces, and he was too dead to die. The host kills Moros. The item is absorbed successfully. The host obtains King Arthur's royal cloak. Do you want to absorb it? Leo said yes. He was surprised. The stingy golden finger never gives extra rewards to an enemy of Moros' strength. Is it true that an iron rooster is willing to pluck its feathers? Of course. What surprised Leo even more was the name of this cloak, Royal Cloak of King Arthur. King Arthur! Leo rubbed his chin. These 5 words were quite intriguing. There is only one queen in Arthur now. She is Scarlet. And there is no king. But is Grand Duke Lothar before Scarlet considered a king? Lydron looked at Sarah in surprise. An expert would know if she was there as soon as she made a move. How could she not see Sarah's strength with her eyesight? Sarah was still wearing the attire of a Master Chief of Stormwind Kingdom. How could Lydron not be surprised? When did a Master Chief in Stormwind Kingdom become so powerful? Is Varian out of his mind to let such a powerful man become a petty sergeant? Lydron didn't think that Sarah's strength would rise from a high-level warrior to a level that she couldn't even see through in just half a day. She thought that Sarah must have hidden her strength when they met them. Thinking of Leo, the Sarah mentioned was the descendant of a certain paladin of the Knights of the Silver Hand, and she became more and more certain of her guess. Perhaps this is a secret move made by the Knights of the Silver Hand after the great changes in mankind. Or maybe it is to hide the potential younger generations in the clan. This is not difficult to understand. Does Sarah's appearance mean that the Kingdom of Stormwind or humans are going to show their hidden strength? Lydron looked at Sarah suspiciously. But unfortunately Lydron didn't get the answer. After dealing with Moros, Danaus kept running towards the interior of Karazhan without stopping. Leo didn't want to explain too much to Lydron. He was still worried about Scarlet's safety. Seeing that the 2 men just nodded and greeted him before hurriedly heading inside Karazhan, Lydron hurriedly followed. To make Leo and Danaus so restless, something unusual must have happened. Thinking that her Prince Kael'thas was still in Karazhan, Lydron became anxious. Danaus, Leo, Sarah, and Lydron, for first-rate powerhouses, joined forces, and the ghosts along the way were completely unable to stop them, even slowing down their steps. Without anyone else taking action, Leo flicked his fingers one after another, and clouds of poisonous clouds exploded one after another. All ghosts who dared to appear within his field of vision were destroyed in the poisonous mist containing the power of the law. Run, little girl. Run, little girl. Leo originally wanted to check where the Virgin Saint was in his memory. But before he could take action, there was a sound from deep in Karazhan. Someone activated those opera house puppets. The mage tower built by Medivh is also very interesting. It not only has the stables for taming war horses where Artumen is located, the banquet hall where Moros is located, but also an opera house for relaxing in leisure time. as a powerful mage with a wide range of interests. Medivh's opera house is also very unique. He made many magic puppets that look the same as real creatures. The function of these magic puppets is to perform operas for guests. Don't think that these magic puppets are of little combat power because they were created by Medivh for human use. As the most stunning mage in human history, even the gadgets Medivh made for entertainment are extraordinary. Leo learned from Khadgar that even the weakest magic puppet in the opera house has combat power comparable to that of an epic hero. And the strongest puppet may not be able to defeat even a legendary hero. Shocked? This is the power of Medivh. If he doesn't have a few brushes, how can he be regarded as the most talented mage in human history? Without real ability, even if his mother is the magic god Aegwynn, she would not be able to win such an honor. Arrogant mages will never let an incompetent dude step on their head. Hearing the movement deep in Karazhan, Donna's rushed faster. Perhaps the word little girl stimulated him, because there were only 3 ladies in their group, and Sarah and Lydron were by their side. Then who else is left but Scarlet? Not only Donna's thought this, Leo also thought so at this time. So he did not stop when passing by the fork in the road leading to the Virgin Saint, but gave an order to Faltola and Malarak to let them after taming Midnight. I went to check it out. It's just that reality disappointed Leo and the others again. When they arrived at the opera house, all they saw was debris on the ground. It was like the opera house had experienced a storm. Everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed. Even the stage. Shaky. From the time Leo and the others heard the sound coming from the opera house to the time they arrived at the opera house, it would not take more than 10 minutes. Who could destroy the opera house so completely in such a short period of time? Khadgar? Romance? Or Kael'thas? Leo and Lydron tended towards the latter. The only person in their group who could destroy the Karazhan opera house so completely in such a short period of time, apart from Leo, was Kael'thas, god mage. Ramath definitely doesn't have this ability, and Archmage Khadgar may not be able to do it either. Leo couldn't help but want to laugh loudly when he thought of Kael'thas being called a little girl. I think Kael'thas' expression must have been very exciting at that time. It's a pity that I didn't see that scene. This also explains why the opera house was so completely destroyed, as if it had been blown by a typhoon. The damage that an angry demigod mage can cause is unimaginable and terrifying. Master, I have conquered Midnight. Faltola sent a message to Leo, and with the help of Malarak, he used the reins of the fiery war horse that Leo gave him to subdue Atumen's mount, the leader-level nightmare Mount Midnight. At this time, Faltola, who had obtained a new mount, was heading inside Karazhan with Malarak, and they had to rush to complete what Leo had told them. The opera house failed to find Scarlet. Donna's continued to rush forward, and Leo followed after a slight hesitation. Anyway, Faltola and Malarak were there to check on the Virgin Saint. If Scarlet arrived there, it would be easy to just ask Faltola to escort her out of Karazhan. Crunch! Crunch! There was a toothpicking sound of bones rubbing against each other, and the blocker turned from a ghost into a skeleton. No. To be precise, it should be an ice bone puppet. Even though these puppets have bones, you would think that they are as weak as undead skeletons. Once you are careless, you will suffer a big loss. Donna's, who was frozen by the spell cast by the skeleton, is a living example. Sarah, I leave these bone puppets to you. The appearance of the ice bone puppet made Leo feel a little vigilant. It may not be Kael'thas who destroyed the opera house. Chapter 935 Library. In Karazhan, the bone puppets that originally hindered outsiders from further entering have now become the vanguard to clear the way for others. Sarah is very good at dealing with skeletons. Leo asked her to take action with the idea of subduing the bone puppets. Leoric is also known as the Skeleton King. After being resurrected, he appears in the form of a skeleton with endless power. As the King of Skeletons, it is not difficult to use rank suppression to conquer low-level undead. The bone puppets were subdued by Sarah in this way. Who made these puppets still have the characteristics of undead creatures. It's a pity that Leo and the others didn't encounter many bone puppets. Only 30 or 40 in total. The smaller the number, the smaller the effect of the bone puppets. When they encountered hordes of void terrors, they couldn't quickly solve them. In the battle, Leo and the others even need to take action to defeat the opponent. The void terror is a new monster that Leo and the others encountered in Karazhan. Medivh is known as the Astral Mage, and has extensive research on the creatures in the astral world. The Void Terror originally lived in an alien plane. The ferocious creature was one of the objects he brought for research. To put it bluntly, the Void Terror that Leo and the others encountered now was actually a guinea pig used for Mediva's research. In addition to the Void Terror, there is also a kind of dark energy creature that is similar to a ghost. These creatures hide in the dark and make sneak attacks, making them difficult to guard against. Unfortunately, they were unlucky enough to meet a demigod warlock like Leo, who is extremely sensitive to dark energy. Leo was always able to kill them before they started. Charge, charge, charge all the way. Leo and the others quickly crossed the vestibule of Karazhan. Mediva's mage tower is very large. Places including stables, banquet halls, opera houses, etc. are where Mediva receives guests. They are all part of the vestibule that outsiders can enter. And places such as the library where Leo once teleported, it's very private, and only a few people can enter there. What confused Leo was that he remembered that his party had just passed by the place where Nightmare was. And he did not find this miserable dragon that came to seek bad luck for Mediva, but was burned to death by the latter. Does it mean that in reality, like in the game, a certain prop must be used to make the Nightmare appear? It won't be like this. Doubts are doubts. It is a good thing after all that there is no obstacle from Nightmare. Leo is still thinking about Scarlet's safety. Failure to cooperate will lead to aggressive behavior. A magic guard that had been torn apart was muttering to himself words that would remain unchanged for thousands of years. When he saw this magic guard, Leo knew that they had arrived at the library of Karazhan. The library is the most precious treasure of a magician. Here are all kinds of magic notes that the magician has worked hard to collect. Their value is inestimable, especially for a great mage like Mediva, whose collection of books is a treasure that countless people desire. In order to protect these precious magic books, Mediva created a group of magic guards according to the manufacturing method of arcane guards to protect the safety of Karazhan. Facts have proved that this is very necessary. The existence of magic guards protects the library very well. Their anti-stealth and stealth capabilities allow thieves who covet this place to come back time and time again. The strong blood elves such as Ramath and Liedron wanted to enter Karazhan because they were attracted by the library in this mage tower. The blood elves who regard magic as their second life have a longing for magic that other races have. Difficult to understand. In addition, the magic guards here are also the target of the blood elves, and they are extremely curious about how Mediva can improve the arcane guard blood elves. When Leo and the others officially entered the library, they immediately saw Ramath shaking his head around a magic guard. It seemed that the blood elf archmage was studying the structure of the magic guard. He is indeed an obsessed scholar mage. Leo sighed in his heart, but his hand showed no mercy at all. A mist-like vortex appeared, and all the items in his field of vision were taken into his personal space. The library in Karazhan is a treasure. Are there any ordinary magic books that can be collected by Mediva? There is no need to answer this question at all. Since Leo came here, he naturally had to use his tradition of loving cleanliness and sweep away everything, even the bookshelves. Ramath was studying the structure of the magic guard, but unexpectedly Leo suddenly intervened. He was so angry that he jumped up and down. His reaction seemed to be like rolling up his sleeves and fighting with Leo. Archmage Romans, I will put away the things here first, and then I will study them slowly when I get back. The top priority is to find the lost Prince Kael'thas and the others. Leo's words stopped the Archmage's rage, and Ramath patted his forehead. He had really forgotten about Kael'thas and the others when he was studying the structure of magic guards. I still don't know where my prince has been teleported to in Karazhan. It would be really unsettling not to find him as soon as possible. Liedron glared at Ramath, who laughed dryly, looking very embarrassed. This was Romance's fault, and it's no wonder Liedron was dissatisfied with him. Get rich. Well, haha. I'm rich. The number of books in Mediva's library is astonishing. There are tens of thousands of books in them, and Les Frostwhisper's collection pales into insignificance compared to his. What is the concept of tens of thousands of magic books? Apart from the mage city of Dalaran, only Silvermoon City can find so many magic books, and the quality may not be comparable to that here. You can imagine what will happen after these magic books are obtained by Leo. A third magic holy land will appear outside Dalaran and Silvermoon City. Someone would give him a pillow when he felt sleepy. It couldn't be more comfortable. Leo was worried that the magician training in Naxxramas was not strong enough, so Karazhan gave him Mediva's collection. Even if he didn't jump for joy, it was considered restraint. It's strong enough. Lord Leo, the magic books here. Leo was plundering wildly, and Roman saw it with passion. Now he regretted it so much that he wanted to kill him. It was obviously the library that he arrived at first, and he also took care of the guards here. But the one who got the magic book in the end was Leo. He really hated himself for not taking the first step. leaving those magic books alone. Why did he go to study the structure of those guards? Big loss. Big loss. I will keep these magic books first, and we will study them together after we get out of Karazhan. Leo knew what Romans wanted to say. He just wanted to take away part of the classics from him. How could Leo agree? How can there be any reason to spit out the meat that is in your mouth? So Leo stopped talking before Ramath made such a request. How can we expect him to take out the things in Leo's hands? Liadrin sighed and shook her head. She didn't know what to say about Ramath. She had a chance to get Mediva's magic collection, but he missed it. If Ramath hadn't been the great magister of Silvermoon City, Liadrin would have lost her. Delin had already slashed it with his sword. I have seen people speechless, but I have never seen anything so speechless. My son is very powerful, but I also have my own power. I'll have you know. Old dogs have a few teeth too. Angry shouts echoed in Karazhan. And Leo, who was ransacking the library, knew that someone had touched the shadow of Elam. Elon, a man who is extremely lucky and extremely tragic. To say he was lucky was because he had the good fortune to have a relationship with Egwin, the god of magic, and let Egwin give birth to a son for him. Mediv, the master of Karazhan, called him tragic because he is Egwin's man and Mediva's father. Well, it's actually the same thing. I don't know how many people are envious of Fonza Ellen, who is able to kiss the Dharma god Egwin. However, it is precisely because of his relationship with Egwin that Ellen itself seems dim. When others mention him, the first reaction is, oh, this is the mage who fell in love with Egwin. Under Egwin's light, the royal grand magister of Elam and his status as a high-ranking noble are not worth mentioning, and no one will take them seriously. A man who is tall, handsome, rich, and fits the image of a prince in countless girls' dreams is ignored just because he has a wife who is a Dharma god. It cannot but be said to be a kind of sadness. However, this was not over yet. After Elon's son Mediv was born, Elon was completely tragic. A wife who is a Dharma god, and a son who is destined to become a god before he is born. Under the light of these two, Elon can't find his place at all. You said that you, Elon, have nothing to do to counterattack. Do you really think that you are tall, handsome and rich in the eyes of ordinary people, and can be so in front of a goddess? Look, now I have become a poor and humble person who is ignored by others. Leo felt deep sympathy for Elon, but his attention now was not on Elon's past, but on the words he shouted angrily. The shadow of Elam is talking about you and not you, which means that he is not fighting one or two people, but at least three people. Scarlet, Kaeldats, and Khadgar. Aren't they exactly three people? It seems that Scarlet, Kaeldats, and the others are teaming up to deal with the magical image that Elon left in Karazhan. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. With Kaeldats and Khadgar here, not to mention, it was just a magical image left by Elon. Even if Elon himself was present, he would be beaten to the ground. Scarlet's safety was guaranteed. A big stone fell to Leo's heart. Donna should be able to figure this out. But he didn't slow down, which made Leo feel strange. Could it be that with Kaeldats, a demigod mage, and Archmage Khadgar on his side, Scarlet's safety still cannot be guaranteed? Master, this place has been destroyed. Baltola sent a message to Leo. After they arrived at the end of the forked road where the Virgin Saint was, they saw a scene that looked like it had been ravaged by a typhoon. It was no different from an opera house. Everything that could be destroyed could be destroyed. Destroyed? The indestructible was destroyed. The room where the Virgin was destroyed, and the opera house were written by the same person. Is there anyone else in Karazhan besides us? The premonition of disaster that Leo sensed in front of Karazhan's door became more intense. Chapter 936 The Void Spirit in Karazhan. Suling. See Suling again. Deep in the library, a group of ethereal spirits were fighting fiercely with Sartre. What the two sides were fighting for was a fully deployed magic circle. Astral magic circle. Seeing what the two sides were fighting for, Leo suddenly understood. It turns out that the astral magic circle in Karazhan is in the library. So the reason why Khadgar had an accident during the teleportation must be related to the magic circle here. Humanity. The one who rushed forward was Donna's. Seeing the human commander, some satyrs came to kill him with bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. After all, Donna's is one of the 7 heroes of mankind. He is far from qualified to deal with these satyrs. Before the satyrs who came to kill him had a chance to take action, several sword lights flashed by, and then these satyrs fell to the ground, too dead to die. Why are there ethereal spirits in Karazhan? Leo was stunned by the appearance of ethereal spirits at first, and then thought about it. There were indeed ethereal spirits in Karazhan, and there were quite a few of them. These ethereal spirits occupied most of the library. When Leo climbed Shanku Mountain before, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. They're all monsters anyway. Kill them to earn experience and explode equipment. But now it's different. As a real world, ethereal spirits will never appear in Karazhan for no reason. Karazhan has been blocked by Egwene's magic for many years. These ethereal spirits cannot have arrived recently. Most of them came to this world before the dark portal was closed by Khadgar and others. This world is so big. Wherever they went, they ended up in Karazhan. Leo couldn't help but feel pity for these ethereal spirits. Not even the ethereal spirits, not even Leo, could break the magic circle set up by Egwene. Entering Karazhan was equivalent to being imprisoned. The ethereal spirits came to Karazhan to find their own sins. Kill the shadow of Elam. This time it was finally normal. Goldfinger didn't give Leo any extra rewards, and his stingy nature was revealed again. The shadow of Elam was solved so quickly. After all, Elon is also a royal grade mage. Although the one left in Karazhan is just a shadow of him, his strength cannot be underestimated. Being able to disperse Elon's shadows so quickly, Leo concluded that among those who fight with him, he must win his Kaeldats. Owner! Valtola and Malarak rushed over. Unlike Leo and Lydron, who had to clear the monsters in their way as they walked, Valtola and Malarak only had to walk along the path that Leo and the others walked. Lou buried his head and rushed forward, and they caught up shortly after Danaus and Sartre fought. The arrival of Valtola and Malarak saved Leo a lot of work. He pointed forward, help those ethereal spirits kill the satyrs. Satyrs are demons, and they are demons that kill humans on sight. Leo naturally has nothing to talk about with them. Not to mention that Danaus has already killed more than 10 satyrs. So there is no possibility of communication between the two parties. The void spirits were different. Not to mention that Leo had been in contact with the Star Boundary Consortium and the Order Sect before. Even if he hadn't been there, he would have gotten in touch with the void spirits. Sarah was not interested in fighting the satyrs. In her opinion, these satyrs were too weak. She didn't bother to care about them unless necessary. She just ordered the bone puppet controlled by her to rush over to help Danaus fight. With the method, the addition of Altola and Malarak gave her even more reasons not to participate in the battle. Malarak is good at many types of magic, especially group attack spells. Although Faltola does not have any group attack spells, he has hundreds of Sand Knights. Once the 4-sword style Sand Knights rush forward, for hundreds of swords immediately shed a rolling bright sword light on the field. Any satyr wrapped in the sword light would be chopped into 17 or 18 pieces in less than 2 seconds. The Sand Knight's attack was worse than being cut into 8 pieces. Cut into pieces. The arrival of Leo and others changed the situation of the battle. The satyrs who originally had a slight advantage quickly fell into a disadvantage under the attacks of Danaus, Faltola and others, even though the satyrs kept shouting loudly, trying to alert his leader, who was hiding in the secret room of the library. But Tristan Evil Hooves just didn't show up. Poor Sartre didn't know that their leader had been solved by Leo before the void spirit conflicted with him. No matter how loud they shouted or made any noise, they couldn't expect their leader to appear. Without a leader to command, Sartre, with the devil's undisciplined personality, could only fight on his own. In Leo's eyes, this was just a ragtag group of people, and there was no need to pay any attention to them. When Leo and the others first appeared, the ethereal spirits were a little worried because they didn't know whether these humans were enemies or friends. Later, Danaus and Sartre fought, and Faltola and others joined in to attack Sartre. The ethereal spirits, I felt relieved for the time being. In the same library, Void Spirit and Sartre have become mortal enemies. Who makes the satyr demon? Who only thinks about destruction and killing. Always thinking about killing Void Spirit. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. And the enemy of a mortal enemy is naturally a friend. Leo and others helped him kill Sartre. Of course, the ethereal spirits would not take the initiative to attack them. But they did not relax their guard against them at all. Until Leo took out something shook. Leo had been in contact with the Astral Consortium in Nagrand. The ethereal hunter Mahaduan, who came into contact with him at that time, also had a considerable status in the Astral Consortium. He gave Leo a piece of clothing with Mahaduan's authority. It is not difficult to use a token to show that he is a major patron of the Star Boundary Consortium. The reason why Leo took out the token given to him by Mahadown was to test which sect the ethereal spirits in Karazhan belonged to. There are 3 major forces in Ethereal: Halamad's Astral Consortium, the Neutral Order faction, and Shafar's Revenge Army. If they are from the first 2 factions, Leo will of course help him. If they are from Shafar, Revenge Army. Leo will attack Sartre without hesitation after solving it. The Astral Consortium does business everywhere, and the Order faction aims to maintain order. These two parties pose no threat to the world where humans live. But Shafar's Revenge Army is different. Just imagine. In order to deal with other forces in the clan, a man can collude with Mendicious to devour his own clansmen. How different is this from humans colluding with ogres to give their clansmen to each other to eat? Leo had no interest in contacting forces like the Revenge Army, and Shafar was not qualified. Leo knew the answer from Void Spirit's reaction. If it were the Revenge Army, would they relax their guard against Leo and the others after seeing the tokens of the Star Boundary Consortium? You don't need to think about it to know the answer to this question. Dear guest, these despicable demons have killed our leader. Please help us. There was a cry of pleas in the ethereal spirit, which was nothing more than asking Leo to help them kill Sartre. Speaking of which, the leader of this group of virtual spirits was also unlucky. He finally discovered a world that the consortium had never been to. He excitedly led his men here. Just when he was about to expand his business and make a lot of money, he plunged headlong into Karazhan. Met Medivh possessed by the soul of Sardras. Not only was his property plundered, but he himself was imprisoned. After finally waiting for Medivh to die, the spell that imprisoned him was eliminated. After gathering his men again, he was about to leave. But Karazhan was sealed again by the magic barrier set by the magic god Aegwin. If you just can't leave, that's fine. The problem is that there are still sadder demons here, and the ethereal merchant and his men have to be careful to guard against these demons. So many years passed in fear. When the ethereal merchant mastered the method of activating the astral teleportation circle deployed by Medivh in Karazhan and used his last savings to activate it, who would have thought that another accident would happen? The ethereal businessman who failed to activate the magic circle was attacked by a sadder demon and died in a state of despair. However, less than 10 minutes after his death, the magic barrier that enveloped Karazhan disappeared without a trace. Tell me, who can be more tragic than this guy? After finding out what happened to them from a virtual spirit, Leo could only say, there is no worst. Only worse. How did you get here? Why did the Void Spirit come to Karazhan after entering this world? This is what Leo wants to know most. He didn't believe in any coincidences. From the conversation with Su Ling, he already knew that the businessmen who led this group of Su Ling were not inexperienced novices. After coming to a strange world, he directly led his men without sending anyone to explore the way. It is obviously unreasonable for people to bring goods into Karazhan. We came here through the introduction of some foreign friends. They told us that the richest spellcaster in the world is here. If we can establish a good relationship with him, we can obtain enough wealth in this world. There were many things that Voidling hid. At least, he did not tell Leo the identities of those alien friends. But Leo already had a rough guess from the fact that they entered the world through the dark portal. Friends? Leo tilted his head and asked Void Spirit. The Draenei in the world of Draenor? Or the Broken One who was infected by the evil force and mutated from the Draenei? This? Su Ling hesitating whether to answer Leo. The latter ignored him. Only heard him sneer and said, there are only eternal interests between races. How can there be eternal friends? Don't you understand this truth? Although the meaning of the words was not stated clearly. How could Su Ling not understand it? Leo was clearly telling him that they had been betrayed by the foreign friend he called them. If I guess correctly, they came with you when they first entered this world. Hearing what Leo said, Su Ling nodded. That's true. We entered this world together with them. If it weren't for the mention of the dark portal, and the mention of the Draenei and the Broken Ones, Leo would never have thought that the Broken Ones were quietly collecting Draenei energy crystals in the Cursed Land where the dark portal is located. The reason why I remember it so clearly is because when I climbed Shanka Mountain, in order to deal with the mage's transformation technique, Leo didn't wander around the Cursed Land for a long time, just to complete the task of the mutated Draenei and help him collect crystals to get a trinket, the Doomsday Skull. It's good to enter together. Leo curled his lips. Why don't you say that they borrowed the ability of your Star Consortium to pass through the Dark Door without attracting anyone's attention? And after entering this world, they immediately found an excuse to separate from you. Chapter 937 The Unlucky Nightmare. Dealing with the satyrs in the library is only a small matter for Leo. So Leo still has time to focus on other things during the battle, such as Khadgar who fought out of the library with a group of ethereal spirits. Leo's estimate was wrong. Among the people fighting against the Shadow of Elam, there was neither Scarlet nor Kaeldats. Only Khadgar, and a group of ethereal spirits waving flags. The Shadow of Elam is talking about you. Not you. when it shouts. The reason is that there are hundreds of phantoms waving the flag and shouting. Don't think that the voidlings can be of much help just because they have so many people. The actual role of these guys can only be described as mediocre. Only Khadgar can really bear the pressure of the shadow of Elam. Leo realized that he had made a mistake. He had underestimated Khadgar's abilities. As Medivh's magic apprentice, Khadgar has been with Medivh for a long time. Under the influence, even a person with extremely mediocre qualifications can have powerful abilities. Not to mention Khadgar's outstanding talent. Although he failed to glimpse the power of the law, and could not break through from legend to demigod, Khadgar's strength still cannot be underestimated. Judging from the fact that he killed the shadow of Elam so quickly, the strength of this human archmage is comparable to that of Kael'thas when Leo first met. Karazhan is not a good place. Leo now feels it deeply. Without seeing Scarlet, Leo couldn't let go of the big stone in his heart, and the feeling that disaster was about to come became more and more clear. Disaster is getting closer. Leo frowned, so that he seemed absent-minded about the departure of the ethereal spirits. In fact, even if he was absent, he could not prevent the ethereal spirit from leaving. He had been locked up in Karazhan for too long, and the caravan leader died. How could the remaining ethereal spirits stay here longer? In particular, the virtual spirits also inferred certain things during their conversation with Leo. They must go back quickly and tell the senior officials of their own forces what happened so that they can take precautions early. As soon as the void spirit left, the library, which was still somewhat popular, became deserted again. Counting Khadgar and Nereo, there were only 5 of them in the group. Walking in the empty Karazhan felt a bit lonely. Although it took Leo and the others a lot of time to intervene in the battle between Sartre and the void spirit, the delay was worth it. After defeating Sartre in one fell swoop, Leo and the others did not encounter an enemy until they left the library. This undoubtedly made them. It saves a lot of worry. You came just in time. After walking out of the library, Leo and the others met Kael'thas. At this time, the Blood Elf Prince was standing in front of a huge chessboard, and this chessboard just blocked everyone's way forward. Kael'thas' luck may be good or bad. The good thing is that he was teleported here, although there was a library behind him. No one came to disturb him, and he didn't need to go through a fight. The downside is that passing a blocked chessboard requires not fighting alone, but cooperation with teammates. In terms of combat ability, Kael'thas, as a demigod mage, is undoubtedly strong. But no matter how strong he is only one person. When encountering this obstacle that requires someone to cooperate with him to pass, Kael'thas can only do stare. This thing designed by Medivh is really annoying. It's not that Kael'thas doesn't know how to play chess. If it were a competition of chess skills, not many people could beat this Blood Elf Prince. However, instead of asking him to play chess to break the game, he was asked to enter the game and make a chess piece. After winning a game of chess through cooperation with his companions, the Blood Elf Prince has great chess skills. He can only control one chess piece and has no chance of winning. Just when Kael'thas was at a loss what to do, Leo appeared to say that the chess game played by Medivh is a stumbling block for others. But it is not a problem at all for Leo. Want someone to break through? That's easy to say. Hee. I don't have much, but I have many subordinates. Leo's appearance solved the problems that plagued Kael'thas. Leo didn't even need to participate in the battle. Kael'thas, who had already held his breath, entered the chess game with enough men to break the game. As long as there were enough people, it would be easy to pass this level, without letting Leo wait. Kael'thas broke the chess game in just a few minutes. Next it's time to go to the top of the magical tower in Karazhan. Leo had no other hope now. He only hoped that Scarlet would be at the top of the tower. Among their group, Scarlet was the only one who had not yet joined them. The last thing Leo wanted to see was for something to happen to Scarlet. Without news of Scarlet, and without seeing Scarlet herself, Leo's hanging heart could not let go. Leo was anxious. So why weren't Donna's and Khadgar anxious? It's just useless to be anxious. They have to walk step by step, and they still have to go to the top of the tower step by step. Fortunately, the path to the top of the tower, after breaking the chess game, is not long. The only unpleasant thing is that there are a lot of monsters blocking the way. With the strength of Leo and his team, it is not difficult to defeat these monsters. But precisely because of their presence, their speed is slowed down by more than half, which is unpleasant. Burn you to death. After clearing away the monsters blocking the road and approaching the top of the tower, Leo and the others finally reached the highest point of Karazhan after about 10 minutes. Just when Leo was about to push open the door at the top of the tower with anxiety, a loud voice came from behind the door. There's someone fighting at the top of the tower. Leo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. They didn't even push the door open anymore, and directly fired a meteorite spell. The flaming situation smashed the poor door into dust. The top of the Tower of Karazhan is a huge platform with an area of 1,000 meters. When Medivh was the master of Karazhan, it was here that he looked up at the stars and understood the magic of the astral world. Now, things are different and people are different. The platform has become a battlefield filled with flames. A giant dragon skeleton with black smoke all over its body, and its body as black as if it had been roasted by fire, was spraying large balls of dragon flames down. The flames on the top platform of the tower were thanks to this giant dragon skeleton. Needless to say, you can tell his identity just by looking at the shape of the dragon skeleton. This guy is the unlucky guy who came to seek trouble for Medivh, but was burned alive by Medivh. He dared to go to Karazhan alone to find Medivh. Isn't this guy looking for abuse? Leo didn't know what this giant dragon was called before. He only knew that this guy had a new name, Nightmare. Nightmare? Yes. This dragon skeleton that looks like it has been roasted by fire is the Nightmare. No wonder Leo and the others have never encountered Nightmare. It turns out that this guy is here. I thought I wouldn't have to fight the Nightmare anymore, but I didn't expect that I still had to fight this guy. The reason why Leo decided so quickly that he wanted to fight the Nightmare was because of Scarlet, the target of the Nightmare's current attack. Wearing a judgment armor, holding the sword of Ashkandi, and burning with golden light. Who is it if it's not Scarlet? Judging from the situation on the top platform of the tower, the battle between Scarlet and Nightmare has been going on for a long time. Scarlet, who was teleported to the top of Karazhan Tower, must have fought directly with Nightmare. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a large platform to be filled with flames. Seeing that Scarlet was safe and sound, Leo felt relieved. Seeing Nightmare attacking Scarlet, Leo didn't say anything and just slapped her. A palm as big as Nightmare's body suddenly shot out from the void. Nightmare, who was spitting out dragon flames happily, was unprepared and failed to dodge the attack that hit him. He was shot from the air by Shung Shung onto the ground. Leo's demigod hand appeared again. Although the hand of demigod did not play a role in injuring the enemy when facing Sarah, and Leo was not satisfied with its current combat power. The hand of demigod is the hand of demigod, and it can be struck with one palm, equivalent to a demigod's blow. It still cannot be underestimated by anyone. The Nightmare is just a warrior-level dragon, and it is a warrior-level dragon that has been burned to death once. Its strength may be very strong in the eyes of others, but it is not that good in the hands of demigods. It's not that Leo looks down on Scarlet's combat power. The Nightmare fought Scarlet for a long time, and it also had air superiority, but it couldn't hurt Scarlet. This shows that even if the Nightmare has the ability, its strength is also very limited. Leo's demigod hand was not easy to pick up, especially when he was calculating mentally and unintentionally. He was hit by the demigod hand and fell from the air. His body was broken. The number of bones definitely reached double digits. If Nightmare hadn't been huge and not a living creature, he would have started wailing with more than 10 or 20 bones broken. Nightmare was blasted from the air to the ground by Leo. And Scarlet, who had been avoiding the dragon flames, finally had the opportunity to attack him. Before Nightmare could stand up again, Scarlet rushed forward. The sword of Ashkandi was burning with blazing golden light. The two big swords drew two arc-shaped golden moons in the air, slashing heavily on the Nightmare's head. Click! Click! Even the hard dragon bones couldn't stop the sharpness between Ashkandi. Nightmare's skull was chopped open by Scarlet, and the soul fire hidden under the skull was impacted. Scarlet's two swords inflicted more damage on the Nightmare, who was already injured. The Holy Knight's power of holy light restrained the Nightmare, which was already a dead thing. The conflicting power attributes and direct targeting of the Soul Nightmare was seriously injured by the original attack. Holy Storm. After a successful blow, Scarlet did not stop. The power of the Holy Light erupted with all its strength. Nightmare's head was dyed golden yellow. The power of the golden Holy Light burst out along the Ashkandi sword, impacting violently, holding its soul, making Nightmare miserable. Seeing Nightmare shaking his head fiercely in an attempt to throw Scarlet off, but unable to do so, Leo couldn't help but feel sad for him. This dragon has always had bad luck. You said you didn't know who to look for when you were provoking trouble. Why did you come to Karazhan to provoke Medivh? After being burned to death by Medivh, he didn't know how to calm down. He didn't find a corner to hide himself, but he still dared to deal with Scarlet. Isn't this asking for abuse? Leo thought as he pressed down the demigod's hand. Nightmare's body was suppressed by this big hand, unable to move. He could only watch Scarlet continuously attack his soul until he actually died. The host kills Nightmare. Chapter 938 appears. Nightmare's death was such that one could not rest in peace. Actually, if you think about it, no matter who was forcibly held down and unable to move, another person slashed him with sword after sword until he was hacked to death. Who could rest in peace? This is not a question of whether to die or not, but a question of whether to hold back the death or not. We see a lot of people killing people, but killing people like this is really rare. Killing the Nightmare is just a small thing for Leo. The real big thing is Scarlet's safety, and the increasingly clear feeling of something bad. Karazhan is not a kind place. So you must take Scarlet, and leave as soon as possible. Leo thought so in his heart, and acted accordingly. It's a pity that when he wants to leave others, he may not be able to do so. No! When Leo proposed to leave, he was flatly rejected by Scarlet. Why did he leave Harlan alone while he was under construction and risk his life to come to Karazhan? Isn't the purpose of getting enough power to kill the Throne of Elements to eliminate the threat of elemental gods? Now that all obstacles in Karazhan have been eradicated, it is time to reap the fruits of victory. But Leo asks everyone to leave at this time. Who would be willing? It's not that Scarlet wants to disobey Leo, but that Leo's reasons are untenable. Just because he felt that something bad was going to happen, he left Karazhan and gave up the loot he was about to get. Anyone else would be upset. Reluctantly. In fact, because of Scarlet's trust in Leo, she would not question Leo originally. The problem is that something in Karazhan is too important to her. She cannot give up just for an illusory feeling. Not to mention that the danger has not appeared. Even if there is really danger, Scarlet will rush forward without hesitation. This is what Leo is worried about. He doesn't understand Scarlet's thoughts. Even though this silly girl is usually very obedient to him, once she makes up her mind, Leo really can't do anything to her. Leo didn't know what Scarlet needed in Karazhan, but he knew how high Scarlet's expectations were for this trip to Karazhan. As the sole heir of the Lothar family, and the queen of the kingdom of Arathar, Scarlet's self-esteem does not allow herself to become a vase. In order to improve her strength, she will do it no matter how great the danger is. Silly girl. Why are you so stubborn at this time? It really gives me a headache. Leo rubbed his eyebrows, his face full of depression. Your Majesty, the Archduke did leave something in Karazhan, but I can't find it for a while. Why don't you leave this matter to me? Harren still needs your Majesty to take charge of the overall situation. Scarlet didn't want to leave Karazhan, but Leo was not the only one who was anxious. Donnas was even more anxious than Leo. Something bad happened. As soon as Donnas stood up, Leo knew something was wrong. Scarlet didn't trust Donnas, and would guard him against anything important. It was okay that Donnas didn't persuade her, but he persuaded Scarlet even more. Won't leave. Things turned out just as Leo imagined. Scarlet did not accept Donnas' persuasion. From her expression, it was clear that her decision to stay was more firm than before. Is Donnas concerned about chaos, or is he doing this intentionally? Leo glanced at Donnas calmly, feeling even more worried, facing the coming unknown danger. Is it a disaster to have such a companion who is unknown to us, or our enemy? Or blessing? It's nerve-wracking. While on guard and thinking about countermeasures, Leo inadvertently looked up and saw that a full moon had hung in the sky at some point. The moonlight shone down and gently covered the whole world with a silver-white sand coat. The moon is so full tonight, Leo murmured softly. When he saw the full moon, he remembered that Goldfinger once said to him, "If anything happens, pray to the moon." This shows that Goldfinger is related to the moon god Elun, and Leo can use the power of the moon god to fight the enemy when necessary, as the only true god in this world, as long as he can be protected by Elun. What else is there to fear? Thinking of this, Leo's heart suddenly calmed down. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. Even if you encounter troubles that you can't solve yourself, you can always find someone to support you. Little girl, I feel the breath of the code of light in you. A voice rang out suddenly, and at this moment Leo's heart skipped a beat, and the bad premonition reached its peak. Who? Leo, take Her Majesty away quickly. The former question was from Scarlet, and the latter was from Danaus, who was full of anxious yelling. Huh? The owner of the voice in the dark was very surprised. After the surprise, he was filled with anger like a volcano erupting. It's you? Damn little insect. Donnas ignored the owner of the voice. He shouted at Leo anxiously, Let's go! Take Her Majesty the Queen out of here quickly. Donnas' abnormal behavior made Leo wary, because Leo clearly noticed an emotion called fear in Donnas. It was not ordinary fear, but fear from the heart. A tremor from the deepest part of the soul. What could frighten Donna's? A battle-hardened commander? What could make a strong man like Donna's, who had killed countless enemies, feel desperate? Countless thoughts ran through Leo's mind. But he didn't know much information, so he couldn't guess it all at once. Leave? None of you can escape. After the voice in the darkness finished speaking, an overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloped Karazhan. Under this spiritual pressure, not to mention Donna's, even Leo and Kael'sa could not resist it. Sia's face was pale. His body was shaking one after another, and he looked like he might fall down at any time. The mental coercion alone made it difficult for me to resist. Who is this guy? A flash of horror flashed in Leo's eyes. Even the pressure put on him by the blood god Haka was far from enough. So wouldn't this guy hiding in the dark be stronger than Haka? Haka is a well-known blood god. The owner of that mental pressure far surpasses Haka, and his strength is enough to become a god. Damn, little bug. You ruined my good deeds last time. Do you think I will let you succeed this time? The mentally oppressive master hated Donna's deeply. And hearing his tone, the two of them had already formed a rift. As long as I'm here, you can't even think of succeeding. Although he said this, everyone could see that Donna's was just holding on, as he was half kneeling on the ground under the mental pressure of the opponent. What strength did he have to fight against the opponent? Weak little reptile. I won't accept you even if you surrender to me. The owner of the voice made no secret of his contempt. He was extremely confident in his own power, and was not afraid of what tricks Donna's could play. Weak. Leo answered before Donna's spoke, and he countered with the same contemptuous tone. A guy who can only hide in the dark and sneak around. What right does he have to despise others? You can still talk. The owner of the voice seemed surprised. He was too confident in his own power. Even in this weak world, only a few people could resist the mental pressure from multiple planes. He was not surprised that Donna's could barely speak, because the two parties had been in contact for a long time. But he couldn't help but be surprised that a young human like Leo could speak. It was precisely because of Leo's intrusive voice that the owner began to pay attention to him instead of treating him as an ant that could be ignored. Such attention was a big deal. He discovered that Leo was actually a demigod with the power of law. It turns out that you are a demigod who has mastered a little power of law. No wonder you dare to speak to me like this. Unfortunately, a reptile is always a reptile. Even if you have the power of law, you can't cover up your weak nature. You thought you could change by shouting at me. Your own status? Childish and stupid flesh and blood creatures. You are a group of scum that should be destroyed. This universe is humiliated by your existence. Treat demigods as weak beings. And the strength of the other party need not be mentioned as gods. Flesh creatures? Destroy? Leo's pupils shrank sharply. He had some guesses about the owner of the voice. If the other party's identity was really what he thought, then the other party's mental pressure alone would make him a demigod, unable to resist. It's not surprising at all. But if that guy's identity is true, what about the key to the Code of Light that he told Scarlet? Leo's thoughts were racing in his mind, trying to find a way to deal with the current situation. But the other party didn't give him enough time. Just as he was thinking, the space around Scarlet suddenly opened, and a sculpture slipped out of the crack in the space. This is... Leo's breath was suffocated. He had a bad premonition, because the sculpture was the Joan of Arc that he asked Faltola and Nerlac to find but failed. A large magic puppet that can use the power of the Holy Light. Could it be that the so-called key to unlocking the Code of Light is Joan of Arc? Leo was confused. The other party placed the key to open the Code of Light next to Scarlet. Wasn't he afraid that she would successfully open the Code of Light and use the power of the code to deal with him? Does this guy look down on the Code of Light? He is too crazy. Leo instinctively felt that something was wrong. There was no woman in this world who was willing to help others. Even if there was one, it would not be the master of the mental power that was suppressing him and making it difficult to move. Mortal, accept the gift given by God, and you will have endless power. The condescending tone and the charity-like attitude make people feel uncomfortable no matter how they listen to it. I reject. It is true that Scarlet's purpose in coming to Karazhan is to get the key to unlocking the Code of Light. But she is not happy to achieve her goal in this way. With her temperament, how could she accept such a gift? Not to mention that the other party obviously had no good intentions. Only a fool would do as he wished. Reject? The owner of the voice laughed wildly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Do you have the right to refuse in front of me? Stupid mortal. What's the point of bullying a woman? 2 rays of light, one gold and one red, flew out of Leo's body. Izur, the blood god clone, and Leo himself. The momentum of the three attracted each other and assisted each other. They could originally suppress him. The mental pressure was immediately broken. Let me learn your skills. Dark Titan Sargeras. Chapter 939, This world will be destroyed. Dark Titan Sargeras. Did I hear it wrong, or did Leo make a mistake? When Leo said this, everyone who heard it was shocked. The master of the mental power that suppressed everyone was actually the Dark Titan Sargeras. This news was like a bolt from the blue, smashing the heads of everyone who heard it. Like Kael'thas, this powerful man also had a buzzing sound in his head, and his thoughts immediately became stagnant. Although the name Sargeras is rarely mentioned, it does not mean that he is not famous. On the contrary, it is precisely when he is too famous and terrifying that no one dares to mention it. How does one describe it? Sargeras has a terrible reputation. Saying his name can stop children from crying at night. Well, the leader of the Burning Legion is actually being used to scare children. I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. Little reptile. You actually know me. Sargeras generously admitted his identity, which completely gave up hope for Kael'thas and others who originally had a glimmer of hope. Despite the fact that Sargeras has been defeated one after another in this world, and the Burning Legion has been defeated again and again. In fact, their strength is far beyond what the creatures in this world can withstand. Think about Archimonde back then. Faced with this polluter, the Night Elves had to sacrifice their world tree, and use tricks to induce Archimonde's greed and inspire the anger of many tribesmen, causing countless elves to rush forward and self-destruct. After destroying Archimonde, you can know how powerful the Burning Legion is. Archimonde is hard to resist, let alone Sargeras. If the Dark Titan really came in person, would this battle still be fought? Why can't I know you? Leo looked strange, as if Sargeras was joking with him. There was no trace of nervousness on his face. Medivh was once controlled by your soul. Although he was finally, you were killed by Grand Duke Lothar. But I won't think that you will die as well. The best you can do is give up Medivh's body and continue to be your dead soul. Dead soul. Sargeras was angry. As the saying goes, you don't slap someone in the face when you hit someone, and you don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold someone. Leo's words were clearly a slap in his face. Sargeras' greatest shame since his birth was that he was forced to the point where he could only be blown up by Egwene, and chose to wait for revenge with his soul lurking, losing his body and leaving only his soul. This is the current situation of Sargeras. Leo said that he is a dead soul, which is Hongwood's revelation. Being slapped in the face, Sargeras became obviously angry. Little reptile, you piss me off. This short sentence made people shudder. Sargeras did not hide his murderous intention. The Dark Titan turned on the real fire. Leo shrugged and said something that no one else could think of. So what? Mr. Saw was very angry. The consequences. Speaking of consequences, I didn't see anything serious for a while. It is true that the power of Sargeras cannot be resisted by the creatures in this world, and these creatures naturally include Leo. But no matter how strong Sargeras is, he must be able to bring those powers into this world to make people feel scary. Otherwise, who would be afraid of him? No matter how powerful a fist is, once it can't even hit its target, what difference does it make to waste? Not to mention that Sargeras lost his body and only had a remnant soul left. Even if he was in good health, Leo would not necessarily be afraid of him, because it was too difficult for Sargeras to enter this world. Would Leo be afraid of a guy who couldn't really threaten him? Obviously, he won't. No matter how strong you are, Sargeras, you can't bring those powers into this world. And you can't use your absolutely superior power to deal with me. Why should I be afraid of you? Because you are the boss of the Burning Legion. Because you are the demon god. Because you are the Dark Titan? Ha ha. Joke. Leo's confidence fell into the eyes of Sargeras, which completely ignited the anger of the proud Dark Titan. In Sargeras' memory, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this, and no one had ever dared to use such an attitude. To him, mortal, you cannot bear my wrath. Indeed, the fact is as Leo expected. Sargeras cannot reach out to this world. But this does not mean that he does not have the means to kill Leo. And this means is exactly the same as when he appeared in Karazhan and did not hesitate to expose himself somewhat related. A golden ray of light shot out from the statue of Joan of Arc and sank into Scarlet's body. The female paladin, who was trying her best to mobilize her strength to fight against Sargeras' mental pressure, shook her body and then stood still. Leo was shocked when he saw this. The thing he was most worried about happened was that Sargeras' appearance was related to Scarlet. There is a code of light in Scarlet's body, and the creator of this code of light is none other than Titan. Sargeras was a titan before he betrayed the Pantheon. Perhaps the Code of Light was not created by Sargeras himself, but as a titan. Who else can compare to his understanding of titan creations? Should have known that getting titan stuff on it would cause trouble. Leo cursed secretly, and he gathered the power of Yizhuor and the blood god clones to hit Sargeras' spiritual power, competing with a real demon god in terms of mental power. Has Leo gone crazy? No, he's not crazy. If Sargeras' power had not been weakened when he entered this world, Leo's move would have been as overestimating his own strength as a cricket shaking a tree. Not only would it not have hurt Sargeras, but he would have broken his head and bled himself. But the current situation is that Sargeras' power was severely reduced when he entered this world, and Leo's collision had an effect. Unexpectedly, Leo dared to take the initiative. Sargeras was caught off guard, and the power he used to suppress everyone was suddenly suffocated. Everyone present was not a weakling, and they all took the opportunity to break the mental pressure that Sargeras used to suppress them. For a person like Kaldats, it is not easy to suppress him in one fell swoop when he is on guard. Even if this person is Sargeras, a bunch of stupid mortals. Enjoy these last moments. Surprisingly, Sargeras did not entangle with him. The demon god who led the Burning Legion and was famous throughout the universe for destroying countless worlds actually left. This world will be destroyed. The situation is very strange. Leo looked at Scarlet with worry on her face. Since the golden light emitted from the sculpture of Joan of Arc submerged into Scarlet's body, the aura of light on Scarlet's body has become stronger and stronger. The aura of light seems to have no limit, replacing the spiritual pressure of Sargeras, and begins to suppress everyone. I knew. I shouldn't have let her come. Donna's had a lost expression on his face, and was muttering something in his mouth. But no one had time to pay attention to him now. Everyone could see that something was wrong with Scarlet. It is a good thing that the Paladin has a strong light aura, because it shows that the Paladin has a stronger control over the power of the Holy Light. However, if this power does not belong to the Paladin, it will be extremely bad. This is Scarlet's current situation. Although the light aura on her body is strong, it is not her own, let alone her control. Having such a strong light aura is a curse rather than a blessing for Scarlet. Sargeras ran out and slapped the soy sauce, activated the Code of Light in Scarlet's body, and immediately ran away. He didn't even pay attention to my provocation. It was so abnormal. Unusual things are monsters. And Leo has a premonition that disaster is about to come to this world. You are right. A devastating disaster is about to come to this world. And there is not much time left for you. Goldfinger's voice sounded in Leo's mind. And Leo's heart moved when he heard what he said. What disaster? What do you know about it? Leo quickly asked. But Goldfinger didn't know if he was deliberately trying to seduce him. No matter how Leo asked, he just didn't say anything. Silence is golden, and Goldfinger regarded it as the truth at this time. What mystery are you playing for me at this time? Leo was indignant. What he hated the most was guys who were trying to keep people secretive. It was really not good to only talk half of the words to whet people's appetites. He was cursing Goldfinger in his heart, but his eyes never left Scarlet. Leo didn't know what would happen next, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Just when Leo was worried about Scarlet's situation, the light aura on the female paladin's body had become so strong that it formed a golden beam of light directly into the sky. Its light was so strong that it eclipsed the stars in the entire night sky, and that when the full moon disappeared without a trace. Looking at the light on Scarlet's body reaching the sky, and then looking at the night sky as the background, Leo suddenly came up with the word beacon. Just like a lighthouse in the night is used to give ships sailing on the sea a clear destination and guide them where to go, the rich aura of light on Scarlet's body also has the same effect. In the vast universe, even with the power of Sargeras, it is impossible to accurately find the location of this world. This makes it impossible for the Burning Legion to locate this world. However, the army cannot be teleported by means of teleportation arrays alone. We cannot let powerful demons enter this world. This situation made the Burning Army Tukong unable to exert its powerful strength, which made Sargeras, Kil'jaeden, and other senior Burning Legion officials angry. But now, with the Code of Light on Scarlet being activated, this inability to locate has been broken. Leo was sure that Sargeras must have a way to determine the location of this world through the Code of Light, and find the location of this world in the boundless universe. I knew that Sargeras was not the kind of guy who would sneak away after suffering a loss without repaying the favor. It was not that he did not seek revenge, but was preparing to settle the accounts together at the back. Of course, he may have more than that in mind. He just ignored us and probably had the intention of letting us live a little longer. making us live in fear and worry all day long. Leo's face darkened. He knew that the disaster he had foreseen had come true. The Burning Legion's army would attack at some point in the future. As Goldfinger said, he didn't have much time left for him. To live or to die. This is a question that does not need to be considered. Chapter 940 White Panic. After catching a mouse, the cat sometimes does not eat it directly, but plays with it until the mouse is exhausted before enjoying the meal. If Sargeras regards himself as a cat, then in his eyes Leo and others are the mice he caught. If a cat wants to play with a mouse, no matter how angry or struggling the mouse is, it will be useless. Just like when he left, the words left behind will surely destroy this world. Boom! The panic of the kingdom's nobles made Leo slam the table, and an angry scolding rang out in the meeting hall of the Stromgarde Palace. The soldiers are coming to cover up the water and the earth. It's still unclear who will win. So why panic? Leo slapped the table and got angry. This scene was rare, but unfortunately no one was in the mood to pay attention to it now. The Burning Legion will arrive at some point in the future, and the news that Leo brought back made the nobles of the kingdom who knew about it panic. They knew how terrifying the Burning Legion was, and they also understood how powerful the Burning Legion was. Back then, when the 7 human kingdoms were still at their peak, they couldn't compete with him. Even the magic city of Dalaran couldn't stop Archimonde from pinching him. Humanity today is far inferior to what it was back then. Once the Burning Legion comes, what can we do to resist it? It wasn't that the nobles were panicking, or that their psychological quality wasn't up to par. It was just that the news came too suddenly and too shocking. The silence in the main hall made Leo frown. Now the people in the hall are all the elites of the kingdom of Arather. Comparatively speaking, they belong to the more capable group of people among the nobles of the kingdom. What can they do if they are so panicked? Expect others to stay calm? Leo's eyes glanced at Adelaide. Fortunately for Leo, the chief minister of the kingdom did not lose his sense of control. Although his face was very ugly, Leo could see from his eyes that he couldn't help thinking. Coming out, Adelaide was thinking about how to respond. To be honest, Leo didn't want to come to this meeting hall to summon the kingdom's ministers. If Scarlet's current situation wasn't suitable for meeting outsiders, he wouldn't have appeared at all. Arather at this time is very different from when Scarlet first came to Stromgarde. Thinking back to when Scarlet recaptured Stromgarde with Leo's help, the kingdom was in turmoil at that time. Externally, it was cleaning up the mess left by the Trollbane family. Internally, there was a group of nobles who were dissatisfied with Scarlet. The so-called internal and external troubles were just that. Since ancient times, when the master is young, the country is in doubt. Scarlet has been practicing at the Holy Light Cathedral all year round. Although she has the title of being the only descendant of the Lothar family, she does not have much prestige in the kingdom of Arather, except for the people of the Lothar family who will obey her orders. Other nobles, how many people really take her seriously? Without prestige, your subordinates will naturally not listen to you. When the country's situation is calm, you can slowly build up your prestige. But at that time, the situation in Arather was extremely dangerous. Even the royal city was breached. There was no time for Scarlet to slow down. Are you slow to win over people? Forced by the situation, Leo had to stand up and use thunderous means to deal with all the dissenters and gather the power of the kingdom in one place. This approach had an immediate effect. The forces of the Lothar family, dominated by Scarlet, took control of the kingdom in the shortest possible time. However, this made Leo hated by many people. The reason why Leo was able to command the Lothar family in the first place was because Adelaide deliberately pushed him to the forefront and used his hands to eradicate those who disobeyed. It can be said that Leo is full of enemies among the Arather nobles. Leo knew all this, but he still did it. Why? Not for Scarlet. The kingdom of Arather needs to be rectified, and it will inevitably offend people. However, Scarlet is a descendant of the Lothar family, and the nobles are inextricably linked. There are many, even many, relatives of the 7 aunts and 8 aunts. There is still a blood connection between people and the Lothar family, although this blood connection has become so thin that it can be ignored. Who can guarantee that no one will make trouble with it? If someone came to beg for mercy, Scarlet would be in a dilemma. If she sold this person's favor, what if other people came to beg for mercy? If she didn't sell her favor, her reputation as mean and unkind would not go away. Therefore, Scarlet can't come out to be this evil person, and other people in the Lothar family don't have the ability. If Leo doesn't stand up at this time, who else can he turn to? You must know that he is an outsider, and has nothing to do with any noble family in the kingdom of Arather. No one can ask for favors from him. He can do many things that are inconvenient for others to do without any scruples, such as the uproar he caused. However, a large number of assassinations of the kingdom's nobles were ignored. If Scarlet sings a red face, Leo sings a black face. With the harshness of Leo's rule as a comparison, it would be easier for Scarlet to win people's hearts and make the nobles work for her after she came to power. Leo would not say these dirty things to Scarlet, nor would Adelaide, let alone anyone else. Leo doesn't care what the nobles think of him, because he is not the master of this kingdom. Scarlet is. This is also the reason why Leo was involved in many affairs of the kingdom when Scarlet took over Strongard. But he gradually faded out after Scarlet became Queen of Arathar. These are things that can only be understood but cannot be expressed. Anyone with some brains can understand it. How can the nobles not see it with their shrewdness? So what if you just understand it? After Scarlet took over as queen, Arathar's national power has flourished. Scarlet's prestige has also increased, and Leo's strength has continued to leap forward, from legend to epic, from epic to legend, and finally became a demigod, becoming an unshakable existence in the kingdom of Arathar. Who dares to mention what happened back then? Fortunately, Leo has rarely interfered in the kingdom's government affairs, and the nobles have gradually given up their thoughts of revenge, and have slowly and selectively forgotten the feeling of panic in their hearts when Leo was in charge. Today, in this meeting hall, that feeling of trembling was relived again. Look at you. You don't look like important ministers of the kingdom, Leo said with a cold face. Although the nobles in the meeting hall were dissatisfied, no one dared to say a word due to his power. Don't think I don't know you. What do you think? Do you think it's the Burning Legion, and we can't fight it? Don't you think about it. Why don't we just let them slaughter us if we can't fight them? Leo looked down upon these nobles. If it hadn't been for the natural disaster invasion and the war with the orcs and the Burning Legion that killed and injured most of the human elites, these people would never have been able to hold high positions based on their abilities. Leo had a headache when he thought about leading these crooked men and women to fight against the Burning Legion commanded by Sardras. Leo was at odds with the nobles in the kingdom. Although it was forced by the situation, it was not a good thing to be too tense. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the palace, Adelaide quickly stood up. Fighting the Burning Legion requires both strong force and stable logistics. A stable rear is the guarantee of victory. No matter what the situation is, the stability of the kingdom itself is very necessary. With that said, Adelaide winked at the nobles who were lowering their heads, and some of them responded quickly and understood immediately. Going to the front line to fight against demons. Their abilities are not enough for others to control with one hand. In this regard, they are not as good as Leo. But when it comes to managing the kingdom and allocating materials and manpower, Leo, a layman, cannot compete with them. Compared, Leo called them together today, not to let them go to the front line to fight the devil, but to tell them to be ready to enter a state of war at any time in the shortest possible time. It was obviously not an embarrassing matter, but they were confused. No wonder Leo gave them a look. A stable rear? Huh? I'm afraid there are people who can't even do this well. Since he was playing bad guy, Leo naturally wouldn't give these people a good look. He looked at Adelaide and ordered, "You have stood up and spoken. I will lead the kingdom's war preparations to you. Just keep an eye on me. If anyone dares to slack off even a little bit, I won't take advantage of this guy who doesn't take other people's lives seriously. His life is important. Fighting against the Burning Legion is a big deal. Once defeated, the entire world will be destroyed by the demon army led by Sardras. If you are a sneaky guy in this matter, Leo will kill 1, 2, and 2. You if you don't give up your life. Others will still live. I will personally monitor the preparations for war, and I believe all the adults present will also do their best." Adelaide was making a statement. If someone failed to prepare for the Burning Legion, Leo would not need to go find him. He would deal with the offender. There is also time to talk about favors. Not everything can be solved with favors. Leo waved his hand, indicating that the matter would be discussed immediately. He stood up and walked out of the hall. When he was about to step out of the meeting hall, he turned around again and said to the ministers of the kingdom, "I don't want to listen outside. No matter what the rumors are, the kingdom still needs stability. It is necessary to prepare for war and collect enough supplies. The stability of the kingdom's situation is the best guarantee. No one will spread this information without Leo's special reminder." "Sir, when do you think the Burning Legion will come?" Willie followed Leo and hesitated several times. Seeing that Leo was about to step onto the teleportation array, he finally couldn't hold back and asked the questions in his heart. Turning to look at his personal guard captain, Leo couldn't help but sigh as he found that even he had a trace of panic on his face. Even before the demons of the Burning Legion came, everyone on our side was panicking. Isn't this just what Sargeras wanted? Whaley, calm down. Leo looked at Whaley with a serious expression. Instead of being in panic all day long, it is better to work hard to improve your strength and have a better chance of survival. When Leo said this, Willie suddenly felt ashamed. He, Viral, is the captain of Leo's personal guard. The Dragon Blood Guard has spent a lot of effort on Leo's current strength. As the captain, why can he be so restless? This is different from those in the hall, who are usually despised by him. How different are nobles? I leave the training of the Dragon Blood Guards and the safety of the palace to you. I have to go to Stormwind City to see Scarlet. Chapter 941. The Cathedral of Holy Light is not a good place. At least in the eyes of Leo, a warlock. Warlocks, who use dark power, will have an instinctive aversion to places with strong light power. This is how Leo feels about the Cathedral of Holy Light. Just because he doesn't like the Cathedral of Holy Light doesn't mean that others don't like it either. There are countless people who regard this place as a holy place. Look at the number of people who can't even accommodate the magnificent cathedral. They can only live in the square outside the cathedral. The influence of the Holy Light Cathedral on mankind can be understood by the crowds of believers. After a long distance, Leo looked at the Holy Light Cathedral and was stunned. Ever since Scarlet's light code was activated by Sargeras, the light power in her body has been so frighteningly intense that even the legendary strongman will have difficulty breathing within 10 steps of her. Not to mention this, the most troublesome thing is the most important thing, was the golden light beam that shot out from her body and reached the sky. It was the existence of this golden light beam that forced Leo to send Scarlet to the Cathedral of Light. It's not like Leo hasn't tried to eliminate this beam of light. But he tried many methods, but couldn't do it. It's not like he hasn't asked Goldfinger for help. But the answer he got was overwhelming. Goldfinger told him that the beam of light on Scarlet came from the Code of Light. Unless the Code of Light is destroyed or Scarlet can control the Code of Light, this beam of light will always exist. After all, the Code of Light is a creation of the Titans. Leo is not yet able to destroy it, so he can only hope that Scarlet can control the Code of Light. This is why Scarlet came to the Cathedral of the Holy Light. Leave professional matters to professionals. Regarding the use and research of the power of Holy Light, no one dares to say that they are the first when considering the Cathedral of Holy Light in Stormwind City. This is Scarlet's second reason for coming to the Cathedral of Holy Light. A reason. Let's go to Stormwind Fortress. After being in a daze for a while, Leo turned and left. He really didn't want to go into the Holy Light Cathedral. There was no guarantee that a warlock like him would appear among a large number of clergymen who believed in light. And he wouldn't be looked upon as a monkey. Naturally, Leo didn't want to. Anyway, there were many people who reported Scarlet's situation to him. And the silly girl also had a communication stone on her body. So the two of them could contact her at any time. So it was not a bad idea to meet her. The Burning Legion is coming. This news is so shocking that it makes people stunned. Although the creatures in this world are no strangers to the Burning Legion. And it is not like humans have never fought against those demons. The problem is that this time is also the other time. At that time, the main force against the Burning Legion were night elves, dragons, and various demigods, who were close to the night elves. Humanity was not the main force against the Burning Legion, but the Scourge of Nazul, a subsidiary force of the Burning Legion. But even so, most of the elites in the human race were killed or injured. Their vitality was severely damaged, and they have not recovered until now. The pain caused by that war has not healed to this day. It was like this just against a Scourge Legion. But it was obvious what would happen if they faced the Burning Legion head-on. If the human race still had some confidence before the natural disaster invasion. After all, the 7 powerful human kingdoms are also full of talents. But can the situation of the human race now be compared with before? If you really want to compare, the human race before and after the natural disaster invasion war is actually very imaginary, with the 3 kingdoms at the end of Han Dynasty in Leo's memory. It is said that during the 3 kingdoms period at the end of the Han Dynasty, there were many talents, including military generals such as Lu Bu, Tian, Wei, Zhao Yun and others, and civil servants such as Zhuge Liang and Sun Yu. At that time, there were no generals, like stars in the clouds, and ministers, like rain. However, without the accumulation of hundreds of years before the Qin and Han dynasties, there would be no one. How come there are so many talents? Times make heroes. The situation at this time is certainly important, but a hero must be created for it. This is the case for humans during the natural disaster invasion war. Since Arather formed an alliance with the High Elves, the human race has been developing at a high speed for hundreds of thousands of years. How many talents can be cultivated through the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years? Who is afraid? It is impossible to count them. So there will be many heroes who emerged in the battle of natural disaster invasion. If there hadn't been that war, Danaus would have been just a poor mercenary. Turalian might have taken over his father's job as a jailer. And Gatharus would have been a small legion with no reputation at most. Even Leo was familiar with it. Passonia will only be a regular visitor to the prison. At that time, mankind relied on these many unknown heroes to persevere in that arduous war. But now, once the human race is in trouble, will there be so many heroes to take the lead? It's not that Leo underestimates people, but the current situation of the human race cannot produce so many heroes. Just like there are not many capable people emerging in the late Three Kingdoms period. It is under such circumstances that the Burning Legion is coming to kill again. How can we not make people panic? The Burning Legion is coming. Can humans still resist? This question troubles countless people. And even a fearless warrior like Varian frowns. Leo did not conceal the news. In fact, such a major event cannot be concealed. He not only informed Varian, Magni and other alliance leaders, but also tribal leaders such as Thrall of Orgrimmar and Vol'jin of the Echo Islands. Leo was not left behind either. Regardless of the alliance or the tribe. Regardless of humans or orcs. They are all creatures living in this world. The Burning Legion came with the purpose of destroying the world. Naturally, it cannot be a matter of one country or one family to deal with these demons. That is to survive in this world. It is a major event that all living beings must participate in. When he saw Leo, Varian's first words were, "The Scourge cannot stay. And the northern expedition to Northrend must proceed as soon as possible." Compared with the threat of the Burning Legion, which will come at some unknown time, the trouble of the Scourge is even more hated. After all, the hatred between the human race and the undead Scourge is deeper. And the destruction of Lordaeron caused deep trauma to the human race. Even the destruction of the magical city of Dalaran may not be comparable. Leo's eyes flickered over Varian. Then over to Jin, Magni, Cardross and Mekatork. When he saw the faces of the four alliance leaders with approval, he spoke. Indeed, it is time to deal with the Scourge. We have been planning to march into Northrend before. Although we are not completely ready, there will be no problem in releasing the first batch of troops and establishing a stronghold in Northrend. To fight against the outside world, one must first settle the inside. To fight against the external threat of the Burning Legion, the internal cancer of the Scourge Legion must be dealt with in advance. Although Nuzul betrayed the Burning Legion and was severely punished by Kil'jaeden, this guy is an unscrupulous guy who would betray his own race for powerful power. Who knows that he will not do it again? Join the Burning Legion and command his undead scourges to cooperate with the demon army to deal a heavy blow to humans and other races. It is a matter of race survival. And there is no room for sloppiness. Everyone adheres to the principle that if you kill someone wrong, don't let it go. Besides, the Scourge Legion is not a good bird. If you deal with him as soon as possible, everyone will feel at ease. Leo agreed as Varian expected. The king of the Kingdom of Stormwind said, "I have already informed the Night Elves. Darnassus has replied to us. If they conquer Northrend, they will be there at a certain date. Give us support." "Is Darnassus willing to do anything?" Leo raised his eyebrows. "That's right. For something like this that affects the survival of the entire world, it is inevitable for them to take action. If we want to deal with the threat of the Scourge as soon as possible, we must mobilize more troops. Should the affairs of the world of Draenor be temporarily put on hold?" Jean raised another question. No one expected that the threat of the Burning Legion would come so soon. They had to discuss whether the plans they had agreed on before needed to be changed. Leo waved his hand and said to Jean, "The northern expedition to Northrend must be carried out. And the attack on Draenor cannot be shelved. But can our troops maintain a two-front battle? Dealing with the Scourge cannot be careless. And conquering cities in the world of Draenor requires a strong force." Varian's worries are not unreasonable. If the Alliance does not have enough troops, then let the Horde participate. Leo waited for a while. And when no one raised any objections to his words, he continued, "Don't let the Horde participate in the conquest of Draenor for the time being. But attack the Scourge Legion must send troops. No matter what Thrall thinks. Since the orcs have come to this world and use its resources to survive and reproduce, they must bear the responsibility of protecting this world. The Scourge Legion is the enemy of all living things in this world. Center should not only be set by the Alliance, but also by the Horde. although he disapproved of the orcs. And although he hated working with the orcs from the bottom of his heart, Varian still chose to agree after exchanging glances with Jean and others. Although the orcs suffered a lot of losses when they attacked the Temple of Entourage, they are still a large clan, and they can still muster an army anyway. Not to mention that the tribe is not the only race of orcs. Not to mention the embarrassing situation of the Tauren and the Forsaken, who were fighting the Knights of the Ebon Blade in the Western Plague Lands for the time being. Just the Darkspear Trolls, who have recruited the survivors of the Garubashi Empire, can send many people here. I have no objection to letting the tribe contribute. Having their army to restrain us can also help us share a lot of pressure. However, it is not that simple to set foot on the land of Northrend. We still need to test the attitude of Wormer's Temple. Varian was a little frustrated as he spoke. He hated the dragon's contempt for the human race. And he was even more disgusted with the previous calculations against the human race. He couldn't help but look at the looks of those dragons when he thought of conquering the Scourge Legion. Frown. I'm not very worried about the attitude of Wormer's Temple. Leo raised his index finger and shook it, his brows full of confidence. I got the news that the Scourge Legion was defeated so miserably in the Plague Land. So they carried out a crazy plan. This plan will definitely anger the dragon. Even if we don't show up, they will come to us. Crazy plan? That's right. The undead of the Scourge Legion actually want to corrupt that big guy. It would be strange if the Wormer's Temple cannot destroy them. Chapter 942, Jean's Little Plan. Galakrond, the ancient ancestral dragon. The Titans created the 5 aspect dragons based on him. That is, the Dragon Kings of the 5 series. Even though all the aspect dragons put together are not as big as him. At the top of the spiral of evil, the Psychic Master Antiwok is commanding the undead Scourge to dig up Galakrond's skeleton day and night. The big guy that Leo mentioned to Varian and other Alliance leaders in Stormwind Fortress was the ancient ancestor dragon Galakrond. The Scourge spent a lot of manpower to excavate Galakrond's skeleton. It is obvious that their purpose was to corrupt the ancestral dragon and turn Galakrond into a member of the Scourge. Once they succeeded, there would be no need for the Burning Legion to come. And there is no need for the Wings of Death to destroy the world. And the world will be in danger, whether it is for their own mission to protect the world or for other reasons. The Dragon Guardians will not behave like the Scourge. And Wormer's Temple will no longer remain silent. It was precisely because of knowing this that Leo was not worried that Wormer's Temple would hinder the Alliance's plan to conquer Northrend. The Lich King has a good idea. As long as he successfully turns Galakrond into a member of the Scourge, he will have the ability to destroy the world. The addition of the ancient ancestor dragon is enough to increase the strength of the Scourge by several levels. The idea was good, and the approach was correct. But unfortunately, Leo's appearance changed things. The Scourge Legion is plotting against Galakrond. Although this is done very secretly, Wormer's Temple has not noticed it until now. If you want others to know nothing about it, you have to do it yourself. This matter can be hidden from others, but not from Leo, who allowed the Crypt Lord Anubarak to become his subordinate, who allowed Kel'Thuzad's soul to pass through the hands of Leo, a warlock, who allowed Leo to climb a mountain named Shanku Mountain. Woolen Cloth? Because of his intervention, the development of the world has changed a lot. The northern expedition to Northrend has been much earlier than the original trajectory of the world. Leo does not mind revealing the movements of the Scourge at this time. The development of the matter did not go beyond Leo's expectation. When the Wormer's Temple received the information and confirmed it, it immediately responded. The dragons fiercely attacked the evil spiral. But Antiwok, as the Psychic Master, also not a vegetarian, he commanded countless undead natural disasters and cooperated with Sias, the king of storm giants. He transformed, and thousands of storm giants to withstand the dragon's attack. In front of the countless but fearless undead army, and in front of the storm giants led by Sias, the dragons retreated. It's not that the dragons are incapable of destroying the undead of the evil spiral, but that they are unwilling to pay a heavy price. If the dragon wants to forcibly expel Antioch, even if the dragon can win under the latter's resistance, it will inevitably be severely damaged, fighting a battle that will endanger the foundation of the race. Not to mention the unwillingness of Krasus. Even Alexstad wouldn't agree. Instruct the mortal race to charge, and lead the charge. Over the years, the dragons have already become accustomed to this method of doing things. The dragons who have tasted the sweetness will not rush to the front line by themselves if they have the means. Anyway, natural disasters, the Legion's plan to exhume Galakrond's bones wouldn't be possible for a while. So why bother trying to dig up Galakrond's bones if time isn't urgent? Didn't the Alliance propose the northern expedition to Northrend? Then let them do it. Just leave the matter of the spiral of evil to them to resolve. Many Alliance leaders gathered again in Stormwind Fortress. and Varian, as the master, spoke first. The Wormers Temple agreed to our request for the northern expedition to Northrend, and also promised that we would contact the tribe and ask the tribe to send an army to assist. But they have one condition. We have to attack the world of evil and solve the undead disaster there. Attack the world of evil? Fortunately, they can say it. Jean showed extremely disdain. The king of Kyrgyz was originally an unruly master. If the dragon hadn't been so powerful, he would have turned against him. Isn't it the dragon's sleeping temple? They are unable to take down the world of evil. They are afraid of losing too much before they withdraw. These giant dragons value their own lives so much, but look down on us so much. It's really hateful. The dragon is afraid of losing his own people. Are races such as humans and dwarves not afraid of losing their people? There is nothing wrong with Longmian Temple's approach to protecting their own people, and Leo and the others can understand it. But when the human race is the one who is sacrificed, that understanding has long been thrown into nowhere, and all that is left is anger. Why do you, the dragon, want us to sacrifice ourselves when you want to protect your people? At any rate, we have also dragged the tribe into the water. The tribe cannot refuse the Dragon Sleep Temple's intervention. Leo stopped Jean's words. Everyone shared the resentment towards the dragon. After all, no one wanted to be cannon fodder for others. But it was better to exercise more restraint when everyone had a common enemy. Thinking of this, Leo changed the topic to other places. Let's discuss how to attack Northrend. The northern expedition to Northrend is no small matter, especially the joint march of multiple races. There are too many things involved in it, and it is far from being described by a simple military operation. When it came to how to attack Northrend, everyone present had already made plans. Jin was the first to express his position. I will lead the Gilnean army. Compared to Stormwind Kingdom and Arather, the situation in Gilneas is different. Although Jin is the king, all the government affairs of the kingdom have been handed over to his son Lim, and his absence does not have much influence in the country. Arather and the Kingdom of Stormwind are different. As the queen, Scarlet has to stay in the Cathedral of Holy Light and use the environment there to shorten the time to control the Code of Light with the help of many human bishops and paladins. While Varian, it is even more impossible to leave here. The political situation in Stormwind Kingdom is still unstable. As a king, how can he dare to leave lightly? The leaders of 2 of the 3 major human kingdoms were unable to make the trip, and the dwarves and gnomes would not compete with humans for power. As the king of the Kingdom of Gilneas, Jean naturally became the commander-in-chief of the Alliance's northern expedition to Northrend. Leo glanced at Jean and secretly thought that this guy was very good at calculating. Varian nodded to Bolvar, and after the Grand Duke stood up, he said to everyone, the Kingdom of Stormwind will form a dauntless expeditionary force, commanded by Bolvar. Bolvar is the Duke and Jean is the king. The former is not as good as the latter. However, Varian is not a person who is willing to suffer losses. The subtext of his words is that the army of the Kingdom of Storm has formed a separate army. In name, Eugene, he is the commander-in-chief. But in actual operations, the army of Stormwind Kingdom has its own independence. Don't look at me. I have to run between Draenor and Stromgard. I don't have time to lead the army. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Leo shrugged and made a helpless expression. He tilted his head. He said to a female human warrior standing behind him, Sarah, I leave Arather's army to you. Sarah Morgan, the woman who inherited the legacy of Leoric, the King of Darkness, is also the only subordinate under Leo who can challenge Cicerea's status. As Leo said, he did not have time to lead the army to attack Northrend. Unless it was a decisive battle with the Scourge, he would not appear. The reason why the tribe was dragged into the water during the northern expedition to Northrend was so that Thrall could not spare his manpower to do other things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leo led the Alliance's army to enter draw through Naxxramas. Promise. The Burning Crusade and the northern expedition to Northrend are going on at the same time. There must be one side in the 2 wars that Leo cannot take care of at the same time. Hearing Leo say that he could not take care of the northern expedition for the time being, Jean was relieved. As long as Leo did not fight with him, he would definitely be the commander of the Alliance's northern expedition. It's not that Jean covets the name of a commander, nor is he selfish, but as a figure of the older generation. Seeing the younger generation stealing the limelight, Jean is not willing to be lonely. He wants to prove that he is not old yet. To prove that he is still the powerful warrior Jen Greymane. The human kingdom has come up with candidates to lead the army. And then it is time for other races to take a stand. The Dwarf King, Magni Bronzebeard, took out a bottle of ale from nowhere, and took a swig of it. He wiped it on his mouth with the back of his hand and said, "As long as you decide, I will just send troops." Although Kadros and Mekatork did not speak, the expressions of approval on their faces already showed their attitudes, adhering to the past practice of the alliance. As long as the human kingdom agrees on a suitable candidate, the dwarves and dwarfs will not object and have no intention of seizing power. Of course, the premise is that human beings' actions cannot harm their interests. Varian looked at Sarah, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Leo, "If I remember correctly, Sarah should be the sergeant commander of my night brigade in the Kingdom of Stormwind." What Varian meant was that Leo had poached the Kingdom of Stormwind. "You said you were poaching corners, so go ahead and poach corners. Why do you push out the people who were poached so blatantly? How does this make Varian, as the sufferer, feel?" Leo is clearly irritating people. If Varian hadn't carefully reviewed Sarah's information and found that she had nothing noteworthy except that she was the daughter of the Silver Hand Paladin Morgan Lattimore, he would really have been poached by Leo like this. He was so angry that he slammed the table. Poor Varian. He didn't know what the King of Stormwind's expression would be like when the seemingly ordinary Sarah revealed her true strength. Hearing Varian mention her, Sarah bowed and replied, "Whether she is an Arather or the Kingdom of Stormwind, she is working for the Alliance. You may say so, but in reality, who knows what you are thinking in your heart? In the Kingdom of Stormwind, he was just a sergeant commander. But in Arather, he could become the commander of an army. Everyone knew how to choose." Although Sarah didn't say this explicitly, how could everyone present not understand this? Who doesn't understand the principle of walking to higher places? Varian obviously didn't expect Sarah to have the courage to contradict him. He couldn't help but choked. Seizing this opportunity, Leo laughed and changed the topic again. "There is no news from Darnassus yet, and we cannot leave the Night Elves behind. The troops in the northern expedition to Northrend cannot leave for a while. Fortunately, there is no such trouble in Draenor. The army can set off now. I have to go and see. This army cannot be careless in the first battle when it enters Draenor." Leo had already walked away before he finished speaking, leaving only a depressed Varian and Jean, Magni and others with smiles on their faces. The Alliance army enters Draenor. Where will Leo choose to fight for the first time? Chapter 943, Choosing an Opponent. Netherstorm is located in the northeast of the broken world of Draenor. It is surrounded by the twisting nether in all three directions except the west bordering the Blade's Edge Mountains. Due to its proximity to the twisting nether, the air here is filled with arcane energy from the void. It was precisely because he was attracted by the arcane energy here that Kael'thas led the Blood Elves to settle in the Void Storm, robbed the Draenei energy ship, and formed an alliance with the Draenei who believed in the Naru. Got off the rails. Standing on this purple land composed of large and small broken islands, Leo felt the rich arcane energy in the air while sizing up this place. Due to the arcane energy from the twisting nether, the landscape of Netherstorm inevitably changed. Arcane energy dyed everything purple. It's a great place to practice magic, but the scenery is not that great. Leo shrugged, expressing regret for the single purple color here, which easily caused visual fatigue. It is true that the depth of purple is very attractive, but no matter how beautiful something is, you will get tired of it if you see it too much. Kael'thas opened his palms, and a purple light group was generated in his palms. It was caused by the accumulation of arcane energy floating in the air. That is, Voidstorm can do this. In other places, even if Kael'thas is a demigod mage, it is impossible to gather so much arcane energy in such a short time. Elf is an unquestionable treasure. After doing this, Kael'thas said, "As long as it is suitable for practicing magic, that's fine." "Well," Leo admitted, Kael'thas was a pragmatist. "Take it." Leo was about to speak when Kael'thas suddenly threw a pink crystal. What was it if it wasn't the blood crystal in Passarian's hand? In order to plot against Kael'thas, Kil'jaeden gave this energy-filled crystal to Passarian. If Leo hadn't appeared, Kael'thas might have fallen into Kil'jaeden's conspiracy. As the saying goes, if you are reluctant to let go of your children, you will not be able to trap a wolf. If you are reluctant to part with your wife, you will not be able to trap a gangster. In order to trick Kael'thas, Kil'jaeden spent a lot of money. The energy contained in the blood crystal transferred to Kael'thas through Passarian was so powerful that Leo, a demigod, also shocked. It wasn't that Leo wasn't mentally prepared, but that Kil'jaeden had spent too much money. If Leo's estimate was correct, the energy in this piece of blood elf would only be used to increase his level, which would be enough for him to ascend 5 minor levels, forcibly raising a demigod to the level of a god. Although this is just a simple increase in rank and cannot cause a qualitative change in strength, This alone is scary enough. The energy contained in this blood crystal is so powerful. No wonder Kil'jaeden was confident that Kael'thas would take the bait. If Kael'thas had not met him, if Kael'thas had not been promoted to a demigod mage, he would have really escaped. Not out of Kil'jaeden's grasp. Kil'jaeden the Cunning is indeed the most cunning evil in the Burning Legion. And there are really not many people who are targeted by him, who can't escape his calculations. It's a pity that he didn't take my appearance into account. So this blood crystal will be an advantage for me. Leo smiled evilly. He did not immediately absorb the energy of the blood crystal, but carefully put it away. Since it was a good thing said by Kil'jaeden, how could he use it casually? If you don't find the right time, wouldn't you be very sorry for Kil'jaeden's kindness? Looking at Leo's smile, Kael'thas somehow started to mourn for Kil'jaeden. The deceiver who deliberately calculated but unintentionally would probably capsize in the gutter this time. But he just didn't know how Leo would calculate the opponent. Master Marshal, Su Ling has sent someone over. Amren hurried over. Sarah was sent by Leo to preside over Arathar's northern expedition to Northrend. Naturally, Amren would command Draenor's army. The reason why Amren is not allowed to go to Northrend is not because Leo does not trust Amren. Nor is it because of Amaren's lack of talent, but because of his strength. Leo's focus at this time was on Draenor rather than Northrend. This required Commander Arathar, who led the northern expedition, to have both commanding talent and personal strength. Amren lost precisely on personal strength. Don't think that the Scourge Legion is easy to deal with after being hit many times, and is no longer as strong as before. After all, Northrend is the place where the Scourge Legion's strongest troops are gathered, with the various methods of the undead Scourge. If the commander's strength is if a weak one fails, he will die. No one can guarantee what will happen to the army without its leader at that time. Amren has excellent commanding skills, but due to her own lack of strength, Leo will naturally not let her go to Northrend. Sarah is different. She has obtained the inheritance of Leoric, the King of Darkness, and willed that person in the hanging abyss. The resentment of countless resentful souls was absorbed into the body and transformed into his own power. Leo did not need to worry about Sarah's safety at all. Even if the Lich King personally took action, he could not do anything to get her. Void Spirit? Kael'thas frowned. He didn't like these cosmic goblins. The Blood Elves wanted to dominate the Void Storm. In addition to native creatures such as Void Rays, the Void Spirits, who were also outsiders, were also one of their competitors. And the Void Spirits were also an extremely important opponent. If it weren't for the fact that the Astral Consortium wasn't too mysterious and Haran never showed up, making Kael'thas unclear about the opponent's reality and not daring to act rashly, the two sides would have been at war. Who allowed the Void Spirit to build the central ecological dome and the Storm Spire here, occupying the two most central areas of the Void Storm? They come as quickly as possible. Leo ordered Amren. Bring them to me. As the leader of the Void Storm, the Void Spirits are very well informed about the information. In fact, it is useless if they are not well informed. The Blood Elves led by Kael'thas are not friendly to them. How could Haran not be wary of the Blood Elves? Perhaps some secret information cannot be detected by the Void Spirits. But with the appearance of such a large target of the Alliance army, the Void Spirits would have been eradicated long ago if they could not detect the news. Of course, just by the presence of ethereal spirits in the Alliance army, one cannot tell that Leo is here. The reason why they came to see Leo was because they discovered the army wearing the jersey of the Kingdom of Arathar. When he was in Karazhan, Leo once met a group of ethereal spirits. During the conversation with these ethereal spirits, he had already described Arathar's jersey. Finally, he also told these ethereal spirits about his identity. Because of this, the Void Spirits dared to conclude that Leo had a Void Storm. Nice to see you again, Marshal Leo. The emissary of the Void Spirit is Mahadown, who discussed the sale of ecosystem technology with Leo at the Ace Pier in Nagrand. If we really talk about it, the latter only had contact with Leo once, and it was a very brief time. Mahadown's appearance can't really affect Leo. But who is to say that there is no more suitable candidate besides him? If he doesn't, who will? Rather than finding someone who has no contact with Leo at all, it would be better to choose Mahadown. I'm glad to see you too, Lord Mahadown. Leo nodded to the ethereal hunter. He pointed to Kael'thas and said, I don't think I need to introduce this one. He is Kael'thas, Prince Ursus. With him joining us, our chances of killing Dimensius will increase. Leo did not dare to be careless when dealing with Dimensius, known as the Devourer of Worlds. When Zenitharea and other subordinates could not take action, Leo did not hesitate to drag Kael'thas into the water. The strength of the Blood Elf Prince goes without saying. With him joining Leo, there is no need to worry about failure. Mahdown saluted to Kael'dat's. Of course, he did not need Leo's introduction to this blood elf prince. Kael'dat's identity was not a secret. The unique Sindorage in the staff, the luxurious red robe, and the 3 mana balls floating around his body, these all indicate Kael'dat's identity. Your Highness the Prince? Mahdown sends his regards. It's no secret that the Blood Elves want to dominate the Void Storm. They covet the Storm Spire and the central ecosystem. The Void Spirits also know it. But haven't there been conflicts between the two sides? Mahdown is a businessman of the Astral Consortium. Not to mention that Kael'dat is not an enemy of the Astral Consortium now. Even if the two sides are hostile, as long as he can get benefits from Kael'dat, Mahdown will fight against him. He remains respectful enough. Customers are God, and people cannot live with their past. The Void Spirits understand these two sentences very thoroughly. Kael'dat nodded slightly in response. His arrogant attitude would have made other people angry. But the so-called others did not include Mahdown. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Leo took the initiative to break it. Your Excellency Mahdown, how is Demencia's situation? Leo wants to purchase the ecosystem technology, and the additional condition is to kill Demencias, the devourer of all worlds. It is precisely because of this condition that he has not obtained the relevant ecosystem technology so far. Of course, he was anxious because it had hindered Leo's plan. As long as Demencias is solved, the ecosystem technology will be available. At that time, both the Kingdom of Arather and yourself will be able to get huge benefits, both public and private. How can Leo do this to Demencias? Mencius is not worried. Mahdown knew that Leo would definitely ask this question before he came. He had made preparations at this time and responded very quickly. As soon as Leo's voice fell, Mahdown explained, "Where is the mana furnace UTIs? It's going well. It won't be long before Demencias truly enters this world. And then the Marshal will have to worry about it." Although the Order faction and the Astral Consortium have made a lot of preparations to deal with Demencias, no one will think that their own power is too strong. With the help of Leo, their chances of success will increase by at least 2 levels. How dare Hadouin be negligent? How long will it take? Leo moved his lips and finally endured it. The concept of time in ethereal spirits is very different from that of humans. Mahdown said that Leo didn't know what to do, as if he saw Leo's thoughts. Mahdown continued, "Based on your human calculations, you can wait for 2 more days at most." 2 days? It's not like I can't wait. The first battle of the Alliance army entering the world of Draenor took place 2 days later. Their opponent was Demencias, the Devourer of Worlds, and the Ethereal Revenge Army, who colluded with him. Chapter 944 UTIs. The first person to build the mana furnace in Netherstorm was none other than the Blood Elves led by Kael'dat. After coming to Voidstorm, the rich arcane energy here made the Blood Elves ecstatic. The Blood Elves, including Kael'dat, regarded this place as a treasure. Kael'dat even once wanted to solve the problem of his people's addiction to magic. The method relies on Voidstorm. Because of this, the Blood Elves spent a lot of material and manpower to build several mana furnaces in Voidstorm. Unfortunately, this approach ultimately proved unworkable. Fortunately, the expensive mana furnaces are not useless. At least their existence has collected enough arcane energy for the Blood Elves who came to the world of Draenor, satisfying their demand for magical energy and temporarily solving the problem of Blood Elves. The problem of elf addiction. Of course, this method can only cure the symptoms, but not the root cause. After all, the arcane energy that the mana furnace can collect is limited, and can only solve the magic addiction of some Blood Elves. Unless you find a place like the Sunwell that is huge enough to supply the entire Blood Elves, the source of energy for the ethnic group. The problem of demon addiction cannot be eradicated. Building a mana furnace is not exclusive to the Blood Elves. Collecting arcane energy in the Void Storm is not something only the Blood Elves can do. The Burning Legion and the Ethereal can also do it. The Mana Forge UTIs is a large energy collector that was not built by the Blood Elves. In any chaotic world where the Burning Legion intervenes, the demons are always the stronger side. Who makes them powerful? Speaking of which, the Mana Furnace UTIs was built by Void Spirit, but now it has fallen into the hands of the devil. The reason why the Order faction prefers the Astral Consortium instead of Shafar's Revenge Army is not only because the Revenge Army is in cahoots with Demencias, but also has a lot to do with their involvement with the demons of the Burning Legion. The Burning Legion is famous even if you look at the entire universe. Any race that knows about such a force will regard them as enemies. No one will like such a force that only knows about murder and arson, because no one wants to live in the world they live in. One day I was visited by them. Infamy has gone away. But the demons of the Burning Legion are still alive and well. Their strong strength is the guarantee for their unscrupulousness. Other races hate them, but no one will take the initiative to provoke them. Just like here in Void Storm. Look, the demons guarding the Forge of Mana haven't encountered an enemy in a long time. The days of guarding UTIs are very ordinary. If the demons who are accustomed to killing and blood can adapt to such a life, they will not be demons. If it were not for the strict orders from above, the demons here would have escaped completely. So when they found out that there were outsiders, they would not be demons. When they approached UTIs, the demons were as excited as chicken blood, and they roared and rushed forward one by one. The demons of the Burning Legion act so arrogantly by starting a fight without any hesitation. If someone else suddenly encounters a demon attack, they will definitely suffer a big loss. It is not impossible to be completely wiped out by the demon without being tempered. But this group of people is different, because they are here to cause trouble. The demon howled and charged at him. And at the same time, the whizzing sound of sharp arrows pierced the air. Countless sharp arrows shot away, giving the demon a head-on blow. The demons originally regarded these people as prey for slaughter. But they were shocked when they thought that they had killed many of their companions before they even got close. How dare the prey resist the hunter? The initial shock was followed by anger. The demons' resistance to each other triggered the bloodthirsty nature in their souls. The prey encountered during hunting does not dare to resist, and is allowed to be killed at will. This is certainly a favorite game of demons. But encountering prey that dares to resist makes demons even more excited. I want to kill you. And the more you resist me, the more exciting it will be. These words are the most appropriate way to describe the feeling of the demons at this time. Stimulate? Well, demons won't feel that way soon. Swishing sharp arrows shot through the air one after another, with purple and white lights flashing on the arrows. This was arcane shooting that used arcane energy. In the Void Storm, a place full of arcane energy, the silver arrows that used arcane shooting Moon Ranger doesn't have to worry about mana consumption at all. Sharp arrows were shot one after another, and arrows rained down one after another. No demon who entered the Silver Moon Ranger's attack range could survive for more than 5 seconds. It was like an endless rain of arrows. A few breaths turned the demon into a hedgehog. Companions were being shot one after another, but one could not even get close to the other party. This situation caused the demons to roar again and again, and their mentality was changing. Draw your bow and shoot. Hawksbill and the Silver Moon Ranger under his command kept repeating the same actions. The Ranger King had no expression on his face. He was like a lifeless and emotionless machine, simply executing the order to shoot the enemy. The attack on the Mana Forge UTIs is another joint effort between the Blood Elves and the Alliance, in order to capture UTIs. After all, Ethereal has promised that as long as Dimensius, the Devourer of Worlds, can be eliminated, the mana of UTIs the Forge is then at the disposal of the Blood Elves and the Alliance. Not to mention the time it takes to build a mana furnace. The material is priceless. With the wealth the Blood Elves possess, don't you think they can only build a few and then be unable to continue? Therefore, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the mana furnace as priceless. Faced with such a fortune, no one would be tempted. What's more, even if you have money, you can't buy something like a mana furnace. You must know that mana furnaces can't be built everywhere. You bunch of losers. A demon rushed over with a group of subordinates. When he saw that his companions couldn't even get close to each other, he was so angry that he cursed. Hawksbill's body turned slightly, and his fingers on the bowstring suddenly loosened. The Skyfire Eagle bow buzzed slightly, and as the bowstring trembled, a sharp arrow shot towards the demon at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Puff! The yelling demon was shot in the head with an arrow. After killing a demon leader, Hawksbill's face didn't change at all, as if he wasn't the one who did it. If the demons guarding UTIs are like this, my Silver Moon Rangers alone can kill them all without anyone else taking action. The lack of change on the face does not mean that there is no change on the inside. Seeing that his Silver Moon Rangers are making great profits, and the demons guarding UTIs are suppressed, Hawksbill is very satisfied. However, if UTIs was taken down so easily, how could the Void Spirits not take action until now? Ho ho ho! A low roar accompanied by a disgusting stench appeared, and the two-headed disaster dogs rushed out one after another. These vicious dogs were huge, and made the best human shields. Seeing the two-headed dog appearing, the demon immediately made way for them, after failing to gain any benefit from the Silver Moon Ranger's arrows. After the two-headed disaster dog rushed past, they ran behind the disaster dog with tacit understanding. And with the help of this evil the dog's cover launched a new round of charge. The two-headed disaster dogs have thick skin and large bodies. It is extremely difficult for the Silver Moon Ranger to kill them quickly when encountering them. Even Hawksbill can't do it. You can't quickly shoot the charging enemy, which will give the opponent a chance to get close to you. Trying to keep the opponent away just by relying on the long-range attacks of a group of rangers, like before, is just a fantasy. The Alliance warriors at the front tightened their weapons, holding up their shields in preparation for the impact of the two-headed disaster dogs. The demon following the two-headed disaster dog was full of pride. It was good to have a vicious dog. Not only could it help look after the house, but it could also act as a human shield during battles. It was truly a dog with multiple uses. Roar! Just when the demons were enjoying themselves, and just when they were thinking about how to bully each other and kill these hateful elves and humans, the demon lord Immortor appeared as a two-headed disaster dog. Immortor, as a demon lord, has a natural level of suppression on his own kind. Almost at the same time as Immortor's roar sounded, the charging two-headed disaster dog swung his legs. Soft. The speed is greatly reduced. Unexpectedly, such a turn of events would occur. Many demons were unable to hold their feet back for a moment and just bumped into them, making them very embarrassed. As the saying goes, you can't touch a tiger's butt. This two-headed disaster dog is more vicious than a tiger. How can you get away with it if you hit their butt? The demon who collided with the two-headed disaster dog had stars in his eyes, and the two dog heads followed him and bit him down. The mouth was full of sharp teeth, and the terrifying bite force could not be resisted even by demons, who were also members of the Burning Legion. The demons rushing behind could hardly believe their own eyes. They turned against the two-headed disaster dogs from the same camp. These huge vicious dogs turned their guns and charged into the demon group. The demons themselves started fighting among themselves. How could the Blood Elves and the Alliance army miss such a good opportunity? Although they did not send troops to rush forward to kill them, they let the mages and archers target the demon army while the demons had no time to care. It's still possible to vent your firepower to your heart's content. Is this what Immortal does? Kildats looked at the scene ahead. Because of the appearance of Immortor, under the pressure of this demon lord, Utiiza's two-headed disaster dog bit the demon at the sight of it, disturbing the guards guarding Utiiza. The devil is overwhelmed. Kildats was so regretful that his intestines turned green after discovering that Immortor had such a powerful effect. Immortor was originally given to Leo by the Blood Elves. If he had known that he could be of such great use, how could Kildats let him go so easily? This guy Leo made money again. Sighing secretly in his heart, Kildats looked at Leo with a somewhat unkind look. Leo's reaction to this was no expression at all. He knew that Kildats was only temporarily dissatisfied and did not really have any dissatisfaction. Mahdown and Sed came with Leo and the others as representatives of the Astral Consortium and the Order faction respectively among the ethereal forces. It was they who provided the information about the two-headed disaster dog guarding Utiiza. Originally, they thought these disaster dogs would bring some trouble to Leo and the others, but they didn't expect that the other party would solve them so easily. The two ethereal spirits looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. With Leo and the others joining in, capturing Utiiza is not a problem at all. Dimensius, the Scourge, will definitely die this time. Chapter 945 Dimensius. There were no setbacks in the capture of Utiiza. After Immortor made all the two-headed disaster dogs rebel, the demons of the Burning Legion failed to make any splash, and finally slaughtered all the rebellious disaster dogs. These demons also fell to the attack of the Alliance army and the Blood Elf coalition. Things were going very smoothly, but it was just so smooth that it was unsettling. Sed and Mahdown surmised in their hearts that Utiiza's defensive strength was much weaker than what they knew. The number of demons originally guarding the place had been reduced by as much as 70%. What's strange about the Void Spirit is that the guards guarding Utiiza are all demons, and Shafar's revenge army didn't see any of them. Was it because the Burning Legion and Shafar had a bad relationship, and there was internal strife between the two parties, which caused the Utiiza's defense strength to be reduced sharply? Or was it due to other reasons? If it's the former, then Sed and Mahdown are certainly welcome. But what if it's the latter? No one likes things that are beyond their control, especially when things that are beyond their control are their enemies. This is not a question of whether they like it or not, but a matter of life and death for themselves and the forces to which they belong. If they didn't have to deal with Dimensius, Sed and Mahdown would have returned to Stormspire immediately. Dimensius is known as the Devourer of Worlds. This title sounds very bluffing. People who don't know it think this is some kind of terrifying creature. In fact, he is just a powerful Void Lord. For Void Spirit, Dimensius, a being with the ability to devour and feed on energy creatures. is a life-and-death enemy that must be eliminated quickly. In the eyes of Leo and others, Dimensius is just a man with some strength. Demon. The mentality is different. And the performance is of course different. When they saw Dimensius entering the world through the spiritual channel of Altais, Zed and Mahadon were filled with murderous intent, while Leo and Kaeldats were very indifferent. Whoosh! Hawksbill drew the Skyfire Eagle bow, and struck the first blow against Dimensius before the others. A surprising thing happened. The arcane shooting of the Ranger King did not cause any damage to Dimensius. The arrow, shining with purple and white light, was covered by an invisible layer before it touched Dimensius. The qualitative energy shield bounced away. This attack will not work. Dimensius will be protected by the spiritual energy channel when passing through it. Normal attacks cannot hurt him. Zed's words made Hawksbill roll his eyes. This hindsight was really timely. When passing through the psychic channel, Dimensius was inside the channel. If you wanted to hurt him, you had to break the psychic channel. In other words, Dimensius was protected by the psychic channel at this time. Breaking the psychic channel will damage the mana furnace. No one wants to do this unless necessary, because damage to the mana furnace is difficult to repair, and even more difficult. As long as Leo and Kaeldats are willing to take action, it will take a blink of an eye to open the psychic channel. But it will take only a month or two to repair the damaged channel, which is not even a thought. After killing Dimensius, the mana furnace of UTIs will be used by the Alliance and the Blood Elves, and no one is willing to cause trouble for themselves. It's really troublesome. Leo curled his lips. Zed and these phantoms were really unreliable, and he didn't warn them earlier about this situation. Usual attacks can't be used, but what about the unusual ones? After Kaeldats finished speaking, he pointed the Cindorii golden staff towards Dimensius, and an invisible wave of sound spread towards the place where Dimensius was, starting from the top of the staff. Sonic attack. Leo saw that Kaeldats was using ultrasonic waves and wanted to use this attack method to deal with Dimensius, who was in the psychic channel. Ordinary physical attacks and magic attacks cannot bring harm to Dimensius without destroying the spiritual energy channel. But sonic attacks are different. They bring damage through the vibration of the air. This kind of attack method is very special, and does not damage Dimensius. The psychic channel causes damage, and can attack, or even kill Dimensius who is passing through the psychic channel. Kaeldats' mind works very fast. Rubbing his chin, Leo waited with interest for Dimensius' reaction. When the ultrasonic waves hit, the psychic channel showed no response at all. The invisible air shield that blocked Dimensius' arcane shot from Hawksbill did not appear. Kaeldats' ultrasonic waves just cut through silently. After entering, Dimensius' body shook slightly, and a look of shock and pain appeared on his face. Ultrasonic attack takes effect, Zed and Mahadon, who were worrying about how to attack Dimensius, suddenly saw that Dimensius' reaction caused Kaeldats' ultrasonic attack to cause considerable damage to him. If Kaeldats can perform such attacks a few more times, even if Dimensius can pass through the psychic channel, his strength will be greatly reduced, and it will be much easier to kill him. Adra Kaeldats showed his hand, and Leo couldn't lag behind. He called out the blind dragon. Isn't sonic attack exactly what Azromans is good at? Azromans, who was called out by Leo, took a deep breath, and his chest and abdomen swelled, before Kaeldats launched his second ultrasonic attack. The blind dragon faced Dimensius. A roar. Sonar pulse. The pain and shock on Dimensius' face became even stronger. It seemed that the Void Lord with such a loud name did not expect that he would encounter repeated attacks while in the psychic channel. Seeing this, Kaeldats waved his staff again, and the second ultrasonic attack came, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Azromans did not hesitate, and in conjunction with Kaeldats' attack, he struck out with a sonic breath. Dimensius' body was shaking constantly, and he felt uncomfortable being hit repeatedly. But he was unable to fight back at this time. Every advantage has its disadvantages. Although he can be protected by the psychic channel, ordinary attacks cannot harm him. But in this way, his own perception will be cut off, and his own defense will also be affected by the psychic energy in the channel. The energy is suppressed and weakened. Once someone seizes this opportunity and uses a special attack method to attack the person in the psychic channel, the latter can only be beaten and cannot fight back. Dimensius is in such a situation now. Being beaten without being able to fight back would make anyone else depressed. Knowing that the situation had changed, Dimensius did not dare to neglect. He no longer allowed the spiritual channel to send him out leisurely. Instead, he took the initiative to speed up, hoping to enter Dela before receiving more damage. New world. If Dimensius had known that there were 2 demigods waiting to deal with him at the exit of the psychic channel, I wonder if he would have run out of the psychic channel in such a hurry. This Void Lord doesn't seem to be very good. Leo did not take action. He just held his chin and observed. Originally, he had the idea of taking Dimensius as his own. After all, the name of Devourer of Worlds sounds quite deceptive. Who would have thought that Dimensius Seashore was not as famous as he meant, and his strength was much lower than he expected. For the sake of offending the Void Spirit for a not-so-powerful Dimensius, this deal was a huge loss. How could Leo do it? Since it's useless, then just kill selling Void Spirit as a favor. With a decision made in his heart, Leo did not hold back. Asramandus, who was cooperating with Kaeldats to attack Dimensius, suddenly changed his attack method, and the third sonic technique showed a sonic adjustment. Blind Eye Dragon is indeed a master of using sound waves to attack enemies. As a demigod mage, Kaeldats only has 1 ultrasonic attack that can affect Dimensius in the psychic channel, but he throws 3 of them in succession. One cannot be dissatisfied. As soon as the sound wave adjustment came out, Asramandus's 3 skills were activated, and Dimensius was hit hard again. The Void Lord's body, composed of dark elements, had a tendency to collapse. You cannot use power to defend against attacks in the psychic channel. This is a huge disadvantage. Once your opponent seizes the opportunity, you will easily die. Finding that the situation was worse than he expected, Dimensius became anxious. However, he was in the psychic channel and could do nothing in his hurry. He had to use all his strength to squeeze out of the channel. Wouldn't it be nice to be killed immediately in the psychic channel? Why bother to run out desperately? It's not like you to rush to reincarnate. Dimensius's reaction. Leo had long expected that when the Devourer of Worlds struggled to break out of the spiritual channel, what greeted him was not the joy of escaping, but the despair of dying. Dragonakos, the devourer of all things. This twilight dragon that also has the ability to devour did not give Dimensius any chance. The devouring vortex in the wide dragon mouth that can swallow all things happened to be at the exit of the spiritual energy channel. As soon as Dimensius stepped out of the psychic channel, he was enveloped by Dragonakos' devouring vortex. Dimensius is often proud of his devouring ability. This can be seen from the fact that he is known as the devourer of all worlds. Ordinary strong men are extremely afraid of his devouring ability when they encounter this Void Lord, so they are defeated by Dimensius. There were many strong men under Hughes, but he met Dragonakos. When Sinisarea created Dragonakos, she used the other 4 Dragon Kings as imaginary enemies. Dragonakos' devouring ability is evident. Unlike Dimensius, who only dares to choose ethereal spirits as objects to devour. Compared with other things, Dragonakos' devouring power was countless times stronger. When he encountered the Twilight Dragon, Dimensius could only be regarded as having bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Although Dimensius struggled hard, he was still unable to get rid of the devouring force that had been enveloped by the devouring vortex. Dimensius could only watch the dark elements that made up his body decrease bit by bit. And the dark elements, the reduction of elements, weakened Dimensius' strength, making him increasingly unable to escape the devouring vortex. A vicious cycle is formed. I thought I could stretch my muscles and bones, but I didn't expect Dimensius to be so good. Devourer of Realms? His skin was blown by him, seeing that Dimensius was unable to pull out half of the spray until he was swallowed by Dragonicus. Leo yawned, with the words "I am disappointed" written on his face. Sed and Mahadown on the side came over. The 2 ethereal spirits looked strange, and showed no joy in killing their old enemy for many years. They pointed at Dragonakos and asked, "Marshal Leo, this is yours, pet?" Leo glanced at them sideways, and nodded seemingly indifferently, as if he didn't notice anything strange about Sed and Mahadown. After finally killing Dimensius, before he could be happy, he discovered a creature with a stronger devouring ability than Dimensius. What is this? The 2 ethereal spirits looked at Dragonakos with quite helpless eyes. At the same time, they became more and more wary of Leo, the master of the Twilight Dragon. They did not dare to anger Leo and let his race have another one like this. A formidable opponent. And that's exactly what Leo wanted to see. Leo would not care about the ethereals plundering resources in the name of doing business in the world of Draenor. But if they want to reach out to the world on the other side of the dark portal, then they have to think carefully about it. With Biddy Dragonakos, who has Dimensius' stronger devouring ability, has a powerful deterrent effect on ethereal spirits. Chapter 946, Still Have to Stay. Rays of light flashed in Leo's eyes, and countless messages were filtered through his mind. Kaeldats, standing next to him, was thinking about something while holding the Sindoria golden staff. It's not that the Blood Elves didn't know about Void Spirit's ecosystem technology. Kaeldats had already made plans for Void Storm, Storm Spire, and the central ecosystem. If the eternal water bottle in Illidan's hand hadn't involved Kaeldats too much energy, the peace between the Blood Elves and the Void Spirits cannot be as peaceful as it is now. What puzzles Kaeldats is how Leo bought their ecosystem technology from the Void Spirit. You must know that the Blood Elves have not been in contact with the Void Spirit at this time. But the price offered by the other party is really beyond the reach of Kaeldats. The gems, gold and other valuables that the kingdom of Quel'Thalas has spent thousands of years accumulating are all bargains in the eyes of the ethereal spirits. Even if they spend everything they have, they cannot buy 1,000th of the ecosphere technology. And those ethereal spirits are interested in it. But Kaeldats couldn't bear to part with the precious material. Compared with wealth, Arathar was about to be thrown out of Quel'Thalas. Logically speaking, the Blood Elves didn't have the financial resources to buy the humans in the ecosystem, let alone the humans in the ecosystem. But the fact is that the ecosystem technology of the Star Boundary Consortium has indeed fallen into Leo's hands. The method is not cheating, nor robbery and theft, but a real formal transaction. Kaeldats was extremely curious in his heart, but showed nothing on his face. How Arathar purchased this technology was a secret. How could Leo tell others about it? While Kaeldats was thinking, time passed unknowingly, and the flashing light in Leo's eyes gradually subsided. The ecosystem technology of Void Spirit is too complex. Even if you get the technology, it is impossible to absorb it and transform it into your own things within 100 or 200 years. Moreover, directly purchasing other people's technology like this is like a castle in the air. Most of them you know what the technology is, but you don't know why. No wonder the Star Boundary Consortium sells it. And no wonder the Void Spirit merchants dare to sell it. There is no complete set of civilization to support its technology as a foundation. One floor. And by the time buyers digest the technology to the point where they can create their own ecosystem, the ecosystem they create will be obsolete in the virtual world. Leo shook his head as he spoke. The ethereal merchants of the Star Boundary Consortium were indeed nefarious. Fortunately, Leo's requirements for the ecosystem technology were only that it could be manufactured and used. And there was nothing else. Kaeldats was secretly glad after hearing this. Fortunately, he didn't have the heart to buy Void Spirit's ecosystem technology. Otherwise, he might have been depressed. Given the current situation in Quel'Thalas at the time, the Blood Elves couldn't afford to wait even 10 years, let alone 100 or 200 years. If you really have to wait that long, the daylilies will get cold. Now, Leo will be the one to be taken advantage of. The Blood Elf Prince was gloating about his misfortune when Leo unexpectedly changed the subject. Despite this ecosystem technology is sufficient. If the Burning Legion comes, we are really powerless to fight against it. With this technology, we can rebuild our homeland as long as we escape the pursuit of the demons. Leo purchased Void Spirit's ecosystem technology just in case. It should be noted that things in the world are often not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. If the Burning Legion is really unable to resist, there will be a way out at that time. With ecosystem transformation technology at hand, there is no need to consider whether the environment is suitable for the survival of one's own people. And there are many places where one can settle down. Thinking about defeat before calculating victory is related to the survival of the race. How can we not make reservations? I thought you were too confident and wouldn't think about your options. I didn't expect you to have such an idea. It's just that a powerful energy supply device is needed to establish an ecosystem. Instead of using an ethereal one, why don't I provide a mana furnace for you? You? Kaeldats smiled at Leo's gaze. Although he did not say it explicitly, he hinted to Leo that the Blood Elves should not be forgotten about this kind of thing. And he didn't take advantage of Leo in vain. The mana furnace has a complex structure and is extremely difficult to build. Just collecting the materials requires a lot of effort, because many precious materials cannot be bought with money. The Burning Legion will come at some point. On this occasion, the Blood Elves did Leo a big favor by donating a mana furnace. Leo nodded after hearing this. I will drive Naxxramas directly to Void Storm. Then it will be up to you how to move the existing mana furnace in, and the subsequent debugging of the magic circle. After saying that, Leo added, by the way, I will call some people to help. I believe you can use it. Help? I think it's a steal. How could Kaeldats not understand Leo's intentions? Arathar has no idea about the mana furnace. And he doesn't even know how to use it, let alone the technology of building it. Now that he has such a good opportunity, if Leo doesn't send someone, he won't be Leo. But it's one thing to send people here. It's another thing whether my people can explain it to them. For complex things like the mana furnace, If no one explains the secret, how many people can get a glimpse of it? Thinking of this, Kael'thas did not object. In order to prevent Leo from making new demands, he changed the topic. According to the two ethereal spirits, UTI's original defensive power was several times stronger than when we attacked. What information do you have on this matter? Leo glanced at Kael'thas sideways and said, since you brought it up on your own initiative, there must be some clues. Tell me, what information do you have? Kael'thas was speechless for a moment. I was the one who asked if it was okay. But changing the subject was what he wanted to see. He was also happy to see Leo's attention leave the mana furnace. You don't know this place called Oakington, do you? Of course, Oakington Leo knew that it was the sacred temple where the Draenei buried their dead. And this temple was located in Terraker Forest. Leo raised his eyebrows and replied, isn't that just a tomb temple? I heard that the Draenei built it like an underground maze. Why? What did they do? It's not that the Draenei did anything, but that the Shadow Council ran over. Kael'thas did not show off, and told the information he knew. The people of the Dark Knight Council don't know what they are doing. The knees Ochendown exploded, and the explosion turned Ochendown into a piece of scorched earth. What's strange is that the crows and a group of ethereal spirits actually ran over to join in the fun. So the Oakington explosion happened? The corners of Leo's mouth turned up slightly, outlining a mysterious smile. So the extraterrestrial creature Momal is entering the world. I wonder if the warlocks of the Shadow Council are troubled by the creature they summoned. You need to know that Momal is an elemental creature with the power to destroy the world. If Momal hadn't destroyed the world he was in, the warlocks of the Shadow Council wouldn't be able to summon him. The Shadow Council is still so restless. How did the Draenei react? Kael'thas looked at Leo with a half smile. And his tone was a bit strange. How else can they react? Of course they send people to check. It's a pity that these people have disappeared without explanation. Missing. Doesn't that mean you can't see people alive? And you can't see corpses after death? Leo was stunned for a moment. And then he remembered something. He lowered his voice and told Kael'thas a name. Gruul? Kael'thas nodded and whispered, I personally checked. And there are indeed traces of Gron activity there. I guess it was the work of the remaining 3 one-eyed Grons. If my estimate is correct, it won't take long. There's going to be a lot of excitement in Void Storm. Gloat! This is Leo's evaluation of Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince was clearly prepared to sit on the sidelines and see how far Naru and the one-eyed Gron would go. It would be best if both sides suffered a lose-lose situation. Seeing Leo looking at him a little strangely, Kael'thas snorted and said, Don't look at me like that. You are also involved in this. More than just having a share. Who was it not Leo who misled Gruul and brought the one-eyed Gron's hatred to Naru? As for Kael'thas, he was just an accomplice. And Leo was the mastermind. Shrugging, Leo said no more about this. He and Kael'thas were paying the same attention to sitting on the mountain and watching the fight between tigers and tigers. Gruul's powerful Kael'thas and Leo have experienced it personally in Blade's Edge Mountains. But the Nara are not easy to mess with. The battle between the strongest creature in the world of Draenor and the Nara led by Adal is bound to be abnormal. Wonderful. No wonder there are fewer demons in Ultais. The Burning Legion must have noticed something. It seems we are not the only ones hoping to take advantage. Leo and Kael'thas looked at each other and smiled. The mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole followed. However, behind the oriole, there were hunters ready to shoot. The one who laughs last is the winner. When Leo, who had reached an agreement with Kael'thas, summoned the top leaders of the Alliance Expeditionary Force, the first thing he said was, the situation has changed, and the plan to attack Draenor must be adjusted. Inevitably, these words caused a commotion. As soon as they entered Draenor, they changed the plan agreed upon by several major forces. If it hadn't been Leo who said this, someone would have jumped out to ask for an explanation. Now everyone is just talking in a low voice, which is already a shame. Leo ignored the others. His eyes only glanced at Andalmar and Ironforge, Windsor and Stormwind Kingdom, and Godfrey and Gilneas. As long as these 3 people had no objections, then there was no problem. No. At this time, these 3 people were sitting calmly on chairs waiting for Leo's explanation. Without their participation, the discussion quickly stopped. I know that everyone has doubts about sudden changes in plans. But plans are dead and people are alive. We can't just stick to the plan and make corresponding changes according to the situation. Leo said and pointed to a man standing not far away. UTIs, the mana furnace. Everyone saw during the attack that the number of demons was more than twice less than the information provided by Ethereal. Is this an error in Ethereal's information? I can definitely tell you it's not. Then why are the number of demons so small? It's because the Burning Legion is carrying out a plan. As enemies, we have to destroy what the demons want to achieve. So everyone has to stay in Voidstorm. Chapter 947, it's none of your business. Just hang it up. When you are busy running around, what you want is to stop and take a good rest. However, when you really stop, you will find that you have long been accustomed to a busy life, and it will be very uncomfortable when you are free. The word cheap is obviously derogatory, but people often insist on trying to be better. Does this mean that human nature is inherently base? Looking at the busy scene around him, Leo smiled. This smile was mocking both himself and others, because the situation changed. Leo wanted to be the hunter who shot down the Oriole. So Leo left the Alliance Expeditionary Force in Voidstorm, which left a little trouble. The army set out to fight, but it just set out to fight a small battle in Woodies and stopped moving forward. What would the soldiers think? If you hold back a lot of energy but have no way to win it, anyone else would be dissatisfied. Fortunately, the leaders such as Amaran, Windsor and others are all experienced generals. They have already taken precautions against possible situations and have their own ways to deal with them. No, in order to prevent the soldiers from slacking off, several generals came up with a way to build the city. Well, to say a city is an exaggeration, and to describe it as a town is probably the most appropriate description. The Voidstorm is too close to the twisting nether and has no special output, except for the blood elves who love magic and use it as a treasure. No one from the human dwarves and other races is willing to stay here, since the Alliance does not occupy the heart of the Voidstorm. It is not worthwhile to build a city here. After all, building a city is expensive. But the town was different. The cost of building a town was not high. Not only did it save costs, it also showed the Blood Elves that the Alliance had no intention of doing so. The soldiers had something to do and vent their excessive energy, but no one had time to complain. While Leo was looking at it, a figure hurried over. Whaley, what's the matter? It was Leo's dragon-blooded personal guard, Captain Veery, who ran over. Hearing Leo's question, Veery quickly replied, Sir, the Draenei are in trouble again. One of their 100 men has just left the Storm Fortress and has not yet arrived. They disappeared within a quarter of an hour. Fortunately, sir, you asked me to keep an eye on them, so I discovered the situation in time. Are the Delaney people missing again? Counting this batch, it is already the 5th batch of missing people. And geographically it is getting closer and closer to Storm Fortress. It should be noted that the first batch of missing people was in Blade's Edge Mountain. And now the 5th batch has arrived at the gate of Storm Fortress. Anyone who is interested can see that the other party is gradually approaching Delaney's lair. Someone has made it clear that the chariots are going to target the Draenei. How will the Nara react? A ball of golden light exploded at the end of the horizon, and Leo's attention was immediately attracted to it. Such a strong power of holy light. This power is not half weaker than Yizhuor. It is even more powerful. TSK. TSK. It seems that the one-eyed Gorin failed to hide his whereabouts, and was caught by the Naru. I don't know which Nara did it. Leo shook his head jokingly. And after expressing some emotion, he told Whaley, Give the order. All troops must assemble and prepare for battle. Just a collection? Why not just kill him? These words swirled in Whaley's mind. But he didn't ask them out after all. There is no need to explain to Leo what he wants to do. And the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Willie, who has long been accustomed to obeying orders, has to consider not why he should do it, but how to do it well. My army is ready. How are your people? Not long after Willie left, the message from Kaeldats came. The Blood Elf Prince had been waiting for this moment. His men were all his own people, so his actions were naturally much faster than Leo's. The Blood Elves only gathered together to prepare for battle, instead of fighting towards the place where the light came from. Kaeldats and Leo had the same idea. We still don't know what kind of fight the Nara will have with the One-Eyed Gron. It would be too hasty to let it go at this time. What's more, the demons of the Burning Legion are still preparing to become the Oriole. If you want to have the last laugh, you can't hold back your anger. Because of this, Leo seemed unhurried and only heard him reply, I am gathering the army. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry. I'm afraid your eyeliner has already passed. Kaeldats muttered to himself. He didn't believe Leo was really that calm. In fact, Kaeldats' guess was correct. Leo was indeed not as indifferent as he expressed in his tone. He had set Polition and Ektoz as early as when Veery reported to him. After going out, The two powerful Dracolic men activated the illusion with all their strength and quietly approached the battlefield. In the battlefield, a 5-meter-tall light man was shooting out bunches of golden light, knocking back a giant monster as tall as a hill. Although compared to the latter, the light man was not as big as his 20-meter-high figure. 1%. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that the light man is far stronger than the latter. The reason why the hill-like monster did not fail was just because of its natural rough skin and thick flesh, which it struggled to hold on. Needless to say, the light man is a Naru, and the hill-like monster is the one-eyed Goron. Pity this one-eyed Goron. As the son of Gruul, he is also the overlord of Draenor. First he was driven by Gruul to work in a place like Voidstorm, and now he has encountered a tough problem. He was beaten so badly by Neru that he was really unlucky. The one-eyed Goron is used to running rampant, and very few creatures dare to provoke him. Today, he was pressed down and beaten. How could he swallow this breath? Gron roared again and again, relying on his physical strength to withstand the bombardment of Naru's holy light, and kept moving forward, trying to get closer to take advantage of it. Neru was not a fool. How could he let him succeed? Every time one-eyed Goron took a step forward, he would retreat a step, always holding his opponent neither far nor near, leaving Goron helpless. If there was no accident, one-eyed Goron would have lost. Through Dragon Lich Leo, he saw all the situation on the field. The strength of Naru frightened him. Although he didn't know who the Naru was, Leo was sure that this Naru would never be Adol. How strong will Adol, the leader, be when he is so strong even under his subordinates? No wonder Velan and the others were able to escape from Argus back then. Naru's strength should not be underestimated. Holding his chin, Leo quietly waited for the result. He didn't believe that only one Goron came. After all, he and Kael'thas had only killed 4 of Gruul's sons, and there were still 3 left. Facts have proved that Leo's guess was not wrong. Just on Naru's retreat route, a huge strange stone suddenly stood up, and with a loud roar, another one-eyed Goron appeared, actually disguised as a stone to ambush. Not only Neru was surprised when he saw the scene, but even Leo didn't expect that Gron disguised himself as a stone and pretended to be so similar, hiding it from others, which exceeded everyone's expectations. After being surprised, he was gloating. Anyway, it was not Leo who was fighting against Gron. For him, it was best for Gron and Neru to hurt both of them, so that they could come out and take advantage. The appearance of the second one-eyed Goron changed the battle greatly, because he appeared too suddenly and was too close to Naru. The latter found it too late to evade. Facing the Goron who suddenly launched an attack, Naru the only option is to resist hard. A layer of golden light covered Naru, protecting him before Gron's attack arrived. Gron's attack is powerful and heavy, and coupled with his huge size, he has the potential to overwhelm the mountain. Can Naru's golden light shield, which is less than a finger thick, protect his safety? Facts have proved that it can. One-eyed Goron's attack hit the golden shield, but did not break it as Goron thought. His deliberate sneak attack only caused the golden shield to twist. So what if the shield was not broken? Can it hurt the Naru inside? Naru, who had resisted the opponent's sneak attack, was about to retreat when the Gron that he had been pressing and beating hit him at this time. The golden shield was twisted and deformed again under the attack of this Gron. It can withstand 2 attacks from the one-eyed Goron head-on without being damaged. Naru's shield is very strong. At this time, the only one who was still in the mood to think about these things was Leo, who was sitting on the mountain watching the tiger fight. How could Naru and one-eyed Goron, who were fighting, care about the others? Let's fight. The more fiercely you fight, the easier it will be for me to take advantage when I come out. Someone was smiling evilly. That look was really vulgar. Extremely vulgar. Well, obscenity is also king. Leo, what happened when you asked us to assemble the army? The sound came over before the Anvil Mars arrived. The dwarf general, Windsor, and Godfrey came hand in hand to ask Leo about his next move. They also noticed the golden light at the end of the horizon. In their eyes, several people guessed that Leo's actions at this time must be related to this. At this time, Naru, who was being approached by 2 Grons, could not shake off his opponent. Under the fierce pursuit of the 2 Grons, he could only rely on the strength of the shield to fight against them. The battle between the 3 entered the consumption stage. There is really nothing interesting to see. Withdrawing his attention from the battlefield between Naru and Gron, and nodding to the Anvilmar trio, Leo replied, "It is true that something happened. The Draenei who had an agreement with us, and a man named Gron, there is a conflict between the races, and the demons of the Burning Legion are hiding and watching. and we cannot let these demons succeed. Drenii? The three of Anvilmar were startled. Their impression of the Drenii was not very good. Who knew that these blue hoofs were carved from the same mold as the Eridar demons? In addition, they learned about the Drenii from Leo. The Ani and the Eridar demons are the same species, and they have an even less favorable impression of these aliens in their hearts. It's okay to destroy the Burning Legion's conspiracy, but we don't have to pay attention to the conflicts between the Drenii and other races. Anvilmar was outspoken and said whatever came to his mind. He made his attitude clear without waiting for Leo to elaborate. Regardless of the matter, Anvilmar was unwilling to use the lives of his own warriors to solve troubles for a strange race, especially a race he had no favorable impressions of. There was some hesitation on Windsor's face. After all, the Drenii were interested in forming an alliance with their side. But Godfrey didn't think much about it. After announcing Anvilmar, he also expressed his position. The disputes between the Drenii and other races, we don't understand it at all, and it's not safe to intervene rashly. But since the demons of the Burning Legion have a conspiracy, we can't ignore it. If those demons really want to intervene with us to help the Drenii repel the demons. Godfrey's words were easier to accept than Anvilmar. Seeing the expression of approval on Windsor's face, Leo made a decision in that case. Let's take a look at the situation before making a decision. Chapter 948. Why not? Mulu is very depressed, and the word everything has gone wrong in recent days is the most appropriate way to describe his experience. As a member of the Neru, Muru and the leader Adal have the ability similar to that of a prophet. They can see something that will happen in the future at certain times. Of course, the ability of the Neru is a little bit stronger than that of the prophet, because they see it more clearly than the prophets. But this part of the future must be related to themselves. Originally, in the future foreseen by Muru, he would have an opportunity that would allow him to become stronger and become the most powerful being among the Naru, second only to the leader Adal. But what he didn't expect was that even though he had foreseen something good, he was just one step away from getting there. But the trajectory of things developing suddenly deviated. Although Mulu didn't have much reaction to this, it was only on the surface. In fact, in his heart, he had already gritted his teeth with hatred. Why did those long-eared elves stop attacking Storm Fortress? Why do those humans mind their own business? A great opportunity to improve his strength was gone. The future he had foreseen was changed because of the intrusion of a race called humans. Mulu was so angry. If Adal hadn't suppressed him, he would have gone crazy. Muru has a deep hatred for the humans who ruined his good deeds, and he also hates the blood elves who did not follow the future he foresees. However, keeping them now is of great use. Otherwise Muru would not mind giving them their little lesson. Although Naru is a creature of light attribute, where there is light there is darkness, and the darkness is as deep as the light is. Fortunately for Mulu, he was not the only one who had a difficult life. Kiru, who was also a member of the Nera clan, also had a difficult life. This person wants to vent when he doesn't feel good, and Nera does the same. But if you want to vent, you must have someone to vent to. Fortunately, someone came to the door when Mulu and Kiru were feeling depressed. The Drenii are a race that believes in the Naru. Based on the current situation of the Nara clan, the Drenii's troubles are the Nara's troubles. If someone has trouble with the Drenii, they have trouble with the Naru. In view of what happened to the Drenii recently, Muru and Kiru, who were eager to find someone to vent their anger on, took the initiative to find the attackers. At this time, something that depressed Mola happened again. The target for venting was found. But this target was actually the powerful one-eyed Gron in the world of Draenor. Before seeing the target of the attack on the Drenii, Muru never imagined that it would be a tyrannical creature like the one-eyed Gron that dominated the world of Draenor. Creatures like the one-eyed Gron are the overlords of the world of Draenor. The Nara will not provoke them, and the Drenii will not be their enemies. Why do they have trouble with the Drenii? Muru couldn't answer. Just when he was confused, the one-eyed Gorin discovered him. And then an unreasonable and brutal attack came. The clay figurine still has 3 parts of earth nature, let alone Neru. The one-eyed Gorin didn't say anything about killing his younger brother. When he saw that he was even more silent, he just immersed himself in fighting fiercely. And his moves were deadly. Not to mention that Mulu had been irritable recently. He would not give in even in ordinary times. If the one-eyed Gorin wants to fight, he, Mulu, will fight with him. When it comes to fighting alone, Muru is really not afraid of the one-eyed Gorin. Seeing that he can evenly compete with Gorin when 1 against 2, we can see that Muru's strength is not incomparable. Of course, it would be another situation if Muru met Gruul. But if Muru found that Gruul had run away long ago, how could he possibly stay? Originally, Mulla thought that in the next battle, either the one-eyed Goron could not hold on and was beaten away by him, or he could not help his thick-skinned opponent, joining forces to attack. What's even more surprising is that the always reckless Gron actually laid an ambush. It was these two who unexpectedly caused Mulu to suffer a small loss. But it was only a small loss. Relying on his strong strength, Mulu was able to fight 1 against 2 without showing any signs of defeat. The war of attrition is the most boring, the most intense, and the most tragic. Mulu and the 2 Grons fought at close quarters for several minutes. After realizing that no one could do anything if this continued, he couldn't help it. A boring war of attrition is not what Mulu wants. Since Goron dares to provoke him because of his own strength, he might as well give them some color and let them know how powerful he is. A golden light arrow drew a dazzling trajectory in the air and then shot into the sky. This was the signal from Muru. Shortly after the golden light arrow was shot, another light man appeared near the battlefield. Kiru, one of the Nera clan, appears. 1 against 2 Muru can't defeat 2 one-eyed Gron. But 2 against 2 is different. It is not difficult to defeat the one-eyed Gron with the help of Kiru. Don't think that you are the only one with help. I am not alone. The appearance of Kiru had a decisive impact on the battle. Mulu was already imagining the scene of beating the one-eyed Goron and running away. But at this moment, something that shocked and angered him appeared again. Just when Kiru was about to enter the battlefield, the third one-eyed Goron appeared, and Kira had no choice but to turn around and fight. The help Mulu expected was in vain. Damn it. What happened to the one-eyed Gron? 3 of them appeared all at once. What did the Draenei do? Something out of the ordinary turned out to be a monster. 3 one-eyed Grons suddenly appeared in the void storm. Muru's judgment that the Draenei would not provoke the Grons was shaken. Is it possible to provoke 3 one-eyed Grons to come together and say that the Draenei did nothing? While Mulu was dealing with the one-eyed Goron, he cursed in his mind. What on earth did Velan do? What did he do when he went crazy and went to provoke the one-eyed Goron? Don't you know that creatures like Goron are very difficult to deal with? Let alone they also have a tough backing. The Dragon Slayer Gruul is not easy to mess with. And even the leader of the Naru, Adal, is not sure of winning against the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. Some people were happy and some were sad when Mulla was furious about the appearance of the third one-eyed Goron. Some people were gloating about his misfortune. TSK. It's 3 against 2. The Naru with the smaller number of people actually has the advantage. It's really surprising. Leo rubbed his chin and said meaningfully, Nero has such strong strength. In delay, why didn't the Nigerians take action when they were in a difficult situation? So that uninformed people thought they were weak? If you show weakness to others, Nero will have an agenda. Windsor and others looked at the magical images transmitted by the Dracolic with thoughtful expressions on their faces. It seems that light creatures like Naru are not as simple as the outside world spreads. And they must be dealt with carefully. His eyes swept over the faces of everyone. And Leo was very satisfied. The purpose of what he seemed to be saying to himself before was to remind Windsor and others to be wary of Naru. Only in this way would they not be easily Naru influenced. The blue-hoofed Leos of the Delaney could not be trusted. Nor could the Nalu Leo, who was closely connected with him. Before understanding the Nalu's details and purpose, even if they were light creatures, they had to be wary. This is Leo's attitude towards Naru. Kiru's strength is not as good as that of his own race Muru. But the difference is not far behind. Muru fought 2 one-eyed Gorons 1 against 2 to a draw. And Kiru is gradually gaining the upper hand 1-on-1. The balance of the battle is tilting in favor of the Draenei. Will one-eyed Goron be defeated? Leo scoffed at this. Don't look at the lively fight between the 5 guys in the field now. They are just appetizers. The main character has not yet appeared. This battle still has to be fought. Who is the real owner? Who else could it be but Gruul and Adar? Who else but the Dragon Slayer and the leader of the Naru? The Dragon Slayer Gruul has an attack power that Leo has never seen before, while Adal is said to have a defense that no one can break. Isn't this an alien version of a conflict? Which one is better? Gruul's sharp spear or Adal's strong shield? Leo wanted to know the answer to this question. It seemed that God was going to fulfill Leo's wish, and he didn't want him to wait too long. Just when Leo turned his attention back to the battlefield between the 2 Naru and the 3 one-eyed Gorons, a sudden change occurred. A huge palm broke through the ground and shot out from the ground as fast as lightning. Its target was Mulu, who was fighting against the 2 Gorons alone. What's going on? This tyrannical pressure. Mulu wanted to hide, but the change happened too suddenly. and the opponent's attack speed was too fast. He had no time to dodge, and could only watch the big hand take the shot. Wow! The crisp sound of broken objects was heard, and Maruna's golden shield, which could block the attack of the two one-eyed Gorons without even being damaged, was shattered with a slap from the attacker. Tyrannical! Fear! Unable to resist. This scene made countless people exclaim, unparalleled violence. The big hand's attack is simple and crude in just 4 words. However, it is precisely because of its simplicity that it is impossible to dodge. And it is precisely because of its brutality that Mulu's protective spell can be shattered with a slap. Leo's eyes flashed. When he saw this familiar big hand, he knew that the real owner had appeared. Dragon Slayer Gruul couldn't help but show up. Gruul has come out. Can Adal be far behind? There are only 7 members of the Naru in total. As the leader, Adal cannot possibly watch his people die. Die? Yes, it is death. Muru is now seriously injured. Not everyone can catch Gruul's slap. And not everyone can catch it. Even with Muru's ability, he can only barely be hit by Gruul's slap. Save your own life. As for combat power, don't even think about having it again. Before anyone showed up, he severely injured Muru with just one hand. Gruul's strength was stronger than that of Joss, and he truly deserved his title as the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. Kira was very worried when he saw that Mulu was seriously injured, and he sent a distress signal without thinking. Who else besides Gruul can seriously injure Muru with one blow among Goron? With his Kiru's strength, there is no problem in dealing with the son of Gruul. But when he encounters Gruul, he can only rest his food and refuse to surrender. What else can Adal do if he asks for help? You can't just leave Mulu, a fellow human being, alone. Gruul has appeared. Kael'thas contacted Leo, and the Blood Elf Prince's tone was a bit strange. What are you going to do? Are you going to try to kill him? Killing Gruul is crazy. Leo raised his eyebrows and replied, why not? Chapter 949. 2 strong forces come together. Why not? Yeah. Why not kill Gruul when you have the chance? So what about the strongest creature in the world of Draenor? And what about the Dragon Slayer? Why not do it if you have the chance to take him down? As for dangers, you may choke if you drink cold water, and your water meter will be checked when you fill the water online. It can be seen that no matter what you do, there is danger. If you want to gain something, you have to be prepared to pay. If you want to get big benefits from Gruul, how can you not take risks? After receiving Leo's reply, Kael'thas secretly thought, it is indeed so. How could a Blood Elf Prince, who had been in contact with him for a long time, not know who Leo was? If he was indifferent to such tyrannical creatures as Gruul the Dragon Slayer, he wouldn't be Leo. If Gruul is really killed, can Leo succeed in turning him into his subordinate? If he fails, nothing will matter. If Leo succeeds, his strength will become extremely terrifying. It was this that made Kael'thas hesitate. Leo himself already has the power to destroy the balance. The cooperation between Quel'Thalas and Arathor is gradually changing due to Leo's rapid growth in strength. The two sides who were originally equal in status have now revealed their differences. How could Kael'thas, the Blood Elf Prince, not hesitate to focus on Arathor? The stronger Leo is, the more unequal the cooperative relationship between the two parties will be. If this continues, will the Blood Elves become vassals of Arathor? How could the pride of the Blood Elves be willing to lag behind others? Although the cooperation with Leo was quite pleasant, personally Kael'thas did not mind helping Leo increase his strength. But from the standpoint of the Blood Elf Prince, Kael'thas Ursus cannot but consider more. As the leader of a clan, he looks great on the outside. But how many people know about his inner troubles? Even a war chief like Thrall, who was praised by the tribe, didn't stop Rexer from giving Admiral Proudmoore a fatal blow for the sake of his own race? There's a saying that goes well. People in the world cannot help themselves. No matter how good a person is, he will always do things that go against his will for his own race. Just when Kael'thas was hesitating, Leo's voice reached his ears. What are you worried about? Can I tell you about my troubles? Besides, I don't believe you really don't know. Kael'thas remained silent. He understood that Leo must have guessed what he was thinking when he sent him such a message. What else could he say? Silence. Kael'thas didn't speak, and Leo didn't urge him. The former was thinking, while the latter was waiting. Am I afraid? Am I afraid of Leo? Kael'thas kept asking himself. As a proud Blood Elf Prince, he was ashamed of this, and even felt ashamed. Leo's strength is indeed strong, but as the only descendant of the Sun Chaser, doesn't he have the confidence to surpass him openly? His breathing became disordered with the ups and downs of his emotions. Kaledat's heart was struggling. What should he do? No! No way! A roar broke out in his heart. And Kaledat took a deep breath. When his breathing stabilized again, his heart became extremely determined. No matter how strong you are. No matter how talented you are. No matter how talented you are. Kaledat Sunstrider, will never give up. One day, I will surpass you. Leo. After some struggle, Kaledat had made up his mind. At this time, the Blood Elf Prince had some changes in his temperament. This was a breakthrough that could only come after experiencing a mental test and improving his spiritual will to a higher level. Breakthrough? That's right. It's a breakthrough. It's just that this breakthrough is spiritual and willful, not a breakthrough in strength in the conventional sense. Although it does not immediately improve Kaledat's strength, it brings more benefits to Kaledat than immediately improving his strength. Great. Provided you have enough time. If you're going to kill Gruul, count me in. Kaledat's answer was firm. And Leo could hear the determination of the Blood Elf Prince. A smile appeared on his face, because he knew that Kaledat's choice did not disappoint him. Since you made the right choice, I won't hide anything. There was a mysterious arc at the corner of Leo's mouth that was difficult to understand. No one knew what he said to Kaledat afterwards. Only Liatrin, who stayed by Kaledat's side, discovered that her prince was actually picking up the phone. After receiving Leo's message, I was so excited that I lost my temper. For a prince like Kaledat, who has accepted all kinds of royal etiquette since birth, his elegant manners, calm demeanor, and unpredictable concealment skills are already deep-rooted habits. If you want to make him lose his temper, what kind of shocking message did Leo give? Unfortunately, no one knows the answer to this question except the two parties involved. Kaledat was very excited. If he hadn't known that now was not the time to ask, and if he hadn't known the terrifying power of Gruul, he would have rushed to Leo for confirmation. What is that? A human soldier pointed to the end of the horizon and shouted. His scream filled with unstoppable terror. What did he see? Something happened at the end of the horizon that was far beyond his imagination. A high mountain is rising from the end of the horizon. Yes, you read that right. A mountain suddenly grew out of the ground. I would like to ask, how many people can stay calm after seeing such a scene? What's even more terrifying is that the mountain can move. Leo looked solemn. And Gruul appeared. The high mountain that appears at the end of the horizon is Gruul, known as the Dragon Slayer, the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, and the leader of the One-Eyed Gran clan. It's Gruul indeed. Kiru was furious. He had no ability to deal with Gruul. Look at Mulu, who was stronger than him. Gruul killed half of his life with one blow. If Adal didn't show up, Kiru would have lost his life. Even escaping is very difficult. From the time Mulu was injured to the time Kiru sent a distress message to Gruul's appearance, it seemed like a long time, but in fact it was less than half a minute in total. The time was so short. Unless Adal had known that Gruul would appear, he would have been too late. React? Gruul, who had appeared, stared coldly at Kiru with one eye, and the latter's heart was pounding. Gruul's eyes, which had no emotion other than killing, filled Kiru's heart with boundless fear. Just by looking at him, Kiru, a member of the Naru, could feel fear and lose his fighting spirit. This is the tyranny of Gruul the Dragon Slayer. Fight. Fight. Every injury counts. The words "lest the world be in chaos" could not be more appropriate to describe Leo at this time. Leo, who wanted to be the final winner, wished that Gruul would hurt a few more Naru, so that Adal would become cruel. The fight with Gruul. Gruul was worthy of being the cruel and tyrannical leader of the Goran tribe. After giving Kiru a cold look, he took action without any warning. The big hand with only 3 fingers was like a towering mountain, carrying wind pressure so strong that it could destroy a century-old tree. Although Kiru wanted to avoid it, an invisible force restrained him when Gruul took action. Under the restraint of this power, it was as if Kiru was stuck in a quagmire, and it was extremely difficult to even move a finger. So how could he avoid it? At this time, Kiru finally understood why Muru could only watch himself being hit under Gruul's attack. It turned out that Gruul was not just powerful and thick-skinned. The strongest creature in the world of Draenor possesses methods unknown to outsiders. Only those who have faced his attack can understand this method. Unfortunately, Kiru can still survive Gruul's attack. I really don't know anyone. Everyone who has seen Gruul's horror has been reduced to bones. It's no wonder that no one understands the Dragon Slayer's strength. If you can't hide, you can only resist. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, Kiru gathered all his strength to build a golden protective shield outside his body. hoping that this protective shield could reduce the damage to himself. It's important for people to know themselves. And so does Neru. Even Muru was seriously injured by Gruul's blow. Kiryu did not expect that his protective spell could completely block Gruul's attack. He had very low expectations for the golden shield as long as it could help him protect himself. Just lay down your life. Wow! There was another crisp sound of an object breaking. When Gruul's big hand struck down, Kiryu's golden shield was shattered without even being able to hold it up. The fact was just as Kiryu expected. The golden shield couldn't stop Gruul at all. The only thing that made Kiryu fortunate was that he saved his own life. Although he was seriously injured, he still survived. As long as you survive, there is hope. And only as long as you survive, there is hope. Kiryu and Mulla had the same idea. As long as they were not killed by Gruul and delayed for a few seconds, Adal would have enough time to react and their lives would be saved. It was with this idea in mind that the two Naru used their remaining strength to protect themselves after being seriously injured by Gruul. They had no choice when facing the attack of the three sons of Gruul who beat the drowned dog. Fight back. The beating was in progress. And the three sons of Gruul launched fierce attacks that seemed frightening but had little actual effect. The injuries of Mulu and Kiryu did not increase as a result. Since Muru and Kiryu did not resist, Gruul did not take action again. These two Naru were not yet noticed by him. In Gruul's perception, Muru and Kiryu were both harmless creatures. Creatures that cannot harm him. The monotonous purple color of the void storm was broken by a touch of gold. The source of this touch of gold was the Dreniai storm fortress. The speed of light is extremely fast. And the process of golden light from appearing to occupying the entire sky is so short that people cannot react. When someone realizes that the storm fortress emits golden light, the entire void storm has been covered with a layer of dazzling golden light. The purple earth turned golden under the irradiation of the majestic and trembling light energy. Looking at it, it seemed as if the entire void storm had turned into a continent completely made of gold. If there were goblins here, they would definitely be crazy with excitement. Leo's heartbeat quickened a bit. Did Adal, the leader of the Naru, take action? Chapter 950 Adar's Shock. Adal is indeed the strongest among the Naru. Who among the other Naru can do this to spread light energy throughout the void storm like this? Mulla? No. Kiryu? No. Shili? Vogues? Hegius? Or Fulu? No. None of them can do it. Adal is not at the same level as his kind. He is so powerful that even if other Naru join forces, they are far from an opponent. Gruul is the strongest native creature in the world of Draenor, while Adal is the strongest alien creature in the world of Draenor. One is a local snake, and the other is a river dragon. Who is better between the two? Leo was looking forward to the answer that was about to be revealed. Of course, what he hopes more for is that these two powerful creatures can fight to the detriment of both sides. Only in this way can he become a profitable fisherman. Gruul's one eye is still cold, and the cold cruelty in his nature makes his emotions almost immune to fluctuations. This is very different from his sons. The storm fortress was like a golden sun, and the dazzling golden light made it impossible to look directly at it. Even Leo and Kaeldats had to cast eye protection spells on themselves to take a glance. But Gruul was so defenseless. He looked over and kept staring. His eyesight alone made people feel astonished. Two beams of light shot out from the void storm, protecting Muru and Kiryu, who were being beaten by three one-eyed Gorons. The son of Gruul's attack was unable to move forward even half an inch after encountering the beam of light. Lu is safe. Chief Adal finally takes action. Molu and Kiryu were relieved. Although Gruul was strong, he could not kill them with the protection of Adal. Now that you are safe, retreat. Almost at the same time that the light beam appeared, Muru and Kiryu began to retreat. Before, they did not dare to make any move because they were afraid of attracting Gruul's attention. Now that Adal came forward to contain Gruul, what did they have to fear? As for the three sons of Gruul and the two Naru, they didn't care, because they were confident that they were going to leave, and these three big guys couldn't stop them. Seeing Mulu and Kiryu retreating, how could the three one-eyed Gorons just let go? The three big men waved their fists and chased after them. However, Adal's protective spell was too strong, and their attacks had no effect. What a powerful protective ability! Leo, who was peeping in the distance, exclaimed. Leo, who had once teamed up with Kaeldats to hunt down four of their kind, knew the attack power of the one-eyed Goron. If the spell was as powerful as he knew, but then Nara would have even more problems. Nara has a problem? Yes. Even though Nara was a creature of the light system, he thought that Leo would believe them. In fact, he never thought that these luminous guys were so innocent. When climbing the pass mountain, Leo had doubts about a plot. When the Blood Elves attacked Storm Fortress. Not to mention why the spaceship named Exodar could carry the Draenei to countless planes. He accidentally fell into Azeroth through the rift. Even if it was such a coincidence, why didn't Naru take action? You must know that in the subsequent events, Adal relied on his invincible defensive spells to make the entire Shattrath city impregnable. No matter how the enemy attacked, they could not break through Adal's defenses. At that time, the intensity of the attack that Shattrath city withstood it is definitely several times stronger than when the Blood Elves attacked Storm Fortress. Even under such an attack, Adal's spells were able to successfully protect Shattrath and recruit some of the Blood Elves. However, in the Battle of Storm Fortress, he didn't even use his hand. Isn't this obviously a problem? It should be noted that Shattrath had not been rebuilt at that time, and there were no protective measures. Adal could protect a city by himself. Not to mention that in a fortress city with complete protective measures, like Storm Fortress, he had to block the blood. Shouldn't the elves' attacks be easier? But Adal just didn't take action. Not only that, Muru, one of the Nara clan, was captured by Lydran and the Blood Elves, and thus the Blood Elf Paladins were born. It was precisely because of the birth of the Blood Knights among the Blood Elves that after Kael'thas was plotted by Kil'jaeden, Adal had the reason to recruit the remaining elites of the Blood Elf royal party. At that time, regardless of whether Lydran was really whether he converted to the Naru, or it was for the purpose of protecting the royal party's elites, Adal had a group of Blood Elf elites, and the strength of the Naru's subordinates had expanded. Many things seem to be fine when taken independently, but when the whole thing is connected in series, people cannot help but think about it. From Leo's point of view, what happened between the Blood Elves and the Naru didn't seem right. The Battle of Storm Keep allowed the Draenei to enter Azeroth, and the Nara's hands were thus legitimately extended into the world that had defeated the Burning Legion several times. After the battle against the Sunwell, the Burning Legion, both the local strength of Azeroth and Azeroth, have been greatly damaged. Only the strength of the Naru has been expanded. Although Muru has suffered some hardships, it can be compared with the surrender of the Blood Elf elite led by Lydran. It's really nothing. Leo rubbed his chin, and questions came to his mind. And? Did Muller really suffer? Naru. Meet Naru again. The three one-eyed Gorons chased the retreating Mulu and Kiru, and unknowingly moved away from Gruul. 5 golden light groups shot out of the void. And they were 5 Naru. Hegius, Sheely, Furlu, Curry, Mori, and the Naru in Storm Fortress all came out. Gruul personally committed suicide in the Void Storm, and took his 3 younger brothers to the Storm Fortress to block the door. With Adal's understanding of the one-eyed Gron, how could the Nara leader not know that this matter was already irreversible? In this case, in order to avoid future troubles, Naru of course had to show his strength, either to repel Gruul or to teach the Dragon Slayer an unforgettable lesson so that he would not dare to cause trouble easily. The 5 Naru besieged the 3 one-eyed Goron. It was obvious that the Naru had the advantage. In addition, the Naru suddenly appeared and caught the one-eyed Goron off guard. The situation of the battle changed in an instant. The only 3 remaining sons were in danger, but Gruul ignored it. He just looked at the Storm Fortress like a golden sun. At this time, he was having an invisible but dangerous spiritual confrontation with Adal. The competition in spiritual competition is about mental power and willpower. It stands to reason that physically enhanced creatures, like Gron, are not very talented in spiritual will. It is for this reason that Adal chose to compete with Gruul in spirit. But what surprised him was that Gruul's mental power was not weaker than that of him, who specialized in magic. After several rounds of competition between the two sides, Adal could not gain any advantage at all, which made Adal not help but shocked. Unlike the one-eyed Goron who has a powerful body, the Naru is a creature made of energy. The Naru who has no physical body takes the route of spiritual training. But now a creature that specializes in the body is actually no better than the Naru in spiritual competition. Isn't it shocking that leader Luz Adal is weak? Gruul's physical strength has reached the limit that a world can accommodate. He is almost invincible based on physical strength alone. It is simply unbelievable that his spiritual strength has also reached such a high level. Is this the potential of one-eyed Goron? Adal was horrified. Gron was too strong. They could actually advance both physically and spiritually, which was much stronger than the talent of the one-eyed Gron himself as Naru. No! One-eyed Goron cannot be allowed to grow. Adal was heartbroken, and he immediately issued a killing order to Hegius and others, asking them to keep the lives of the 3 one-eyed Gorons. The grudge against the one-eyed Goron has been settled. Based on Adal's understanding of the character of Goron, there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. The one-eyed Goron, who is cold-blooded and has only killing in his mind, is a very vengeful creature. He cannot give these 3 sons of Gruul a chance to grow. Possible future dangers must be nipped in the bud at this time. Wow, we're going to get some real fire. Adal had murderous intentions, and the battle between Naru and the one-eyed Goron instantly became more intense. The two sides fought fiercely, which made someone watching the show very proud. After all, the appearance of this scene was his masterpiece. Seeing their own kind surrounding the 3 one-eyed Gorons, Malu and Kiru did not retreat. They regrouped their strength at the edge of the battlefield, waiting for the moment to join the battle. Energy creatures also have their advantages over creatures with physical bodies. After being injured, they only need to replenish enough energy to immediately regain their combat effectiveness. Above the Void Storm is the Twisted Void, and the Twisted Void is full of raging energy flows. This environment is extremely dangerous for other creatures, but in the eyes of Naru, it is an inexhaustible source of energy. They can draw from the Twisted Void at any time, extracting energy to replenish their losses. This is why the Draenei parked the Storm Fortress in the Void Storm. With enough energy replenished into the body, Malu and Kiru's injuries are recovering quickly. According to their healing momentum, these 2 Naru will be able to recover in half a quarter of an hour at most. At that time, these 2 Naru will join. In a 7-on-3 situation, the lives of the 3 one-eyed Goron were in danger. Guess what I'm thinking about now? Kaeldats, who was also waiting for a bargain like Leo, sent a message. I'm wondering if we went too far before. What is Kaeldats talking about? Leo was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Kaeldats was assuming that if the 7 sons of Gruul had not died, the Naru would not have the upper hand now. However, does this assumption make sense? Etc. Leo laughed evilly. Kaeldats' words reminded him. Pretty good idea. Leo replied to Kaeldats, and then he disappeared from the spot, and he didn't know where he went, leaving Windsor and others puzzled. At this time, Leo is not paying attention to the battle between Naru and the one-eyed Goron. What is he going to do? There is news that 4 one-eyed Gorons were killed. Gruul knows about Naru but may not know it. What will happen if a new one-eyed Goron joins at this time? Chapter 951 4 verses 3. In the Void Storm, a battle that has attracted the attention of countless people is going on. Naru, the foreign dragon crossing the river, was fighting fiercely with the tyrannical snake of Draenor, the one-eyed Goron. Not only Hegius and his younger brothers were fighting desperately, but also the leaders of the 2 groups, Adal and Dragon Slayer. Gruul also rolled up his sleeves and went into battle personally. The 2 groups fought fiercely on the court, and there was also some unrest outside the court. The Blood Elves under Kaeldats, the Alliance army with Leo, and the demons of the Burning Legion hiding in a corner are all watching, waiting, looking for possible opportunities, and they will act like hungry wolves. Lightning strikes out, pounces on the prey of his choice as quickly as possible. There may not be many people who are confident that they can defeat the Naru and one-eyed Goron in a frontal attack. But if these 2 races have a bloody battle first, there will be many more people who are confident, who can't pick up a bargain. There is a saying that goes like this: stealing the chicken is not losing the rice. It can be seen that there are risks in picking up the bargain. Some people don't understand this truth. Leo doesn't mind doing good deeds and being a good person to teach them this truth. As a voyeur, the demons of the Burning Legion were obviously unpleasant beings. Leo didn't like these demons, so he decided not to let these guys take their time too much and had to find something for them to do. Being picked on by Leo was obviously not a good thing. Roar! The roar of the one-eyed Goron echoed over the Void Storm. For one-eyed Goron suddenly appeared in a corner not far from the battlefield, and this corner was where the demons of the Burning Legion were hiding. Boom! 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 4 heavy punches were punched together, and the magic barrier was directly shattered by the violent attack that could kill demigods. The magic that the demons relied on to hide their figures was instantly broken by the 4 one-eyed Gorons, and their positions were exposed. Damn Goron! They didn't deal with Naru but came to attack us. The demon leader cursed angrily and expressed serious protest against the irrelevance of the 4 one-eyed Gorons. Seeing the one-eyed Gorons killing his men, he raised his arms in anger. What kind of arms are these? The arm, whether cut off by someone or by oneself, was cut off at the elbow. 2 weapons were connected to the place where the forearm was. The right arm was a gun blade, and the left arm was a curved blade with nail teeth. Brutalis, Broken-Winged Abyss Lord, is one of the 3 Abyss Demon Lords of the Burning Legion. He is directly subordinate to Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. He is famous for his tenacity and ferocity. Even though he is single-winged, he is one less than his kin. Wings can be lost but must be gained. Brutulus's body is far stronger than that of his own race. Come on. Try your luck. Brutulus waved his arms, and the sharp sound of the sharp blade tearing through the air tore everyone's eardrums. Maggots, I will show you some hot stuff. Boom! The ground was shaking, and a meteor with green evil flames hit the one-eyed Goron head-on. Meteor slam. When a burning meteor hits, the first reaction of ordinary people must be to avoid it. However, the one-eyed Goron does not. Is the one-eyed Goron, who is as big as a mountain and physically powerful, afraid of a competition in strength? The answer is only 3 words: impossible. Facing the meteor that hit, the one-eyed Goron's reaction was surprisingly unanimous. He ignored the blazing evil flames, waved his arm, and smashed it with his fist. Boom! 4 fists hit the meteor at the same time. The 2 violent forces collided head-on, and the hard meteor shattered. Boom! Green fragments with evil flames scattered in all directions. Hundreds of demons were affected and became victims of the confrontation between Brutulus and one-eyed Goron. Upon seeing this, the other demons hurriedly ran away, lest they could retreat. If you are slow, you will become a miserable cannon fodder. The demons who were running away did not notice that when the magic barrier was broken, there was a slight strange noise coming from somewhere not far from them. Brutulus, Leo, who was sneaking, was surprised at first when he saw the Abyss Lord, and then a playful expression appeared on his face. Kil'jaeden's general. I didn't expect him to actually come to Germany. Reno. If Leo remembered correctly, Brutulus should have appeared in the Sunwell after Kil'jaeden was successfully plotted by Kil'jaeden, protecting Kil'jaeden from successfully entering the world of humans. It seems that Kil'jaeden's plan to deal with Kil'jaeden was well planned. Otherwise Brutulus, Kil'jaeden's right subordinate, would not have shown up in Draenor so early. It can't be so low-key. Based on the arrogant behavior of the Abyss Lord, Brutulus couldn't have been his own idea to hide his tracks. It must have been Kil'jaeden's order. Shao Kaizi, you really need to thank me properly. If I hadn't appeared, you would have been tricked by Kil'jaeden by now. While muttering in his heart, Leo found a hidden corner and quietly called out Moronos. Among the 3 Abyss Lords of the Burning Legion, Moronos, Brutulus, and Magtheridon, Manaroth is the strongest, and the other 2 Abyss Lords are slightly less powerful. At this time, Manaroth was in urgent need of absorbing power to regain his strength, and the appearance of Brutulus was nothing less than a sumptuous meal for him. A hungry man. After being called out by his master, Manalos immediately sensed the aura of his own race. This aura was extremely familiar to him. Thinking of his current situation, how could Manalos not understand what Leo was trying to do by calling him out? Master, as long as I absorb the power of Brutulus, my strength will be restored. If I can kill Magtheridon and absorb his power, my strength will have a certain breakthrough. The destroyer was extremely excited. He had already suffered enough from his lack of strength, and wished he could return to his full strength as soon as possible. Of course, the lack of strength is one aspect, and more importantly, Manaroth is afraid. He is afraid that Leo will have some bad thoughts because he is too weak. In the Burning Legion, he is used to seeing weak people being used as cannon fodder. Manaroth, who carried out a suicidal attack, did not want to end up like that himself. Leo made a gesture to Manaroth, telling him to hide and wait for the opportunity. Brutulus is second only to Manaroth in the world of Anelin, among the 3 Abyss Demon Lords of the Burning Legion. Except for Manaroth, who can stabilize him. Not even Magtheridon dares to suppress him. He said that he would definitely be able to beat him. With such tyrannical strength, Brutulus has the ability to be unscrupulous. It's just that if you go as far as the mountain, you will eventually encounter a tiger. This time Brutulus kicked the iron plate. If he faced a one-eyed Goron, with Brutulus's strength, he still had a chance to win. However, he encountered not 1, not 2, but 4. 1 against 4. It would be a fight. Even after his death, Brutulus could only end up in failure. What's more, the one-eyed golem, who was resurrected by Leo, has a huge advantage that cannot be ignored, which is the increase in battery life. In the past, because of the size of the one-eyed Goron, even if it required a huge amount of energy to maintain breathing, its ability to sustain combat was not strong. But now it is different. The one-eyed Goron that was killed and then resurrected by the Necromancer's rebirth skill technically belongs to the category of undead creatures. Although they can eat and digest food as they did in life, they can still skip eating if necessary. Does a dead object still need energy supplementation when it is active? Obviously not needed. Therefore, It is not feasible to rely on a war of attrition to deal with the 4 one-eyed Gorons resurrected by Leo. The meteor strike was broken by his opponent, and Brutalis rushed forward without fear. Is this guy really going to compete in a 1-on-4 feat? It turns out that this assumption does not hold true. Just as the one-eyed Goron shook his fist at Brutalis, who was charging forward, 2 female Eridar demons joined the battle. The twins of the Eridar, Queen Saloras and the warlock Aurelius. Queen Saloras, who was holding a pair of daggers, shook her hands and threw a dagger at a one-eyed Goron. The latter paid no attention to this weapon, which was too thin and too small to even fit between his teeth, and did not dodge. He couldn't help resisting the blow with his body. In fact, even the huge one-eyed Goron couldn't dodge Saloras' dagger at such a speed. After being hit by the dagger, a confused look appeared on Goron's face. He stood there blankly, as if he had forgotten where he came from. Chaos blow can still be used like this. Leo rubbed his chin, a little surprised. Of course, it was just a little surprised. At the same time that Saloras threw the dagger, Aurelius pointed at the ground, and a fireball rushed out along her finger, hitting the ground with a bang. Well, hit the ground? Is it in vain that Aurelius is a powerful sorcerer? But her spells are so inaccurate. Leo didn't think so. Even low-level warlocks wouldn't make such a mistake, let alone a decision-maker like Aurelius, who was as strong as a high warlock. The fireball hit the ground, and the hot shockwave spread in all directions. Its force was so strong that even the one-eyed Goron was pushed to the point where he was shaking, making him unstable. Brutalis seized this opportunity, and took advantage of the situation to trap the 3 one-eyed Gorons within his attack range. The shockwave caused by the fireball had not stopped yet, and the fire started again. At this time, everyone noticed that the ground had begun to melt under the impact of Aurelius's fireball. The place where Brutalis and one-eyed Goron fought turned into a hot battlefield with flowing lava. The high temperature that could melt gold and iron made people accustomed to it. The Abyss Lord was very excited about the flames and poisons. But the one-eyed Goron was limited by this, and could only exert about 80% of his strength. The Eridar twins plus Brutalis, the Lord of the Abyss, 3 powerful demons of the Burning Legion fought against Leo's 4 one-eyed Goron. Although the 3 demons with various attack methods were small in number, they were not as strong as each other. Even if they are not at a disadvantage, it is difficult to predict who will win in this battle. Their fight also attracted the attention of Adal and Gruul, and the Nara leader and Dragon Slayer had completely different reactions. Chapter 952 Adar's Strength. Kil'jaeden was willing to spend money, and sent out his 3 generals at once. Unfortunately, Brutalis, Aurelius, and Saloras were stronger than Gruul and Adal. It's far from enough. This time it will probably make me enjoy a good show. Leo laughed. He was looking forward to Gruul and Adal's reaction. Adal was not surprised to see the demons of the Burning Legion appear. It would be strange if the Burning Legion didn't react when the battle between one-eyed Goron and his own side caused such a big fuss. Compared with Adal's indifference, Gruul seemed extremely excited. Who made those 4 one-eyed Gorons his sons? Who made those 4 one-eyed Gorons traitors in his eyes? He had never encountered such betrayal since he was born, and his eyes turned red when he saw the 4 one-eyed Gorons under Leo. Not only did he want to kill the 4 betrayers, but he also wanted to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. He will tear into pieces any creature that dares to offend him. Gruul's anger was directed at the 4 one-eyed Gorons, who became Leo's subordinates, and in his eyes were traitors. In Gruul's view, as his own son, he helped others deal with him. No matter what happened to those 4 one-eyed Gorons, and no matter whether those 4 one-eyed Gorons died once, they are all unforgivable. Don't call Gruul unreasonable. And don't try to reason with Gruul, because there is no reason to reason with the Dragon Slayer. The words reasonable have never appeared in Gruul's dictionary. As the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, Gruul is a tyrant to the extreme. Gruul's hostility was all over him. It didn't matter that he was so angry, but Adar's misunderstanding was very bad. Adar thought Gruul's anger was directed at him. The leader of the Nara mistakenly thought Gruul was going to attack him, so he reacted immediately. A golden light beam with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky. The source of the golden light beam was the storm fortress where Adal was, and its end point was where Gruul was. Adal understands this principle: strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later to suffer disaster. So he wants to strike first. The golden beam of light smashed down, and the energy contained in it was so strong and lethal that even Gruul, the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, did not dare to take it lightly. Unexpectedly, the speed of light was too fast, and Gruul couldn't avoid the golden beam of light even if he wanted to. Since you can't avoid it, You can only get hit. Smashing the Dragon Slayer Gruul. This is something that the native creatures in the world of Draenor dare not even think about. But for Adal, who is on the same level as Gruul, it's not a big deal. The golden beam of light hit Gruul's forehead. And silent energy exploded. The dazzling golden light exploded. And the huge mountain-like figure of the Dragon Slayer swayed twice. Adal's blow staggered Gruul, nearly knocking him to the ground. The leader of the Naru had defeated Gruul with one blow. From the moment of his birth until now, I don't know how many years have passed. No creature has ever made the thick-skinned Gruul feel pain. But now, after being hit by Adal's golden beam of light, Gruul was beaten painfully. Gruul the Dragon Slayer, the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, was hurt. It was the first time in his life that he felt pain. And it was the pain of being beaten by an enemy. Gruul's reaction could be imagined with his toes. Angry. Fury. A violent aura that wanted to tear everything apart emanated from Gruul. This aura was so strong that even Leo from a distance frowned at it. The energy that Gruul unleashed was so strong that it far exceeded Leo's expectations. He knew that Gruul was powerful. But Leo didn't know that Gruul was so powerful. It seemed that my estimate of Gruul's strength was a bit low. Leo rubbed his chin, with a serious look on his face. Gruul's strength exceeded his estimate, which meant that the strength of Adal, who was at the same level as him, was also higher than Leo's estimate. The development of things has a tendency to get out of his control. This situation is the last thing Leo wants to encounter, because once it happens, it means that he is in trouble. It's not easy to deal with such tyrannical beings as Gruul and Adal. Based on Leo's previous estimate of their strength, it's not easy to take advantage of them. Now with the strength of these two guys, it's higher than expected. What else is it if it's not more difficult? This situation would not be easy for anyone. And no matter who was in Leo's position, he would not be in a good mood. It's so difficult to get along in this world. It's so difficult to get a bargain. Leo shook his head in distress. But he couldn't make any moves at the moment. Otherwise, if Adal and Gruul noticed, he might have some accidents. Releasing the one-eyed Goron from Leo was already a risk. And it was because Adal and Gruul were unprepared. This kind of thing can never happen again. The only thing he can do now is to hide himself and prevent the two extremely powerful people from letting go. The strong man can see through his stealth. There are risks in making small moves. So I will just wait and see how things get better. Leo waited silently, waiting for Adal and Gruul to fight, knowing that he would not wait long. Facts have proved that Leo was right. With Gruul's character, will he not take revenge after suffering a loss? Of course it's impossible. Since Gruul wants to take revenge on Adal, he has to launch an attack. In this way, the bloody battle between Gruul and Adal will officially begin. Boom! Boom! The ground shook, shaking with Gruul's rage. As the ground beneath his feet shook violently, Gruul's hands had already been inserted into the ground. And all his big hands, with only 3 fingers, were submerged into the ground. Just when everyone was surprised by Gruul's behavior, something shocking happened. Click! Click! The ground shook more and more violently. And even Leo, who was standing far away, felt unsteady. Accompanying this feeling was the rapidly growing crack in the ground. Gruul the Dragon Slayer is truly worthy of being the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. He actually tore apart the land of Voidstorm with his hands. Tear? That's right. It's tearing. Gruul exerted his strength on his arm, and he forcibly pulled out a giant stone with a length of more than 300 meters from the ground. It was obvious that this huge stone was the product of the big explosion in the world of Draenor. Now, because of Gruul and the battle between Adal, which had made its home beneath the Voidstorm, reappeared. A huge boulder weighing more than 10,000 tons was just caught in Gruul's hand. Adal secretly thought something bad when he saw this. And the golden shield rushed before Gruul swung his arm and smashed the big boulder into the Voidstorm front shield. This city is inhabited by the Draenei. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the boulder thrown by Gruul hit the storm fortress. Kaka! The sound of broken objects echoed over the Voidstorm. The protective spell cast by Adal was unable to completely block Gruul's attack. Under the impact of the boulder, fine cracks appeared on the golden shield. These cracks appeared in a short period of time. The entire shield was covered in just 3 seconds. From Leo's perspective, the storm fortress looked like an egg with its SHL smashed. Adal's shield seems to be inferior to Gruul's spear. Leo was still in the mood to comment. It was not his Naxxramas, but the Draenei's storm fortress that was damaged emotionally. It was not his things that were to be violently destroyed by the Dragon Slayer. So he was extremely calm. If Varen, who was getting angry in a hurry, knew what Leo was thinking now, How would Balbuki get angry? Unfortunately, a hypothesis is a hypothesis because it cannot be true. So Leo was still watching leisurely as Gruul once again grabbed the boulder to smash things, while Velan stayed in the storm fortress and was busy comforting his people. No one knows Adar's current expression. No one knows what the Nara leader is thinking now. And no one knows what kind of response he will make. Wait. Only by waiting can you know the answer. Golden light. Golden light again. A golden light beam that was twice as large as the previous light beam blasted towards Gruul from Storm Fortress. The word boom indicates the fact that the light emitted from the Void Storm was more powerful and more lethal than the one that staggered Gruul before. Ouch! Gruul, who was hit by the smashing beam of light, let out a roar of pain, and a trace of blood flowed down his forehead. The wound was exactly where he was hit by Adal's attack. Gruul the Dragon Slayer is injured. The mighty Draenor world's strongest creature is injured. Adal is really awesome. Leo secretly praised it in his heart. But then he laughed evilly. Adal's attack certainly showed his strength, and made people dare not underestimate him. But it also turned Gruul and Nero into a fight to the death. With Gruul's temperament, he will definitely go crazy when he is injured. And he will not give up until he meets Adal to the death. Fight. Fight. The more fierce you fight, the better. The harder you fight, the more strength you consume, the easier it is for me to do things. Someone in his heart longed for Gruul and Adal to fight. If it wasn't for the purpose of hiding their tracks, he would have shouted loudly at this time, cheering for both sides to fight to the death. I am afraid that the world will not be in chaos. I am talking about someone now. Another mountain-like boulder was thrown into the sky. When encountering Gruul, who had perfect power and earth laws, the land of Void Storm was in tragedy. In the howling wind, like a cannon being fired, the Draenei Storm Fortress came into close contact with the boulder. Under the huge impact, even the Storm Fortress, which was like a city in the sky, could not help but shake continuously. Being in the Storm Fortress, the Draenei were shaken around and screamed again and again. The abominable one-eyed Gron. The abominable Gruul. How dare you destroy my home? The Draenei hated the one-eyed Gron who came to provoke them. Unfortunately, the other party didn't take them seriously at all. In Gruul's eyes, the only enemy was Adal. Gruul, Storm Fortress is not a place where you can do whatever you want. A golden light man with infinite light and heat appeared floating in the air, looking down at Gruul. In order to prevent the Void Storm from being attacked again, Adal took the initiative to appear. Chapter 953 Growth. Whoosh! 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 Gruul swung his arms again and again, and the small mountain-like boulders were like cannonballs, one after another hitting the Storm Fortress in the air. As Gruul moved, the ground he was standing on slowly became shorter. Leo finally figured it out. Except for the first throw, Gruul didn't use brute force to grab the big rocks in the ground. In fact, there weren't that many big rocks in the land for him to grab. The reason why there were so many the big stone appeared because Gruul used the power of law. Possessing the perfect law of the earth and the law of power, Gruul can easily condense the earth elements in the earth into one place, when using the power of the law of the earth to form a boulder, and then use his superpower to throw the stone out to attack the void. Storm. Boom. 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 Storm Fortress shook one after another. This Draenei aerial fortress was smashed to the ground by Gruul on his own. Although Adal ran away from the Storm Fortress, Gruul seemed to have gone crazy because he suffered a loss for the first time in his life. He targeted the Storm Fortress. The Dragon Slayer resisted Adal's attack with his tyrannical body. While storming the Storm Fortress, he vowed to smash this annoying flying city from the sky. Adal hated this so much that he gritted his teeth. It didn't matter that Gruul was mad. What mattered was what should happen to the Draenei in Storm Fortress. This is the advantage of being physically strong. It doesn't matter if you hit me 10 or 8 times, because I can resist it, but you won't be able to bear it if I hit you once. One has an unparalleled physical strength, and the other has no body at all. To be honest, Gruul is completely bullying Adal. Gruul's body is tyrannical, and his physical attack power has reached the ultimate level in the world. There is no guarantee that Velan will be able to hold on for long if he is attacked by such a being. The leader of the Draenei is so anxious that he is getting angry. The abominable one-eyed Gron. The abominable Gruul. Velan was anxious and angry. He really wanted to rush out and fight Gruul. But there were panicked tribesmen in Storm Fortress who needed his comfort. So he couldn't escape. So he could only place his hope on Adal. Gruul has a really bad temper. Leo smiled and shook his head. Now even if Adal wanted to preserve his strength, it would be impossible. How could he stop the angry Gruul if he didn't show his true ability? However, it was only at this time that he thought of stopping Gruul. Adal would never be able to do it without paying the price. When fighting Gruul, you must fight quickly. The strongest creature in the world of Draenor gets stronger with each fight. When he has enough energy in his body, the longer the battle lasts, the stronger his combat power becomes. It is growth. Growth is a name for combat ability. This ability will make those with this ability become braver and stronger as the battle progresses. There are countless abilities that can improve combat power during combat, but few of these abilities can match growth. Simply because growth has one characteristic, and that is its infinite growth. As long as your body can handle it, you don't have to worry about the growth-enhancing ability rising to the top. For a being like Gruul, who is physically as strong as the world, how much more powerful is growth for him? Only a creature like Gruul can take the enhanced ability to grow to its fullest. Adal didn't understand Gruul, which made him make the wrong decision. Instead of a quick victory, he gave Gruul enough time to display his growth and improve his strength. Gruul madly attacked the Storm Fortress. Not only for taking a breath was more of a delay in delaying the time for Adal to notice that his strength had increased. Who said that one-eyed Gorin is muscular and simple-minded? Who said that muscular men can't use their brains? Look at Gruul. This guy is completely different from his stupid and angry sons. In addition to having stronger power, he also has a mind that is not inferior to anyone else. Leo even suspected that Gruul brought in Galbram and 7 other sons, who could only use muscles but not brains, and let them show off outside in order to skew other people's understanding of him, confusing everyone's senses, making those who want to deal with him suffer a big loss when they are really against him. If Leo's guess is true, then Gruul is too insidious and cunning. It seems that he can only use brute force and has a violent and irritable personality. But in fact, he is hiding a cunning heart. When Gruul meets Adal, if the latter cannot wake up in time, he will definitely suffer a big loss. In order to prevent Gruul from attacking Storm Fortress and protect the Draenei in the fortress, Adal had to show his true strength. The golden light shield appeared again, and the Storm Fortress was once again protected by Adal's protective spell. Could it be that Adal has not learned the lesson from the previous time and still hopes for a mere protective spell? It should be noted that Gruul's attack is not that easy to block. The previous shield shattering is a good example. Click! A boulder thrown by Gruul hit the golden shield, and a surprising scene occurred. The golden shield did not break, but the boulder thrown by Gruul cracked under the impact. Come on! Watching countless rubble scattering to the ground, Leo rubbed his chin and made an expression as if he was looking forward to a good show. Adal's protective spell is really powerful. This guy was hiding his secrets before, so Viren must be depressed. It would be fine if Adal didn't have the ability to protect Storm Fortress. But the leader of the Nara obviously had the strength to protect Storm Fortress from damage, but just hit it. What does this mean? I don't know what excuse Adal will use afterwards. Viren is not that easy to fool. But what does this have to do with me? Leo shrugged. He didn't care what would happen between the Draenei and the Naru. Anyway, he had never really trusted either of them. And even now, he regarded them as objects that needed to be guarded against. The thrown boulders were blocked by the golden shield. Gruul did not stop because of this. As he swung his arms one after another, the boulders hit the Storm Fortress like cannonballs, knocking the golden shield with a rattling sound. Under this continuous bombardment like a rain of bullets, the golden shield actually stood up. Not only did it not have any tendency to disintegrate, it even shattered the boulder thrown by Gruul into pieces. Seeing this scene, even Leo couldn't help but sigh. There is something extraordinary about Adal's protective spell. The battle seems to have reached a stalemate here. Gruul could not break through Adal's protective spell, but Adal had to maintain the existence of the golden shield and could not be distracted by him. At this time, the two sides competed for endurance to see who could outlast the other. However, is the truth really as simple as it seems? Leo dared to say, no. Leo didn't know much about Adal, but he knew a lot about Gruul, not to mention anything else. The growth ability of the Dragon Slayer alone is enough to change the situation of the battle, regardless of the fact that Adal's golden shield can now block Gruul's attack. Gruul's combat power will grow after a period of time. He has become stronger with the enhancement of his abilities. How can he stop Adal? When fighting Gruul, you must kill him in the shortest possible time. Otherwise failure awaits you. Leo muttered softly. After Gruul and Adal fell into a superficial stalemate, he finally had time to observe the battle of Hegius and others. Although Malu and Kira have not yet joined the battle at this time, the strength of these two Naru has recovered to 7 or 8 points. They did not rush forward not because they were timid, but because they were looking for opportunities and a way to win with one blow. Chance. If the situation does not change, Muru and others will get rid of the three one-eyed Gorons before Gruul and Adal decide the winner. And their addition will obviously affect the battle between these two strong men. Perhaps Leo expects the lose-lose situation in the game will therefore change. If things don't develop in the direction he wants to see, how can Leo stand idly by? The four one-eyed Gorons who were fighting with the Eridar twins and Brutulus seemed to have discovered the crisis of their companions. They roared and rushed towards Muru, Hikius and other Naru. The one-eyed Gron who killed many of his men is going to run away. Will Brutulus and the Eridar twins let them go? If they choose to let their opponents go, are they still demons? Therefore, the enemies Muru and the other Naru saw were not only the four one-eyed Gorons, but also the Burning Legion demons led by the Eridar twins and Brutulus. What is the relationship between the Naru and the demons of the Burning Legion? It is not an exaggeration at all to describe the hatred as deep as the sea. If it hadn't been for Sardras, if it hadn't been for the Burning Legion, would there have been traitors among the Eridar who believed in the Naru? As for the Naru, they escaped from the world of Argus and lived a wandering life in the universe? No, none of the above. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Seeing the demons of the Burning Legion rushing towards them, Muru and Kiru blasted them with a spell without even thinking. Demons who are bombarded with spells will naturally fight back. The Eridar twins and Brutulus are not shy people. Although they are chasing the one-eyed Goron, they immediately fought back after encountering the attack from the Naru. Past. This begins the battle between the Naru and the demons of the Burning Legion. The great battle has begun. Leo's eyes did not leave the battlefield. He returned to the Alliance camp while paying attention to the dynamics on the field. He only heard him say to Windsor and others, General Anvilmar, Wind Marshal Thor, Commander Amaran, Sir Godfrey, get our men ready to go. It won't be long before we take the field. The demons of the Burning Legion fought with Muru and Kiru, and Leo's four one-eyed Gron stopped Hikius and Felu, greatly reducing the pressure on the other three one-eyed Gron. And they were no longer in an absolute position. Among the disadvantages, with the three parties involved in each other, it was impossible for anyone to decide the winner in a short period of time. So there was no one in the way of the battle between Gruul and Adal. It's time for you two to fight with your lives. Leo stared at Gruul and Adal. His muscles tensed up, like a predator that had chosen its prey and was about to attack. Fight. You won't fight. It's a life and death battle. Isn't my effort in vain? Chapter 954. Are you anxious? Should we leave? Kaeldats asked Leo. It had been a full hour since Gruul and Adal started fighting. After spending such a long time with opponents of the same level, even if they were as strong as Gruul and Adal, the creatures also showed signs of fatigue. Perhaps others couldn't notice it yet. These people only saw that Gruul's attack was still fierce and Adal's defense was still impregnable. However, as a demigod mage, Kaeldats was clearly aware of the weakening of their strength. Different from Leo's idea, Kaeldats did not simply want to wait for the Nara leader and the Dragon Slayer to fight each other before taking action. The Blood Elf Prince wanted to use this opportunity to confront Adal and Gruul head-on, in order to personally experience the strength of the other party, and at the same time allow oneself to achieve a breakthrough under pressure. In order to close the gap with Leo, Kaeldats didn't mind taking risks. Are you anxious? Leo asked back. In fact, he didn't want to take action, fight against a strong man who was far superior to him, and stimulate his own potential through the pressure put on him by his opponent. This was not Kaeldats' unique idea. Speaking of taking action, although this is not the most appropriate time, it is almost there. But we still have to solve some minor problems before we intervene in the battle between Gruul and Adal. Little trouble? Yes. In Leo's eyes, Mulukuru and Brutulus are just minor troubles. After fighting for so long, even Gruul and Adal showed signs of fatigue. Not to mention Mulu, Brutulus and others? Several Naru, and the three powerful demons of the Burning Legion felt that they were unable to sustain their strength at this time. The offenses of both sides had weakened a lot. To solve them, Leo and Kaeldats could not defeat them. It's really not a problem. Leave the devil to me, and leave the Naru to you. Leo added after that. Of course, the four one-eyed Gorons will help you contain it. The demon Leo of the Burning Legion will not let go. Who asked Kil'jaeden to send Brutulus out? This Abyss Lord is a great tonic. Whether Manaroth can regain his strength depends on this. Fight. Leo had the urge to laugh loudly at the thought of having a destroyer who had regained his strength. Two huge two-headed monsters roared in the sky and flew towards the battlefield from a distance. This was a creature that had never appeared in the world of Draenor. They were Chimrock. The two demigod creatures would definitely cause a big commotion in other places. But here they only stirred up a small wave. With Gruul and Adal for comparison, Lamarck and Lakmala can only play small roles obediently. With two Chimrock demigod guards on his head, Amren commanded Arathar's army to carefully avoid the battle circle where the demigods fought, and fought against the demon army. Humanity. Seeing the appearance of the Arathar soldiers, the demons were stunned for a moment, and then started to kill them with excitement on their faces. Choose one of the three. One-Eyed Gorin, Naru, and humans as your opponent. Humans are of course the first choice for demons. Pick the soft persimmon and squeeze it. How could the devil not understand this? So after seeing the Arathar army commanded by Amren, the demons all dropped the Naru and the One-Eyed Gorin and turned around to kill them. It can be seen from their ferocious and bloodthirsty expressions that they were looking forward to tearing apart mankind. Body. Watching human flesh and blood splatter. Listening to human beings' wails and pain. And feeling human beings' terror and despair. Demons have such a mentality. That is because they put themselves in the position of hunters from the beginning, and do not take humans seriously at all. There is a price to pay for underestimating the enemy. And even the slightest carelessness on the battlefield will bring devastating disasters. The soldiers commanded by Amren are not rookies, who have been on the battlefield for the first time. They were all specially placed by Leo in Naxxramas, along with the demons, who occupy the Dark Portal, and the Hellfire Fortress in the Hellfire Peninsula. The evil orcs are constantly fighting. And through fierce battles, the elites of hundreds of battles have been killed in the real battlefield, facing an army composed of veterans of many battles. The consequences of being careless and underestimating the enemy will be death. Fire the arrow. As soon as the demon rushed forward, a hail of arrows was fired at him. The demon rushing at the front only felt his eyes go dark, and a strong wind hit his face. Then he felt severe pain all over his body. And then, he didn't know anything at all. A round of arrows killed hundreds of demons. Such a record did not satisfy Amren. If she could be given another year, her results would definitely be doubled. The current soldiers of Arathar are still relatively lacking in systematic training. Certain things that require time to accumulate and countless trainings to improve are their shortcomings. The death of their companions did not frighten the demons. It only made them angry and excited. The reason why we are angry is because of the resistance of human beings. And the reason why we are excited is also because of the resistance of human beings. In the eyes of demons, when a weak race like humans faces powerful demons like them, they should just lie down on the ground and die, or hide in a corner and tremble. As a weak person, you have to realize that you will be slaughtered by the strong. But human beings actually resisted. This is not a provocation to the strong. How can the devil not be angry? However, it is good to kill a target who does not dare to resist. But if the target resists fiercely, wouldn't it stimulate one's nerves and trigger one's desire to kill? Under such stimulation, the devil's nerves became excited. Are humans really weak lambs? Maybe some people are. But the soldiers of Arathar who can survive the battle in Hellfire Peninsula are definitely not. Faced with the devil who rushed through the rain of arrows and blocked his face with a grin on his face, the soldiers waved their weapons without hesitation. Puff puff. Although the sound of a sharp blade piercing the body is small, hundreds or thousands of small sounds can gather into a torrent that cannot be concealed, and gain a place in the noisy battlefield. In the eyes of the demons with disbelief, the Arathar soldiers harvested their lives, letting these demons who rely on their own strength understand that humans are not lambs to be slaughtered. What are you doing? A bunch of idiots. You actually let weak humans kill so many of us. Trash. A demon leader armed with a double-edged axe rushed forward while roaring at his kin. His weapon, which was as tall as a man, slashed several Arathar soldiers with blood on the spot. If no one stopped this demon, even if he could finally killing his human soldiers would also come at a considerable price. Tarragoman. Leo summoned the Hungry One, and the demon guard wearing heavy armor and holding two giant swords rushed directly towards his own kind without saying a word. Kill on command. Before the Talagamans arrived, weapons arrived first. A blood-red door panel sword was thrown out by him, carrying the roaring wind and piercing the demon leader holding a double-edged axe. He threw his weapon before even fighting me. Guys like this who take refuge in humans are indeed idiots. The demon leader sneered and stretched out his weapon. He was about to pull aside the big sword thrown by Talagaman when he suddenly noticed a faint light appearing on the bloody sword. This is no ordinary throw but a skill. The demon leader thought something was wrong, but it was a pity that he discovered it too late. Puff! The big sword pierced the demon leader's body, and the entire blade penetrated into the ground, nailing the demon leader to the ground. The poor demon leader. The last thing he saw was a proud smile, which was the sneer given to him for free by Taligamon, who killed him with a ghost blow. The host kills Socrates. Leo scratched his face. The name of the demon leader sounded familiar to him. Isn't this the demon leader in the Forbidden Demon Prison? Why is he here? No. The Burning Crusade hasn't even started yet. So how can there be a demon forbidden prison? Leo thought about it for a moment, and felt relieved. Whether it is the native world where humans live, or the broken world of Draenor, it has inevitably changed due to his appearance. It is normal for some things to be different from the so-called historical trajectory. Damn it. You actually killed Socrates. A female demon screamed and killed Taligamon. This female demon had 4 arms. And all 4 arms swung 4 long swords and danced out a sword curtain, making it impossible for the soldiers who wanted to stop her along the way to parry. Another one comes to die. Taligamon did not let go because of the gender of his opponent. In fact, there is no concept of compassion in the devil's concept. They will treat the opponent equally regardless of the gender of the opponent. The so-called gentleman's demeanor will not even be reflected when the devil confronts the enemy. Appear. Since we are enemies, and we have to fight hard. It is a life or death situation. At this time, you still behave like a gentleman to your enemies. Are you stupid, or are you out of your mind? Well, at least that's what the devil thought. Because the female demon leader rushed over too fast. Taligamon had no time to draw out the sword that nailed Socrates. In desperation, he could only wave another weapon to meet the enemy. 1 sword versus 4 swords. And the 2 sides were very close in rank. Although Taligamon would not suffer a loss, he could not defeat his opponent. The 4-armed female demon appeared together with Socrates again. Could it be that the one fighting Taligamon was the doomsday prophet Darlian? If that's the case, it's really hard for Taligamon to win. Leo snapped his fingers, and the demon lord Immortor entered the battlefield. Hiss. An unpleasant sharp sound came from the demon army, which was the unique sound of the Void Lord. As a warlock, Leo is no stranger to demonic language. Hearing the Void Lord's demonic language made him mutter, "You actually say that I bully the minority by bullying the minority. By the way, since when did the devil follow the rules of the world?" A blue-black hemispherical cover with an area of 2,000 square meters covered Immortal. But Immortal was unable to break free due to his strength. This is... Leo looked slightly surprised. Field. Domain. A special ability that can only be possessed by those who have understood a certain power to a certain extent, but are unable to understand the law. It is known as the strongest ability under the law. Some powerful beings who have not touched the law can even use the domain. The power of the law against the demigod. Void domain? Leo observed for a while, and made a judgment on the nature of the domain. Is it Syrinx? It seems that Immortor has met a good opponent. Chapter 955, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sarakatha's void domain is so powerful that it can even trap the current Immortor. This Void Lord is the kind of being who can rely on his domain to fight against demigods. He is one of the top-level legendary strongmen. That category. The energy of the shadow corroded Immortor's body, and the 2-headed disaster dog slowly moved to the outside of the void realm while struggling. As long as he could get out of this realm. With his strength, Sarakatha's chance of defeating him was less than 30%. However, Syrinx is not a fool. Will he just watch Immortor run out of the void realm? The energy of the shadows exploded around Immortal one after another. The shock wave formed by the energy explosion pushed Immortal's body to shake. The slow speed of the 2-headed disaster dog was reduced by more than half due to this. Under the interference of Reeks, Immortor moved as slowly as a snail. Although he clearly wanted to be stronger. But because the enemy had the upper hand, he was trapped in the void realm, making it impossible for him to exert his full strength. Immortor was so depressed that he really wanted to kill him head-on. Beating a dog also depends on the owner. If you bully my dog like this, I will be very unhappy. Leo tilted his head, and with the surge of mana, Marlock came out. Darkness swallows. Toxic cure. This is the advantage of being able to use multiple spells. Faced with different situations, there are many choices and methods to use. Marlock first blessed Immortor with a dark devour, and then used venomous healing to treat him. Wounds corroded by the energy of shadow. With the support of his companions, Immortor's condition immediately improved a lot. At the same time, Sarakai's attention was also partially distracted by Malora. Seeing someone trying to help his prey out of trouble, Sarakai's certainly would not stand idly by, and the energy of the shadow surged towards Marlock. Upon seeing this, The latter quickly applied a shadow infusion to himself, allowing the power of darkness to fill his body. Then, when the shadow energy surged in front of him, he used a scorching blast. A manic fire element and a shock wave generated during the blast dispelled Serakai's attack. Discovering that the Shadow Nova he was good at was unable to do anything to Marlock, Sarakith was about to use other abilities. Unexpectedly, Marlock moved faster than him. The corrosive flames ignited Sarakith's body, possessing corrosive energy. The raging flames were rapidly consuming Sarakai's strength. What are energy beings afraid of? What they were afraid of were spells, like the corrupting flame, that could quickly reduce its energy. So Sarakai panicked. He didn't know if the flame would keep burning, although it didn't seem like it. What if? If this flame continues to burn, won't it turn into energy again, and return to the origin of the world? It was about his own life, and Sarakai neither dared nor could afford to gamble. The Void Lord withdrew the void domain used to deal with Immortor, turned around and fled towards the rear of the demon army. Thrix is running. Malarak said nothing, but Immortor quit. Sarakith used a sneak attack to trap Immortal with the void domain before, and then beat him up when Immortal was trapped. Now he wants to run away when he sees that the situation is not good. How can he be so good thing? You want to run away after taking advantage of me? Do you really treat me like nothing? Immortor's eyes widened, and countless mana-burning rays were fired at Thrix. A sharp sound that could break one's eardrums came from Thrix's mouth. Even people who didn't understand Devil's language could hear the Void Lord's pain. It was a cry, but it was not a simple cry. It was a scream. Is the scream after suffering a fatal injury. Void Lords are elemental creatures produced when dark elements gather to a certain extent. The necessary and only element to maintain the existence of these elemental creatures is energy. Immortor's mana-burning ray burns energy. The two-headed disaster dog's hundreds of mana-burning rays hit a physical creature, and the opponent may not die as long as the body is strong. But when these rays are shot into Sarik's body, they will be killed. They will burn more than just Sarik's, Kessa's mana, and Sarakai's life. Immortor did not stop after severely damaging Sarakai's with one blow. He only saw his eyes glaring and fired hundreds of mana-burning rays in the desperate eyes of Sarakai's. When he met Immortor, it could only be said that Sarakai's had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. The host kills Sarik's, following Goldfinger's prompt. Sarik's turned into a ball of shadow energy without any consciousness. Just when this ball of shadow energy was about to dissipate in the universe, a large bloody net came over, and Leo took action himself. The big blood-colored net trembled, and the wrapped shadow energy was transmitted into Leo's body along the blood-colored energy lines that formed the big net. The pure shadow energy without any impurities was of great help to Leo as a warlock. It made him ecstatic. The gain from absorbing this shadow energy is 10 times that after killing Sarakai's. Not to mention these upgrade experiences. More importantly, the process of absorbing it gave Leo a better understanding of the pure shadow energy in the universe. A clearer understanding. As a spellcaster, if you have a deeper understanding of the elements you practice, your strength will naturally increase faster. Your spells will be more lethal, and your ability to control elements will also increase. Pure energy. Leo smacked his mouth, with a look of unfinished expression on his face. It's really unforgettable. After saying that, he turned his attention to the Nara present. The Void Lord is an elemental creature, so why not the Naru? Compared to the Void Lords, the Nara present were stronger and had more energy. In Leo's eyes, they were no longer light-powered people like light bulbs, but a group of delicious feasts. Kiru and the others shuddered. They all saw the death of Sariki's. Naru, who was an energy creature like the Void Lord, couldn't help but feel a little afraid of Immortor. Leo, who had conquered Immortor, was even more wary. So I was frightened, and there was something even more frightening behind me. Kiru and the others could not hide their thoughts from Leo, who had been paying attention to them. The latter rubbed his chin and laughed evilly, which made Kiru and the others feel inexplicable panic. The men were killed, and the Eridar twins and Brutalis were stimulated. The alliance between Draenei and humans is not a secret. The demons of the Burning Legion got the news as early as when Khadgar took some soldiers of Lothar's sons to work with the Draenei to open the passage from Zangarmarsh to Nagrand. Seeing the appearance of humans, the demons naturally thought that the Draenei had used some means to send out a distress signal, and thus provoke the human army. Knowing that the Naru supported the Draenei, they formed an alliance with the humans. Now that the humans had killed their own men, Brutalis and the Eridar twins, who were dragged by the Naru, naturally vented their anger and fought against them. On the two Naru, Molu and Jilu finally realized what an unforeseen disaster is. Light bulbs. Today is not your lucky day. Leo remained calm on his face, but secretly sent a signal to Kaeldats to take action. Pazarine. On the energy ship, the Blood Elf Prince, who had been paying attention to the battle, issued an order to his advisor. Take your troops and capture the Storm Fortress for me. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A male Blood Elf with a shield on his back and a sword at his waist bowed in response without hesitation. This male Blood Elf was Pazarian the Calculator. If it hadn't been for Leo's reminder, Kaeldats really wouldn't have been able to see that Pazarian was a traitor. Just imagine. Who would doubt his subordinates, who can carry out their orders without hesitation? It is for this reason that Kaeldats easily stepped into Kil'jaeden's trap in the original historical trajectory. Seeing that Pazarian was about to leave sight, Astromancer Solanlian suddenly stepped forward to stop him. This Blood Elf warlock who was trusted by Kaeldats said to Kaeldats, Your Highness, it is indeed an attack at this time. Good times for Stormkeep. But between the Draenei and us. Before Solanlian could finish speaking, Kaeldats waved his hand to stop her. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. To deal with Illidan and get the Eternal Water Bottle from the traitor, the participation of the Draenei is not necessary. We now have strong allies, Kaeldats said, pointing to Arathar's army on the ground. What I'm more concerned about now is whether I can get rid of the Draenei before they gain recognition from the Alliance. The Blood Elves killed many Draenei when they robbed the energy ship. The seeds of hatred between the two races had already been planted. Kaeldats was not someone who waited for the other party to resolve the hatred with him, because that would give him the initiative. Draenei hand. Will the arrogant Blood Elves let a group of defeated generals gain the initiative? No need to think about it. Now that you have the chance to get rid of the Draenei, why not do it? What's more, the ones who attacked Storm Fortress were Pazarine and his cronies. If there was any problem, just blame Pazarine. Anyway, that guy had already defected to Kil'jaeden. If the Draenei were really angry, send it to their old enemy, the Burning Legion. To put it lightly, Kaeldats' approach was killing someone with a borrowed knife. To put it nicely, it was killing two birds with one stone. Don't really think that Kaeldats, who is in the royal family, doesn't know how to use tricks. Even if he is obsessed with magic, how could he not understand these things that he has been exposed to since he was a child? Seeing that Kaeldats could not be persuaded, Solanlian retreated. Pazarian stepped forward and disappeared from the sight of Kaeldats and Solanlian. The calculator calculated as he walked. Do you want to contact Kil'jaeden and get specific instructions on how to act from the giant of the Burning Legion? There was something on his mind, so his energy was naturally unfocused, and his powers of observation also declined. The always shrewd Pazarian simply didn't notice the knowing glances between Kaeldats and Solanlian when he left. Chapter 956 Battle in Storm Fortress. Velen watched the battle between Adal and Gruul. The victory or defeat of the latter two was directly related to the safety of Storm Fortress. As the last fortress of the Draenei, the safety of Storm Fortress, a city in the sky, was also closely related to the safety of Storm Fortress, the future of the entire Draenei people. As the saying goes, caring leads to chaos. It was precisely because he cared too much that Veren felt uneasy. Adal is very strong, but his opponent is not weak either. As the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, Gruul can be regarded as Adal's formidable enemy. The outcome between the two is unpredictable. In his anxiety, Velen stared at the golden shield protecting the Storm Fortress for a moment, hoping that this time it could still provide enough protection for his people and keep them from harm as it did before. Your Majesty the Prophet, something bad has happened. A Draenei warrior ran in panting. Seeing the frightened expression on his face, Velen's heart suddenly trembled. Your Majesty the Prophet, the Blood Elves, those damn robbers. They're coming. Velen's premonition came true, and the Draenei warrior brought bad news. The Blood Elves actually launched an attack on us at this time. How could they do this? Aren't these long ears afraid of breaking the covenant? Velen gritted his teeth bitterly. The Arathar army on the ground was fighting with the demons of the Burning Legion. They were probably unable to care about anything else at this time. Without their obstruction, the Blood Elves saw that they had such a good opportunity to destroy the Draenei. Abandoning the fragile alliance between the two sides, they chose war. Those long ears really know how to pick the right moment. Besides robbing, they only add insult to injury. Velen cursed secretly in his heart. But this was not the time to waste time on cursing. It was only right to lead his tribe to stop the Blood Elves. Wait a minute. Velen was about to go out to organize his people to resist the invading foreign enemies, when he suddenly thought of a question. How did those blood elves enter the storm fortress? Did Lord Adol's spell be broken by them? In fact, the second question is completely redundant. The golden shield cast by Adol is still there. Otherwise the storm fortress would have been hit to the ground by the boulder thrown by Gruul. The question is, since the spell cast by Adol still exists, why can the blood elves still enter the storm fortress? Hearing Veland's question, the Draenei warrior quickly replied, Master Prophet. Master Adol's spell only protected the part of storm fortress facing the ground. Those long-eared bandits came from the upper level of the fortress. Oh! Damn it! Viren slapped his forehead. He only paid attention to the battle on the ground and really forgot about the threat from above. Block them. Stop those damn magic puppets. A group of Draenei warriors shouted. And their shouts were inevitably mixed with a hint of panic that could not be concealed. Opposite these Draenei warriors, an arcane guard with complex magic patterns engraved on his seals was approaching. The clanging sound was like a heavy hammer. Every sound made the Draenei warriors' hearts tremble. All of a sudden, they unconsciously reduced their fighting spirit and deepened their fear. It's not that there weren't brave Draenei warriors who resisted. But what happened to those who resisted? Everyone saw the dozens of objects that were torn into pieces and trampled into pulp by arcane guards as a warning to all the Draenei who dared to resist. Warrior. Magic puppet? Oh! No! I am not a magic puppet. I am the mechanical Lord Capacitus. A white robot, whose appearance was obviously different from that of the arcane guard, made a strange noise. The Draenei warrior recognized him. It was the guy who claimed to be the mechanical Lord Capacitus, who killed 10 people with one blow just now. A Draenei warrior rushed towards him. Hey you guys! Stay out of the way! Just as the Draenei warriors looked at each other in shock at the appearance of Capacitus, the mechanical lord yelled strangely, and then rushed to him under the horrified eyes of a Draenei man in front. The big mechanical hand slammed down, and the poor Draenei didn't even scream, which became another achievement of Capacitus. It was this scene that Veland saw when he arrived. Seeing his own people being killed, the Draenei prophet was immediately stunned. When had he and his people fallen into such a state that even a group of lifeless machines dared to rush into their city and kill people? Viren raised his hand and was struck by an earthquake. Ordinary spells cast on his hand had completely different effects. Bang bang bang. Dozens of arcane guards, including Capacitus, turned into gourds and fell to the ground under Veland's earthquake. The shaman's earth shock is originally a single target attack spell, and its effect is not that strong. It's just that the spell is dead and the person is alive. Powerful people like Veland have improved the earth shock to create a lethal force. It's not surprising that spells are stronger and more suitable for you. With just this little ability, I dare to attack Storm Fortress. Do these long-eared people really think that I am a piece of clay? Seeing that Capacitus was so helpless, Veland snorted coldly. The sound of electric current appeared along with the dazzling light. A lightning arrow hit Capacitus, electrocuting the guy who claimed to be the mechanical lord. There was a loud noise, and soon the whole body was covered in smoke, completely destroyed. This guy is really awesome. Pazarin, who was standing at the back, took in all this and became deeply wary of Veland's strength from his previous disdain. Veland was worthy of being one of the 3 giants of the Eredar together with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. His strength was so strong that even with Passarian's pride, he could only be ashamed of himself. An existence like Machine Lord Capacitus was not insurmountable by Pazarin. But even if he tried his best to win, it would take more than 10 minutes. How could he kill him in an instant like Veland so easily? Fortunately, Pazarin was not fighting alone. He said to a female blood elf standing next to him, Sebi Selii, I will stop him. And you find an opportunity to kill the Draenei shaman. The female elf is the one with the closest strength to Pazarin among the blood elves who attacked Storm Fortress this time. The spiritualist Sebi Selii. Hearing Passarian's words, Sebastiel didn't say much. She just nodded to show that she understood. If you look carefully, you will find that her eyes are not agile and are vaguely dull. This is obviously caused by some kind of magic. Performance after controlling the mind. Passarian the Calculator has a spell that is unknown to outsiders. The name of this spell is Domination. Domination. As you can tell from the name, it is a spell to control other people's actions. In fact, Pazarin's spell is more than 1 point stronger than the ordinary domination spell, because the person controlled by him will retain some sanity and integrity, combat ability, and all he needs to pay is only a part of his mental strength. It was obvious that Sebi Selii was controlled by Passarian. After giving Sebastiel the order to assist him in attacking Veland, Passarian rushed forward with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. His mental power had already been locked on Velan. Viren followed the mental power locked on him, and spotted Passerian, who was rushing towards him. Prophet Drenii frowned. He felt a familiar aura on Passerian, which was clearly affiliated with him. The unique power of Kil'jaeden, his old friend who has surrendered to the Burning Legion. No wonder these blood elves will attack us again and again. It turns out that some of them have defected to the Burning Legion and become the demon's lackeys. Velan deduced from the aura on Passerian's body a message that frightened and angered him, and his expression became very ugly. The haunting Burning Legion. Viren couldn't help but curse. Even though his voice was low, Passerian heard his words clearly. He calculated that a fierce light flashed on his face, and the force of his sword slash couldn't help but increase a bit. Taking refuge in the Burning Legion is Passerian's biggest secret, and he will not let anyone who knows this secret live. Viren's arm shook, and the warhammer hit the sword blade with a clang, and Passerian's attack was blocked. At this moment, a lightning arrow hit Passerian directly, but Passerian had long expected that Velan would have such a hand. The shield on his other hand had already covered his body, and Velan could not. The lightning bolt that instantly killed Machine Lord Capacitus hit the shield and only sparked a ball of lightning, which then disappeared without a trace. To be able to block Velan's spell attack so easily, the shield in Passerian's hand was definitely not ordinary. This shield was the Sun Guard emblem that Kael'thas had given him for self-defense. Velan and Passerian's attacks were unable to do anything to the other. 3 purple and white arcane missiles struck Velan silently. This was an attack from the Spiritualist Sevasil. The Spiritualist's spell attack was not weak, but it was not easy to hurt Velan. 3 lightning balls appeared in time to help Velan block Sevasil's arcane impact. Don't think that 2 people can defeat me, Velan roared angrily. His warhammer danced wildly, and his mana surged wildly. The shaman's advantage in cultivating all kinds of magic was fully demonstrated in his hands. Even if Passerian and Seviselii joined forces, they were no match for him. He was killed and retreated steadily. Kael'thas and Solanian saw that their 2 compatriots were at a disadvantage in the battle with Velan, and their expressions did not change at all, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Passerian is a traitor. I don't know how far he can push Velan's strength. I don't believe that Velan, who can stand alongside Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, only has this ability. Kael'thas Dao sighed. It's a pity for Sevasil. The great astrologer Solanian standing behind him lowered her head when she heard this. Although she had already raised her 12 minds to take precautions, she discovered the matter too late. By the time she noticed it, the spiritual magician Seviselii, she had already been controlled by Passerian's domination spell, and without being able to save her, she had no choice but to give her up. Let them fight. Do you really think I need a place like Storm Fortress? Kael'thas looked at Passerian and sneered again and again. He hated the traitor so much that he would have killed Passerian long ago if it weren't for the fact that he was still valuable. Now, prepare to kill those annoying Naru, lest this kid Leo has anything to say. Chapter 957. It's good to be injured. The battle in Storm Fortress did not have any impact on Adal. It is not that he does not care about the Drenii, but he knows that Velan is very powerful. Under his command, Storm Fortress will not fall so easily. Not to mention that the Blood Elves are sending out. There was no movement after the first army, without follow-up reinforcements. It was impossible to capture the Storm Fortress solely by the Blood Elf troops that entered it. The most important thing for Adal now is nothing else but how to deal with Gruul. The battle with the Dragon Slayer had turned into a war of attrition, which for his part Adal was more than happy to do. Naru, who is an energy creature, is really at an advantage when fighting in the Void Storm. Behind him is the Twisting Void, from which he can get endless energy to replenish his body. In a war of attrition, Adal is not afraid of anyone. To defeat Adal in a place like this, unless he can be seriously injured or even killed with one blow, the opponent will be slowly consumed by him. Judging from Gruul's performance, the Dragon Slayer didn't know this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought a protracted battle with Adal for more than an hour, causing him to suffer from insufficient physical strength. Seeing that Gruul's offensive had weakened, Adal estimated the situation on the field. Although it was not the best time, it was not far behind. If he waited any longer, he would have no problem. But Molu and G, that's not necessarily the case for Lu and others. With a decision made in his heart, Adal's aura immediately changed, and his body that had been a bit dim due to the long battle time was gradually brightening. Gruul was taken aback, and after taking a closer look, he discovered that Adal was actually absorbing energy directly from the Twisting Nether during the battle. With the Twisting Nether as an energy source, Adal's combat endurance was almost infinite. Adar, This big light bulb really has a hand. What should Gruul do now? Leo held his chin and looked at the two people fighting with interest, waiting for the next change. Everyone has such a thing as a trump card. Adal has it. And Gruul certainly has it. When the strength of both sides is close, it depends on whose trump card is stronger. Besides, Gruul and Adal have been fighting for a long time. That's right. Growth. In battle, the ability to infinitely enhance the owner's combat power increases. Leo didn't know how much combat power Gruul's growth had added to him. But 1 or 2 hours was 3 or 4 hours. Such a long time was enough to elevate Gruul's strength to a terrifying level. Fear. This word could not be more appropriate to apply to Gruul now. Realizing that Adal had used his trump card, Gruul no longer hid his clumsiness. In the Void Storm, the Nara leader's trump card is that he can extract energy from the twisted void and has endless combat endurance. This ability is not afraid of any attrition war. Only the kind of quick decisive battle where the outcome can be determined by one move. Unfortunately, Gruul revealed the card that Adal feared the most. Amidst the Dragon Slayer's manic roar, Gruul's mountain-like body suddenly expanded in a circle, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Leo rubbed his chin vigorously and exclaimed, Gruul is actually furious. Leo also has Berserk, an ability that can increase his attack power crazily. And Leo's Berserk is an extremely rare autonomous Berserker among Berserk abilities. But can Leo's Berserk be compared to existential Berserk like Gruul? Boom! Gruul's momentum surged in an instant, and Adal was shocked. Before the Nara leader could make any reaction, a mountain of fists had already arrived. This time Gruul changed his target, and his fist was no longer pointing at the storm fortress, but at a Dar flying in the sky. Gruul suddenly changed his attack target, and Adal was not unprepared. Unexpectedly, Gruul's fist speed was too fast, and Adal was unable to move after being locked by him. The Nara leader was completely unable to use space spells such as teleportation. To avoid? Since you can't dodge. Since you can't avoid it. Then just resist. Adal's reaction was also quick. He immediately cast the spell after knowing that he could not avoid it. But what happened next shocked Adal. Adal is best at protective spells, which is why he has the confidence to withstand Gruul's punch. However, at this critical moment, the protective spell could not be cast. Unable to cast spell, Adal's heart went cold. To achieve the one-hit kill effect, Gruul pulled out his other trump card, Echo. Before launching the attack, Gruul's roar was not an ordinary roar, but a sonic skill with the ability to suppress magic. Using his roar to cover up the sound waves of the forbidden demon, Gruul's cunning are inversely proportional to his appearance, and it is unknown how many strong men have been tricked to death by him. Now, it looks like Adal is about to become part of Gruul's record. The fists hit like collapsing mountains. Adal, who couldn't even cast a protective spell, could only watch helplessly as he was hit. It's not that Adal didn't have other coping methods, but it took time to use these methods. He never imagined that Gruul actually had the ability to ban demons, and that he could be hit without any notice. The Dragon Slayer's violent attack was completely absorbed by Adal. Seeing Adal's entire body being smashed by Gruul's fist, and the Nara leader's body turning into countless golden light spots under this violent blow, everyone had questions in their minds. Is Adal dead? Of course it's impossible. As the leader of the Naru, Adal is a strong man on the same level as Gruul. Even though Gruul's strength at this time has become extremely terrifying due to the blessing of growth, he still wants to kill Adal instantly with just one punch. Don't even think about it. The scattered light spots regrouped somewhere in the air, and before Gruul's fist could be retracted, Adal reappeared. Adal was indeed not dead. Leo nodded slightly. An energy creature of Adal's level cannot be killed with one heavy blow. To deal with such a guy, you must seriously injure him multiple times in a very short period of time. Otherwise he will be killed in a short time. Don't forget when you recover. This is a void storm, and the energy of the twisted void is being continuously replenished into Adal's body. Gruul was not surprised that the sudden blow failed to kill Adal. After withdrawing his fist, Gruul followed up with another punch. Adal's expression changed when he saw this. This punch was completely a replica of the previous one. When Gruul punched, not only was his movement blocked, but he couldn't even cast spells. What kind of ability does Gruul have? He can even block my spells. Adal was shocked in his heart, but his hands were not slow in his movements. I saw a golden light ball as thick as an arm on his body quickly separated. After the light ball separated from Adar's body, it went straight towards Gruul's fist. Bright light. Dazzling light. When the fist collided with the golden light ball, The light ball separated from Adar's body exploded silently, and a golden sun appeared in the void storm, emitting endless light and heat. This light makes people feel irresistible, and this heat brings warmth to people's hearts. But it also makes people feel a little bit of fear from their souls. Weird feeling. Leo shook his head and used his magic power to block the golden light outside his body and isolate the heat. After doing all this, the weird feeling disappeared from his heart. There is definitely something wrong with this light mango. Realizing that the strange feeling had disappeared, Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. He now distrusted the Naru even more. And he also distrusted the Drini and Velan. It turns out that these alien creatures are existences whose details are unknown. Everything they have experienced, and the history they said happened in the world of Argus are all told by themselves. If you are talking about yourself, how credible is it? If an alien creature like Naru cooperates with them without knowing their basic situation, who can guarantee that he will not be tricked to death? If he were alone, he might still be able to give it a try. It wouldn't be a big deal as long as he was careful. But it was related to the whole world and the lives and deaths of countless people. Leo didn't dare to try, and couldn't afford to try. So, Naru, you can go with peace of mind. As for your grudges with the Burning Legion, we humans will help you understand. Leo squinted his eyes, and looked at Adal with cold eyes under the dazzling golden light. Roar! Gruul's roar echoed over the void storm again. And there was a hint of pain in this roar. The Dragon Slayer was injured. And the injury was serious. Leo looked slightly shocked on his face. But he was smiling even more happily in his heart. It's good to be injured. But if you don't get injured, how can you lose both sides? Leo couldn't see Adal's expression clearly. But the light on his body, that was much dimmer than when he appeared on the stage, could tell anyone that his situation was extremely bad at this time. Thinking about it, Adal was hit hard by Gruul first. And even his body was scattered. If he hadn't been an elemental creature, he would have been killed by Gruul long ago. After suffering such a severe injury, he forcibly separated the essence energy in his body to fight against Gruul's attack. At this time, Adal's vitality was severely injured. So how could his condition be better? Adar had a hard time. And Gruul had a hard time too. Adal, who was severely injured by the Dragon Slayer, was furious. The part of the energy he separated was the essence of his origin. Even Gruul's powerful body could not catch such an energy explosion. Under the dazzling golden color, Gruul's entire right arm exploded, and the smelly blood made the entire battlefield nauseating. Adal's vitality was injured, and Gruul lost one of his right arms. The battle to this point was already brutal, but it was not enough. Not enough? Yes, not enough. Far from enough. The combat power of Adal and Gruul at this time is still not something that Leo can kill. If they want to successfully become a fisherman who reaps the benefits, Leo has to let them fight harder and suffer more serious injuries. The strength is consumed a little more. With an evil smile, Leo summoned his angel clone Zur. Yizur, it's up to you. Chapter 958 Unexpected Situation. There is a word called accident. 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 Unexpectedness, as the name suggests, means that things develop beyond people's expectations. Although Adal and Gruul were both injured, they were not seriously injured yet. If anyone tried to intervene at this time, they would still be able to fight. According to Leo's estimation, even if someone had the same idea as him and was waiting to take advantage, they would have to wait for a while before taking action. However, things did not develop like this. Gruul, whose right arm was crippled, became more and more manic under the stimulation of severe pain. He waved his left hand and struck at Adal again. The Dragon Slayer did this not out of recklessness, but because he understood that the cost of Adal's attack like before would be too high, and the leader of the Nara might not dare to do that again. To take a step back, even if Adal is really willing to give up. Gruul is not afraid. Mastering the perfect laws of the earth, Gruul can get a steady stream of support from the earth as long as he steps on the earth. These supports can not only provide him with the energy he needs to fight, but can also heal his wounds. Adal didn't see it. As an outsider, Leo saw it clearly. Just when Gruul's left fist punched out, his wasted right arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if his left hand, even though injured, he still has fighting ability. While Leo was waiting for the second collision between Adal and Gruul, a change occurred. Leo, who was attracted by the battle between Adal and Gruul, did not notice that at the moment when the first two were both injured, the Eridar twins retreated together as if they had a tacit understanding, leaving only Brutalus behind. One person is fighting at the front. Brutalus did not panic when his companion suddenly withdrew. Instead, the one-winged Lord of the Abyss rose up and took down Mulu and Kiru, who were fighting together among 3 people. Because Burles knew that Ari de Shuangzi retreated not to abandon him, but to perform an important ritual. When Gruul punched Adal with his left hand, Saloras and Aurelius happened to be together. The lips of the Arida twins trembled rapidly up and down, and a strange spell suppressed the noise of the battlefield. The void storm echoed in the sky. Seeing that Gruul and Adal were about to fight again, the twisted void behind Adal suddenly opened, and a red demonic hand broke through the space and descended here. Adal, who focused all his energy on Gruul, did not expect that someone would attack him at this time. He had the same idea as Leo. Even if someone wanted to make a sneak attack, he would choose to fight with Gruul. Both sides would be injured. It's time to take action. Accidents are called accidents because you never expect them to happen. The Red Devil's hand chose a very clever place to break through the space. Its appearance just cut off Adal's way of extracting energy from the twisted void, so that Adal, who was seriously injured, could not receive energy assistance. Adar is going to be a tragedy. Leo took a breath. The owner of the Red Devil's Claw really knew how to choose the right time. Adal now had Gruul, a powerful enemy in front of him, and the owner of the Devil's Claw in the rear. He was attacked from both sides and unexpectedly. It was difficult for Adal, who was seriously injured, not to die. The interruption of the energy source from the twisting nether has already frightened Adal. Not to mention that there is a powerful demon sneaking up behind him. Things developed just as Leo thought, and Adal was in tragedy. It's not that Gruul didn't know that Jun Adar was attacked by someone. But what does it have to do with him? Adal was his enemy. Gruul was only happy when the enemy was attacked. How could he stand up for Adal? Not only would he not stand out, but he would add insult to injury. After noticing that someone was sneak attacking Adal, Gruul's fists became a little heavier. Adal was shocked and angry. But what could he do at this time? What else can he do besides working hard? Gruul locked him, making him unable to move or use spells, and the demon who attacked behind him cut off his connection with the twisting nether. At this time, he could only fight to dissipate the danger of disintegration and separate his life again. Essence. 2 small golden light groups separated from Adal's body and collided with Gruul's punch and the demon's claw. Gold. Dazzling gold. The golden light that makes people feel stinging even if they close their eyes illuminates the entire void storm. This light is so dazzling and intense that no one can see that just when the golden light lights up. A hand holding the humanoid creature with wings on the back of the sword flew towards the source of the golden light. Seeing the opportunity, Yuzur took action. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole. Gruul took advantage of someone to sneak attack Adal and channeled all his power into his fists, trying to kill Adal, a powerful enemy. At this time, the Dragon Slayer's defense was reduced to the lowest, and this was Izur's opportunity, not to be missed. It happened suddenly, but Izur could still do the 4 words of adapting to circumstances. With such a good opportunity to hit Gruul hard, how could Izur let it slip from his hands? Feel this blue rage. Izur shook his arm, and the power of Menethil drew a blue trajectory in the air like a falling blue meteor, heading straight for the back of Gruul's head. At the same time, a golden sword slashed through the air, and the sword of heaven followed the blue fury and slashed at Gruul's head. But, is this the end? Izur wanted to rely on these 2 attacks to severely damage Gruul, but it seemed that it was not enough. Of course not enough, based on Gruul's body. Even if his current protective ability is reduced to the lowest point, it cannot be severely damaged by the sword of heaven and blue fury, who makes Yizur's strength insufficient. If you want to severely damage Gruul, in addition to the heavenly sword and blue fury, you must also add other chips. Sinners, receive judgment from heaven, Izur shouted loudly, and a spear formed by a golden beam of light stabbed Gruul from the void. Kung! The force of Menethil hit Gruul on the back of the head, and the blue hammer head made a sound of gold and iron clashing with Gruul's muscles. Kung! Sparks fly. The sword of heaven, using the sword of the silent crusader as its carrier, struck Gruul on the back of the neck, and achieved nothing except breaking through a layer of skin. Puff! There was a muffled sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Under the ineffectiveness of the blue fury and the sword of heaven, the spear formed by the golden light finally succeeded. After resisting the first 2 attacks from Izur, Gruul's body finally failed to withstand the third one, and the head of the spear was completely inserted into the back of his head. If any other creature had been stabbed into the back of the head by a spear, it would have definitely died on the spot. However, Gruel was so huge that the 5-meter-long golden spear inserted into his body was completely inconspicuous. And you really couldn't notice it if you weren't paying attention. This guy's body is so hard. The corner of Yuzuru's mouth twitched. He used all his strength to attack 3 times in a row, but only achieved this little result. With the help of a sneak attack and Gruel's defense reduced to a minimum, he only gave Gruel a barely broken skin. Hurt. Yuzuru's heart felt depressed. Gruel is worthy of the title of the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. With his strong physical defense alone, few people can hurt him. But, does the attack end here? Yuzuru threw down the Silent Crusade sword, stretched out his hand to grab the gunshot of the golden spear, and shouted loudly, "Blow it up!" Boom! 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 The golden spear wall trembled continuously, and the spearhead that penetrated Gruel's body exploded continuously under the injection of energy from Yuzuru, wreaking havoc on Gruel's body. The wounds on Gruel's body were normalized by the series of energy explosions. Expand slowly. At this moment, a bloody figure arrived. This was Leo's Blood God clone. The Blood God's clone, which had absorbed all the abilities of Blood God Haka, suddenly twisted its body when it rushed to Izuru's side. It seemed as if it had no bones, and it penetrated into Gruel's body from the wound made by Izuru. Since it's difficult to hurt you from the outside, I'll get inside your body and destroy it. The Blood God clone is another trump card prepared by Leo, in order to attack Gruel from the inside when the external attack fails. The 2 clones came out, and Leo naturally had no reason to stand idly by. He held the realm of the soul world and shined the crystal mirror towards Gruel, which seemed to have countless resentful souls circling and howling in the mirror world. Gruel. Leo's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent emerged. Elegy of the soul. The energy powerful enough to kill the Blood God hacker bombarded Gruel's soul, and the damage from his soul and body made Gruel's body tremble. The body was attacked, and the power of Gruel's punch towards Adal was weakened by several points. Indirectly, Leo helped Adal a lot. Gruel teamed up with the sneak attack demon, which was a sure kill situation for Adal. After Leo intervened, Gruel's link was much weaker, and Adal found a way out in a desperate situation, taking advantage of Gruel's opportunity to lock himself and weaken his aura due to the attack. Adal struggled to break free from Gruel's restrictions, regain control of his body, and cast a spell just before the demon's hand attacked his body. Protection spells. A layer of golden spherical shield covered Adal like an edge, L. The devil's hands grabbed the golden edge, L, and made a squeaking sound, which made the teeth of those who heard it sore. There was a cry of surprise in the twisting void. The demon who made a sneak attack did not expect that someone could help Adal, but this little accident could not trouble him. The strength of the devil's hand increased by more than 3 times in an instant. Obviously, the previous owner of the devil's hand still had some strength left, but now he has shown his true ability. Click! The shield cast by Adal was shattered, and the devil's hand caught him. The sneak-attacking devil did not know what method he used to imprison Adal, preventing him from dispersing himself into dots of golden light and escaping. You can't escape my grasp. As Adal struggled in terror, the red demonic hand grabbed him and escaped into the twisting void. Leo waved his fist bitterly. The leader of the Naru was captured by the sneak attack demon. Adar was gone, and Gruel must not let him go. Chapter 959, Trapped to Death. It felt bad to be deprived of food. At least Leo was unhappy. Adal was one of his targets this time, but an ignorant demon snatched him away. Leo was depressed and couldn't suppress his anger. If you dare to steal my prey, you will pay the price. Kill Jaden, Leo whispered to himself. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, making people tremble when they saw it. Kill Jaden? That's right. Kill Jaden the Deceiver, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion. Who else besides Kill Jaden could have secretly attacked Adal and captured the Naru leader? Besides Kill Jaden the Deceiver, which other demon could possess that level of strength? Leo can 100% determine his identity based on his strength alone. Besides, Leo also has Manaroth, the destroyer, who is an acquaintance of Kill Jaden, under Leo's command. Even if Leo's judgment is wrong, could Manaroth's perception be wrong? Will something go wrong? It was impossible for Manaroth, who had worked with Kill Jaden and Archimonde for countless years, not to be able to distinguish Kill Jaden's aura. It is certain that Kill Jaden should pay the price. But now Leo cannot come to the door, and can only ask for some interest from other demons. Puff puff. Countless wounds opened on the bodies of the Eridar twins, and the demon's stinky blood spurted out like spring water. The blood made a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the ground. It was a unique sound made when an object is rapidly corroded. Even the blood of the Eridar twins is so poisonous. They are truly worthy of being the strongest among demons. Forcibly summoning Kil'jaeden, allowing the strongest man of the Burning Legion to intervene in the Voidstorm battle. The Eridar twins paid a heavy price. Not only were they covered in injuries, but their combat power was reduced sharply to only its peak. 1/3 of the time. Their strength is dropped by 70% to 80%. The Eridar twins now have problems with self-protection, let alone fighting. A group of demon leaders rushed forward in time, protecting the weak Eridar inside. The purpose of the Burning Legion's ambush was to deal with the Naru. Although only one Adal was captured, this Nar leader was much more valuable than other Nars such as Kiru and Muru. None could compete with Kil'jaeden. With Adal, the Burning Legion's resistance to hunting down the Draenei was reduced countless times. Without Adal, the Draenei and Nara have lost their intimidating power. It is conceivable that the pursuit of the Burning Legion will make their life extremely difficult in the near future. The goal of weakening the Nara was achieved, and seeing that their side had no chance of winning, the demons of the Burning Legion prepared to retreat. Brutus retreated while fighting. Muru and Kiru were distraught when they saw Adal being captured. Brutus actually escaped from the battle circle under the suicidal attack of a group of demon minions. Seeing that the demon army was about to retreat, the Alliance's army was naturally unwilling. Anvilmar, Godfrey, Windsor and other Alliance commanders commanded the Alliance army that had just joined the battlefield to pursue them, with a posture that they would not give up until the demons were driven out. Now that you are here, don't leave. Voidstorm is not the best city for leisure. There is no slogan that once you come, you don't want to leave. This kind of dangerous place means that once you come, you can't leave. You shouldn't be here because, just as Brutus was protecting the Eridar twins from evacuating, a voice so familiar that it made his heart tremble came into his ears. Although the other person's words were soft, Brutus felt like a bolt from the blue. Impossible. Is it an illusion? Brutus looked around in astonishment. You are going to die. The reaction of the Eridar twins was not much better than that of Brutus. They had been in contact with the owner of the voice quite a lot. Didn't it mean that he died in the battle? When the 3 demon warriors of the Burning Legion were shocked and confused, a bloody double-headed war spear came into their sight. Seeing this extremely familiar bloody double-headed spear, Brutus's face fell instantly. As expected, it was Manaroth, his destroyer, and he was indeed not dead. Brutus was horrified. Manaroth did not die in battle as reported by the outside world, but he did not contact the Burning Legion. This strange situation made Brutus feel something bad in his heart. The bloody double-headed spear came menacingly, and the spear's stabbing speed was as fast as lightning. Just when Brutus was surprised by the appearance of Manaroth, the spearhead of the bloody double-headed war spear had already pierced both sides of his body. Not good. Brutus suddenly shivered when he heard the sound of 2 sharp blades piercing flesh from behind him. Plop! Plop! The Eridar twins' eyes widened, with expressions of surprise on their faces, as if they couldn't believe it, and they both fell to the ground softly. Even to their death, they could not believe that Manaroth would take action against them. The host kills Saloras. The host kills Aurelius. Leo didn't pay attention to Goldfinger's reminder at all. At this time, he was uniting with Yizhur and the Blood God clone to fight against Gruul. How could he have the energy to care about others? After killing the Eridar twins in one fell swoop, Manaroth did not launch an attack immediately. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't have the ability. Although it seemed easy for Manaroth to kill the Eridar twins, each of them killed Saloras and Aurelius with one spear. In fact, Manaroth mobilized the 2 stabbings. All the power he can use at this time has just been completed. After successfully killing the Eridar twins, all the power in Manaroth's body was exhausted. On the surface, he was fine, but in fact, he was extremely weak. If Brutus hadn't been frightened by him, the latter only had to step forward and gently a single strike could seriously injure Manaroth, or even kill him on the spot, without anyone to interfere. Manaroth's strength recovered quickly, and within 3 or 5 breaths, he could wield the war spear again. I saw him standing up the bloody double-headed spear, and the spearhead made a clanging sound into the ground. In human form, he shook his big bald head that could be used as a light bulb, and arrogantly faced the surprised Brutus. Roared, "Why? You are surprised to see me? Bah! A bunch of scum. You must show enough respect in front of me." Brutus' breath was suffocated. If anyone else dared to speak to him like this, he would have slapped the arrogant guy into a meat pie. But now, it was Manilos who said this to him, the most powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anelin. How could Brutus dare to act rashly under the influence of Manaroth? Manilos was very satisfied with the current results. He knew that the more arrogant he behaved and the more dismissive he was towards Brutulus, the more the other party would be afraid of him. And the more afraid he would be, the more he would not dare to do anything. Brutulus is a fool. His brain has not improved at all after so many years. Only a guy like Kil'jaeden who thinks he is smart will like this kind of stupid guy. You know what you did? Unable to figure out Manaroth's reality, Brutulus did not dare to take action. He could only yell at the opponent with anger and anger. Isn't it just to kill Kil'jaeden's 2 dogs? Manaroth snorted. He looked at Brutulus, pointed at him with a playful expression, and said in a long tone, a word that made Brutulus angry. Dog. It is unbearable. If Brutulus could still remain calm when being pointed at and scolded as a dog, he would no longer be the Lord of the Abyss. Damn it. I want you to pay the price. Brutulus' muscles all over his body were tense, and he stamped his limbs heavily on the ground before rushing forward. Unexpectedly, the ground under his feet collapsed in a large area at this time. The place where he stood collapsed, and Brutulus fell down without warning. Did Brutulus crush the earth with too much force? Of course not. If so, why does Manaroth have a triumphant smile on his face? There is no need to think about it anymore. If the ground where Brutulus is standing collapses, someone is definitely causing trouble. Who else besides the Crypt Lords Anub'arak and Anub'arak could dig underground in the land of Void Storm without disturbing a strong man like Brutulus? Digging tunnels underground to carry out sneak attacks is the Crypt Demon's best attack method. Both the veteran Crypt Lord Anub'arak and the new Crypt Lord Anub'arak are very familiar with this method. In addition, on the surface, Manaroth came to attract Brutulus' attention, and the one-winged Abyss Lord was unjustly cheated. The ground collapsed, and most of his body sank into the ground, leaving Brutulus with only his head outside. Shocked, the accident happened so suddenly that he fell into the ground without even preparing, with Manaroth watching eagerly. Such an accident would be equivalent to a death sentence for him, and it would be executed immediately. Knowing that something was wrong, Brutulus struggled hard from the beginning of his fall, trying to jump out of the ground. Unexpectedly, 2 thick hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed his 2 front legs. At the same time, a gleam of metal appeared between the 2 hind legs. The cold metal sliced open his skin with a pop, tore his muscles, and severed one of his hind legs to the root. Ah! One leg was cut off, and Brutulus couldn't help but cry out in pain. Manaroth had been waiting for this moment. When Brutulus opened his mouth, the blood-colored double-headed war spear stabbed out at lightning speed. The spear had pierced Brutulus' open mouth and then passed out from the back of his head. The one-winged Abyss Lord screamed as the blow was forcibly terminated, and it felt like a rooster that was raising its head to crow and had its throat suddenly cut. Ho, ho! Brutulus seemed to want to say something, but Manaroth did not give him any chance. The bloody double-headed war spear was stuck in his mouth, preventing him from saying even a single word accurately. Brutulus moved fiercely, and made the last struggle before death. After all, Brutulus failed to jump out of the pit. With a face full of unwillingness, he tilted his head and became silent. The one-winged Abyss Lord died in a suffocating manner, completely because he was tricked to death. The host kills Brutulus, succeeds in absorbing the item, and the host obtains Heart of the Abyss. Do you want to absorb it? Chapter 960. Cruel? Ha 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 ha. The triumphant laughter echoed in the air above the Void Storm. Standing in front of Brutulus' body, Manaroth held the war spear and his excitement was evident. After being depressed for so long, he was finally able to return to his original level and show his true strength. At this moment, Manaroth really thought about it and shouted, I, Manaroth the Destroyer, am back? It's not easy. It's really not easy. Manaroth burst into tears. He had been feeling aggrieved for so long and finally recovered today. How could he do it without finding someone to vent to? If you want to vent, there are ready-made targets around you. Who should do the surgery? Manaroth's eyes swept over everyone in the field. If it was according to his wishes, the first target would of course be Gruul. The Dragon Slayer is indeed powerful, but the more powerful the opponent, the more likely it is to inspire Manaroth's fighting spirit. It's just that Leo doesn't agree with him doing this. Gruul is difficult to deal with, and it is not easy to deal with him. Now that Leo and his 2 clones are restraining the Dragon Slayer, it is time to cut off Gruul's wings. Then came the suffering of the 3 sons of Gruul. Amid laughter, Manaroth wielded a bloody double-headed war spear and charged into the battle circle between the sons of Gruul, Hekius and others. In its heyday, the Destroyer was one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion who could stand alongside Kil'jaeden and Archimonde. As the only warrior-type demon powerhouse among the three giants who had strengthened his body, Manaroth's physical strength was inferior to that of Gruul. The sun will only be strong and not weak. The sons of Gruul are different from Gruul. The reason why they can run rampant in the world of Draenor is because of their strong bodies. Now when they encounter Manaroth, who is physically stronger than them and has more combat experience than them, they are like the cat that encountered the mouse was eaten to death. Hegius and the other Naru, who were panicking because Adal was captured, saw Manaroth coming to kill them. They were getting what they wanted, so they would not be angry. The Naru cooperated very well, and put the burden of fighting the one-eyed Gron on Manaroth. Body. If Hegius and the others had done this, they would have been scolded by others. The sons of Gruul were originally their opponents, and Manaroth came to kill them to help them. But these Naru were so good that they immediately ran away when they saw someone coming. Manaroth was left to deal with 3 enemies alone. You know these light bulbs are unreliable. Manaroth cursed secretly. Fortunately, he was prepared for this. Otherwise he would have been caught off guard. Crack! A barbed bone whip was struck on the body of a son of Gruul. The bone spurs on the whip broke the skin of the son of Gruul and injected poison into his body. The poison killed Gruul in just one breath. The son's body was corroded with a 2-meter-long wound. A 2-meter wound sounds scary, but it is too small on the son of Gruul. But a small wound can sometimes cause severe pain. Ilsa's shadow whip is not as simple as whipping a whip and adding some poisonous corrosion. And Neriel is known as the Queen of Anguish and Torment. From the title, you can understand that this hell demon is good at torturing people. And he has obtained the she inherited. Even if Urza is not as good as Neriel at this moment, she is still a master at torturing people. Ouch! The son of Gruul, who was struck by Ilsa's bone whip, howled in pain. If you didn't look at it with your eyes and just listened to the painful cry, you would have thought that something had happened to him by Ilsa. Ilsa licked her lips, twisted her sexy body, flicked her wrist, and whipped the son of Gruul several times, making him scream. And then she said with a provocative voice, "Big man, let my sister come and play with you." Ever since he was born, the son of Gruul had never encountered an enemy that could bring him such pain. He stared at his one eye that became red due to blood congestion, and struck at Ilsa like crazy. The succubus Ilsa successfully pulled away a son of Gruul, and the number of opponents Manaroth was fighting changed from 3 to 2. The enemy shunting reduced the pressure on Manaroth a lot. With 1 against 3, he couldn't defeat the opponent for a while. But with 1 against 2, it was much easier. The blood-colored war spear danced with layers of spear shadows, trapping the 2 sons of Gruul inside. The sound of the sharp blade piercing flesh could be heard from time to time. After a while, the 2 sons of Gruul were stabbed and bruised by him. Seeing that Manaroth could handle it, Malalok, Talagaman and others stopped and turned around to kill the demon army that was bitten by the Alliance army and unable to retreat. The Eridar twins and Brutalis died in battle one after another, and the morale of the demons dropped sharply. In addition, when they were retreating, they encountered an unexpected incident where their leader was killed, and they lost all fighting spirit. Each and every one of them only focused on escaping. Luin and other Alliance commanders commanded the army to pursue them, but they encountered only sporadic resistance, and the resistance was incredibly low. The so-called defeat is like a mountain falling. It is nothing more than that. Just because Hegius and the other Nara gave up the 3 sons of Gruul to Manaroth, and the others does not mean that there will be nothing wrong with the Naru in this battle. Don't forget, there are still 4 one-eyed Grons. Although these 4 one-eyed Gorons were Leo's men, the Naru were unaware of this. Seeing the one-eyed Goron continuing to pester them relentlessly, the Naru were also furious. Adal was captured by Kil'jaeden. The Naru, who had lost their leader, felt fear mixed with anger in their hearts. The one-eyed Gron bumped into him. Is there any justice in not becoming the target of their anger? Besides, if Gruul hadn't come to stir up trouble with the one-eyed Gron, would Kil'jaeden have found the opportunity to sneak attack Adal? Kiru, Mulu, Hekius and other Nililians joined forces to attack, and the 4 one-eyed Gorons soon fell at a disadvantage. Kill them! The Naru who had the upper hand had no intention of stopping. The capture of Adal made them hate the one-eyed Goron to the bone, and they had no reason to let go of the opportunity to kill the 4 one-eyed Goron Maru. Several Naru pressed forward step by step, and under their offensive, the 4 one-eyed Goron's space for movement was gradually compressed. These 4 one-eyed Goron were smart enough to realize that they were no match for the Naru, so they fought and retreated, leaning towards where Gruul was. At this time, Gruul was fighting Leo, and was hit by Leo's soul elegy. The Dragon Slayer, who was attacked by countless resentful spirits at the soul level, still had to deal with physical damage, and the blood god clone that penetrated his body, while wreaking havoc on his body functions, and the attacks by Yizhuo and Leo. He was unable to concentrate on driving away the blood god clone, and the battle fell into a stalemate for a while. In the clear cry, Kael'thas appeared on Phoenix AO, and the Blood Elf Prince joined the battle after giving instructions to Solanlian. It's these two guys. Seeing Kael'thas appear, Gruul yelled crazily in his heart. Who were the people he met in Blade's Edge Mountain, if not Leo and Kael'thas? It was these two guys that led to today's battle. Judging from the development of the situation, Leo and Kael'thas, two ant-like existences in his eyes, plotted against him. Damn little ants. You dare to plot against the great Gruul. I will make you regret coming to this world. Gruul's anger broke out again. His momentum increased again, and his power climbed to a new height driven by anger. This guy is getting harder and harder as he fights. Leo and Kael'thas were shocked. From Gruul's increase in power, they could see that the Dragon Slayer seemed to have touched something at a higher level, and was likely to use this to break through. As the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, Gruul's strength is terrifying to the extreme. If he and Adal hadn't fought each other, how could Leo and Kael'thas have taken advantage of him? Now, this terrifying creature can actually achieve a breakthrough in the battle. How could Leo and Kael'thas allow this to happen? And how could they dare to let such a thing happen? You are already terrifyingly strong. If you want to break through again, why don't you let people live? Stop him. Kael'thas' expression changed, and a void beam of light that was large enough to wrap Gruul's entire body appeared. Amidst the continuous crackling sounds, the entire space where Gruul was shattered, and the terrifying power of space went crazy, tearing at Gruul's body. What a great Gruul. He actually managed to survive being torn apart by the force of space that could kill even a god. Although there were many wounds on his body, he managed to hold on after all. Kael'thas was horrified. The spell he specially prepared to deal with Gruul only caused this guy to suffer some superficial injuries. And this was despite the fact that the opponent's strength had been consumed a lot. If it were Gruul instead, when you are at your strongest, these skin injuries may not appear. Creatures like Gruul are unreasonably strong. Fortunately, there is only one of them in a world. Otherwise, how would other races have a way to survive? Kael'thas showed his true skills, and Leo did not dare to hide his secrets at this time. If Gruul could not be killed before he broke through, there would be only one way for Leo and the others to die. You force me. A fierce look flashed in Leo's eyes. Ordinary spells cannot bring any harm to Gruul, and Soul Elegy can only contain part of Gruul's power. If he wants to truly kill the Dragon Slayer, he must use stronger spells. The bell of death clanged. It was obviously a small crystal bell the size of a copper bell, but the sound was so loud that it could suppress all the noise of the void storm. This small crystal bell, which looked like an ornament, attracted everyone's attention. Kael'thas looked at Leo intently, looking forward to the methods Leo was about to use. Having been in contact with Leo, he knew very well that Leo was the best at hiding. The number of cards he had was immeasurable. Kael'thas was very happy to learn about Leo's hidden methods. Just when everyone turned their attention to Leo, something unexpected happened again. The four one-eyed Gorons, who were pressing towards Gruul under the pressure of Hikius and several other Naru, roared in unison, and then started. Burst. Got it. Boom. 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 The violent energy swept across the entire field, and the nearest Naru and Dragon Slayer Gruul were the first to bear the brunt. The rubble and smoke thrown up by the four one-eyed Gron's self-destruction completely engulfed them, under this torrent of energy that is so violent that it wants to tear everything apart. What will be the fate of Gruul and Naru?